Hey, hey, hey.
I put my first and second verse on the same track.
It's Fat Albert. I'm gonna sing a song. Oh, my fault. Hold on.
No, okay, I stopped that bitch.
Bop, 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 bop. Hold on. One, two, and I'm gonna. Hey man, I'm trying to surprise my friend for his birthday. Can you support? Sure, I will. Just follow me, subscribe, like, comment. I got you. But I'm gonna sing a song for you. And we're gonna learn a thing or two. We're gonna have some fun now.
Customers can research stock news. They can analyze their stocks in their portfolio. They can get reviewed on 45 different indicators of stocks, including company information. You see what we got out here. Big pots of pans, not the little big pots of pans. Oh, hey guys. Hey. What's up, man?
My fault, y'all. I'm just over here watching my old lives.
What's poppin'? See this little ass shit? You can smoke this right quick, and that's it. So, yeah.
Right.
I got that thing on me. You know I got it on me. I put it up to your face, girl. And what? You know that I'm ready to go. I don't know where I want to go. Wait. Yeah. I decided hitting no.
Boy, I forgot about that fucking Mustang, though. I ain't gonna lie. Ooh, I forgot about that Mustang. I had my fucking sock over my cast, boy.
Oh, I spit it out for him.
And you can tell I had the gun on me because a part of my shorts is hanging down.
Hey, no, for real though. We was out here. I don't know if I saved my life. Well, babe. We was out here, bro. Hey, what's up, man?
That shit comes from my
Right now, we at the motherfucking Marvel game.
boy. Okay, y'all, I'm coming. I'm sorry. Yep, I'm coming. Just had to check some right quick. Boom. Bam. Alright, bam, bam, boom. Alright, here I come, y'all. Doop, doop. I'm about to go live on my Instagram right quick. Stupid ass. What's poppin', y'all? Good morning, good morning, good morning. I'm gonna leave my controller on the charger because I know that bitch is about to die. Oh God. What's poppin', y'all? What's poppin', y'all? What's poppin', y'all? I already started my stream. 7 minutes in right now on both of them. About to be 8 minutes. And we got some crack to smoke. Did I take all of it last night? I don't think I took all of it last night. And I took all of it last night. Fuck. Anyways, where's the remote? Yeah, there we go. What's poppin', y'all? Good morning. What's poppin', y'all? Good morning. What's poppin', y'all? Good morning. Like, fuck. I wish I had some people to actually talk to on this bitch. But no. I don't get viewers. I don't get likes and subscribes. I don't get none of that stuff. Cause I'm not like that. I don't know what to watch. 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 I need help picking something to watch. I need help picking something to watch. I need help to pick to watch. I need help to pick up something to watch. Hey, 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 hey. Okay, I'm gonna click what caught my attention. Okay, bam. All right. All right. Back. All right. Okay. All right. What else I'm gonna do next? I was gonna do something next. Oh, subscriptions. Just see what's in the subscription before I go back to it. Okay. Just going through subscriptions right quick. Just going through the subscriptions right quick. Shouldn't be long. Literally, as soon as I said that, it came a video that I already watched. So yeah. Did I watch the Up and Downs? I don't think I watched Ups and Downs. Yeah, that's what I'm doing. Watch Ups and Downs. Then I'm gonna watch stuff.
WWE is ruining all my jokes. Unbelievable. Probably doing DTC and Punk and Cody Rhodes arriving at the start of Raw, and usually I go, where you been, you morons? You're really late for the show. This time, they had like a time code in the corner, and now I know.
One little buddy, two little buddy.
Also, hello, and welcome up to Downs, and it is Royal Rumble week. It's Royal Rumble week. We do the Dark of Joy. It kind of looks like we're doing some kind of martial arts. I made a time of the year. And when it comes to this Royal Rumble, we get to the one punch because this could be the best one ever. Was the war before any good? Find out by doing the original. Well, this switch gears after this though, because Seth Rollins made his way to the ring. Tell you, I was really worried. This is because he was going to address the injury he did suffer last week. Given the time frame, it meant he may miss WrestleMania. I don't care, man. Maybe have everybody on the WWE roster.
Yeah, I never really do streams early this morning, but I think the sun is up now.
So damn much. In many ways, he is very underrated. He was really emotional too, as the fans are absolutely crazy.
Yep.
Where he did drop this banger.
Still drizzling a little bit.
He did a springboard. Instantly, he moved and he turned his. It is a grade 2 MCL tear. He does have to have surgery. That would take him out for 3 to 4 months, which means he would miss the granddaddy of them all. What he's going to do, he's going to take it day by day. He's going to try rehab, joining with me. We're going to cross our fingers, just hope he is.
Yeah, fuck that. I was about to do something, but nah, fuck that.
Otherwise, they would not have looked at it. Because in the start for, somebody did have to interrupt. It was like an Imperium. What is going on? Now, instantly, Seth thought they were just going to beat him up because they are a bunch of goobers and said, let's just get on with it. But no, Gunther was like, ignore these two, you're talking to me, Gunther. He didn't say that. It turned out that the Intercontinental Champion had realised, though, that their paths had never actually crossed. So he decided to do it now. I was like, good man, bad time. As it turned out, though, he couldn't be any more grateful because he actually feels quite bad for Seth Rollins. So when it comes to the World Heavyweight Championship, he's a lot like Gunther. He has defended it with pride and dignity and loyalty and honour and respect. He thinks he is a wonderful champion. That makes him more than fuzzy in his tum-tum. Gunther kept insinuating that it was such a shame that Rollins was going to miss WrestleMania, where he took his own mic and said, look, didn't let me finish. The absolute point, Dexter.
Right now, there's just so much happening in our world. So much at stake at the start of every morning.
Making sense of it all? Well, that's not always so easy.
And that's where we come in every morning, asking the straightforward questions you want answered.
And yes, putting a smile on your face, too.
ABC's Good Morning America. We want you to know every morning
We're right here. And
We don't give a damn.
I'm going to be at WrestleMania. I'm going to defend this title. And coming out the other side, I will still be the champion. I'm Seth freaking Rollins. This actually pleased Gunther Buckle because he has a plan of his own, which is to win the Royal Rumble, go on to WrestleMania, challenge Seth, and then he'll take his title by going after the injured leg. God, could be so like awful but so cool at the same time.
Don't Damian Priest still got the briefcase?
When they did say this was so
Or did he lost that bitch already?
Two, it made that world title felt the biggest deal ever. And three, even though we are going to be doing Step Rollins versus CM Punk, this just puts something in your brain. Maybe we won't. It also makes you question who is the favourite when it comes to the Royal Rumble. So that was so good. Actually looks like Seth is going to be okay. Once again, cross those fingers. But in terms of just enjoying what this was, just get it out. And yes, look, Gunther at one point said the Royal Rumble was going to be on Sunday. That's not his.
It is too early. Go to bed. You still in? Look at this. No, it's not. It is 7 o'clock. Shit. If I would have got on when I originally got up, then it would have been too early because I've been up for 3 fucking hours just in my fucking bed. So I started to get on then, but I was like, no, I'm gonna wait till a more appropriate time. But nah, man, it's never too early for this, man. Weed and Fortnite? YouTube? It's never too early for that. And I'm streaming on the Twitch and the YouTube. So, hey, you know, I'm just filling up my bowl right quick. I'm just trying to get my morning started properly. Because I was literally just laying in the bed doing nothing. Sober as fuck. I've been up for 3 hours. But you got a liable reason. You got a liable reason to be up for 3 hours though. I don't. I do not. I do not. Look, I don't start dashing till like 10:30, 11 o'clock, maybe like 12. I am not supposed to be up right now, bitch. I don't be getting up till around like, well, out my bed till around like 8 o'clock. You feel me? But nah, I just decided to get up early because I was like, I have no life, no wife, so I might as well just get up and just do some shit while I got nothing to do. Yeah. Just for now, you know, I do a little something. I'm just doing that because I ain't got no job right now, shit. But I'm getting one though. Okay, 2 interviews. 3 of them actually, shit. 2 of them actually like they gonna fuck with me, but it seemed like the other one, I don't know. We gonna know by Monday. Excuse me, I'm so sorry. Excuse me. That's good. Uber pays better though. I can't do Uber. I can't do Lyft. None of that shit. That's why I only do food deliveries. They said I gotta have a car that's less than 10 years old or something, and I got an 06. So yeah, I'ma just be dashing my ass off. Somebody told me to sign up for Uber Eats, and I was like, yeah, that might be a thing, but I don't know. See, look, I figured you was talking about Uber Eats though. I figured you was talking about Uber Eats. I'ma download it and see what it's hitting for, cause somebody told me about that shit, and I was like, nah, DoorDash good enough. The orders be high. What is high to you? Real life. And when you say high, I want a consistent rate. Like, you get that rate like damn near all the time type shit. And I'm gonna compare it to what fucking DoorDash be giving me. Oh my god, you got to. I'm gonna try it. $20? Stop fucking lying, bro. Stop fucking lying. Hold on, I gotta hit the wait a minute, I gotta hit the weed on that. Hold on. Hold the fuck on. Motherfucker said $20 for a delivery? Hell no. Hell no. Yes, Lord. 40? I'm about to pause this fucking video. We about to get into this shit. Hold on. $40 can't fucking be. Oh, I forgot. Gotta put the fat baby in there. But I swear, just try it out. I didn't get myself started. I'm gonna try it out. I ain't got no storage on my phone right now, so I gotta delete like buku shit before I do that. But I'm gonna try it out. Shit, you gotta get your stuff straight. Got to. Why you saying all? I was just surprised that the motherfucker getting paid $40 a delivery. Like, ain't no fucking way. Like, I want to say the most I got in a delivery was $30. $35 actually. But that was in cash. You feel me? They started doing that collecting cash shit now. And my first time actually getting that shit, I got $35 but the dash was $250. But I just fucking found out if you get a fucking cash delivery, they can take that amount that you got on that cash delivery and deduct that shit from your future orders. Like, that don't make no fucking sense. You dead ass can make $2 a day. What's a day? How many hours? Because, bro, I be looking for that type of energy, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I be looking for that type of energy. But it seems like, bro, I'm trying to think about what was the most I made in one day. Hell no, don't do the cash. Don't do the... Okay, thank you for telling me. I'm really taking that shit off now. I ain't gonna lie. Fuck that cash shit. About 6 hours? That's how long I stay on the road. Ain't no fucking way. Because real life. Like I said, I be start dashing around like 11, maybe like 12. On a bad day, probably like 1 or some shit. But like on a good day, like 11 to 12. And I stay out there till 5. So yeah, that's a good 6 hours. Yeah, I got you. I can use your code, no problem. But damn, bro. If it wasn't fucking raining today, let me check outside right quick. Cause it's like they said it's gonna be raining all day. And it's just drizzling right now, but I hate driving when it's wet. Fuck, man, it is like so fucking wet, bro. Fuck, man. Yup. Got to catch breakfast, shift, lunch, and dinner. Yeah, it's storm today. Fuck, man. I hope it dry up a bit, but I don't like doing breakfast. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't driving at night, so that's the thing. I don't like driving at night. That's why I be trying to get in before it start getting dark. Real life. What I'm about to say. Only reason I don't do breakfast because I don't be having the energy early in the morning like that to just get up and just go straight to doing that. And plus, I barely be getting orders. Like, if I do get some breakfast orders, it always be from fucking McDonald's or fucking a donut place or some shit. You feel me? Like, that's straight and all, but that shit don't be happening as often as lunch rushes do. Yes, it gets dark early. I know. So it see that it gets dark early. I be trying to get out early, but I'm literally getting out after breakfast ends type shit. Because that be my goal. I be trying to get out this bitch at 10:30, or at least starting to get dressed at 10:30. Real life. So that's how I move with my shit. But any other time, I just get up and do it. You feel me? I swear to God, I just get up and do it because it's like, I really hate doing this shit, but like, I do it because I need to do it. I got no fucking choice right now. As long as you make daily goals, you good though. And see, that's the thing. I don't really be having a daily goal type shit. Like, I ain't gonna lie, I did have a daily goal, but my shit was too fucking short. So I just kind of diminished that bitch because I was like, if I put that bitch too high, I'm gonna be pissed if I don't reach that fucking goal. And I don't really be having good days every day, man. Like, I really be going home with short pockets sometimes, man. And most of the time, like, I gotta put gas in the car. You feel me? So that's a good 30 out of me right there, 35 out of me right there, you know. And that shit lasts what, a day or two, maybe 3. Like, I really be riding, bro, and I really be hating that shit because I feel like I be wasting gas while I'm not getting deliveries. Ooh, I hate that shit so much, bro. It really feel like I have to be riding around in the fucking hot spots, not getting shit. Like, I be hating that so much. Yeah, sometimes it's slow, but Uber always hitting. Somebody else told me that shit too, and that's what gave me the idea. Like, okay, bro, I'ma download that bitch, and whenever DoorDash getting they fucking feelings and decide not to have a dash time at that time, I'ma just go straight to Uber Eats. Yup. I had that idea, and I had contradicted myself. Was like, oh, but most of the times when they kick me out of DoorDash, you know, all I gotta do is wait about like 5-10 minutes, then I'm right back in it. Like, nah, I don't know. It's I don't know. I don't know. Oh, bro, they make you go so far way in LSU, huh, bro? LSU not even far. That's one of my spots that I go to. I go to Sherwood. I go to LSU. I go to Sherwood. I go to LSU. Bro, them motherfuckers be trying to get me to get shit in Baton Rouge. You feel me? Delivering that shit in West Baton Rouge. You feel me? Like, these motherfuckers be trying to get me to go across the bridge, bro. And I don't do that shit no more. I used to, but I hate it because there's always fucking traffic. And I always get caught up when I'm not in my fucking city. Always. So I be skeptical. Real life. Like across the river in Baker, I hate getting orders. Boy, I'll let that time wind down so quick. just focus on something else. Something else gonna hit, cause they be trying to double back. They be double backing and trying to get me the same fucking delivery, knowing damn well I'm gonna decline that bitch. Exactly. Ari, you ain't gotta tell me. I don't cancel them bitches cause that's gonna put my rate down. But if I just let them bitches roll, my rate don't be touched. So I'll be like, yay. Give me another one. Bro, they really be trying to double back and add like a quarter or some shit. Like, bro, they be killing me. Oh, bro. Nigga used to be sitting on the bridge for about 30 minutes. Nigga, try an hour. Like, real life, full hour. I'm not exaggerating at all. It wasn't 45 minutes. It wasn't 55 minutes. It was an hour. Real life. Like, really from the end of what that was. I don't know if it was Plaquemine or it was Port Allen section. But from that section all the way to getting off the bridge, you know, going towards like fucking what that is, downtown, bro, an hour. Pissed me off. Ooh, it pissed me off. Oh my God, it pissed me off. Ooh, man, you got me hot just thinking about it. But that's one reason I don't do the across the river bitches. It don't matter what time it is. I don't care if it's lunchtime or dead time. I swear to God, bro, I don't fuck with it. I'm sorry, cause it seems like every time I give it a chance, it pisses me off. And I don't be having no smoke on me. I really be dashing with no smoke, man. I come home and smoke, man. Like, I swear. Like, oh my God, I can't deal. That's why I'm never fucking with across the river. I'm sorry. People can feel how they want to feel, but fuck them. They don't know what I be going through. Not even a little pleasing. Nah, not really. Real life, no. Like, I like, cause I got a bone. You know, I got papers and shit, but I barely smoke out my bone. So I clear a bowl out before I leave, you know. And if I get like a little downtime or something, I'll come back and wait on the order to hit my shit while I'm smoking. But nah, I really smoke before I go on the dash, and when I come back from the dash, I get in this bitch, I smoke again. Literally, that's the best way I've been saving my weed. I ain't gonna lie, you know. Real life. Not, I don't know. That's just me. Because I tend to get. Let me say. I wouldn't even call it hungry because a nigga didn't eat all day yesterday. You know, I wanted to stop multiple times yesterday, but I literally made it to fucking 6 o'clock. or like 5:40 something without eating. So I don't know. It's like that weed just makes me hungry, and it kind of bothers me because my stomach be want to do the fucking most and trying to distract me. Like, yes, you need to eat. I be like, no, like, let me get this motherfucking money. Because like every time I smoke and eat, bro, I get lazy. Real life, you know. I get a little boost or whatever every now and then, but now I get fucking lazy and I get slow. And the way these motherfuckers be driving, bro, really be pissing me off. And the fact that I be hungry and the fact that they be pissing me off, it's not a good combo. I swear to God, it's not a good combo. It's not a good combo, man. And I really be just trying to get home and just rush home to get home. But these motherfuckers trying to keep me out. Right, that can make you tired. Real life make me super tired. And they can't drive. They can't drive for shit, bro. They can't drive for shit, bro. Oh my God. And it's not even them knowing how to drive. It's them understanding how to drive, bro. Oh my God. Because I swear, but every accident I fucking had was another person's fucking fault, bro. Literally, unless it was my stupid ass fault. Like, I had like one stupid accident. The other two was fucking vehicle problems, you know. But the other ones really always been about other fucking people, man. They just doing shit that they don't see me doing or don't know what I'm doing. And like, bro, I feel like these motherfuckers don't be using their blinkers, bro. That would really be killing me. Motherfuckers don't use their blinkers. Motherfuckers don't be looking over their shoulder, you know, let alone looking at their fucking side view mirror before changing lanes without using their fucking blinkers. Like, bro, oh my God. Let me hit the bone right quick. You got pissed off. Bro, oh my God, you just don't know how much irritation I be going through just DoorDashing, bro. And I used to work for fucking Amazon, so that kind of made it worse because I couldn't drive the way I wanted to drive because I'm under Amazon. And like, bro. Man. Shake my head. They get over right in front of you, bro. The one that really be killing me is when, like, I be in a lane, free lane, boom, they in this lane or this lane right here, and they see me speeding up to pass them, and they decide to merge without using their fucking blinkers. Just get over in front of you, like, who I just be want to shoot in traffic sometimes, Stay. You just don't know. You just don't fucking know. I be wanting to shoot in traffic. Oh, what happened with Amazon? What happened with Amazon? I low-key crashed out. I ain't gonna lie, I low-key crashed out the second time I was there, but the first time I was there, I got let go of some, they said safety issues, but when I kept on trying to fucking call them or email them bitches would not tell me what was the problem. Like, and we had an app, we had to log in to track us type shit, you know. I went to the fucking app, I don't see no type of marks or hits or anything. Like, and they just let me go on my day off. Crazy. Like, them niggas couldn't even fire me in person. Bullshit ass people. Say fuck them. Went back the second time. Yeah, man, bro. Let me just say that morning was just a horrible morning to begin with. Real life. The day before was perfect. But that morning after just started off so bullshit. And you know me, that shit sticks with me definitely when it's about a certain topic or certain shit happens. It sticks with me, so I'm irritated, aggravated the whole time. And like I said, people can't fucking drive. I'm explaining it. Bro, people can't fucking drive, so that was not making it no better, bro. I was literally flashing out the whole time I was heading to work. I swear to God, bro. I literally fucked up my car and everything, type like in a way type shit, you know. Yeah, bro, these people maybe want to shoot in traffic, but anyways, boom, got to work, right? So bow. So when we get to work, we park, boom, we go by the vans, we go wait to see if we get in the route or whatever. Okay, so boom. It already started out bullshit because usually I'll be like one of the first ones to get a fucking route. Or at least like in the middle. I was literally last. And I was like, just questionable. I was like, okay, whatever, cool. Got in the fucking van, boom. I'm logging in, you know, trying to see which bags, like what bags I'm supposed to get to go put in the van. They've been doing a thing lately where the warehouse people has been bullshit, and them motherfuckers was still preparing my cart. Like, and they'll give me like a couple amount of carts, like 2 carts when I'm supposed to have like 4. So I literally have the carts by my fucking van, but I can't organize it until I get all 4 carts. So I'm around that bitch heated. I'm really waiting, bro. I'm really waiting. Like for 30 plus minutes, I'm been supposed to be on the fucking road. But they bullshitting. So I'm really walking around that bitch like some maniac. Like, bro, where is my car? Like, I wasn't yelling or anything, but like I was just walking around just pissed. Like, bro, they do this every fucking time, every fucking day. I was really in that bitch just going off on the warehouse workers. I was just saying shit like, they always be fucking walking around, always be in the fucking break room when they still got cars that need to be shipped out. I was going off, bro. I was really like mad, bro. I was so heated. I was punching the fucking metal doors. I was doing the fucking most, bro. I was like, people really had to, my coworkers had to check on me like, bro, you okay, you good? What cars are you waiting on? They were trying to help me out so bad. They were just so scared like I was gonna do something. Like, bro, they was so scared, bro. They were trying to help me out, calm me down and shit, and I was calm, but then again, them niggas wasn't making it no better. I was so fucking pissed. Bro, I was heated. I was so heated, bro. My manager understood. He was just looking at me like, he was looking at the fucking manager people. I mean, the warehouse people like, you can't blame him. But yeah, bro, I was really gone that bitch. I was trying to be patient. I was just sitting, you know, type shit for a second, waiting, getting back up, doing the same. You know, like I was really going in because they do this shit too fucking often, and that's what was really killing me, bro. Like we be supposed to be out on the road before 12, you feel me? Like, at least at 12, and them motherfuckers making us wait till fucking 12:30, damn near 1 o'clock. And them motherfuckers be wanting us to finish all our fucking bags before 11. Like, ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way. There's a lot of fucking bags, bitch. Like, bro. But yeah, anyway, boom. Finally got my fucking carts and shit. Load that bitch up, like really stack that bitch up. It's full as a bitch. Boom. I'm on the route, you know, and I'm still going through it because shit is not going right. The phone going slow, so I'm not getting the correct directions to the fucking house or certain directions on how I'm supposed to deliver the package and shit because it's going slow. That wasn't making it no better. People just kept getting fucking in my way. It just seemed like everybody was in my way that day. In real life seemed like everybody was in my way. Like every time I tried to just turn the corner, is either a car damn near blocking the whole fucking lane, or it's somebody going hella fucking slow, like they don't see a fucking delivery driver behind them. That was pissing me off, bro. I ain't gonna lie. That was getting on my fucking nerves. But it just seemed like nothing was going right that day, bro. And I really got fired for what I did when I came back to the fucking warehouse. Bro, because I thought I got fired for not showing up the next day without calling. Dude told me like, no, that wasn't the reason you got fired. I was like, well, really? What was the reason? Man, dude told me the reason I got fired is because I left a bag outside the warehouse. So usually we'll drive by the warehouse. They got these little staging areas with the booth. We go pull in, we go bring our bags in and shit. So we go bring our bags in, and I'm bringing my empty bags, you know, I'm putting them bitches on the cart. But I still had a bag full of fucking packages. And I'm still pissed off at them from earlier today. I was like, man, fuck these bitches, bro. I was like, bro, I took my last bag. I took my last bag and I set that bitch on outside of my van and I drove off. I went to park my fucking van. Nigga told me I got fired for leaving that fucking bag outside my fucking van instead of taking it inside for them people to fucking mark it as late. And that's what I get for being fucking petty, bro. Because I was just thinking about, man, fuck them bitches, bro. Them niggas need to do some fucking work. They wasn't doing work all day, man. Come get this fucking bag, bitch. Bro, I really felt bad. But then again, I was like, man, fuck these bitches, man. They not doing shit, man. They not doing shit. And I went back to park my van. My manager, he was sitting in the van waiting on me to bring the keys and the phone and shit back or whatever. I just told dude, bro, I'm sorry. My intention was not to leave because I came back the day after next with me missing that day. So I just said sorry, bro. And he was like, "Oh no, it's fine, it's fine." But yeah, bro, that's how I got off from from Amazon the second time. Being petty. So the warehouse don't do shit, bro. The warehouse supposed to be okay. So the warehouse people be there early in the morning because you know they got to be getting the fucking packages, putting them bitches in boxes or bags or whatever and shit. Putting them bitches in actual delivery bags and putting them bitches on the cart. So yeah, they supposed to do shit. They supposed to. You know, they supposed to be actually getting the fucking packages ready for the fucking delivery drivers. Come in this bitch, come get that bitch, put it on their fucking van, boom. All they gotta fucking do. Literally all they gotta do. So I'm like, I understand shit can be slow, you know, we getting more and more drivers every day with the woo, but bro, it's the same process every day for them. Same process every day for them. So it should be no confusion. It should be no contusion. Because what is the problem? You do this every day, same time and all. But I've been seeing a lot of new people just walking around that bitch. And bro, what really be pissing me off? The niggas really be in that bitch trying to oppress hoes, bro. Be killing me. Just trying to walk around that bitch looking cool and shit, bro. That's another thing I was flashing out on, bro. That's another thing I was crashing out on, bro. I was really flashing like, bro, I'm seeing multiple niggas just walking by, not even breaking carts, just walking by. Soon as the fucking hoe pass by, they looking at their ass. I'm like, bro, can I get my fucking carts? Like, bro. They used to piss me off. I wish I had my chain on so I could pull that bitch, bro. They be doing with the hoes, bro. Just looking at them bitches, bro. Don't even be talking to them. You know, hear this shit. So they probably be talking. See multiple delivery drivers. You see multiple delivery drivers just waiting for carts. And you looking at ads. Bruh. Oh my fucking God. I can't deal, bro. I really can't deal, man. Them niggas was really pissing me off. I was ready to fight them. I ain't gonna lie. I was ready to scuff. I was ready to walk around that bitch swinging my arms like, yeah, what's up, man? Y'all niggas ain't doing shit. Let's do something. Like, what's up? Hey, bro, I was so pissed, bro. I was so pissed, but that was just me having a bad morning, and that bitch was just projected to work. To happen, man, I was supposed to dead that fucking energy. I was supposed to dead that shit, but them warehouse motherfuckers wasn't making it no better. Woo! Had me hot. Oh man, you was cutting up, bro. I never did nothing like this at a job. Well, besides McDonald's. McDonald's was totally different. Totally different. Totally different. But yeah, I was cutting up. Yeah, Kayla, I was fucking dead. But them motherfuckers gonna be dead because I was gonna beat the life out them motherfuckers. Like, you bitches don't ever do shit right, you late bitches. Bro. Hey, that shit though was killing me, man. I really wanted to do something so bad because I was just so frustrated, bro. So aggravated, bro. Like, I just had to do something. I just had to do something. That's why I'm punching fucking doors and shit. Like, bro, I was pissed. Ooh, I haven't had an episode like that in so long. I've been doing so good with my anger, but that shit came out so quick. Cause me having a fucking bad morning and them motherfuckers just making it worse. Like, bro, that was a time to be alive, boy. And that was before fucking Christmas too. I couldn't even wait till Christmas, bro. And that's the thing. It was a temporary job. That bitch was going to end on New Year's. Like, that's the only reason I'm jobless right now. Like, cause I was gonna have to find one sooner or later, you know? Couldn't even wait. Them bitches just had to fuck with me that day, bro. Like, they just had to. For no reason. Like, no reason. Oh my God. But yeah, that shit really got on my fucking nerves. I had to go back the day after the day I missed. I had to go apologize to dude because he was just watching me, bro. He's a white guy too, but he understand. He had problems too, but I just had to go back and apologize, bro. I wouldn't apologize to the company. Fuck that. But the company I was under, I would apologize to them because, like, bro, yeah, y'all didn't deserve to see me like that. Fuck, I apologize to the whole fucking staff type shit. Even though they didn't fucking care. They completely understood because they was going through the same shit, but I didn't have to do that. But yeah, bro, like, that was a time to be alive. Even though I was ready to unalive somebody so fast. Ooh. Them motherfuckers thought I probably had a gun on me, which I did. They thought I was about to come back in that bit and Yo, I'll never do that at a company. But like I said earlier, bro, These motherfuckers be want to have me shoot in traffic. I'm not trying to go to jail. I'm gonna get away. I'm either get away or I'm gonna have a good fucking reason. Bruh. Like, bro, it's like them motherfuckers be tempting me, bro. Like real bad, bro. But that's just the devil. Just trying to get at me, bro. Like, bro. Like I said, I got way better with my anger. My patience is getting there. And, you know, I'm better. Shit. Have I been to jail before? No. Not even one day. Fuck, I be going to court. I be hearing that, 1 day in jail if you don't handle your business. Shit. I handle that bitch. My mama told me, hey, I can give you ticket money, but I ain't got no bond money. So fuck that shit. I'm not trying to be in nobody's fucking jail, bitch. I ain't trying to be in nobody's fucking jail. No time soon. Unless it's behind my daughter, you know. Unless it's behind my daughter. Unless it's behind my daughter. That's the only reason. I swear to God. Not the place to be. I've been 3 times. Cause you're a fucking fighter, that's why. Fuck, I don't be in these streets like that, messing with bitches and hoes and bitches. Fuck. Fuck, I ain't gonna lie. I almost got taken to jail once, but I got misid'd or some shit or whatever. Like they thought I was somebody else. I'm like, no, get me out these fucking cuffs, bitch. I want to curse him out so bad, bro. I'm like, bro, what you do? I was being so calm, but I was flashing in my fucking head, boy. I ain't gonna lie. Motherfucker really had cuffs on me. I'm like, bro. I feel like a bitch, boy. I feel like a straight bitch, boy. Oh, I haven't felt like such a bitch in my life, boy. I really submitted. I was like, sir. And I just sighed, bro. I put my arms behind my back, bro. I was like, go ahead. Because I knew I was right. I knew I ain't do nothing, so I wasn't even going to try to fight him. But I was just like pissed that I had to go through that shit. Yeah, they were fucking tripping, man. For no fucking reason. I forgot what that was. I think that was... Cinco de Mayo. That's what it fucking was. Everybody was lit. It was Cinco de Mayo. That was why. That was why. I forgot what was the occasion, but that was why. Bro, I'm out there on crutches and everything, bro. Really, the nigga had me in handcuffs and crutches. Man, hit the weed for that. That shit. Ooh, that shit pissed me off. That shit pissed me off. But yeah, big bullshit, man. Big bullshit. That was my first and last time I ever been put in handcuffs. I swear to God. I say, bro, before I get put in fucking handcuffs again, bitch, I'm running. I'm just playing, but then again, I'm not. I swear to God, bro. I swear to God. Cause, bro, why the fuck is you hemming me up? I'm like the most goodest person in the world. Like, why is you fucking with me? Just because I'm black, got dreads. Sometimes I like to let my hair grow out. Like, bro, shit, leave me alone. I'm just trying to live. Oh man, I swear to God, bro. You know, straight bullshit every fucking time. Never fails. One love. What's poppin'? Okay, I got a question. Don't take this the wrong way. But do I know you? Real shit. Like, don't take that the wrong way. I just want to know. Cause I don't. This username don't look familiar. That's the only reason I'm asking. And I just went and looked at your picture. That don't like a picture that I know. Damn, Stacia left? Yup. Fuck it. Okay, just making sure. But yeah, I was just talking about I was talking about a lot of shit. Fuck. But I'm streaming right now. Whole hour in. So that's all I'm fucking doing. Plus I'm watching YouTube right now. Got ups and downs for Raw. Cause I ain't watched that bitch. So I'm watching that bitch. Let me get my controller right quick. Hold on. Oh, it smell like that dope over here. No. I thought I had another bag. Wait. Hold on. One more second. Hold on. I thought I had another. Why is it open though? Oh my god. I really be in this bitch sleep eating. Yeah, we got that rocket racing going. Got the whip. Oh yeah, I forgot I'll reposition that bitch. I forgot. Anyways. That was a nice little live though, I ain't gonna lie, man. Fuck. We talked about some shit. Whole story time in this bitch. Look, follow me on Instagram, y'all. At DiloStackx. DiloStackx. Yes. Sex. Sex.
Then comes Wentworth in. You put her feet on the rope. Population in there. Honestly, every single person in this deserves all the credit in the world. They have made this come across like the most intense, important thing ever, and I'm so damn dialed in. I'm looking forward to see where it does go. Then got a video reminding you that we are going to get Drew McIntyre versus Damian Priest later. Very nicely, we got backstage with the judge of the day. We were super mad.
Wasn't they just on the same team?
Picking fights with people, and now look what's happened. He's been talking to Adam Pearce, and next week it is going to be DIY challenging for their Now, Priest was kind of surprised by this and kind of insinuated that maybe Ripley needs to stop going into Pearce's office and cease to blame, but also don't worry about it, because he'll deal with them and he'll deal with you later. Damon was also annoyed at Ripley because he now feels like he's got a big head after it was announced that he was the toughest star in WWE 2K24. He totally deserves this would be quite funny. When you look at JD in the background, when Becky Priest first next to Big Head, he's like, how dare you? Priest then stormed off because he was mad when Rhea turned her attention to Dominic Mysterio and JD. You were able to deal with DIY, so you better be able to deal with the Miz later. All time, with Valor. It was like Stone Cold Steve Austin 2001.
Hey, big baby. Big baby. Hey, big baby. Big fat baby. Bitch. That's how you do that shit. That's how you do that, man. That's how you fucking do that. Boy, I feel slow as hell, boy. Ain't no way that nigga top spot perfect like that, man. Boy, everybody. Big platinum shit, you know, yeah.
Two happy moments on Saturday or Sunday if you are good for her. Because one, he's going to win the Royal Rumble. Two, he can throw Jacks out. This is the madness continues.
Yes, I will.
As he's a SmackDown star, he was like, excuse me, there seems to be some confusion here, because it is I that shall be winning the Royal Rumble. That somebody is lying. She wasn't really messing around either, because when she was finished, she just thumped Becky Lynch. But this went so damn bad, because essentially, she just got crushed into the mat. I was like, Bells, well, at least you tried. But I was also able to crush her windpipe with a left drop too. When the oh my gosh, that's what's happening. Don't do this. I would suppose as well that does mean that Becky will throw Jacks out, which is what we should do. Although either Bailey or Bex could win, and that would be fine. Don't forget the wild card too. I think we may be about to see a Jade Cargill. I really think the Bailey arriving here gave it some flair though, because again it doubled down on this message that the Royal Rumble is super duper important. But if nothing else, if Bailey does win, you have that story with Io Sky, which would write itself.
Fuck it, let me get a 0 build in. I already lost my crown.
How am I meant to get through here if I don't get the Royal Rumble video? Get scared of the world thing. That is fantastic. We like that thing. There's two of them. We also make sure that Lynch and Rhea Ripley then did run into each other again, with Ripley saying, oh, good day, mate, you don't want those here, mate, because I'll kick your ass. What is this?
They was in New Orleans, man. I forgot.
But this kind of stop race I would call it that, but the why something my brain does something. We went right into the Miz versus Dominic Mysterio.
I'm supposed to beat up, man.
This is why the Miz is such
What up, Mar?
because he hasn't really done much of anything lately. But I still presumed he would get the victory. When he didn't, I was like, well, damn, Dominic. So proud. And of course, Finn Balor was being an absolute goomba because Ripley had told him to do that. And JD McDonough was also casting distraction when you break down the wrestling match. It was essentially 3-on-1. And then as soon as McDonough had cast distraction, Balor just booted him right in the head, and he got hit with a 619. That's Johnny Boy just stuck the song, and he got the 1, 2, 3. So he can go back to the match and be like, look, This all came out as well because we can't wait to take the game and listen to the game. Very happy with what?
TurboTax free edition. Up to 37% of taxpayers qualify. 10-450 monthly credits only. Get TurboTax now.
There's all that FPS going on the street. He's going to have to increase the rest of the bootleg merchandise money. This bootleg slow down now. There goes it. That's great. Not now, we'll get to late. That's because he wants to focus on Drew McIntyre instead. He just thinks of the mode about everything. And look, when the whole world was struggling, sure, he was doing really well. And then what went down, when everyone was back at 100%, he knew that. That's why it's devastating that forces Drew to stop the reason at the end of money in the bank. Therefore, he has to get it. Little the legend the internet melting down going, what are you doing? Davey and Reese catching on steroids during the opening statement. I thought we'd made this very clear. Gunther and Imperium were out there, literally saying, we don't get involved in those kind of stuff.
I do, Mayfield.
By the British general. Well, the whole reason they did wasn't really that mad at saying right. I'm the person going after titles now, you're not allowed to do this. So I do think they're going to have a match next week. We've got as we talked about too, this was basically.
I don't want no damn rocket launcher.
Although in this scenario, Dave's fist was super strong, because I tell you, Chad was German, super around. Like he was nothing, but he was dead. I was crazy too at one point he hurled him out the ring and just flat on the floor. I mean, what are you doing? When Chad came back to the top of the turnbuckle, and then he got hit with a ball tower. Just a massive round of applause. Then just started transitioning into all these sophisticated things he was going to I'm so strong. Once again, he was just polarizing it. And when Sam was able to get out the ref from Living Soul, he hit another German suplex. I've been told. That was a proper Einstein. Ooh, I was totally. This, of course, went about how I got too worried and she just got in Chad Gable's face. But you know what she did? I kid you not, this. I suppose that would work. It scared the shit out of it. I'm going to presume she made some kind of potion as well and threw it into Chad's face, which allowed my arm to hit. Now, laughing things from fans so they're giving Chad Gable the win. It's kind of weird when I'm talking about him in reference to the Intercontinental title anymore. But screw all of that. If I'm going to be entertained at this level, you also wouldn't have thought about that for too long anyway, though, because Raw was about to peak. It was one of the best things they've done. Still getting Cody Rhodes, and before he could say anything, CM Punk joined him. There's no point standing on ceremony here, Mr. Wayne. This had been advertised all week. Let's get into the face-to-face. Now, WWE has done such a good job with both guys, too. The fans just went crazy at the start of this. And imagine I told you this 2 years ago. This is what you were going to be seeing in a WWE thing. You would come up to me and smack me right in the face. And I'd be like, yeah, you're right, I totally deserve it. And all this somewhat of a when they got into this, the Punk wanted to make sure they did take all of this in, because it was a special moment. But his big concern is that come Sunday morning, they are still going to be friends. Vince was probably going to get back at but even had the ball up morning, what's the problem? Cody then dropped his whole what do you want to talk about, and Punk hadn't answered any. He said, your dad. Went really quiet because his Christian Cage getting excited. 2007, Punk did receive a call from Justin Rhodes who said, listen, my son is coming to OVW, and I want you to keep an eye on it. CM Punk said, when the American Dream asked him a favour, you don't say no. It turned out this wasn't hard at all, though, since Cody stayed away from all the trappings that most wrestlers back then did fall foul of. And look at him now, he has gone from opening guy to proper main eventer. Though, because Punk has to think about this, there's no longer he's going to be looking out for him. He's going to be looking for him because he wants to climb over the top rope. Cody then stepped in because this is nothing new.
Yep, I ain't dancing today, buddy. Look at that.
Losing again took his high down in OVW with 4 seconds. But he did bump into Punk, somebody who must be mad. It is, he was in previous way, he should be like a kid, and he should be like a friend. He will know he is ready for that. The thing is, not in the best moment, but there are no friends. You can't go and watch this. Punk get back to this idea of being buddies. Like, listen, I can separate the business from the personal stuff, but for you, look, surely that must have been a lie to make that call raise an eyebrow, and he knows that too. He also tried him when Cody left AEW. That's basically what he said. This kind of started something off on both of them, and all of a sudden they raised it. Punk was like talking about the American dream. Do you know who my dad was?
My bad, I gotta go back. I gotta listen to this.
We are not in Toto anymore, Kansas. The Punk wanted to make sure they could take all of it because it was a special moment. But his big concern is that come Sunday morning, they are still going to be friends. Vince was probably in the back going, what do you mean? You won't even have the Royal Rumble then. So they dropped his whole what do you want to talk about, and Punk had an answer ready. He said, your dad. Went really quiet to get Christian Cage getting excited. This is because back in 2007, Punk did receive a call from Dustin Rhodes who said, listen, my son is coming to OVW, and I want you to keep an eye on it. CM Punk said, when the American Dream asked him a favor, you got to say no. It turned out this wasn't hard at all, though, just Cody stayed away from all the trappings that most wrestlers back then did full power of. And look at him now, he has got to open the guy, the proper main eventer. Being honest with himself, things are going to be different at the Rumble, though, because Punk has to fit this promise. It's no longer that he's going to be looking out for Cody. He's going to be looking for him because he wants to climb over the top rope. And that is under the line. Cody then stepped in because he's like, this is nothing new. Anytime somebody does want to talk about me, they do have to talk about my dad. I understand. It's a big shadow. Look at me now. I am finally stepping out. He also admitted that his high down in OVW was pure methods because of the but he didn't bump into Punk. Somebody was busting his ass for English for 10 years. He didn't treat him this way, but he treated him like a peer and he treated him like a friend. Even all those years later, Rhodes never forgotten it. The thing is, though, this is a bittersweet moment because there are no friends at the Royal Rumble. How's that, man? You've got to go and watch this. Punk then went back to this idea of being buddies. Like, listen, I can separate the business from the personal stuff, but can you? Look, surely that must have been a lie to make us all raise an eyebrow, and he knows that too. But he also tried him when Cody left AEW. Basically what he said. This kind of sparked something off on both of them, and all of a sudden they raised it. Punk was like, wait a minute, you're talking about the American dream. But you know who my dad was? He was I could get fast passes here, and I had to work my way to the top. Or actually, when you think about it, I'm more American dream than you are. This crowd, they just went, ooh.
This week,
Is
only
that Loco?
large two-topping pizzas at Domino's for just
say,
$6.99
boy,
what? Like melty pepperoni and green peppers, or ham and tangy pineapple. The combinations are pretty endless. Act fast and get your favorite large two-topping pizza for just $6.99 each. This week, only at Domino's. Tyson boneless buffalo bites and hot wings have that tasty kick of flavor. So they're
Oh, that sounds so good right now.
If there are any left when your guests arrive. Tyson, any Tyson's chicken. More kicks of flavor, more smiling sackers, more to love. Tyson.
So did I. Rhodes then spanked him back because he was all like, oh yeah, well I remember that pipe bomb kid, where you quite literally had a pathway to revolutionise the business. And what did you do? You went home. So while you talked, I walked, I did all of those things. So I am now more CM Punk than you. I was like, that's it, I gotta lay down. Is any proof that?
That's it, I gotta lay down.
Like, listen, you have carried this company on your back for 2 years. That's why it's going to be terrible when you're not going to be able to finish the story because a bigger star comes back from the wilderness and stops you. Now look, one, he was talking about himself, but also this has to be a little bit of a weak nudge to the Rock. Back in 2012, whatever it was, Punk was annoyed about that too. Cody then shut all this down because he said, listen, I'm only moving in one direction, that's forward, which means I have to go through you. When he dropped his mic, he opened up.
You fucking bitch. I saw the footsteps. But he had a purple though. I can't fuck with the purple.
Then in his separators, Punk made sure to pop over to the commentators and say, man, I'm going to win the Royal Rumble and put your money on me. That this was so damn good. And WWE is now making desperate to take them Punk versus Cody Rhodes, while at the same time telling you, oh my gosh, the Royal Rumble match. Oh my gosh, World title matters. Oh my gosh, WrestleMania main events. Well, they really matter. So this was next level stuff in your homework today if you go and watch this. And if you don't like it, you just don't like the way WWE does sports entertainment, which is perfectly fine. But when it comes to this ball goober, I'm not just giving it up. I'm giving it a golden up. I set my world alight. Talk about 182, because we can cut to a video of Hulk Hogan, who is getting ready to celebrate the anniversary of a WrestleMania. When he also talked about the Royal Rumble and how maybe he will be in it. But I think I can sum that up for us all in just one word. No. That's it. When we did it again. Honestly, Brittany, would you go away? I mean, it's getting hard because I'm starting to sound like a broken record and I'm boring myself, but it was Shayna Baszler and Zoe Stark taking on Indy Hartwell and Candice LeRae. Look, I thought it was a fine, good tag team match, but once again, we just zoomed through it so fast. It's still like WWE doesn't really care about it. It also gives the idea that the tag team title is kind of just there. Look, I think Stark and Baszler and the team are really, really good, and when it comes to Indy and Candice, it's so easy to like. They come across like warm, lovely people. Also, we know LeRae thought she had got it one after she escaped the killer through the clutch. She didn't realise that Stark had tagged in. She hit the Z360, 1, 2, 3, done. And we did get some interesting post-action because the champions, Katana, Chance, and Kayden Carr were watching this. When from nowhere, it turned out all of Damage Control had come to Raw. This is the Bookie Boys and Dakota Kai. Really giving the impression as rather Oscar and Kyrie State will be champions. Are we going to do a three-way? I do understand rushing this as well when I'm 2 hours, but not on a 3, so I'm just going to say this. In terms of what we did here and planting those seeds, I am going to give it an up. But for the overall feeling of the thing, I am going to give it a down. Just go on abstraction if you want my opinion on this. I know I keep going on about it, but the business is growing and growing and getting better and better. I just think we need to stoke those fires. We do it. Jackie Redmond then went and found Drew McIntyre, mostly because she wanted his opinions on everything with Cody Rhodes and CM Punk. He is so good though, because he was just like, yeah, well, I don't care. But of course, one thing about Goldberg, one thing about Brock Lesnar, one thing about AJ Styles, because he was being attacked at people when he was the world champion. But come to my house and talk nonsense. He is totally proud of what he had accomplished. He also, if it's like, everyone goes, yeah, I want to finish my story. There's only one chosen one, and it's him. He's right back now. This is the best stuff of Drew's career. Every single week he gets better and better and better. Those are he didn't even replace the Forceps ones, he's probably got to Adam Pearce. He's yelled at my dad before, well as Natalia and Peter not. Adam was totally sick of this too, and was like, oh man, we can just wait the children. And he tried to play it, he was like, this is what you did too. Totally uncool. I felt like if Pearce had a problem with it, maybe he could talk to Nick Aldis. The man was up like trying. He should have to see more of them soon. He was utterly depressed. And as soon as they walked away, in walked Jinder Mahal and Indra Shear, which meant Veer had come all over Raw. Jinder too was basically loving the fact he had injured Seth Rollins, and Pearce said he was going to sit down with them in his office. For some reason the camera person didn't follow him in there. We don't know where this is going. Sometimes you can get an injury. I mean, that's basically what we did with Becky Lynch all those years ago when we got to our main event. I was like, well, this is intriguing. Drew McIntyre shouldn't lose, and Damian Priest shouldn't lose, and David Priest should have lost. They really went at it though. At one point, Chris jumped off still of the still step and Drew McIntyre slammed his ass. And then they were using the ring post, they were using an announce table. And I checked my watch, like, this only been going for about 12 seconds. McIntyre must have taken a post or something after that as well, because he was right back on his feet, where he hit Damien with a neck break because he hates his neck. And even though he missed the Claymore, he still got a spine buster. Ridiculous. Wrestling tennis then continued when Priest decided, well, I'm just going to do a duck out. When R-Truth turned up, was he taking that chat literally earlier and thought this was later, so I'll give you the money now. Some people don't like this, and I get it. It made me laugh out loud. I just think it's a bunch of fun. The distraction also allowed McIntyre to hit the future jock TDT, when Truth was trying to get into the briefcase, and he was shouting out, what's the password?
Sophia! Ha!
All the time.
I'm okay. How are you doing?
Really did piss off McIntyre though, who went and wrecked Truth, and this patch went everywhere. And because the referee had to go and try and recall order, this is when Damien snuck up on McIntyre. He hit the big choke slam, and he had the 1, 2, 3. But damn it, there was no one to count. This then Damien totally mad at Truth because of course he was like, you ruined it, and he threw him.
Great!
You already know that counts as a pseudo distraction. He got on the ring, he got smacked with a Claymore kick, and he lost. Man, I think he's going to destroy our Truth. I just want to say bravo to everyone. This was a really well thought out match, a really well thought out angle. Now you go in multiple directions. Truth surely is going to be the reason that Priest gets booted out of the Judgment Day too, so don't pretend this doesn't have consequences. So yeah, like what, 52 week in a row, this was a great main event. Originally was the end of Raw, and I am going to give him up. All this show needed to do was get me to sit there and say aloud, oh, I cannot wait for the Royal Rumble. But it is not that way. Now I feel it times 2. We are pulling to the sky. Now, of course, please don't click the video on the screen with ups and downs and collisions to support all of ups and downs. Like the video, share the video, subscribe, leave a comment below, and all of that nonsense. Yes, we have loads to cover this week. We're going to cover all of it. So I have Mr. Ups and Downs.
Into your schedule. Find your purpose at gcu.edu.
That way keeps standing. It looks like it's higher, right? Let's do that for the second row. This job to me is the greatest life that I could ever live. For years, people told me that I was too small, that I couldn't do this, that I couldn't do that, I wasn't going to make it. And I've shown to everybody's face. I realized I can't be popular with everybody all the time. So in the meantime, I want to be popular with me, and I'm going to be the best.
There are two lives of Shawn Michaels here. There's who he was before.
You will not ever, in your lives, see a man more charismatic, more flamboyant, or more talented than the Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels. Look at everybody's face.
Nigga shot my towel.
People told me that I was too small, that I couldn't do this, that I couldn't do that, and I wasn't going to make it. And I've shoved it in everybody's face. I realized I can't be popular with everybody all the time. So in the meantime, I want to be popular with me, and I'm going to be the best.
There are definitely two lives of Shawn Michaels here. There's who he was before.
You will not ever, in your lives, see a man more charismatic, more flamboyant, or more talented than the Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels.
The greatest in-ring performer of all time. Even Britain for that show. It did. It was a day. There was so much bad blood between us. I was always like, if I see him, I'll kill him. I had so much anger about it.
Nobody steals my spotlight. I want it all.
Shawn Michaels can do absolutely anything, any style, to perfection as anyone. The bell rings, no one is as good as Shawn.
I will give you a show like you have never, ever seen before. Why? Because I can.
Only man to win every major title.
You can't say anybody was better. But also tormented, because they got self-destruct mode.
I just knew that he didn't love himself. There was something in him that he despised.
You're taking pain pills at 12 in the afternoon, belligerent, falling down, staggering. Everything that you have in your life is this. And don't go away.
You hoe!
And all those other guys.
I got killed by a nigga with a hammer pump, bro.
Turn his life around to where he is now.
Bro.
And so, yep, there are two lives there. But there's one Shawn Michaels.
I say this, I say we do it again. Way out there, I'll do it.
NXT started out as a developmental brand that grew to WWE superstars.
And down out there, whatever, into that.
There are Shawn's fingerprints in almost every talent in NXT. Shawn is very hands-on.
And he sits up behind him and
He sold out arenas all around the world when he was a Heartbreak Kid. He's in a different place in his life now. He's humble. He wants to be behind the scenes. Think about him. He wants to help others achieve their dreams. Same passion and anger.
Here we go, guys. 3, 2, 1.
See, John, today, it's sometimes hard for people to believe that Shawn Michaels
certain levels of talent command certain levels of respect. His knowledge and his wisdom of the business and all that stuff, it's so valuable. Shawn Michaels' life is a story that a lot of people could relate to.
Damn, I got some good ass loading screen shit.
It was a life of never
I'll be looking at the same one all the fucking time.
Then his life totally changes. A lot of us have that. If we're lucky. I think the Shawn Michaels story is one that's really cool and one that all of us can stand to learn from.
I was born into a military family. My father was in the Air Force. It was Michael Shawn Hickenbottom, but everybody in my family called me Shawn. My father was a pilot, so early on, we moved a lot. He was going to Vietnam, we went to England, then Maryland, and then we moved to Texas. I was about 8-ish. From that point on, I was in the state of Texas. You don't have long-lasting friendships in the Air Force. The hardest part for making friends was having the last name. The roll caller, Hickenbottom, Michael Hickenbottom. You hear the snickers all over the road, Hickenbottom, and of course, it was like son of a biscuit, which had a different last name.
Shawn was well loved. He was always very quiet and very shy. Growing up, he wasn't an extrovert.
He was just a good, friendly, nice little boy.
And his dad name is Dick. Like,
He was involved in sports.
Dick Hickenbottom? Dick Hickenbottom. That nigga look just like his fucking dad. That's crazy.
Michael Hickenbottom. You hear the snickers all over the road, Hickenbottom, and of course, it was like son of a biscuit, which had a different last name.
Shawn was well loved. He was always very quiet and very shy. Growing up, he wasn't an extrovert.
He was just a good, friendly, nice little boy. And people liked him. He was involved in sports all of his life. He just enjoyed doing everything.
I was a big fan of playing football because of the contact. You know, contact and athletics were appealing to me. And then I'm 12 years old, getting to stand late on a Saturday night.
Applebee's all you can eat is back for just $14.99. For my discretion.
That perfume she wears, too much for a woman with her face. Have you ever known me to lose time? You're looking awfully fat. You think I don't know what you're saying about me? Get out! Can I sit down? Oh, I wish you could.
Texas feud, Capone versus the Swans, January 31st on FX, streaming Hulu.
The beginning montage, the guys slow motion jumping off the top rope. I was involved in it. It was just I don't know, the neatest thing I ever saw.
The best in professional wrestling, and I'm Steve.
After the show, I walked out, and my mom was in the kitchen. I said, I know what I'm going to do when I grow up. And she said, what's that? I'm going to be a professional wrestler. I said, oh, that's nice.
He began to talk about that's what he wanted to do. And I was sure that ultimately he would grow out of that, but he never did.
Down at the Freeman Coliseum, Shawn would periodically have to go and saw Tully Blanchard.
Russell McDaniels, Eddie Mansfield, Scott Casey.
Of course, then later Ric Flair was a wrestling god. And he would buy wrestling magazines, and he would look at Ric Flair and stand there and try to talk like him and look like him.
Being a wrestling fan, it was really a black sheep source of mockery. It's not something you say with a great deal of pride. It was just a relationship between me and wrestling for a while. And my dad was an amateur wrestler at the University of Iowa, so he was a real wrestler. And of course, he just gave some gruff like, that's fake.
The kindest thing I could say about it was I considered it to be an athletic soap opera. which has always been my description of professional wrestling.
Then a new kid gets transferred, and his name is Kenny Kent.
I met Sean the summer of 1980. We were sophomores in high school, both 15. He would want to wrestle and throw around his friends, and they didn't like him. And so I instantly became his little tag team partner, and we would just bash each other and throw each other around, and that's really what developed our friendship.
They practiced out at the pool, frightening. Sean would lift him straight up and they'd fall into the pool. His way of practicing. Sean matches that he would lay out and prepare. He was really obsessed with this.
In that time, you struggle back and forth with people are telling you it's fake, but I ain't there watching the guy. I mean, hit the guy and sweat's flying off. There's something to it. They've got the hook, line, and sinker.
We were a very small school. We did not have a wrestling team, but our senior year, we had a talent show. And it was Sean's idea that me and him were going to do a wrestling match. Everything was going quite well until I threw Sean off the stage into the crowd and beat his head on the table a couple of times. And there's just blood gushing all over his head. And people are going nuts.
I think we came in second.
I think we came in
We
second.
got beat by a group of cheerleaders. So, you know, two guys in little petty whiteys versus cheerleaders, they're going to win every time.
Graduate, and then it's what you're going to do. You decide what you want. I still want to be a wrestler. I recognize that I said it when I was 12, but it's just been a big, big part of my life. Okay, that's awesome. That's not a possibility.
But you know, at 17, you look at him and you think, you don't know what you're talking about. We said you're going to college.
There wasn't a lot of hope and understanding in what I was doing.
We went off to Southwest Texas State University. When we lived together in college, there were many nights I would hear him and he's standing there with his shirt off and he'd be talking and screaming at the mirror, practicing. At the end of his second semester, I think his GPA was 0.4. School just wasn't for him. And he was ready to make the wrestling more.
Essentially, he said, I don't want to waste any more of my time or your money. I am going to be a professional wrestler.
My dad played golf with this guy, and apparently, he's the guy that's the local promoter here in San Antonio. We go down there, and Jose Lothario was there.
San Antonio, Texas, superstar Jose Lothario.
I understood he was a legitimate name. The gentleman stayed with us and trained. Jose to get training if you wanted. It cost $3,000.
I thought about facing him when he was 35 or 40 years old and having him say, Dad, if you'd just given me the chance, I could have been a professional wrestler, and I couldn't face that thought. And so I said, what the hell?
Never forgetting what I did for a living. Sort of developed to have him get up in the morning, stretch it, and then that. Over the years, you just come up with a system that your body responds well to. There's some form of training every day, to be comfortable for the rest of the day. I'd say like new knee replacements and shoulder replacements, those things are going to add to my quality of life. It's not like I got into this stuff thinking, I want to be independent and wealthy and be 100% healthy. That doesn't happen. So,
Do you wanna do you wanna do you wanna do you wanna do you do?
Your best defense
Do you wanna 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 do you
Pro-Animal Active Shield actively shields the enamel to defend against erosion and cavities. I think that this product is a game changer for my patients. It really works.
Do you wanna 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 wanna do you wanna
Cox 5 powers one of the most connected stadiums in the world on the biggest game days of the year.
Slurp Master, huh? I be told for these names, boy. Wait a minute!
In 83, Sean was training with gentlemen up in
Oh, that's that fun shit.
Texas, Dallas, San Antonio.
He was Hispanic, so there was a luchador style.
Got to go.
Aerial side of things. Thankfully, in all of that process, he saw that, oh my goodness, he's actually pretty good. It was worth $3,000 period for him to get me my first job in Louisiana. That could not have happened without those things here.
The pride of Vero Beach, Florida, Harry Taylor.
First time I met Shawn Michaels working for Mid-South, there was a young, innocent, cheerful, vibrant, sort of lost young man.
I was scared of him.
So yeah.
It was a lot of confusion, a lot of unknown.
Y'all get the gist of what be going down in my section. So, if you want to be more in tune with my section, go follow the Twitch or the YouTube. It's the same as the Instagram. You feel me? You feel me? Alright.
Very young man and very inexperienced, but he has a great deal of natural athletic ability.
We drove 3,000 miles a week. That means there's a lot of time that you're in the car doing this. And he would ask questions.
That man who is quite handsome.
I'm very well mannered. I was quiet, and I wanted to do nothing but learn.
Some young people come in, I know everything. Nothing like that with Sean. Humble, passionate, driven, hungry.
At about 6 months, the owner, Bill Watts, came to me, and he got me set up in Kansas City. I was going to have the opportunity to begin to grow as a wrestler, as a performer.
We hear all this like, Shawn Michaels come in, we're like, damn, nobody's got any attention like this. What's wrong with us? We walked in the dressing room, and this guy had real short hair, green tights, pulled up to under his chest. And we asked this nerd, like, hey, do you know who Shawn Michaels is? And then anybody goes, I'm Shawn Michaels. Oh, damn, we got some work to do. They threw us together because they needed a match real quick. We didn't have time to prepare for it, but it clicked.
Marty just carried himself with such confidence. He was good at himself. He was outgoing. I was so sort of shy, conservative.
Sean came from a military family. Sean was protected from a lot of the evils that lurk in the real world. And having some notoriety, being on television, seeing alcohol, you got drugs. It's all related. Yeah, you like that right away. First, he wasn't old enough. So we had to wait in the parking lot. We bring girls down, we had beer down.
Marty, one day said, you know, see something and she's dying to get out. He said, you just need somebody to bring it out. And I'm going to bring it out.
From the Showboat Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, this is AWA Championship Wrestling on ESPN.
So I was 20 years old, TV tapings are in Las Vegas. At that time, Marty and I knew he was out there, so we just started. Hold it down.
We're sitting there with him, and all of a sudden we hear this ding, 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 ding. Red lights go flashing around, and Sean hit triple sevens.
$1,750 the first time. The irony of it now, like, oh, I built this place because it's Vegas and the nightlife in Vegas and everything else would be like that. Started playing that night. It's the first live in years. Oh my gosh, this is the greatest thing ever. And it's just this whole world opens up. I don't even know how much I need to stand.
We were trying to party Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night, some Friday we went out. Big Bang Baby, we came to hang out with us. He looked at Henny. He goes, thought you said these guys partied. And Kurt said they don't start from midnight.
Bro, this thing they got going on, bro.
This free song, come on.
Everybody doing their name and that. Of course, I'm do this. Speaking of that, I'm about to go look up that dude Ivan.
Living after midnight, rocking till the dawn.
My little rock band in fucking middle school was called the Midnight Rockers.
Was protected from a lot of the evils that lurk in the real world. And having some notoriety, being on television, you got women, you got alcohol, you got drugs, and it's all readily available to you. You get it.
Saw that, oh my goodness, he's actually pretty good. It was worth $3,000 period for him to get me my first job in Louisiana. That could not have happened without those days here.
The pride of Vero Beach, Florida, Harry Taylor.
For Mid-South, there was a young, innocent, cheerful, vibrant, sort of lost young man.
I was scared of everything. It was a lot of confusion, a lot of unknown. How in God's name?
I hate a motherfucker who got like buku fucking followers. Stay on fucking Instagram, but got no pictures. Unfollow.
I couldn't believe it. Because this isn't easy.
Shawn Michaels.
Yeah, but you was unfollowed for a reason.
And very inexperienced, but he has a great deal of natural athletic ability.
We drove 3,000 miles a week.
What else gonna do? Oh.
That you're in the car doing this, and he would ask questions.
That man who is quite handsome.
I was very well mannered. I was quiet, and I wanted to do nothing but work.
Some young people I know
we
everything.
own cows.
Nothing like that.
I don't believe us across the border just to get. Of course we hate trucks. We're farmers. Of course we own cows. I'm Ivan. I help illegals cross the border just to give them back up to immigration. What the farmers? Of course we own cows. We're car guys. Of course we hate trucks. I'm Ivan. My stepmom told me to stop tickling my little brother's feet. She said wait till he's born. Bro, what the fuck? Car guys. Of course we hate trucks. We're soccer players. Of course we're gonna overreact over the smallest injury. I'm Ivan. I go inside schools, set up fireworks, and tell blind kids there's a school shooting. What the? We're construction workers. Obviously, we poop in a porta potty. I'm Ivan. I throw a soccer ball in a group of people in a wheelchair, and I call it Rocket League. Bro, we're construction workers. Obviously, we poop in a porta potty. I'm Ivan. I throw a soccer ball in a group of people in a wheelchair, and I call it Rocket League. We're fast food workers. Of course, we're gonna give you attitude when we take your order. I'm Ivan. I help blind guys cross the street just to let them get hit by a car. We're fast food workers. Of course we get underpaid. I'm Ivan. I put itchy powder on full body amputees to watch them wiggle like worms. We're fast food workers. Of course we get underpaid. I'm Ivan. Guys, of course we got dark humor. I'm Ivan. I throw crack in the street to watch two homeless people fight. Bro, you need to be locked up. We're guys. Do you ever take your fucking pocket? Yeah, it's nothing new from your kind. Bro, what? I don't even want your money, you illegal immigrant. Let's look on some chicken wings. What? Go eat some tacos. Go pick some cotton. Do you ever take your fucking pocket? Yeah, it's nothing new from your kind. Bro, what? I don't even want your money, you illegal immigrant. Let's look on some chicken wings. What? Go eat some tacos. Go pick some cotton. We're immigrants. Of course we're scared of cops. I'm Ivan, and I pull plugs in the hospital to see who dies first. We're immigrants. We're black. Of course we like chicken. I'm Ivan. Every time
Bro, them random rain bursts be kind of scary.
Of course we like chicken. I'm Ivan. Every time I drive and hit somebody, I add 5 points to the score. Bro, you're a fucking black. Of course we're guys. Obviously we like going for drives. I'm Ivan. I eat chicken in front of starving black kids to see if they're hungry. What the f***, guys? Obviously we like going for drives.
Damn. That was they.
Guys, obviously we like going for drives. We're BMW. Oh, he's talking to you guys.
Oh, that's this dude?
No antique farming equipment.
I was been supposed to follow him.
Let's go, bro. What the? We're BMW drivers. Of course we think we have the best car. I'm Ivan, and we're like black people. You already said that. Ivan, we're BMW drivers. Of course we think we have the best car. I'm Ivan, and I don't like black people. You already said that. Ivan, we're streamers. We stream on Super Live and earn money while engaging with our viewers. I'm Ivan, and I like to steal dogs and put them in a cage. Bro, these dogs are not yours! We're streamers. We stream on Super Live and earn money while engaging with our viewers. We're Amazon employees. Of course, we're hiding in the bathroom for half our shift. I'm Ivan, and everything in the store is gonna be free. What? Why? Bro, what the fuck, Ivan? Stop! No, I don't know this guy. We're Amazon employees. Of course, we're hiding in the bathroom for half our shift. I'm Ivan, and everything in the store is gonna be free. What? Why? What the fuck, Ivan? We're fast food workers. Of course, we get treated like shit. I'm Ivan, and I like to wait. We're rugby players. We're fast food workers. Of course, we get treated like shit. I'm Ivan, and I like to wait. I'm black. No, that's my body. We're fast food workers. Of course, we get treated like shit. I'm Ivan, and I like to wait. I'm black. No, that's my body. We're rugby players. Of course, we weigh over 200 pounds. I'm Ivan, and I throw newborn babies in the trash. Bro, what? Ivan, what the fuck? No! We're rugby players. Of course, we weigh over 200 pounds. I'm Ivan, and I throw newborn babies in the trash. We're referees. Of course, we can get paid off. I'm Ivan, and I like to whip black people to remind them of the good old times. Bro, what? We're referees. We're football players. Of course, we got a concussion or two. I'm Ivan. I asked my kindergarten crush out. She said no, so I went back to teaching. Bro, you Of course, we got a concussion or two. I'm Ivan. I asked my kindergarten crush out. She said no, so I went back to teaching. Bro, you were the teacher. Football teachers. Of course, we don't get paid enough for this. I'm Ivan, and I was on the Jeffrey Epstein. No. Teachers. Of course, we don't get paid enough for this. I'm Ivan, and I was on the Jeffrey Epstein. No. We're car guys. Of course, we're gonna rev our engines. I died to possess girls' bodies and touch them inappropriately. Ivan, I don't like black people. Wait, no. I'm deaf. I'm racist. I give kids fentanyl and tell them it's candy.
Oh my god.
Ivan, I don't like black people. Wait, no. I'm deaf. Ivan, of course we're... Ivan, I don't like black people. Wait, no. I'm deaf. Ivan, what the fuck are you doing? I'm racist. I give kids fentanyl and tell them it's candy. Ivan, what the fuck? I'm Ivan. On my free time, I help fight kids with cancer. Bro, what the fuck? I'm Ivan. I gave that homeless guy a sandwich after I wiped my ass with it. On my free time, I like to throw hot grease at people. Bro, where did you get that? Ivan, I adopt orphans to give them false hope just to give them back up for adoption. Ivan, bro, just a bad human. Ivan, but sometimes they call me R. Kelly. Bro, what? Why? I'm Ivan. I just made a purchase today. What? Bro, what the fuck? I'm Ivan. I piss on blind kids and tell them it's raining. What? Here, just record it. I'm Ivan, and I like to chase girls in the alleyway at night. Bro, what? No, stop! I'm Ivan, and I like to raw dog squirrels. Bro, what the fuck? I'm Ivan. I like to throw hot shit at people. Bro, what is it? I'm Ivan. I let them people's eyes to let them see where I'm coming from. I'm Ivan, and I was on the Jeffrey Epstein. No! Bro, they can't add that to the list. I want to kill myself. Okay, that one make I'm Ivan. I can say I'm Ivan, and I like to fire on homeless people's faces. Bro, what? I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm Ivan. I told you I was gonna do it. Do what? No! I'm a ghost. Of course I like to hawk. What the fuck? Ivan? Ivan, I don't think black people. Wait, no. We're pilots. Of course we sound like middle-aged white guys. I'm a ghost. Of course I like to honk. We're mailmen. Of course dogs don't like us. I'm Ivan. I told you I was gonna do it. Do what? We're middle-aged. Of course we got back pain. I'm Ivan, and I like to fire on homeless people. We're cowboys. Of course we ride horses. I'm Ivan. I can say we're GameStop. We're cowboys. Of course we ride horses. I'm Ivan. I can say nigga now. How the fuck did you do that? We're cowboys. We're GameStop. Of course we're gonna underpay you for your items. We're cowboys. Of course we ride horses. I'm Ivan. I can say nigga now. How the fuck did you do that? What?
Radio, tell me everything you know. I to see at the radio.
Of course we're GameStop. Of course we're gonna underpay you for your items. Kill yourself, bro. They can't add that to the list. Only kill myself. Okay, that would be. We're GameStop. Of course we're gonna underpay you for your items. Kill yourself, bro. They can't add that to the list. Only kill myself. Okay, that wouldn't make. We're black. Of course we run when we hear sirens. I'm Ivan. I let them people's eyes to let them see me. We're retail workers. Of course we're about to quit. I'm Ivan. I like to throw hot shit at people. We're dentists. Of course kids think we're evil. I'm Ivan, and I like to raw dog squirrels. Bro, we're black. Of course we like Kool-Aid. Bro, why are we here? Just record that. We're cops. Obviously we like donuts. I'm Ivan. I piss on blind kids until... We're adults. Of course we're gonna road rage. I'm Ivan. I just made a purchase today. We're from Colorado. All we do is skiing. I'm Ivan, but sometimes they call me R. Kelly. Bro, African. Of course we're gonna attempt to play soccer. I'm Ivan. I adopt orphans to be... We're American, and we don't care if we don't have free healthcare. I'm Ivan. On my free time, I like to throw hot grease at... Good guys. We give back to the community and help out as much as we can. I'm Ivan. I gave that homeless guy a sandwich. Gamers. Of course we're gonna have anger issues. I'm Ivan. On my free time, I help fight kids with cats. Of course we're gonna make you feel bad about eating meat. I'm racist. I give kids fentanyl and tell them... We're teenagers. Of course we're gonna make stupid decisions. I'm deaf. Ivan. Yo, bro, why you... We're teenagers. Of course we're gonna make stupid decisions. I'm deaf. Ivan, what the fuck? We're teenagers. Of course we're gonna make... Good decisions. I'm dead. Yeah, bro, why you ain't ordering? Bro, I'm trying to order, but they keep giving me death threats. You mean death threats? No, bro, death threats. Look. Hey, homie, do you want a box for your food? Hey, you want to park you like that? What's up with it then, nigga? This kid is saying, wait, dinosaurs had what, bro?
Bro, dinosaurs had slaves, bro, look!
They had slaves? Bro, this...
Niggasaurus.
For the picture, bro. Alright, I got you, bro. You good, bro? Yeah, I'm good. We're American. Of course we're gonna think we're smart, and if you're from any other country, that you're dumber than us. I'm Ivan. I don't like black people. Wait, no. We're oh, can I get my food? Why don't you do a job? Excuse me. I'm talking to you. Bro, is that Mr. Beast on Fortnite?
Yeah, bro, they got Ariana Grande, The Weeknd, the Ninja Turtles.
Is that Travis Scott?
Yo, I think that's you.
No, that is me. Restaurant and order his favorite meal. Got any dogs or cats? Bro, what? Are you gonna order?
I'll get it to you.
With the first pick in the draft, the United States selects Omar Newsom. Bro, there's no traffic. I don't even know why he's posted up over here, bro. Go! Bro, there's no traffic. I got my shoulders today, but the arms still got the... Can you record right? I'm in the bathroom right now, bro. And just because I'm wearing this suit, bro, this dude just walks in. All right, man, let's hear it. Bro, you suck. Get out of here, boy. What are you doing right now? What did he just... Whoa, he's so good.
Ain't that nigga.
Eat this sandwich. There's no bun.
Thank you for sunshine. Thank you for rain.
Bro, why are you here?
Let's make breakfast. Did you just crack the egg on me? You stupid.
It's a job, bro. It's a job. Where the peanut butter at, bro? I don't want it. Sure? Yeah, I'm good. I don't want it. Bro, I'm so thirsty. Yo, free drink. What the? What are you doing? Got my shoulders today, but the arms still got the... Paid for a cheap house, so they died under it. Bro, what does that stone say? I don't know. It's pretty hard to read. I swear, that's harder than Shaq's wife having her first child. What? He's almost there! I'm a baby.
I'm a baby.
Santa? Santa, you didn't deliver nothing to me last year. Why was that? Bro, how was the movie? Bro, that was the most trash movie I ever seen since they made that remix of Ratatouille. Whoa! How are you picking colors so good? Wait, what's under your hat? Is that a monkey?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Ready? Bro, who made this sandwich? There's no bun.
Thank you for sunshine. Thank you for rain.
Bro, why are you here? Ready? Bro, who just pull the baby out and then cut the umbilical cord. What are you doing? I'm working from home. You could literally get fired for this. But I didn't know. Like on my Asian when we didn't know what a Caucasian was. Bro, what are you doing? It's a Caucasian. That's not what it means, bro. Oh my. Pull the... Yo, what's good, Brody? How's work?
Excuse me. Oh well. I'm not even.
Season.
Blah blah blah. Oh God.
Before, of course. Oh, great. Yeah, but it's like for me, I put my little sauce in it. You gotta put your own flavor in it. But this is Tesco's flavor. A little bit of side with a.
Right. Man. I really want to get some fucking dashes in today, but they want a motherfucker to be wet. I hate that shit. I hate it. It makes me fucking sick. I swear to God, bro. Makes me so fucking sick to my motherfucking stomach. These motherfuckers just don't understand. They don't. They don't. Oh God.
Over business, he's actually pretty good. It's worth $3,000 period for him to get me my first job in Louisiana. That was not happen those days.
The pride of Vero Beach, Florida, Terry Taylor.
First time I met Shawn Michaels working for Mid-South, there was a young, innocent, cheerful, vibrant, sort of lost young man.
I was scared of everything. It was a lot of confusion, a lot of unknown. How in God's name is this supposed to go on? They came walking through the back and Terry Taylor was standing there at the curtain.
I said, how long have you been in business? He goes, that was my first match. I couldn't believe it. Because this isn't easy.
Shawn Michaels, very young man and very inexperienced, but he has a great deal of natural athletic ability.
We drove 3,000 miles a week. That means there's a lot of time that you're in the car doing this. And he would ask questions.
That man who is quite handsome.
I was very well mannered. I was quiet, and I wanted to do nothing but learn.
Some young people come in, I know everything. Nothing like that with Shawn. Humble, passionate, driven, hungry.
At about 6 months, the owner, Bill Watts, came to me and he got me set up in Kansas City. I was going to have the opportunity to begin to grow as a wrestler, as a performer.
We hear all this like Shawn Michaels coming in with us. Damn, nobody's got any attention like this. What's wrong with us? We walked in the dressing room, and this guy had real short hair, green tights, pulled up to under his chest. He asked this nerd, like, hey, do you know who Shawn Michaels is? And then leaned back and goes, I'm Shawn Michaels. Oh, damn, we got some work to do. They threw us together because they needed a match real quick. We didn't have time to prepare for it, but
we set up in Kansas City. I was going to have the opportunity to begin to grow as a wrestler, as a performer.
We hear all this like Shawn Michaels coming in with us. Damn, nobody's got any attention like this. What's wrong with us? We walked in the dressing room, and this guy had real short hair, green tights, pulled up to under his chest. And we asked this nerd, like, hey, do you know who Shawn Michaels is? And then leaned back and goes, I'm Shawn Michaels. Oh, damn, we got some work to do. They threw us together because they needed a match real quick. We didn't have time to prepare for it, but it clicked.
Marty just carried himself with such confidence. He was enjoying himself. He was outgoing. I was so sort of shy, conservative.
Shawn came from a military family. Shawn was protected from a lot of the evils that lurk in the real world. And having some notoriety, being on television, you got women, you got alcohol, you got drugs, and it's all readily available to you.
Yeah, he liked it right away. But at first it wasn't old enough. So he had to wait in the parking lot. We'd bring girls down to him and beer down to him.
Marty and Jay, one day said, you see something in you. It's just dying to get out. He said, you just need somebody to bring it out of you. I'm going to bring it out.
From the Showboat Hotel and Casino in Las Vegas, Nevada, this is AWA Championship Wrestling on ESPN.
So I was 20 years old, TV tapings are in Las Vegas. At that time, Marty and I knew he was out there, so we just started looking around. All of a sudden, there he is down there playing and go down there and went just pull it down.
We're sitting there with him, and all of a sudden we hear this ding, 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 ding. Red lights go flashing around, and Shawn hit 777s.
What's $750? The first time. The irony of it now, like, oh, maybe I'll this place because it's Vegas and the nightlife in Vegas and everything else would be like that. Started later that night. It's the first climbing in, first line of blow, and it's, oh my God, $750.
Sitting there with him, and all of a sudden we hear this ding, 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 ding. Red lights go flashing around, and Shawn hit 777s.
What's $750? The first time. The irony of it now, like, oh, maybe I'll this place because it's Vegas and the nightlife in Vegas and everything else would be like that. Started later that night. It's the first climbing in, first line of blow, and it's, oh my gosh, this is the greatest thing ever. And it's just this whole world opens up. I'd have never been able to get that guy out of it. And Marty is the guy that helped tap into that. I don't even know how much I knew was there.
Me and Shawn partied Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night. Come Friday, we burn out. Big Man Vader, he comes to hang out with us. He looked at Kurt Hennig, and he goes, I thought you said these guys partying. And Kurt said they don't start till midnight.
The Midnight Riders, what a sensational pair they are.
And he's like,
Hey! Yeah, the one butt left.
Magic. The Judas Priest song, come on. Give in after midnight.
Rockin' till the dawn.
Midnight Rockers had a hell of a run in the NWA that had TV on ESPN.
World Tag Team Championship is Marty Jannetty and Shawn Michaels' goal.
They were smaller guys, but they could work with the Giants and have a great match.
The Tag Team Championship of the world is what they are fighting for here tonight.
The blood match, if you will, was the first time that a national audience got exposed to the talent of the Midnight Rockers.
This is absolute mayhem.
The match itself was very bloody, very gory. That was kind of like a defining moment in their career that they were made at that level.
If we was on the road 300 days a year, we partied 290 of them. We used to do a lot of drugs. There's a lot of powder around.
You look at rock stars, you look at rock bands. There was a tendency to want to go wild and destroy things.
It's fun when you're young, because you feel like a rebel. We made it, man. Look at this. You know, beer bottle up against the wall. It was like, oh, we'll pay for it later.
We always did the job, but it was just partying all night. Destroyed a room with the showboats, and we got the entire the entire company got kicked out of there. It wasn't very long that we had a reputation, and once you get it, everybody else knows you got it. WWE was starting to really separate itself. That's where you wanted to go. That's where you set your goals. Finally, Marty got a call to go into New York.
In 1987, the Rockers started in Buffalo, New York. Marty and Shawn looked at this as their big break. That night in the bar, the other talent looked at Shawn and Marty as these two young punks with a chip on their shoulder. They're going to have to earn the respect of the WWE locker room.
We were scared, man. We were scared. So that night, that's why we kind of kept to ourselves. And Terry Garvin come up and he said, no, don't do that. Don't do that. Y'all have to mingle.
And then all of a sudden, Jimmy Jack Funk, he came over. He's hammered down these drinks. And he's like, hey, you guys big partiers. He starts eating his glass. Come on, let's do it. I at least gotta be a little bit tough. So then I make my glass a little bit. And that was it. Turn around, I leave. I would never say we didn't earn our reputation with any of that, but the wrestling business is one giant fish story. Alright, so something happened once in the wrestling business that gets magnified to 10 times.
Some people say that Shawn or Marty threw a beer bottle, which started a chain of events that couldn't be stopped.
And these two guys, I mean, they're in there just getting crazy, tearing up the bar, throwing stuff all over the place. And it's not at all what happened.
The next day, Shawn and Marty were fired, and it was over for them after one day. From just the story and the hearsay and innuendo.
I normally get reasons as to why I wanted to disband, and I'm sure I did with them, but that was one and done out.
He said, guys don't like you. He said, they won't let you make it here. In my mind, I'm 23, and it's over. That was my one big shot. It happened now, and it's gone. That's nice. Take a look, take over. We'll watch it, and I'll show you.
Shawn Michaels put his heart and soul into being the best pro wrestler that he could possibly be. And he does the exact same thing as a coach and as a producer.
Stop there, look at each other. Can that stuff take a little longer?
Yeah, he will find ways to pick apart every little thing to make it better.
Shit. You can't hold back on that because it's going to cause you back to get over.
Shawn has this amazing ability to instill a confidence in you.
This was tremendous.
And when someone like Shawn Michaels gives that to you, that's all the motivation that you need.
Oh, that's fake. They went without the fucking green light being showed up.
Shawn and Marty being fired for the first
day of meeting is Marty and Sean run the race everywhere. You know?
Birmingham, Alabama. I'm gonna wrestle. I was wrestling for 25 people, $300 running $60. Yeah, another $60 for $2. What I did when I showed up.
I was really involved about how the wrestling was. At that time, we was doing all of that. And we were talking about wrestling. We were watching wrestling videos. Studying. I had to go home to my girlfriend like 2 or 3 or 4 in the morning. Sometimes the next morning the sun was out. And evidently the way he says it, I let him down because I didn't stay with him. He was like, okay, you know what we're doing.
If you're up at 4 o'clock in the morning coming down from the Yale, that's like scary dream. Because the flow is just so really new. I was like, man, if I had a gun this one of those times and I had breakfast and I would have the balls to do it. At that time, sort of like my parents, their suffering is what pulled me back from that. But the thing is, I never suffered the truth. So I'm not telling my kids, I'm just partying if you ever do blood.
Sean and Marty, they wanted to come back. I remember Pat Patterson giving them the advice to continue to work and continue to first reputation that and prove to us that you belong. And that's what Marty and Sean did. That was instrumental. He's a great talent. And definitely didn't make that decision because he's a jerk and he did some stupid things, but that was right. I was there and thinking that
What they say? 1 minute remaining. I never got that shit before.
Yes, sir.
At that time, we was doing a lot of cocaine. And we would talk about wrestling, and we would watch wrestling videos, and we would study. I had to go home to my girlfriend like 2 or 3 or 4 in the morning. Sometimes the next morning the sun was out. And evidently the way he says it, I let him down because I didn't stay with him more. And he was by himself. When you're doing cocaine, you don't want to be alone.
When you're up at 4 o'clock in the morning coming down from the Yale, that's like, it's very dreary. Because the low is just so really new. I was like, man, if I had a gun, this is one of those times that I was reckless enough to have the balls to do it. And at that time, their suffering is what pulled me back from that. But the thing is, I never told them the truth. So I'm not telling my kids, Mom, I'm just partying and never doing blow.
Sean and Marty, they wanted to come back. I remember Pat Patterson giving them the advice to continue to work and continue to reverse the reputation that you have. And prove to us that you belong. And that's what Marty and Sean did.
Pat was instrumental in Vince. He's a great talent. And it was difficult for me to make that decision because he's a jerk and he's doing some stupid things. But Pat was right.
I was there in '88 when they came back. It had been a year since the Rockers had kind of screwed up on their first day.
We're going to bring you back from on probation. You keep it together. Yes, sir.
I met Sean in 1990. They were pretty much, fun-loving guys. They even tested.
Meet Milo. He's part border collie, part terrier, and part party animal. Meet the new Bissell Little Green Hydro Steam Pet. It's part portable upholstery cleaner, part ground saver, part steam-powered stain remover, and part party animal patrol. Every purchase 6 pets, like Milo. Bissell, a new breed of clean.
I need a little bit of good dinner, their antics. Actually, they were both pretty much peckerheads. I mean, I gotta call spade a spade.
Rocker's got a bag full of tricks, and you ain't seen nothing yet, so get ready, cause here we come.
I was like, man, if I had a gun, this is one of those times that I was reckless enough to have the balls to do it. And at that time, it would have wrecked my parents. Their suffering is what pulled me back from that. But the thing is, I never told them the truth. So I'm not telling them, geez, Mom, I'm just partying and hammered new blow.
Sean and Marty, they wanted to come back. I remember Pat Patterson giving them the advice to continue to work and continue to reverse the reputation that you have. And prove to us that you belong. And that's what Marty and Sean did.
Pat was instrumental in saving Vince. He's a great talent. And it was difficult for me to make that decision because he was a jerk. I mean, doing some stupid things, but Pat was right.
I was there in '88 when they came back. It had been a year since
God.
the Rockers had kind of screwed up on their first day.
We're going to bring you back to John probation. Keep it together. Yes, sir.
These guys are excitement personified. They'll be high
I met Sean in 1990. They were pretty much, fun-loving guys. They even tested me a little bit with their antics. Actually, they were both pretty much peckerheads. I mean, I gotta call spade a spade.
Rocker's got a bag full of tricks, and you ain't seen nothing yet, so get ready, cause here we come.
They were definitely innovators, doing tandem moves together. Such a cohesive unit. Fans were nuts for them, especially the women. The long hair and all that.
There was a transitional moment happening in the business where the athleticism was picking up, the ability to do things that Sean and Marty could do.
Tag team wrestling now has been impacted a great deal by what Marty and I did.
First time you ever make a magazine is huge. And we'd always go through the store and stop looking at magazine racks. And then one time I heard a shot. Oh my God. He has a picture of us. He said, from imitators to innovators. And he's holding it up. He was so proud. And I was like, oh man, we did it.
Shawn Michaels, Marty Kennedy, the Booker!
That's a real notch and belt. Should be on Saturday night's main event.
Saturday night's main event was finally going to be the Rockers winning the tag team championship against Red Hart, Jim the Anvil Knight.
It was going to be 5 stars. It was going to be as good a match as we ever had.
We're in the process of having that match, and all of a sudden, the rope breaks. Brett, the consummate pro, he understands not live, it's taped. We can fix all this.
It's taped. All you got to do is grab a hold, and then they'll fix it, and then you're still in that hold, and the match can carry on. And I told him, I said, just fix the rope.
Fix the rope, we'll take care of this. And then we get word just to continue without it. So that's what we do.
It was a disaster, and I was so sick about it.
We get our championship victory. We are doing our best to look excited in what is this huge, steaming pile of crap in the ring.
It just looked horrible. So the match never aired.
Vince calls me and said, we're not going to acknowledge that you won. We'll give the belts back.
That's bullshit.
Okay. Are we going to have another?
That's bullshit.
No, probably just going to go another direction. Unbelievably disappointed because that's not what you imagine that moment being. None. No.
Yeah, that's bullshit right there.
We on the road 300 days a year for years. Same hotel, same car. Some of the same girls. I remember we were in Denver. Roddy Piper came in the room and we had a few girls there. And Roddy kept bragging on Sean.
He was stirred up a lot as far as saying, I could be a singles and, have great success and things like that.
And he'd look at me and go, we gotta work on you. You're still rough around the edges. I was like, Roddy, should we talk about that some other time? And Sean shoved me at that point.
Everybody got in a fight because everybody was not in their, best frame of mind, like all the time.
And he tackled me in the hallway, and then I didn't want to hit him once, let alone, over and over. And boy, like, it looked like he, better than deer or something.
There was speculation that Marty Jannetty and Shawn Michaels are not getting along. There was speculation that Shawn Michaels is kind of wanting to go on his own. And
all of my success at that point was tag team. But there was never a time in my career where someone didn't say to me, like, I think you've got some talent. It was eventually going to come down to me.
I remember when the first time he told me, I want to be the world champion one day. I don't want to tag the rest of our career. That just needs you to let me know when you're ready for that. Don't spring it on me. And he sprung it on me anyway.
welcome to the barbershop, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome them right now. They're the Rockers.
Oh, is that nigga real hair, bro? That shit is crazy.
Maybe you guys are gonna break up. You're gonna have some problems.
I didn't become familiar with Shawn until he showed up in WWE with Marty Jannetty as the Rockers. That's my first introduction to Shawn Michaels.
Oh, I knew he was gonna do that. I just knew he was gonna do that.
I would argue the barbershop window is the greatest tag team breakup of all time. It is the standard bearer for turning on a friend.
The stripper did? Oh, he later did. Oh, he got me back for Denver.
It was so effective that it made Shawn one of the most hated men in wrestling. Shawn Michaels changed forever on that day.
Oh, man. But that's the moment where a lot of people start fucking with him though. That's crazy. That is crazy. I ain't start understanding that shit until I got older, man. Cause I tell everybody, bro. Edge and fucking Randy Orton, bro, used to hate them bitches. Then them bitches formed a tag team together, bitch. I was pissed.
Strange thing with Marty because without him, so much of the good doesn't happen. But there's a ceiling on being a tag team, period. Whether it's called a leading man as opposed to a leading duo, it's just a natural evolution.
Now everybody is going to find out what Shawn Michaels has known all along. That he is without a doubt the hottest thing the World Wrestling Federation has ever laid eyes on.
The Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels, was something that Shawn just pretty much came up with. I don't think that anybody really mapped out the Heartbreak Kid.
It's sort of Elvis meets Freddie Mercury. Shawn Michaels is it was allowing me a vehicle to let this other person out. To get out there in front of a bunch of people and you can just be somebody you've never been.
No, I don't know where all that came from.
I don't know where all that came from. Mom's like, oh no, this is not my boy.
Be somebody you've never been.
No, I don't know where all that came from. I really don't. I figured Shawn Michaels could do whatever he wanted to. What, an alter ego, maybe.
The Kentucky waterfall mullet. All time. Dangling earrings. The village people outfit. Your girlfriend wants it. You're gonna go over and kick his ass. But maybe he's gonna kick yours and take her anyway. And that's where his heat was. I was a pretty kid. I was a pretty man. We went down there one time. Could play the part of Mr. Confident and everything else, could do everything under the sun, could do like Elvis and Freddie Mercury were on stage. They were so freaking positive, but in their lives they struggled. There was something there between me and those individuals that I could relate to. You are not comfortable with who you are. You're not comfortable with yourself. Not knowing who I was as a human being out there, you're playing this role, but you can do it with just unbridled confidence. And you absolutely cannot do it by yourself in your own hotel room.
I am a high-performance, state-of-the-art wrestling machine.
I think any great character will be confused between the human being and the character. And Sean Higginbottom kind of morphed into the Heartbreak Kid at all times. Sean was becoming a little bit more difficult.
And the Intercontinental title is coming to the sexiest man.
Hey, WWE was still the land of the giants, and there were still a lot of big guys. And Sean wanted to break through what he considered a glass ceiling of, I'm not 6'8", I'm not 300 pounds, I want to be what I am, and I want to be the guy.
When you are that talented and that hell-bent on succeeding, without the chip on your shoulder of being the little guy, to get to where you need to be and to stand his ground, you had to fight for what you wanted.
I was at the very least as good or better than anybody else that I was sharing a locker room with. I was getting an opportunity that not many guys like me were going to get.
Sean may have been 6'1", but his ego and the chip on his shoulder made him 9'5". By 92, 93, we were kind of champion at the time, looking for Sean to really step up and become a huge star for us.
One thing I did have is I wasn't scared of anything. I was the most dangerous person in the world because I had nothing to lose. And when you are like that in a creative line of work, you are freaking unbeatable.
The process of studying Shawn Michaels matches, the one that many people go back to is the infamous ladder match. The match that Shawn Michaels and Razor Ramon made famous at WrestleMania 10.
We are making history here.
So right before WrestleMania 10, leading up, there was a suspension with Shawn, where Shawn had been out of the company for a while. Shawn left as the Intercontinental Champion.
Yeah, he failed a drug test for roids. At that time, brother, pills were being passed around in bars. Like guys go, here, man, Canadian Valium, here, take this.
Sean,
Canadian Valium.
he should have been suspended, was pissed off. Vince didn't want to put up with him. Thought he was an out-of-control egomaniac.
And they tell Sean to send the belt back, and he says, no, I'm not sending it back.
Sean decides he wants to come back. Well, Razor's Intercontinental Champion. Take both championship belts, hang them above the ring. You fight to climb the ladder. Whoever gets championships above the ring, that's your true champion.
And 2 Intercontinental Championship belts hanging from above.
For the following contest, there are no rules.
It's the most barbaric, insane, car crash excitement you've ever seen.
I was able to have a presence that I don't think they knew that I had. It isn't about size, it is about presence.
Sean actually lost the match, but it put Sean in a different level that people believed this little bastard could do anything. If you didn't before, or you didn't want to believe,
shit,
Sean made you believe.
Super kick the shit out of him.
The sales team could become a sales dynasty.
Okay, this weekend we have one of our bigger events, the 5-man ladder match. So, many years ago, it was just 2 of us and one ladder. And now we're shutting it and taking it to a whole other level.
I always dreamed of being in a ladder match, obviously, because of Shawn and Razor. ladder matches are about crazy stunts, big falls, the car crash of the life. He is the face of the ladder match. And to have him kind of help us out, have him kind of watch over us, you can't dream of it. It hits perfectly.
I met him in the locker room, 1993, and wanted to know if I would be interested in becoming his bodyguard. And the first thing out of Sean's mouth is, just so you know, everybody hates us. The bodyguard position was 24/7. It wasn't just on television persona. It's a lot of people didn't like it.
Shawn Michaels was misunderstood all throughout his career. It was
all throughout his career.
He was, frankly, Shawn was selfish. Shawn did have an out-of-control ego. Shawn did feel he was better than everybody else. To be successful and to take it to the next level, you have to start looking out for yourself. It's not a team sport.
God damn!
Shawn
Good thing I got something to cook in this bitch, cause I swear I was going to go to my motherfucking mama.
I don't care what you're thinking if you want to work with him. Shawn Michaels, Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, 1, 2, 3 Kid, and then Paul Levesque, Triple H. These were guys that loved hanging out with him, and hence...
No, I ain't gonna turn it on yet. Started to turn my phone back on, but nah, not yet.
Shawn Michaels...
The bodyguard position was 24/7. It wasn't just on television persona. It's a lot of people didn't like it.
Shawn Michaels was misunderstood all throughout his career. There was a certain perception that he was, frankly, Shawn was selfish. Shawn did have an out-of-control ego. Shawn did feel he was better than everybody else. To be successful and to take it to the next level, you have to start looking out for yourself. It's not a team sport.
The one thing that was the saving grace for Shawn was he was so good in the ring. As a performer, you work with a guy that makes you look that good. I don't care what you're thinking if you want to work with him.
Shawn Michaels, Kevin Nash, Scott Hall, 1, 2, 3 Kid, and then Paul Levesque, Triple H. These were guys that loved hanging out with him, and hence the clique began to form.
We all just hit it off, man. It was, all we did was talk about something about the business. We were all just so passionate about it.
The perception was that the clique was all-knowing and all-powerful, and that if you crossed the clique, they'll just go to Vince and we'll be blackballed.
They couldn't call it any shots, but I listened, and they had some really good ideas. Really smart individually. Shawn was very smart. He wasn't so around it. Shawn had an attitude. When he drank even more so, on top of pills. And Shawn was saying the wrong thing at the wrong time. And he was protected in the WB environment, but outside of that environment. Shawn Michaels, British Bulldog, 1, 2, 3 Kid, walk into a bar. Me, Scott, and Kev were in Europe. It's where we find out that this all happened. Bunch of Marines in a tough bar. Every eye in that place turns to the 3 wrestlers that just walked in the door, of which Shawn is the megastar. Every girl in that place starts to look at Shawn. Shawn is very enamored with that, and Shawn is at this point in his life like, what are you looking at? The problem jarhead? They go to walk out, 6 Marines walk out. That is Shawn and leave him on the side of the car.
Now.
And the last thing I can remember is there being the coat check. The next thing is waking up in the hospital. And everything else is a complete blank.
That was 4 days out of a 7-day week. Situations like that.
Getting beat up by 9 guys at Syracuse, to me, there's not a whole lot of shame in it. That kind of stuff just sort of happens to me. I had 2 choices. Sit home and cry, or to come out and be in pain. I got news for you, folks. I'm all cried up.
His moment of existence was the 20 minutes in the ring every night. He wouldn't be messed up. He'd go in there and he'd kill it every night. And then the second he was done, I'm in pain. And I took some stuff so I wouldn't be in pain. I'm messed up. Why would you hang out with his misery 24/7? No, it's not. It's again like your brother. It's like a family member. Shawn owes his life. Triple H, Paul Levesque owes his life to me.
Shawn Michaels knows that the greatest match of his life must come this Sunday night.
By the time you get to the mid-90s, Bret Hart has become a crowd favorite. Bret is a very soft-spoken, quiet Canadian gentleman. Shawn is an outspoken, loud, brash American. Only one person can beat the absolute alpha dog. The Iron Man match, the boyhood dream realized, it added another layer to the Shawn Michaels character.
The Iron Man match is the opportunity where I get to, get my first world championship.
And this was just a year later? Fuck no.
First world championship.
Oh, two. I was about to say, bro. I was about to fucking say. Okay. Jesus Christ.
We started to have our issues. I was never big on the click idea. It was a testing match in a lot of ways. There's a famous part where I jump off the second rope. He comes up and kicks me in the face as hard as he could, and he almost knocked me out. We stiffed each other a lot of times in the match. Boyhood dreams come true. That was some boyhood dream was, and that's exactly what happened.
It was a very big moment in my career. It's like, it's the first world championship, and you're like, the picture being different. I wasn't in a good place and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of responsibility that goes with that. Now, every guy in that locker room, their well-being, their life, their livelihood and all that, depends on the job that you do. It all falls on your shoulders. The whole thing was uncomfortable.
Yep, turn my phone on.
Looking for protection design. Try Poise overnight pads. With a 75% wider back, Poise's most absorbent pad provides up to 12 hours of protection to help you sleep worry-free. Try Poise overnight pads.
We got into 1996. Ted Turner, who owned WCW competitors, was being very aggressive in his quest for new talent. Scott Hall and Kevin Nash, they were going to leave and go to
This bitch on 67? Come
the last
on.
matches being in New York and Madison Square Garden. On May 19, 1996, one of the greatest days of wrestling and my life as well. Me and my friend went to
Now, every guy in that locker room, their well-being, their life, their livelihood and all that, depends on the job that you do. It all falls on your shoulders. The whole thing was uncomfortable.
As we got into 1996, Ted Turner, who owned WCW, our competitors, was being very aggressive in his quest for new talent. Scott Hall and Kevin Nash, they were going to leave and go to Ted Turner's WCW. The last matches being in New York and Madison Square Garden. On May 19, 1996, one of the greatest days of wrestling and my life as well. Me and my friend went to a house show which was not televised. We would sneak in a camera past security and we would film the shows. It was like, I don't know. The end of the show is Shawn Michaels giving a piece of a super kick, match is over. And then all of a sudden, there's some opens happen. Like, oh, cool. They start hugging, and I'm screaming like a little girl. This, and it turned out to be on a rehearsed house. They all start hugging and, obviously saying goodbye. It was insane. That night was magical. The business was well protected up until then, and our camera still kept going. The only camera that was there. If
We're not involved in taping current volume, not being talked about as much today.
The place is going insane. Everybody knows everything on the inside of the business. There's no secrets.
People in the business didn't like it. They thought it was the worst thing that happened. And here's this bad guy who we have no idea is friends with all these other guys. It's breaking the fourth wall and just telling people everything we just did to Shawn Michaels. Now hugging and kissing the guy that we just spent 20 minutes beating the hell out of him. We entertained you, but now it's all over the really good buddies. Taboo in the wrestling business. The tape was leaked out to a writer. The tape blows up on its own.
I had no idea it was going to happen. It was something that's never been touched before. I'm watching this and I'm like, what the hell is going on? The click was an insult for a business. If they had done that in the 70s, early 80s, get it all four good, you know. The rest of each other now kiss and say goodbye. Somebody's got to go down for it. Ken's gone. Scott's gone. Sean's the champ. Stuff rolls downhill. And it all rolled on me.
Triple H is the one that probably paid the heaviest price as far as his career kind of hitting a roadblock at that point. Shawn didn't really pay a price.
I was inherently selfish regardless, so I feel I can feel the passion for him as I should have.
There was a bit of a shutdown from Shawn. Business it's okay, but it's not great. You know, there's a lot of banter about Shawn's not working as champion.
Nigga, was that lightning?
He's collapsing under the pressure. I can see him falling apart. Kevin and Scott are done. And I'm all Scott now. He's a mess.
I felt a lot of pressure, and I didn't handle it well. For me, it was all about running and escaping. And honestly, you feel it was running and escaping from the dude that could come.
So much Keith. I got so much Keith in here.
Build up, passed out. Put you on one card.
It ain't that much. It could be more. So I ain't gonna fuck with it.
Put him on a side with Bill O'Brien, so he wouldn't roll over and choke to death and sleep. Set an alarm and get up there in 2-3 hours for a checkup. And that was every night. You know, every night. Sad existence.
We had a drug problem for a while, a serious one, and kind of fell in a hole. But it wasn't until he became champion that I felt that Shawn started to question himself.
The club is dead. The colonel and said I'd like to visit. So flew down to me and say, you're probably not aware of this. Shawn really has a problem. Colonel angry. He just didn't want to hear it.
I don't know that anybody knew how to address it. Even things like rehab, red hairs, I don't know if they knew what it was that you did, except just to be worried. Not long after that, I tweaked my knee. I went to this doctor in San Antonio who doesn't know anything about wrestling. Obviously, sees I tore my ACL. I was like, dude, you're done. Because you're not wrestling for an ACL. I know that over the last several months, I lost a lot of things, and one of them has been my son.
4 days before I was born.
In the ring, to announce he was retired.
Crazy, ain't it? Crazy. Crazy.
Why are you telling me he's a real spy?
What's this?
Oh my God.
Secrets on a whole nother level.
PG-13.
Dr. Oz, I'm so excited to partner with IHER. What is IHER? They're an online health and wellness store that sells tens of thousands.
Because he had a bad knee. I believe his knee was the issue. I always thought the issue was he didn't want to wrestle me at WrestleMania 13 and drop the belt to me. I doubted Shawn's integrity as far as his injury went.
All you little baker one time. Take out that pussyfoot injury. No.
I gotta choose the thing. There's my honesty. My excuses. Drug addicts lie all the time.
Well, I found out that you found her smile again, I should say.
A year off from wrestling, there was really no pay. But that's just not. That isn't feasible. And they said, well, look, you can put a brace on it, it's the bill, and wrap it up. They went, they got me a brace and everything else. I'm like, okay, I can do this.
And it's time for the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels, to return to action.
This was a moment where things needed to change. Business was bad. WCW started to kill us. Put Shawn and I together on TV. Multiply each other's personalities on screen. Put us together. The X is born.
The Generation X consisted of Shawn, Triple H, and China. Two goofs, and Shawn and Hunter, that were immature and did everything that you weren't supposed to do.
Shawn Michaels.
This nigga's stupid. Hey, you're on there.
The Generation X consisted of Shawn, Triple H, and China. Two goofs, and Shawn and Hunter, that were immature and did everything that you weren't supposed to do.
Shawn Michaels. You're a disgrace to professional wrestling.
I saw it as inmates taking over the asylum.
I'm gonna start with that degenerate right beside me with green shirt. Suck it!
Yeah, I can't say I liked it. That's not crotch shots. It could get pretty macho. I don't think it was over the line. You know, we were getting our tails kicked in the ratings. DX took it to the very, very tipping point of going too far. But that's what we need. It was kind of a whole facelift for the company.
Loved it. You say the tribe.
We are the Generation X. You make the rules, and we will find out.
They were the anti-authority. We didn't do anything that way. We were just trying to make each other laugh. Say something so stupid that people go, oh my God, you said that.
Your old lady is not too thrilled with your privates.
You would think the book gets started in trade backstage. No, we're still go to this place angry. We know what this is people on their training is. I had a couple of laughs that we all thought was funny and clearly we liked it.
I'm going out in a blaze of glory.
At that point, Shawn's DX personality and his real personality kind of morphed. So Shawn really never turned it off.
This is what it's come down to. You're looking at somebody that's got no respect for anything.
There was a true animosity between Brett and Shawn. This spiraled completely down.
Yo!
In the beginning, Shawn and Brett, real friends, and the antagonistic relationship that they had on camera, that was all orchestrated. But it became personal. It became personal between Brett and Shawn because one guy would go too far.
I never knew enough to avoid the confrontation. There's something bothering Brett. I made sure that I did.
He stabbed the World Wrestling Federation in the back. Why? For his financial gain. Instead of facing me like a man, you're too busy posing for girly magazines.
You know, I know you don't like me talking about you posing for Playgirl, but you did pose for Playgirl. And we finally got a fisticuff in the dressing room.
Oh my God, Brett tries to go fight and he turns hair up. Like, what? And run over there and fight Shawn. The other people turn their hair this and say, we can do it.
I realize that I hate your guts.
We had a lot of these resets and talks, and we would always end up offending each other quickly right after that.
My sister's birthday, but the year I was born. Man, fuck that shit. I'm about to smoke this last bud. Fuck it. Fuck it. I ain't going no butt.
But they couldn't let Brett leave with the title and then show up on WCW TV the next night. Who's going to win?
I don't know.
Brett thought they and Vince McMahon come up with a different plan. Brett doesn't know about the plan.
We're being told by Vince. Run over there and find Johnny with Chuck Harris and say, what are you doing?
I realize that I hate your guts.
We had a lot of these resets and talks, and we always offending each other quickly right after that.
Nothing.
Brett is the champion, but Brett's on his way to WCW. And he didn't want to drop the title to Shawn. But they couldn't let Brett leave with the title and then show up on WCW TV the next night. Who's going to win?
I don't know.
Brett thought the match was going to go one way. Shawn and Vince McMahon come up with a different plan. Brett doesn't know about the plan.
We're being told by Vince. Wait, this goes to your grave. This is high-level espionage, man. Nobody ever knows this.
Next time, what's best for business?
The whole thing was uncomfortable. I was out there, looking at pictures.
They had created a spot where Shawn was going to put Brett's move, which is a submission hold, the sharpshooter, on Brett. It's definitely one of the most fabled stories in our industry, the Montreal Screwjob.
Just minutes into that match, not one person on planet Earth thinks the match is going to end.
Oh. That nigga Brett looking like, wait, did y'all see my fucking hand move?
Brett. It's definitely one of the most fabled stories in our industry, the Montreal Screwjob.
Just minutes into that match, not one person on planet Earth thinks the match is going to end. So when all of a sudden the bell rings, there's complete confusion as to why the match has ended.
He said Brett submitted, which didn't happen. It was basically a hit to make sure that they got the title off of Brett. I could see Vince yell at him in the bell. They're trying to scoop me.
Didn't know Vince was coming out.
Spit on that nigga.
Yeah, that's me. Right, denial, plausible.
Shawn, you were there on that?
You know, I'm witness. I'm here to clean this one, swear to God. Vince says, I want to take the heat for this. I don't want anyone to think you had anything to do with it. Wait, you got shit. Okay, let's get it. I took the heat. Sure, I didn't want that. Anyone would have shot me. And the crack of nerve and non-speech and out of me.
One punch, and knocked him out cold.
I went straight out cold. And after I knocked Vince out, Shawn was crying. Shawn sat on the bench and was crying. Even though I didn't feel like I did anything wrong that night, you're still carrying the burden by not coming clean with that. Just say, yes, I did. Vince asked Shawn to do something for everyone in this company. Who else would have had the balls, the guts, right or wrong? How many other people would have done it?
I remember going to his house in San Antonio
and I'm driving my minivan down there, got my wife and 3 kids at home, and I pull into his gorgeous home. I don't have $20 in my pocket. And I'll never forget, he put his arms out like this, and he just looked up at me and goes, "You could have had all this." But I realized, somewhere along the way, that I saw him lose so much. He got into drugs, and there was some really bad side effects to his fame.
I looked at Kenny a lot of times, having been wife and a family, and he's been as happy as could be. And I've always looked at and admired and thought it was pretty enviable to have. But when my line of work, it was always wondering, can you have both? Or is that not possible? They don't mix.
The following contest is a basket match for the World Wrestling Federation.
I was gonna say, it's a what match?
The object of a casket match is to beat your opponent down far enough that you can throw them into the casket or coffin and shut the lid. And if you do that, you win the match. Somewhere through the course of that match, I threw him over this giant coffin.
Oh.
I wanted to clear it to go to the floor. And I just didn't quite get far enough, and bam, I just hit that corner. But I didn't really think much about it. He still finished the match. The next day, I just remember getting up like, waking up and not being able to move. First time I recall being in that much pain. We do all the x-rays. Then I blew the disc, and that's kind of stuff that needs to be fused. Doctor says, get wrestling after that. He said, I'm going to be wrestling again, yada, yada, yada. And I said, nobody tells me what to do, so we're going to WrestleMania with Steve. So give me enough drugs, all right? So let's do whatever we can to get me to WrestleMania.
Getting Shawn to WrestleMania was a battle. He had a bad back. He was heavily medicated.
He is the World Wrestling Federation champion and man will defend his title against Stone Cold. But Mike Tyson is the enforcer here, ladies and gentlemen, Shawn Michaels.
I'm too make an ass out of that toughest SOB. I can do that anytime I want. I was gonna have to go myself up, drop the belt to Steve, and then I guess I'll let my career to him.
He was bitter. It had nothing to do with him losing. It had to do with being replaced. He never had his moment. He never had his run. Still the greatest hit that this. Now it's his run. What I do, not the backup guy. One of the most messed up things I ever heard Shawn say in his life is, I should have taken so many pills I died after WrestleMania 10. I'd have been the biggest star of all time.
Ha!
I've been Elvis.
I would have been Elvis. This nigga fucked up.
A drug addict and an angry one. And I need angrier than ever. At that time in my life, that's all I had. I identified who I was with what I was doing in that ring. And without it, I wouldn't have known what to do with my life.
On the day of WrestleMania 14, we barely talked. You know, he didn't feel like doing business with me. Triple H was the kind of between most of it.
He was pissed. He wasn't allowed to talk to Steve about this match. I helped him put it together by going from room to room. And it was so difficult to do. I don't know what Shawn's going to do. If he's retiring, this could be his final. Screw you.
Nobody has ever outperformed Shawn Michaels in a big match situation.
I'm not crazy. My back was pretty bad, being in that much pain. Took the cortisone shots and stuff like that. I feel like I'm putting him over, that's good enough.
Son goes into trouble, you don't want to give him a fade, talk. Even when he's not your team, just talk. He's an irritant, that's what he is. Son, it's our grapes. It was kind of a close blow. Sean was pretty much out for a little while.
Guys, takes the Austin 316 shirt and lays it across Sean's chest. This was adding insult to injury, and this was rubbing salt in the wound. That would have been best suited.
Not exactly the screw job, but it was them getting the last laugh as far as, you know good little prick you put us through hell this week, but we're at least going to get you going out the door.
The new World Wrestling Federation champion, Stone Cold Steve Austin.
He was going to that press conference to just let everybody know I'm pissed off. He walked in the door and he yelled some stuff.
Oh, yeah? No, but it's selfish and...
Not exactly the screw job, but it was them getting the last laugh as far as, you know good little prick you put us through hell this week, but we're at least going to get you going out the door.
The new World Wrestling Federation champion, Stone Cold Steve Austin.
He was going to that press conference to just let everybody know I'm pissed off. He walked in the door and he yelled some stuff.
Oh, yeah? No, but it's selfish and it's stupid. But, you know, that's where it was at that time.
Sean is suffering from ruptured disc as we speak and will not participate at this press conference. Nonetheless, he participated in the arena in an extraordinary way, and there is no athlete in the world that can say they can do what Shawn Michaels does.
I can. Put me in the ring. I bet I'll make that motherfucker cry.
The ones working so things can keep running. There's Ranger.
Cause I gotta move here, you know, when I put a move in, you know, the move works. It's the move that does the move. You feel me?
Forward. I wanted to go back to school because I wanted to be able to provide for my family. I have 5 kids. Definitely wanted to be an example to my kids and show them that you can go back and take care of your needs at the right time. It was definitely the right time. This is my comeback. Start yours at PurdueMobile.edu.
I got on the plane the next morning and went home and began to, let it all sort of sink in. It takes some time before it goes from being time off to the reality of how exactly is the rest of your life going to go when you were done at 33.
Okay, see what I can get them down here.
All they knew at the time was stuff like that you don't recover from. People don't get back in the ring and wrestle again. The thing is, I can't keep coming out here week after week after week, going back and forth with all this. I've got to get busy with my rehab. My physical therapy. My physical therapy for my back. Now I've got a legitimate reason to have pain pills. And I've got a prescription and everything else. I just want to be a pro wrestler. That's what I was trying to go back to. So I began to start the Shawn Michaels Wrestling Academy. We had a couple rings. I had a little workout room. There were a couple guys that came through my school that went on to have WWE success. It was a great experience. It really was. I did it for about 2.5, 3 years.
Only person I recognize is Danny Bryan.
Went on to have WWE success. It was a great experience.
Oh, okay, I see Lance Cade. R.I.P. R.I.P. Is that Brian Kendrick? That cannot be Brian Kendrick. Nah, that ain't Brian Kendrick. That can't be Brian Kendrick.
Experience. It really was. I did it for about 2.5, 3 years. So I'm at home and I'm watching TV. Then all of a sudden it's the introduction of this new Nitro girl. And she's out there with this chair, just doing this dance, and it's captivating, and she's absolutely the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
We were at a rehearsal, and one of the Nitro Girls' wives had mentioned to me that a man named Shawn Michaels, a former wrestler, wanted to meet me, and that was the first time I ever heard of him.
I called her up. We probably talked for 3 hours on the phone each night for 2 weeks.
2 weeks of talking and emailing, and then I flew out to San Antonio to see him, and we dated for about 2 weeks. After that, he told me he loved me. I told him I loved him. 2 weeks after that, we got married.
That's all it takes, a month. I swear. That's energy right there, man. Fuck how crazy it sounds, man. That's energy.
It was fantastic. It's just the greatest thing ever. There was one evening where my pills had kicked in, and I'm out of it.
Shawn was in tremendous pain. When he would take muscle relaxers, he would usually pass out over his food. The very first time that Shawn ever did that was when we were first married, so it was a bit of a shock to me. So I got him in the shower because he had spilled food all over his chest.
Shit.
And I would say it probably happened a couple times a week.
The worst time, again, was when she was 8 months pregnant. She's doing everything she can, 8 months pregnant with her belly, trying to hold me up.
I took pity on him, and I just prayed for him. This is all I could do, but it didn't make me think, what in the world have I gotten into? If I was fearful for our unborn child, and I hoped that it would end whenever the baby was born, and it didn't.
Boy, I had to kill it, bro. I knew I was not tripping.
I don't remember why Shawn was there. I must have been doing something at the show. We all go, me, Taker.
I knew I wasn't tripping.
Vince is in the ring. Now I own WCW. Shawn is messed up, pilled up. So this is a celebratory moment. He's belligerent, loud, falling down, staggering. Vince calls him in, tells him, go home, done with him. Shawn goes ballistic. Walks by me in the hallway, just goes off.
I went browbeat Hunter and obviously.
And I just
I went to go to the refrigerator for water.
Face, screaming match back and forth.
I thought I was tripping, bro. That shit.
I went and said some mean stuff to him and
whatever.
And that's such.
Oh, I hate this rain and shit.
And I don't talk to him for a long time.
We didn't speak. I don't know. I mean, I would think at least a year, 2 years. That was, what do they call it, the rock bottom?
Our son was at the age to where he was, walking around, more aware of things, and it was the night when Shawn had fallen asleep on the couch in a drug-induced sleep, with our son climbing all over him and saying, "Daddy's asleep."
To me, the biggest thing to get was Cameron saying, "Daddy's tired," and it's sort of dawning on me that he was now being able to recognize clearly my state of mind. Went into the bathroom, closed the door, looking at yourself in the mirror, and, I sat there and cried like a baby and wept, realizing that you are failing a 2-year-old little boy. And all of those things sort of came crashing down that night, and it's the first time I ever feel like such a freaking failure.
And I think that was the last straw for him, and when he woke up the next morning, he told me that he was never taking pills or drinking again. And from that point, he didn't. It was an instantaneous letting go of the drugs and alcohol.
I just called him up on the clear blue. I just asked him when the last time he talked to Paul. And he just avoided that situation. I just said, man, you're wrong. You got to call him.
Oh, yeah, that's why I was finna go back and see. Because I never understood why they was beefing. Never did. I never did.
Happy vacay.
I think when the first time I watched this bitch, I was like, wait a minute, really?
Pulled me up.
It's like my second time watching.
On him and I just prayed for him is all I could do, but it didn't make me think, you know.
Athletic jackal. Yeah.
When he would take the muscle relaxers, he would usually pass out over his food.
Okay, yeah, I remember this part.
The very first time that Sean ever did that was when we were first married, so it was a bit of a shock to me. So I got him in the shower because he had spilled food all over his chest. And I would say it probably happened a couple times a week.
The worst time, again, was when she was 8 months pregnant. She's doing everything she can at 8 months pregnant with her belly, trying to pull me up.
I took pity on him, and I just prayed for him is all I could do, but it didn't make me think, you know, what in the world have I gotten into? If I was fearful for our unborn child, and I hoped that it would end whenever the baby was born, and it didn't.
I don't remember why Sean was there. There must have been doing something in the show. We all go, me, Taker, Rock, Vince is in the ring. Now I own WCW. Sean is messed up, pilled up. So this is a celebratory moment. He's belligerent, loud, falling down, staggering. Vince calls him in, tells him, go home, done with it. Sean goes ballistic. Walks by me in the hallway, just goes off.
You know, I went browbeat Hunter unfairly, obviously.
And I just went off back, you know, just in his face, screaming match back and forth, and he storms out.
And that's not what to make me cry. I went and said some mean stuff to him and walked out. And, you know, that sucks as well.
And I don't talk to him for a long time.
We didn't speak.
I wouldn't either. I said, gee.
I mean, I would think at least 2 years.
I was a total bystander, my guy. Fuck, I'm trying to calm you down. Bitch, you know, take your drunk ass home, bitch.
Our son was at the age to where he was, you know, walking around more aware of things, and it was the night when Sean had fallen asleep on the couch and drug-induced sleep with our son climbing all over him and saying, Daddy's asleep.
To me, the biggest thing again was Cameron saying, Daddy's tired. And it's sort of dawning on me that he now being able to recognize clearly my state of mind. Went into the bathroom, closed the door, looking at yourself in the mirror, and, you know, I sat there and cried like a baby and wept, you know, realizing that you are sailing a 2-year-old little boy. And all of those things sort of came crashing down that night, and it's the first time I ever feel like such a freaking failure.
And I think that was the last straw for him, and when he woke up the next morning, he told me that he was never taking pills or drinking again, and from that point he didn't. It was an instantaneous letting go of the drugs and alcohol.
I just called him on the crib loop. I just asked him when the last time he'd something to ball. And he just avoided that situation. And I just stood back and said, you're wrong, you gotta call him.
Stupid ass.
I called Hunter and let him know how sorry I was and how out of line I was. But I said, I hope you can forgive me. I needed that from Hunter.
For me, it was easy. Like, I didn't, as long as it wasn't drug stuff in me.
Well, of course, I do regret the pain that it caused people in my life. There is a part of that I don't think that Michael Sean Hickenbottom can get to where he got creatively without a little bit of that reckless, risky mindset. I wouldn't have had the guts to do it.
For a long time, I thought it was Higginbottom with a G, but the whole time it was Hicken with a K.
I had never had any
anything that
Crazy.
I could grasp that was bigger than the wrestling business. That's just not enough to base, I don't know, a life on.
I work at Cornerstone Church in San Antonio, Texas. All of a sudden I heard a deep voice say, I want to come to a Bible study. And I got up from my desk and stuck my head out the door and I said, well, you can come to mine. When he left, everybody came out to him and said, do you know who that was? I said, no, I don't know who that was. Who was it? And he said, Shawn Michaels. I said, well, who's Shawn Michaels? He said, well, first, Keith, I want you to pray for my back. He said, I've been out of wrestling, and I want to go back. I said, well, it's a simple prayer that we can pray together. And while he was saying that prayer, tears just come out of his eyes.
I got nobody to blame but me, and I don't have anything in common with the other dudes. I don't know how I got that way. It wasn't from family, it wasn't from upbringing, you know what I mean?
He was so desperate to get back in a close relationship with Rebecca and his son.
I was now a dad, I was a husband, and I was really devoted and thrilled about that.
You're like a child. You just want to tell everybody, I've been saved.
Once Shawn got his life together and found Christ, it was night and day. When he looks back at his life, that's the biggest thing that he ever did.
You deal with grown-up when Shawn came back. Someone who was there to do business. Shawn was a lot calmer and much easier to deal with.
Shawn Michaels of old is very different from Shawn Hickenbottom, the man I married. The sexy boy and all that kind of stuff, and his cocky attitude and that cocky little smile that he does, and that's so far from who he really is.
I remember somebody asking me, they said, I heard Shawn found religion. Yeah, they laughed. I said, man, I don't know anybody that died ODing on religion.
He calls Triple H.
I heard Shawn found religion. Yeah, they laughed. I said, man, I don't know anybody that died ODing on religion.
Stupid.
He calls Triple H. He thanked Hunter for the time on the road because before his marriage to me, the one that took care of him was Hunter. That night, after Shawn had gone to bed, he woke up in the morning and the pain was gone in his back. It was definitely a miracle. So he was physically ready to go back. That night, after Shawn had gone to bed, he woke up in the morning and before his marriage to me, the one that took care of him was Hunter. That night, after Shawn had gone to bed, he woke up in the morning.
I said, man, I don't know anybody that died ODing on religion.
He called Triple H. He thanked Hunter for the time on the road because before his marriage to me, the one that took care of him was Hunter. That night, after Shawn had gone to bed, he woke up in the morning and the pain was gone in his back. It was definitely a miracle. So he was physically ready to go back in the ring, and I knew that the Lord would take care of him.
We were kind of having a conversation at the time, and then he said, he was like, I want my son to see me do this one time. He said, I don't know that I can do it. I don't know physically if I can or not. And he said, if I'm going to, I only trust one person. If you consider it, I would love to do it. What do you think?
Moments away from an unsanctioned fight between two men who were at one time best friends, Shawn Michaels and Triple H. Shawn Michaels once wrestled 1,609 days ago. If you can believe it.
The whole family was there. They were all scared to death. Down the ring, did a couple of things. Never missed a beat, not a moment, not in anything.
I was on my chair like a redneck, just screaming and yelling for him. Of course, I cried at the end.
Like, how is this possible? That he is this good still, after all that time, and injury, and everything else, unbelievable.
It was just as easy as the day is long. It was poetic, it was phenomenal. It was everything that is right and good about the world, this line of work. And, my family there, out there with my best friend.
After SummerSlam, that's when there was a sense of peace and joy in the midst of doing your job and your family, combining these two worlds that I've never had together. And I'm not even the same person now, and it all feels so right. It's as good as it gets. You know, it's heaven on earth here in this world.
Shawn Michaels changed completely as a human being, and somehow, as a character, he managed to keep a lot of the aura that he always had. I could argue that Shawn was at his best after he came back.
To me, the greatest in-ring performer of all time.
And that's coming from Richard Flair.
More to love.
Appreciate that love. Stupid looking ass. I gotta see Maddie first.
Hi, it's Cassie Webb. When you first meet Cassie, she is a paramedic in New York City and doesn't really let people in.
You have a winning personality, I guess is what you're supposed to say.
And then things take quite a turn. When Cassie begins to experience her clairvoyance, she thinks she's losing her mind. This is an emergency, get off the train! That's one.
I don't care about you, Sydney.
Connects all three of their lives. It's that man is trying to kill you. Madam Webb's powers are really interesting. She
Just look at that motherfucker. Celeste O'Connor. That's Maddie. Fuck it. Maddie Franklin. Lord have mercy.
Is able to see into the future, and because she's able to see it, she's able to prevent it. It's Twilight.
It's more difficult to find a mountain in a new challenge. Sometimes that new mountain or that new challenge just isn't there. That's right. Later on in my career, I learned that when I disconnect from it, something will usually happen. And, you know, the one with Slayer is obviously the one I always speak of. Remember the story of Old Yeller? Connect from it. Something will usually happen. And, you know, the one
Of all time.
It's more difficult to find a mountain in a new challenge. Sometimes that new mountain or that new challenge just isn't there. That's right. Later on in my career, I learned that when I disconnect from it, something will usually happen. And, you know, the one with Slayer is obviously the one I always. It's more difficult to find a mountain in a challenge. Sometimes that new mountain or that new challenge just isn't there. That's right. Later on in my career, I learned that when I disconnect from it, something will usually happen. And, you know, the one with Slayer is obviously the one I always speak of. Remember the story of Old Yeller? The showstopper's gonna take you, Old Yeller, behind the woodshed and put you out of your misery. I lost myself in that drama. You had a call from my buddy Kenny, who's now been made aware of the match. He's like, oh my goodness, can you believe it?
It's overwhelming to think that the guy that we idolized, that we would watch on a little TV box in San Antonio, Texas, somehow their lives were going to interconnect. Rick was his guy. He absolutely loves Ric Flair.
Kenny took me back to that time.
This was why I went from New York to Orlando, was to see this moment.
Now in this match, should Ric Flair lose, he must retire.
Boy, I was watching this bitch.
Started this match, and he had a chance.
There's no other way to put it. He carried me. He gave everything that anybody could ever give to a match that night.
Oh, wait a minute. Look out!
Shit.
It becomes clear that Ric Flair just doesn't have enough. I love this part, and I could tear up talking about it. Flair, like an old dog, still fighting. He thinks he still has it. And that's when Sean sort of has to have that moment where he says, I'm sorry. I love you. And just turns the lights out. It was as beautiful and perfect an ending to a wrestling match as you will ever have.
I swear to God. I was crying the next fucking night and the next fucking day after that night, boy. Oh my God. Don't even know this man. I'm crying my fucking eyes out because of this man. This man retired. Didn't even fully retire, bitch. I'm still thinking wrestling real back then. And people telling me that it's fake. Oh man, shit crazy.
Entire show as a whole, for me, it's just all fantastic. Especially when it goes well for them and they come back in their jacket. It's 10 times better than when I had that opportunity. This is where I'm supposed to be. I absolutely love it.
Full sale. That's where I'm supposed to fucking be. Bastards. Being so fucking pricey. $72,000.
Most proud, I guess, would be winning the world title. And least proud would probably be Montreal. One is everything you aspire to do, and the other is the complete opposite. Something you really don't want to be a part of.
It's the long-term guilt. It's the shame. It's the loathing that you know this person has you.
There was so much bad blood between us, and I was always like, if I see him, I'll kill him. I've always believed that I had so much anger that I think it led to my stroke and a lot of things that I went through. And then I remember thinking about Sean, and we were good friends once upon a time, and, you know, it wasn't just Sean. I was guilty too. And I remember thinking it'd be good to put it to bed.
And I've certainly talked about my regret and the hope for reconciliation. It took him some time to get there. Vince had suggested there's got to be a way we can do this live in front of the world.
At 12 years, the things that I wanted to get off my chest, I called back there and asked Shawn Michaels to come out here. I called for a truce, and I called for you to shake my hand.
The fact that we did that in the ring and we shook hands and all that was very honest and very sincere.
You know that everybody's watching when you're trying to have this very real moment with one another. Art does imitate life.
He's matured, he's a different guy. And I thought he finally, you know, he's got his priorities all in order.
Welcome to the 25th anniversary.
I was watching this bitch. This when he faced Undertaker for the first time.
By the time Shawn Michaels and Undertaker meet at WrestleMania 25, they're veterans. They've been around forever. And somehow, they're actually both in their absolute prime.
Type shit.
One of my favorite entrances, Shawn as The Undertaker, but in all white, ascending from the clouds. Such a stark contrast to what I'm about to do.
I swear to God, that shit was so deep, bro.
It's the battle between heaven and hell. Prior to 2002, we did not have a great relationship. We did not like each other outside the ring. This guy I genuinely like now. And it's been years and years and years since we had worked together. Since the time that he admitted himself in the casket match. Unknown to us at the time, we're about to create one of the most epic things ever done in the wrestling business. There's that extravagance.
Shit. This fucking dive hill,
You know,
boy.
we're in the middle of something really special, and we did.
Good times, good times.
Thanked each other. It was an awesome moment.
was on the ride home the next day. It's just settling into me that I just don't know that I'm ever going to encounter from a performance standpoint anything greater than that thing that I experienced last night.
There was only one match that can be considered match of the year. Shawn Michaels and The Undertaker.
Undertaker, I can beat you. You and me. WrestleMania. One more time.
I would watch that bitch.
So I remember tuning in to WrestleMania 26. I had a knot in my stomach knowing that if Shawn Michaels wasn't able to win this one, that he would retire. But it was a beautiful, artistic way to end the career of Shawn Michaels.
That nigga Taker had that face like, nigga, did you just? Oh, fuck no. Choke your ass right quick. Tombstone your ass. Jump tombstone your ass. That nigga jumped with his tombstone. He was disrespected. That shit was funny as hell. I remember saying that shit like, this nigga jumped with his bitch? Oh, no, he trying to take him out. Oh, man.
A lot of times, they're still in chasing of that last perfect one. That's why I'm so appreciative that I can define some form of finish line. There's two things that I thrive on. There's two things that I'm in love with, which is, we're back into kids and the rest of the business. They're the two greatest loves of my life that's never changed.
You come to more ladder matches than that people in the ring.
It's awesome for me to have Shawn there. He'll tell you what he's thinking. He'll tell you what I'm thinking. And there's a chemistry there. We have this uncanny thing with each other. Shawn's a legend. And for a legend to walk into an environment full of performers, they revere him so much.
Welcome to NXT TakeOver! There is the North American Championship. Roll will climb the ladder.
Shawn has been a role model. Go in and out of the ring. I have so much respect for that man, for not just what he's done for professional wrestling, but the type of person he is.
To me and so many others, he's the greatest. And it's insane how kind, generous, and humble the guy is. Sometimes I think he doesn't realize that he's Shawn Michaels.
When you said a tale of two lives, that's what it's been. Believe it or not, the same business that might have almost killed me, I think it's the same business that saved me. I know I accomplished more than what I wanted. I've never lost touch with the 19-year-old dude that was hoping to have a car and an apartment and be the Southwest Heavyweight Champion.
But then I started doing powder. Oh, man.
That's like a Shawn thing. That's like a Shawn day. It's like that's I'm just a sexy boy. Sexy boy.
I make them hot. I make them shiver. They knees get weak. ain't hear me talk. I'm just so sexy, boy. Sexy boy. Dun, 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 dun. But there was an idea. I ain't gonna lie, I wanna watch that with y'all one day. It's like, I wanna say like 7 different videos, but it's like videos going through history of the MCU and shit. And I used to just listen to it while I'm doing my route on Amazon. It's hour 26 for that. Can you dig it, sucker?
Alright, let's get started.
Can you dig it?
Growing up with Post 11 in South Park, Texas, kicking it around New York City is kind of surreal. The sound, the energy, there's nothing like it. It's like another world, man.
Niggas wanna talk about skinny dreads. That nigga's dreads skinny.
It's also a place that I dream
But his shit look healthy as hell. That's crazy.
Come share. I watched that movie at least 100 times, and I literally wanted to be John Shaft. Didn't see black guys like this in movies back then. He was a bad man, and didn't back down from nobody.
Oh shit.
See, Shaft resonated with me and inspired the 5 words that define the 2-time WWE Hall of Fame. Can you dig it, sucker?
Act 1 of being a pro wrestler is when you come through that curtain. He went in, and he took it to the moon.
How it just soaks up the adulation and the energy, just makes it bigger and bigger and bigger.
Our 2-time WWE Hall of Famer Booker T.
Booker's persona is a street smart, hungry, athletic, over the top, kick your ass professional wrestler.
Even growing up, Joey was never afraid to fight. He would fight.
I just realized this nigga had a tag team
I
named
mean, he just loved to
Harlem Heat, but he was from Texas the whole time.
You trying to get somebody, like, did you see that?
One of the things I loved about Booker T was his flair for the theatrical side. And the drama of that. This is show business.
The key in this business is charisma. Booker T walks into a room, you notice it. Fun, larger-than-life personality, and big, and loves to laugh. Go to every length just to entertain you. Tell me I don't look like that!
And let me tell you, Booker is the same way when he's at home. I'm like, really? are you really doing this right now?
Pioneer, trendsetter, two-time All-Star, five-time champion. He's always managed to stay on top.
It's very, very important to see people like you doing great things. If he's a leader, so can I.
Fuck, I forgot. Fuck. Shit.
This is where it all started so many years ago. You don't miss what you don't have. We didn't have a lot, but what we had, it was enough. There's a lot of shoot dice. We shoot marbles. We were trying to get some mischief, looking for some girls. Don't let nobody push you around, you know. I mean, if you get into a fight, you know, make sure you throw the first punch. You know, and that's what not my brothers was teaching me, but my sisters was teaching me that. That's what life was here in this neighborhood. We moved here back when I was actually about 7 years old. We moved around Houston till we finally settled right here in this neighborhood. And I tell you, just standing here right now, the memories just flood back. I was born in a little place called Plain Dealey, about 50 miles outside of Shreveport, Louisiana. I was the youngest of 8 kids. I never knew my father. He passed away when I was 10 months old. My mother was a registered nurse, and she packed up, and she moved us here because she just wanted more for her kids. As long as I can remember, my mother worked from 11 at night to 7 a.m. in the morning.
It was very important for her to be there when we woke up and to be there when we came home from school every day, and to make sure that we were fed, that we did our homework, and that we were in the bed before she left. So that graveyard shift can be very, very tough, but my mom did it, and she did it for us. We had 4 girls, 4 boys, and some of the older ones were already out of the house when we moved to Houston, but she was still a single parent with a full household. My older brother, Lash, others know him as Stevie Ray, his wrestling name, Booker T, myself. The 3 of us were all 3 years apart, so we were the closest, and all 3 of us were the youngest.
Sports was always in the equation. And my brother would always play football with me and my friends. For some reason or another, he wanted to play with us.
Whatever Lash wanted to do, Junior wanted to do. Whenever we would get new mattresses, Junior and Lash would ask for the old mattress, and they'd set it up in the backyard and make a makeshift ring, and me and my niece, we were guinea pigs for the sleeper hole.
Who was your celebrity crush?
Here we go.
I'm Chrissy Teigen.
And I'm...
You don't care.
He did look up to his big brother. My mom, not that she didn't love all of us, but she loved Junior because he was the baby.
He could cry for 3 hours without stopping. Sometimes he cried so much you have to pay him to stop. And you get your money. And then when she come home, he was crying again so he could please.
Is it gonna stop raining? Shit.
Oh, my baby, my baby. And he'd be cooking and looking over there, whacking at us.
I was a mama's boy. I always said one day that I was going to buy their mother a big house, and she wasn't going to have to ever work again. Just let my mother just listen to her heartbeat. The relationship was very, very special. We had an attic fan, and for some reason the attic fan had stopped working. Older, and she had been trying to get one of those guys to go up there and take a look at it for the longest, and finally one day she said, I'll go do it myself. She went up to the attic and check it out. Now she stepped on the sheetrock and she fell through the roof to the floor. From that point on, she always had that problem because she had to have surgery.
She had the surgery, she came through, everything was fine. Her leg began to stiffen and she was in pain again. And when she went back to the doctor, they said that they needed to go in again.
It was basically, I'm going to go to the hospital. I'll be there. Go away. Here's lunch.
Come again another day.
Kiss your mom goodbye.
Next year. They say it's supposed to be raining all week too, man. I can't have that. I can't have that.
Her mother was gone. We had lost our leader, our rock, our provider, our strength. We had lost that. Everything changed for me, of course, being a 13-year-old kid with no parents. I don't blame any of my sisters and brothers for not stepping up and being, a father figure or mother figure. But I don't think anybody was prepared or equipped for the loss of my mother. No one was.
We were like little ants without the queen. Everybody was just like everywhere.
It kind of split our family in some way. I knew it did me.
And the younger kids, Booker, Benita, that's all they knew was their mom.
From a legal standpoint, we were orphans because we didn't have a mother or father, and we were both minors. For a short period of time, we did struggle because we were basically the two that were left in the home after my mom died.
So here's this 3-day there's a sister in a house that is abandoned. And the electricity has been off now. It's becoming a broken house. They're having food. They have nowhere to go.
They kept the lights on as long as they possibly could. They kept the water on as long as they possibly could. And then no lights, no water, no gas, no anything. Those lights were nice and no camera. We talked about it probably good. When I was going to go back to my sister actually took me stand and go to better places where we had lights, we had gas, we had water.
And they put me back on the other side though. That's why I really don't like it.
Things changed in the neighborhood. South Park, but nothing like the stuff coming in this area right here.
Look at these bitches.
Everybody in this area, right outside, they got things.
Gambling, you see gambling on the corner, the drug scene, the needles.
That's what I remember more than anything is the needles.
Listening to some Willie Hutch. So his music went hand in hand with the game.
Working it with the Experian, your credit's gonna look so money. Get check and see your bike at school anytime.
They sit out here and they don't gamble, no water, no record drug sales.
Sluts.
I knew I didn't want to do drugs. I knew I didn't want to be a pimp. I knew I didn't want to have that lifestyle. I knew I didn't want to do that. But I was right in the middle of it.
Look at this town fell into cracks. Here's a kid that was literally on his own. And then he ends up getting a job sweeping the floors in a heroin and that doubled as a brothel. He's trying to survive. He's trying to live till tomorrow.
I had no ambitions. I was in that whirlwind, and it was spinning, and where it stopped, and that's where I was going to go.
When you have that mindset and you're stuck in that position, you do things that you look back and say, well, that was a terrible decision.
Just start making your own rules. Whether those rules are right or wrong, you just start making them. And that's what I did. I remember hanging out with my buddies, and they became my family.
Y'all been supposed to been off if it would have stopped fucking raining, bro.
So when he sees an option to deal a little pot or rob a fast food restaurant, of course he's going to do it.
The robbery, the incident, the way it started. It was myself, a friend of mine, Zachary, a friend that I grew up with, Wendell, who worked at Wendy's. There was this one manager just used to give us a hard time all the time. We were talking about it one day, man, we should rob them. We did it. And we got away with it. The store that we actually worked at. Then we did it again. We got away with it. Somebody said, hey man, we'll be going out again. Let's do it. We got away with it. Some people ever gonna get caught. We saw it in the news. And we were like, man, these things go crazy. We get really busy. We were like box sharks dead. It's like cat and mouse. Catch me if you can. This other said, how do you think you know where the cops? That's their job. They're coming out with they need to just sit around, investigate, try to figure out how to catch someone doing wrong. I was coming home to my apartment, getting on the phone, and I saw it moving. I was so quiet that night. And I just remember, man, it does not feel right at all. They were literally 10, 15, 20 people came out at the same time. And I had guns in the hallway. That ride from 45 and 610 to downtown Houston to the county jail, that was a long ride. I already had. I was nervous down for 8 months. I sat in that jail, waiting to go trial out for a plea. And it was okay. I knew I was wrong. I knew I was guilty. I knew I would make it very, very easy. I took the sentence, which was 5 years. Let's go back to, it was in Dallas, Texas. I remember seeing the training game on television. I remember later in the past. But we really had to wake up early in the morning, get on the back of this big truck and move going. Literally just clear the yoke.
of stumps, and it was for hours. And I'm like, man, this is real. This is as real as it get right here. That was an education for me as well. I got a chance to get my GED. I wanted to go to school. I wanted to learn more. I wanted to be able to teach myself. I got a chance to work on the laundry, you know, and detail from that perspective, learning about myself, atone for my mistake, and, you know, try to move on in life.
I never went to visit him because I never wanted to see him locked up. We kept in touch via letter. In those letters, he talked about his regrets, his dreams, and his goals. I've made the mistake. I own up to it. I'm going to do my time, and I'm going to come out and do better. I remember talking to him about stick to the goals and not just the dreams, because dreams you have to wake up from.
He needed to stand on his own 2 feet and be a man. So he was in the penitentiary for 19 months, and then he came up for parole.
Booker T. Yeah, you're out of here. I was like, oh man, you kicked me, right? You know, like, oh man, you're out of here, get your stuff. When I left that prison wall, it was just one guard. And he was sitting on this big horse, had his big cowboy hat on. And he said, I'll see you when you get back. And got my $200. And put me on that Greyhound and sent me back to Houston. Life was what I was going to make it from that point on.
$200 being shipped to fucking Houston. Boy, I would have been so fucking nervous.
Yeah, we can both some curse out.
So fucking nervous. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Like, bring flashbacks.
One thing that when you got out, you wanted to get your son Brandon back. You didn't have the money in the bank. So you pulled one last heist.
I was a kid when Brandon was born myself. I was 17. His mom and I, we never was anticipating on getting married or anything like that. It was 2 kids, having a kid, you know, not knowing anything about life. When I ended up going to prison, she's on drugs really, really bad. And that's when the CPS came into play. And they took him, and from that point on, he was in foster care. I abandoned him or anything like that. But I definitely wasn't a dad or a father in the beginning. Was I going to leave my son in foster care, or was I going to go through the system and get him out? And it was a very simple answer. My mother raised 8 kids. How can I look at myself in the mirror and not raise one? When I came home, I got paroled to my sister's house. And, you know, she was still in the game, selling weed. My sister's dealer, you know, he was supplying, you know, 5 pounds here, 5 pounds there. And, you know, one night, I knew where the stash house was. It was about 5 pounds. I crept in. I got all of it. I got out of there.
You stole from a drug dealer.
Stole from the drug dealers. And,
but for the right reasons. You want to get your son back.
It was for the right reasons.
You got to have money in the bank.
I needed money, and I needed it quick, and I just needed a platform, a springboard to get out of that life. But I still needed a little bit more help, and that's when my brother came in. I asked my brother, you know, for a little bit of help. I said, I asked him to help me get a job.
You got to get out of this environment if you want to be something in life. And that's pretty much the conversation that we had. I've been put in a position to help him, and that's what I did. But it's up to you to make it work.
First job he got me was a security guard. Fresh out of prison, he gave me a job as a security guard. And at the time, my brother actually let me stay with him. I had to prove to the court system that I was worthy of being a dad. And it took me about a year. Those certain days I had to make sure I was there. I keep a steady job, and I showed them that. They ended up granting me full custody when Brandon was 5 years old. You know, we didn't have a lot. We had each other, we had our dog, we had our apartment, and I had a job, working that security job, it only lasted for a few months. Then they found out about my prison record. They told my brother that they was going to have to let me go. But the guy that I had worked for, his name's Bruce Sarge, saw me as a human being. He saw my character.
I saw how hard he worked and tried. We found another job for him. One of the properties we bought was a mini storage, and he ended up helping me run that property. Leasing new tenants, cleaning up the property, making sure that people have paid their rent.
I was working for Bruce. My brother was like, hey man, I know this guy opening a wrestling school, you want to try it out?
I'm Ivan Putski. If you've got what it takes to do
I'm Ivan.
I'll show you the ropes.
You do what you like, and I love wrestling. Ivan Putski's freshman school wrestling. I drew. Hey, I watched him on TV. People read it, they came in.
I'm like, hey man, you doing it, I'll try it out too, Since I was a kid, whatever my brother was doing, I wanted to be a part of it. It was like a tag team, even before we were a tag team. Wrestling school was $4,000. I knew I didn't have the money for it, but I was blessed. My boss, he sponsored me to go to wrestling school.
He wanted to do something to improve himself. You want to improve yourself? And I can help. I will. I had the money available, so I'll help.
$4,000.
A little chance, sometimes it pays off.
White fucking privilege.
And his brother first arrived. They didn't know a thing about wrestling. I mean, they were just green. I just showed them how to get the holes on you, the bumps, slams, throw punches, taught them how to take their fall, how you protect yourself. Then we blend in their personality.
Scott Casey was the main trainer there. I didn't open the school, but Scott Casey opened our minds. We went 7 o'clock to 10 o'clock, Monday through Friday, for like 3 months straight.
This is when I clap it on somebody's head and make it pop. Gold the weasel.
And after that, they give you a certificate. It's kind of like the online gimmick that you have today, you know what I'm saying? In 90 days, I'm going to go wrestling, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, wow.
Booker was what you call a natural. He caught on so fast.
I always wanted to be the best student, in the school, so I would go and push myself. I would run the ropes for 5 minutes and literally push myself further than anyone in there could ever think about pushing me.
Man, I got a jewel here.
Notice how I concentrate mainly on
G.I. Bro.
massive squats. And G.I. Bro can only do so well.
Super Colada and G.I. Bro. What the fuck?
I had to clean up one of the units. It was an old army hat there, and I was like, oh man, I like this hat. And I went to practice and I wore the hat. Ivan Putski goes, that's who you are. Now you're G.I. Bro. And I go, G.I. Bro?
G.I. Bro.
I like that. That's pretty cool. Right after we finished the course, actually, by the grace of God, Ivan Putski had local television here.
Such as Johnny Valiant, watching just like all you other fans out here in the WWA. Of a local favorite here in Houston, Texas, G.I. Bro. This guy is very charismatic. G.I. Bro. G.I. brother. G.I. Bro, get him out. Great. Yeah. Count him out. Oh, did he get him? Yes, he did. Good throw. G.I. Bro.
G.I.
I got
Bro.
a chance to wrestle in the San Luis Coliseum, 8 weeks after wrestling school. I remember after I started wrestling,
G.I. Bro.
I had to take payroll to the bank.
Is it just me? I don't know.
And I was like,
I don't know.
G.I. Bro, because they had watched me on television.
Everybody's favorite G.I. Bro. You see the G.I. Bro.
The kids, they would just mob me, and they would just, and I was like, man, what is going on here? I got a new haircut. Would you like to do it, man?
How was it? All right.
G.I. Bro. G.I. Bro, my name. Don't beat people up as my game. Look in my eyes. That's when I was in cloud. World War III on you, and thank you, clean up on the team, man. Wow. I don't think I was ever asked one time what I want to be when I grow up. As a kid, I don't think I was ever asked that once. And I found myself through wrestling. It was an escape. It was something that I could do, and I could do it very well. Put my boots on and become like a superhero for a moment. I realized I had something. I had a connection. And I was like, wow, this is so cool. And I had so much fun finding myself as far as possibly who I could be.
Guess what? I actually got $6,300 from this new state subsidy.
Ooh, that's like some AI shit right there.
After the Western Wrestling Alliance closed down, Booker T and his brother went to work for TAP, Texas All Pro Wrestling. I got Stevie Ray in an issue of Wrestling Main Event magazine, and he got noticed. People up in Dallas at the GWF, Global Wrestling, Skander Akbar, called him. They wanted him to come up to Dallas. And him and his brother went up there, and Akbar and Hot Stuff Eddie Gilbert took a liking to him right off the bat.
They went to give my brother a tryout, and my brother was going to Dallas, and of course, jumped in the car and I rode with him.
We finally walked into Eddie Gilbert's office, and Eddie Gilbert was like, "Who's that?" I was like, "No, it's my brother."
And he goes, "Is he a worker?" And he goes, "Yeah, he's a worker." He goes, "Have you guys ever done any tag team?" And we go, "Yeah."
We were lying. We had never tagged together before, ever. Or we had tagged against each other before. That's what we were saying. We have tagged together. So, in essence, I wasn't lying.
Boom, that's how we got started in the Global Wrestling Federation. Just by accident. There was this wrestler back in the day. His name was Mr. Ebony. Black guy, he wore a mask. I never knew who Mr. Ebony was. But he was one of the black guys that was representing us. So we remembered Mr. Ebony. Why not be the Ebony Experience? Booker T and Stevie Ray.
The Ebony Experience!
The Global Wrestling Federation was on ESPN at the time, and it was geared towards that afternoon, kids coming home from school, 3:30 in the afternoon. There was a 30-minute show, and then there was an hour show. And it was based out of Dallas, Texas, in the world-famous Sportatorium, which I think is just world-famous because it's old, ugly, it stunk, no air conditioning, and there were rats the size of dogs. It had atmosphere. It had atmosphere, let's just say that.
You almost took your life in your own hands in Sportatorium. Because back then, the police, if somebody tried to stick you with a knife or hit you with a whiskey bottle or something, they would bring them back to the dressing room and literally let you beat them up. It was the Wild West. But there was a huge racist element there, too. People would sit there and shout out some of the most vile things imaginable at those guys.
We got called the N-word, of course. They didn't want to see us.
And those people called us every racial epithet known to man.
That wasn't the first time I dealt with racism in my life.
Nigger!
When I first got into wrestling
Get down, Spider!
This man by the name of Pops Baker. He told me, he said, "Kid, you got a lot of talent, but you're gonna come up against a lot of obstacles in this business." He didn't say racism or anything like that, but I knew exactly what he was talking about. You gotta figure a way around it, under it. You may have to go over it. And that night we had to go right through it, no matter what.
You want to see what the competition's looking like out here? You got to go big homeboys and decent looks like to me.
In the situation that you're in, you gotta be able to adapt. You gotta be able to
Stop
figure
that
it out.
nigger!
Face the fire.
He's beating up that beautiful white man.
These guys spoke with this Ebony Experience. What are they, a magazine or something like that for ugly people?
But I learned the power of entertainment that night. I did spinneroonie in that match.
He did some type of hop, skip, spin type thing on the other side board. You see that? What was that? They used to have that breakdance moves. He did some...
Same guy that was calling me the N-word, he was totally excited when he saw the spinneroonie, and it totally changed him all in one breath. And it was like, whoa, what was that?
Fans started to change. Now the fans are rooting for us. It was like the Rocky movie, man, when Rocky was fighting Drago. The Russian fans started rooting for the underdog.
Because when I did Spinaroonie, it seemed like everything changed in that arena. I realized how much power the Spinaroonie had, and not just in the Global Wrestling Federation with those fans, but throughout my whole career.
We all love to dance. My mom loved to see us dance. And we all had good rhythm, too. Still have good rhythm.
My cousin, come over here, man. This is my cousin right here, man. You know,
the neighborhood boys were always trying to outdo each other with their dance moves. That was the competition. Michael Jackson had nothing on my brothers.
He used to break dance on the patio. That's why I love to Spinaroonie on his patio, right around the corner, you know. We built that patio. We had a cardboard box out there. We had a beatbox. We'd be out there breaking ourselves, man. And that's where the Spinaroonie came from. Yeah.
That's where they learned those moves. That's where they learned to spin. So that Spinaroonie came from a pop lock dance move.
Ladies and gentlemen, they're dynamic, they're sensational, they're the lockers.
The lockers, they were it. That was the best dance draft in the history of the
These niggas really used to be hitting that shit.
Fred Rerun Barry used to be on the show What's Happening. He was actually in one of the lockers. And just watching these guys move the way they did, perform the way they performed, I wanted to be in the group. When I was a kid, I wanted to be one of the lockers. You know, when I saw the Soul Train, I was like, man, how do I get on the Soul Train? Man, I gotta be a part of this. The pop lock and crazy started curving off a little bit, and then the break dancing curve started coming around. I said, man, I'm gonna try this now. So any wrestling fan around the world, you say Spinaroonie, they know what you're talking about. Man, Bree, you're going down. We're gonna take you out to the heavenly zone. We're gonna drop you off into the level and thought, man. It wasn't about how much money I was making. It was just being able to do something that you love so much that you do it for free. And my brother and I, we was making $125, you know, to make the drive all the way from Houston to Dallas. And sometimes we would work 4 times in one night, sleep on my sister's sofa, and then get up and make the drive back to Houston.
Junior wore out the couch in my den. Stevie Ray Lash wore out the couch in my living room. They would come every Friday, and I know they did that for a couple of years. It was just a great time to watch them get better and more popular.
The fans weekly warmed up, and they started liking something that they didn't even know they liked. And then we started getting more black fans coming into the arena. You just couldn't say anything anymore.
Within a few months, we were the hottest thing in global. Everybody at the place had a sign with the Evan Experience on it.
We finally got to that point in the world where we had to win the tag team championship, and all of my family was there.
That night that they won, we screamed and we cried. It was so great, and all I could think about was that I wish my mom was there to see that.
Who would be at your ideal dinner table?
If you aren't in a club cold and naked, it is time to stay home.
Chrissy and Dave Dine Out series premiere tonight on Freeform.
Bold, juicy, beefy, grilled. There's a lot of ways to describe the flame-grilled flavor of Burger King. But one thing's for certain, it's not the same without the flame. My brother and I will accomplish something that we never dreamt of accomplishing in our lives. We have watched it wrestling on television for so many years, and then we're the ones who got the belts and holding them up.
These guys are superstars. You knew they were going somewhere. There was not a doubt in anybody's mind.
It was like Hansel and Gretel. Somebody was dropping crumbs, and we were picking them up.
My brother and I, we had regular jobs, and we worked in the Global Wrestling Federation one night a week. And we did that for 18 months straight. We'd get ready to work one night, and phone rang, and Maniac Mike Davis came in and goes, "Hey man, Sid Vicious want to talk to you guys."
Sid Vicious had been watching us on television, and WCW was interested in us. And we were like really excited. You know, like, wow, Sid Vicious, man. Wow. And WCW, wow.
One of the biggest companies in the world, and we had a great spot.
We just had to come up with a name. Houston Heat might have been put in there, Miami Heat. We was like, what about Harlem Heat? Harlem Heat, okay, you get a picture in your mind as to what Harlem Heat should be. And boom, you start going for it.
Houston Heat would have worked.
We needed some cool shirts. And we didn't have no one to make them for us, so I didn't know the country group or anything, but it turned out to be Brooks and Dunn. And they had shirts, and they had this cool flame pattern on them. So I went and got us some Brooks and Dunn shirts and had them tailored. We made the hats out of the swings, actually, because they had flames on them as well. The ensemble actually came together. It was pretty cool.
You know, we're going to see a new tag team, the Harlem Heat. And what an appropriate name, seeing that Harlem has been about 100 degrees the last 2 weeks.
As a kid, you just like all the bright colors and energy, and I just feel like they represented us. You know, if they felt like they was from around my way, like, you know what I'm saying, how they talk, how they dress, how they carry themselves.
Man, you from Philadelphia.
They had the best music on WCW, like, probably ever.
You ain't from Philadelphia, bitch. You're from DC.
There were two guys that were coming in who were bad to the bone, man. And they were going to talk it, they were going to walk it, and they were going to kick your ass. They had an aura about them. They were big, they were intimidating, they were scary like big wrestlers should be. With the name Harlem Heat. I mean, come on. You can't come up with a better name than that anywhere. All the years my brother and I slept in the same bed, we were a cohesive unit. Both of us brought the pain in our own way. My brother was grounded, sometimes I would go air, but together we gelled.
Harlem Heat did not really have a gimmick. They were just big black badasses that really were themselves turned up, and when they talked, I felt like if I ran into them in the street, that would be exactly how they are.
The move you pump making, the route you're taking is going to leave the heart breaking. This country hit town of Tupelo, Mississippi, going to get a lot of heat raised up. Any gimmick that really works is an exaggeration of who you are. It was so easy to actually go out and know what it's like to be in a fight. Because when you've been fighting your whole life, you know what it feels like. You know what it's like to get hit in the mouth as well. For my brother and I to go out and produce drama from a realistic perspective, it was just our fuel house. We were at home.
We created these two guys. Now we got these two guys. A lot of times I just want to come out and just bust out laughing. But I got to hold it in. And I got to try to keep this mean look on my face, man. So I have to put myself into this character. I got to go into him all the way.
What the hill kid? Straight out of the hill, fucker! We had so much fun going down the road in certain towns. Somebody is going to get a Harlem hangover. People just hating us to the point that where, man, they want to kill these black guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Black Hills of South Dakota. 250,000 bikers are here for WCW Hog Wild.
There's no black folks there. We're the only two black folks in Sturgis, South Dakota at that time. We almost started a riot. But you ain't gonna kill him till I got these suckers out here, man.
Even the Steiner brothers was like, hey man, don't do what y'all usually do every night. Because y'all got the Hells Angels out there. I don't even know what the Hells Angels are, you know? We're ready to go do what we do. We're just gonna have to watch this. Because we getting ready to get in everybody's, you know what, Hells Angels or not.
And it's the Steiner brothers.
Get start talking trash to everybody.
You know, I got a problem with rednecks. And as far as I'm concerned, everybody in here is a redneck. You know what I'm saying? Come on up in this ring and watch what happened to you. Not everybody's infuriated. By the time we got through,
Oh, yeah, we got a roller going now. 25,000 motorcycles, it sounds like.
as far as you can see, motorcycles and people, and all of them revving their engines at the same time.
They're cranking up the sound. Oh, yeah. The fans are making noise.
Because we just told them what we thought of them.
It don't get any better.
Crazy.
Harlem Heat was able to pull it off so well that the people in Harlem felt represented by a couple of Texas boys.
The Harlem Heat, they are bad men off the streets of uptown Manhattan in the heart of Harlem. And gentlemen, yes,
Shut up, BG, boss. Slap a patch your hair on the top of your head.
Being able to talk about certain landmarks in Harlem that we fictitiously, thought of in our own minds was really, really cool. One of the places that we used to visit all the time was Artie's Pool Hall.
3 blocks south of Artie's Pool Hall, right on the corner of 110th Street. Gene, the graffiti is written all over the neighborhood. You're looking at a couple of straight OGs from the hood.
I've had several people come up to me to talk about when we were kids back in Harlem. Did I remember them from, back in the day? And of course you go, yeah, I remember you. Yeah, you go right along with it.
Only click you need to know about is the Harlem.
Booker T is the most viral.
That's the one when he said nigga.
I guess, right? Because he slips up, says the N-word.
We coming for you.
It's back in Harlem. Did I remember them from, back in the day?
Oh,
of course
shit.
you go, yeah, I remember you. Yeah, you go right along with it.
Only click you need to know about is the Harlem.
Booker T is the most viral wrestling moment of all time, I guess, right? Because he slips up, says the N-word.
We coming for you.
That was the problem with ad-libbing back then. That's probably why they write everybody's stuff today. And that's a word that we use a whole lot back in the day when I was coming up. And that's the first time and the last time any of my peers ever heard me say that.
It is an interesting lesson in not getting lost in your character or not being too real when you're talking about somebody. But that's the risk you run when you are as authentic a character as Booker T is, right?
Yeah.
When I think about the early 90s and I think about the black characters like your Coco Bewares and your Papa Shangos and people who fit a lot of stereotypes but also did not get pushed.
I feel bad criticizing men in your pants out because your bodies are changing so much now. They're all just ripped.
So watching two black guys who go on to win championships and did not back down from who they were was great to watch. But also what's important is that these are two brothers, right? So seeing a familial relationship between black guys on TV who genuinely loved each other, who celebrated together, who had each other's back, it was really empowering.
That was so important for my brother and I to go out there and represent because we knew young guys like we were was watching us now. Harlem Heat will go down in history as being one of the greatest tag teams that ever put on a pair of boots.
That was just me and my brother being us. Natural born entertainers. And that's what we pride ourselves on. Those are memories that me and my brother will live with for the rest of our lives.
It was a journey. It was the coolest 9 years of my life. All-time greats were immortalized forever in the WWE Hall of Fame. I never thought about having a singles career. Never thought about it until it happened.
Now let's see how Booker T can operate as a single wrestler.
I never thought about having a singles career.
Chance to
Never thought about it until it happened.
I told my brother, man, do your thing. And I gave him my blessing.
As Booker T goes solo, WCW starts getting to this point where they're the biggest wrestling promotion in the world.
WCW was using money from the Turner organization. They were part of a bigger corporation. Scott Hall and Kevin Nash end up leaving the WWE for a lot of money in WCW. And they start this reality-based storyline of a takeover and formed a group with Hulk Hogan, who for the first time in his career became a bad guy, unheard of at the time, and started the New World Order.
The following announcement has been paid for by the New World Order.
When I came out as Hollywood Hulk Hogan, NWO, we took off like a rocket. So the Monday Night War started getting really, really intense.
We had Monday Night Raw on the USA Network. They had Monday Nitro on TNT, on Ted Turner's network. You're looking at every single rating point, every eyeball we were competing for. They beat us for 83 weeks in the ratings.
WCW became the top game in town.
Powerful organization in professional wrestling.
Honestly, I really didn't care about the war. It had nothing to do with me. I was making a lot of money. I was in a place in my life that I never imagined being in a million years.
As they're concentrating on the other big stars, Booker T, right under their noses, is just getting better and better and better and better.
My peers, they always told me, there's only one Tiger Woods of wrestling. And I go, I appreciate that, brother.
That's when he became no longer tag guy. That's when it just like, oh, okay, he's a star.
You can tell when somebody has the it factor.
Booker T just looked mean at that material. He carried himself like Scott was the one, he had it all.
I used to raise the roof back then. When I used to raise the roof, everybody used to raise the roof with me. And it let me know that, hey, I was moving up. And it was the beginning of my run as a singles wrestler in a whole different life.
I was born and raised in Gary, Indiana. Had a great childhood. I caught the entertainment bug very, very early. I started doing beauty pageants when I was 12 years old. So that was always something that I enjoyed. And then I was always into dancing. That was my first love. So all that ended up paying off. You know, I went on to become Miss Black America. I ended up touring with James Brown, Godfather of Soul. So I spent 3.5 years on the road touring with him, and then ended up in sports entertainment.
Here are the Nitro Girls.
We met back in WCW when she was a Nitro girl. We started talking a little bit on the movie set about Ready to Rumble. Then we just gradually became friends.
He was always very polite, very well dressed, and he looked like a businessman instead of a professional wrestler. That was my first impression of him. But I will never forget when I heard him listening to Tupac, and that surprised me because to me I thought he was listening to Frank Sinatra, not Tupac. So I got to know a few things about him. He's a great guy all around. I got to see he's really, really funny. He's really, really silly. So we just kind of gelled. We just kind of meshed. And it was very exciting to see Booker be able to carve out a path for himself because he was such an amazing talent.
All the backstage drama that went on that night put more light on me actually winning the championship. Me winning it just would have been me winning.
The title match is between Jeff Jarrett and Hulk Hogan. The story is that Hulk Hogan wants to win, doesn't want to lose to Jeff Jarrett. Jeff Jarrett's the champion. The writer, Vince Russo, he doesn't want Hogan to be the champion. He wants Jeff Jarrett to hold on to it. They can't come to an agreement because Hulk Hogan in real life has a creative control clause in his contract.
There's a million stories, and everybody has their opinion. All I know is when I signed on with WCW, I had what's called creative control. I'm going to exercise my creative control. I'm going to go ahead and beat Jarrett 1, 2, 3. It went right up Russo's ass.
What's Jeff doing? What's Jeff doing? Russo, I think, told Jarrett to lie down. What's going on? Jarrett's down. And Hogan is a shot to stay. What in the world? Jeff Jarrett. Oh, God, this is real life. 1, 2, 3.
I took the belt, and I left.
What the hell? I think we're deviating from the script. I hesitate to say that, but what the hell is going on?
Is this storyline? Is this real life? Is this some weird mixture? Vince Russo says that they have 2 world championships now.
There will be a new WCW belt.
Jeff Jarrett and Booker T fight for it later on in the evening.
Opportunity has knocked, and I will be damned if I don't answer that door. I am going to do what I have to do tonight to take that gold home, take it around my waist, and take it into the next millennium. Can you dig that, John?
I can't. Tell them back.
Not just did the fans not expect this to be going on, me and Booker didn't expect for it to be going on.
I watched everything play out just like America. I had about 10 minutes to prepare for the biggest moment of my life in professional wrestling, but I was prepared for it. I got there by working my ass off, and I started at the bottom of that company. And I went out and I performed every single night.
It's been a long journey, a lot of titles, but never the big one. This is Booker T's chance.
When I finally got in that position, I always wondered if the fans wanted to see a black champion. WCW hadn't had a black champion since Ron Simmons. There was a lot of questions in my mind. You know, if the fans really, really wanted to see me in that position, I'm just so happy that people looked past my color and said, this is the guy.
Get this nigger a belt. That been bent and all. What the hell?
One of my most fond memories in my career. I'm the guy that Booker beat, becoming world champion for his very first time. I'm pretty proud of that.
He became champion. It was a great crowning achievement for him, evolving and elevating himself. And Booker T, especially for black boys and girls who watch wrestling, he is a hero.
Booker had so much respect from all the guys and girls in the locker room that when he came back from the curtain after winning, people were standing there and applauding. I remember a few of us had tears in our eyes. It just really was a special moment to finally see him rise to the top because he really deserved it.
WWE was synonymous with the best of sports entertainment.
They don't know.
And now we were being challenged, so it creates an atmosphere of having to fight from underneath, creating new and unique storylines, new and unique talents, and changing the way that we looked at the business.
This week only, large
Oh my God.
dominoes are just $6.99 each when you carry out. Like milk, the combinations are pretty endless. Fast and get your favorite large 2-topping pizza for just $6.99 each. This week only at Domino's.
eBay Authenticity Guarantee is checked by experts.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Favorite snack? How's it taste? So thin, crispy, and cheesy. And I just want to keep eating it.
Snack, so good you may run out of cheese.
It made WWE regroup, taking the gloves off and changing what the company was and going with the Attitude Era.
Somebody's gonna get their ass whipped. When that energy comes out, that intensity comes out, and I look like an ass-kicking machine, it was all about the attitude. We had a badass locker room full of men who had starved, kicked, scratched,
clawed to get to the top. We weren't afraid to go out on a limb and push the envelope. When we started kicking WCW's ass, we just took off, and their infrastructure was kind of unorganized, kind of started falling apart, and then we just crushed them. And then, later on down the road, Vince would buy the company from Ted Turner for pennies on the dollar.
I, Vince McMahon, fought my competition. That's right. I own WCW.
They raised the flag, and they say we won. The war is over.
For all of us in World Championship Wrestling, a historic day in sports entertainment. This is the last Nitro on the Turner Network, and we're going out with a bang. All the titles on the line.
I didn't know it was going to happen. I didn't see it coming until that night. I found out that I was going to be going out dual champ. I closed the company down as world champion and as United States champion.
It's him up, Booker T. Lands on his feet. He got it. Booker! Here it is. The one, two, three, and get it. Yes, Booker T is WCW World Champion. And in the last Monday Nitro, what a night for Booker T.
I didn't feel sad like everybody else did. I lost my mother when I was 13, so I always knew nothing lasts forever. I remember one of the guys actually talking to me, and he literally had tears in his eyes. He was like, man, Book, it's the end of WCW, man. It's over. And he goes, man, what are you going to do, man? What are you going to do? I say, man, I'm going to WWE. I mean, what else could I do?
I don't think we knew that we were going to keep Booker. I had no idea. When you're looking at the talent base and you're looking at talent that's available, all of these top-tier talents chose to stay on their AOL Time Warner contract, stay at home, collect their money, not go to work.
I sat at home for 17 months and got paid bank.
But then you have a guy, Booker T, who did have a pretty good guaranteed contract, who said, man, I want to work. I want to be a star on the biggest platform I can.
I was a performer. I was talent. Something I tell young people all the time. You know, believe in your talent. Do not forsake your talent. Going in the WWE locker room, those guys didn't too much care for us. They weren't going to treat us special or anything. They didn't want us there. And I understood that. I was ready to go out there and show those guys I was just as good as I said I was.
Booker had enough confidence in himself to step up and say, put me in.
Man, it was a good night for me. Debut, drop Steve Austin. I'm off and running. Everything's beautiful.
My first thought was, hey man, Booker T just came in here. He just took away what I do for a living. Broke 3 transverse processes in my back. And I was in intense pain. And I was like, what in the F just happened? But there is that letter, hey man, we need to watch this guy, or is he safe to work with, or is he going to do that to me?
Steve Austin had the kind of stroke at that time in the company where he could have went to the office and said, man, this guy's reckless and doesn't know what he's doing, even though it wasn't my fault.
When I look back at it, he did everything right. He executed with perfection. But I was so sweaty when I hit the top of that desk, I just skipped off and my back hit a chair. It was an accident. Accidents happen, but hey man, anytime the lead guy goes down and someone has done something to him, yeah, you might have some heat on you from the boys.
You walk in the door coming from somewhere else and you take out one of the top guys that's putting food on all our tables. That's not going to sit well with a lot of people because most of these guys never met him.
Who in the blue hell are you? Coming into that company, it wasn't going to be easy for me by any means.
Hell, my name is Booker. It doesn't matter what your name
can bring someone in up at the top, it's difficult for them to stay there, especially when you have the kind of personality and the kind of talent of a Steve Austin, Rock, Undertaker.
Rock, I would say you're the sucker. Sucker.
Book hung and said, y'all come on up to me.
The bottom line is, if you come to WWE, you better be able to work. And Booker T could work his ass off. He wasn't accepted just because we liked him. He was accepted because he was damn good.
It was kind of the Jack Nicholson, wait till they get a load of me. Yeah, Big Henry, you better lace him up tonight. Because we finna be moving and flying and singing, baby. The greats. You can't stick to a script. It's emotional.
Man, I remember a lot from that time. This nigga was so irritating, but I didn't even get to really experience him as regular Booker T. I got to know King Booker. That's the Booker I know.
To make it real, it's gotta look raw. It's gotta look uncut. We're close enough to the fans, I want sweat to fly all over them. That part is as real as it possibly can get.
There's no unique ability to relate to the audience in non wrestling. And that's really what we look for. He's a man who gave it all. He had an opportunity, he was going for it.
I want the fan that was watching to have that same feeling that I did. It was an out-of-body experience. I could tell what the fans were feeling because I was one of them.
Well, you would have never thought that somebody with the talent that he had in the ring, he would have just as much talent behind the scenes. You can't just define him as a wrestler. He was an entertainer. Now can you dig that? Sucker!
Booker watches a lot of movies. He's always studied movies his whole life, whether it be kung fu movies or, any type of action movie. So I really do believe that if he weren't a wrestler, he would definitely be an actor.
A lot of those movies were my escapes as well. I used to skip school and go to the Majestic OST, and all those movies made me feel a certain way. I literally would go to that place. A little bit more structure here. I literally would be in that movie. I knew every line. I knew every scene. I knew what made that scene work because of what happened before it and what's going to happen after. And that's what wrestling has always been. So for me, my WCW career was so serious all the time. There was never a laughing moment. And then when I got to WWE, everything changed.
Booyah! Hey, what's up, suckers? Your ass is about to get waxed by the 5-time Master Jedi Champion. Now can you dig that? Sucker!
He was always a comedian. He always liked to make people laugh.
Tell me I don't look like that.
That just came. And we would all do little skits at home and make up things. So, just what kids do who don't have a lot of money. You have a great imagination. Imagine what we could be and what we could do.
You didn't say that. Tell me you didn't just say that. You just gave me the key to your heart, baby. Yeah.
It's like the actor in a film that you've only seen play a very serious, badass role.
Oh my goodness.
And then you see him in a buddy comedy and you're like, oh my God, I had no idea this guy was so funny, and it just opens up a whole new world for you.
Look, that ain't me, bro. I got to feel what I'm doing, man. I got to feel. Now can you dig it, sucker? Doesn't mean you know shampoo, but that's all about to change thanks to new Yakamoshi shampoo.
It won't make your hair look as good as mine. But you gotta start somewhere. Give me the script and let me make it what I want it to be, no matter what it is. I don't care what it is. Nah. The creative tells us, hey man, you and Booker are gonna have this brawl in a grocery store. Okay, here's a blank canvas that Booker T and I are gonna have an opportunity to paint together. Action. We created magic. I'm walking through the store, up the aisle, down and out. You're working off of instincts. I like shopping, but as if you were in the ring. You know you're trying to entertain people. I'm action, he's reaction, and his reactions were just off the chart. Go! You want to burn? This is what wrestling is right here. The stuff that we do in the ring does one thing, but this is wrestling. By the time it was all said and done, it was about $10,000 worth of damage to that store. Price check on a jackass. People still remember that line. Price check on a jackass. I'm gonna get you. Booker T and I painted a Mona Lisa with a bunch of damn stuff that you find in the grocery store. Who at 6'3" and 260 pounds can do like the spinneroonie? You know, the breakdance move up on his shoulders, flip up and... It starts with the hand, of course, and then you drop to one knee. All the centrifugal force comes from the dreads, you know, the shake. The dreads, it goes through the body all the way down to the legs, which gives you torque. The Spinneroonian concept is not like that silly. Like, it's a cool way to get up and get to your feet. It's just a charismatic moment. But over time, the Spinneroonie kind of took on a life of its own. Everybody had a Rooney. Most infamous night was trying to get the Undertaker to do the Taker Rooney. I think it's time for the Undertaker Rooney. If you know the Undertaker, like, you don't come out of character, ever. I try to get him to do it, you know, until the fans, you know, get the fans hyped up.
This nigga Mark like, oh man, I gotta do this shit.
And Taker looks at me and he goes, "Gonna kill you." All the main players on the card come out. They literally, we're 30 minutes after we're off the air, trying to get the Undertaker to the Spinneroonian. Everybody does the Spinneroonian. You want to see The Rock do the Rock and Rooney?
That shit was weak.
There ain't no way in hell you can do something like that. This man, he does the worst Spinneroonian I've ever seen in my life. All the wrestlers, I've got everyone to do it except the Undertaker. He's the only one still to this day. There's a chance in hell I'm gonna get out here for the Spinneroonian, so you might better send a cavalry. First son is 35 years old now. We had a somewhat of a rough life growing up. And I thought it was due to me being on the road a lot, being on the road wrestling, not being there. When I got the wrestling business, he went to stay with my sister.
When you get a weekend off, he would fly from Atlanta and he'd come back to Houston and they spend time together, still trying to get a relationship with his son. It was just a process. I'm sure they had their ups and downs.
Son turned 16, 17 years old. That's when it really got tough between him and I. It was always just rocky. My son ended up going down that same road that I did, you know, getting in trouble, you know, even as an adult. That's why he's not here right now. He's sitting in a jail cell, you know, waiting to see exactly what's going to happen with his life, you know. You know, he's still my son. I'm still there for him. It's totally different when I had my son because I was a kid myself, you know, 17 years old. Not having that male presence in my life was a huge factor. But I tried my best. I tried to make sure I did the same thing that my mom did for me, and that was work my butt off. I tried to give my son an image that I wanted him to actually be like, but I didn't have the tools to actually be able to teach him everything that he needs to know, especially from an educational side.
He was so young, a young single parent without a wife, working hard, building up his career, a lot of time on the road. But then when that second phase of his life came around, there was different dynamics that played into the role of fatherhood. He was stable, he was more established in his career. He married a wonderful woman.
Booker and I were married February 5th, 2005. It was a beautiful ceremony in my hometown of Gary, Indiana. I only had, I think, 3 months to plan the wedding because of our schedule. Most women want to have a year to plan and find the perfect dress and all that. I didn't have time for any of that. It was...
Everything we build is from the ground up. Every great idea, every next idea. We put everything we had into our trucks, so you get everything out of them. Trucks are what we do.
There's your biggie bag. All that food for $5, that's my go-to.
Ooh, that's my ride or die.
Just like you and me, bag boys. Bag boys, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when we bring your food?
You can't waste that. And now earn free food for ordering on the Wendy's app.
Got a fucking notification from DoorDash. Talking about that Briggs is very busy right now. Like that, she'll be opening out and still dashing out.
I didn't want to be on the road all the time.
He was considering cutting back.
Even with good tires, fuck that.
And all of a sudden they decided to bring me in, to bring me back. So, babe, I don't know how you felt the first time you saw action figures, because I know you've had action figures before, but this was my very first one.
Yeah.
This is amazing. How many husbands and wives do you think have this? He's always called me his queen. So we kind of just transitioned that into wrestling. The true life stories make for the best work, right? So it kind of just easily flowed into King Booker and Queen Charmel.
It was just entertaining.
Look at that bear.
People had never seen before.
Look at that bear.
They'd never seen Booker T.
Look at that bear.
Before. He was always
look at that baby.
I
say, look at that baby, baby. Look at that baby, baby. Look at that baby. Look at that baby.
And classy and pompous, contradictory on every level. I thought it was brilliant.
It was such an awesome time in my career. So much fun. But man, this fool's crazy. He really is crazy.
He would just open up the cape and he'd have his scepter and he'd just twirl around and look so very majestic. All of the little things that he did really made that character amazing.
This guy is walking around like he's royalty, holding his pinky up in the air.
I think he was just making it up as he goes.
As I ponder,
he started speaking in a bad British accent.
Has become a much better place since I, King Booker, has become the beloved.
It was almost like Kevin Costner in Robin Hood. Like he would float in and out of the accent.
If you got him too angry, then his British accent went right back to the hood.
It's going to be in a steel cage.
Oh, hell no.
People actually treat. I don't think I paid for a meal the whole year I was King Booker anywhere.
This is Booker T reaching that nirvana of character development, the culmination of all of
Booker T's years in wrestling. All of that sort of led to him finding this perfect character that was undeniable. I mean, to the point where you got to give him the championship, and he became champion as King Booker, and it is as memorable as anything he's ever done in wrestling.
The poor kid from Houston, Texas, has risen to the top of the world. King Booker! Ooh, give me some, baby.
Watch out now. And we know that the one person you can count on when all else fails. And we really hold that dear.
For us, it's been a team effort since day one. Us pulling together and now having twins, a boy and a girl, 8 years old. So I never imagined in a million years that her and I would have kids running around. It's pretty special. Good day at school today? Yeah? I've been practicing all day long. Yeah, baby. Michelle and I, we tried to have kids for 3 years, and things just didn't work out. And then, instead of with one, God blessed us with two. I've watched them grow over the last 8 years and not be on the road wrestling on a weekly basis in a different town. That part right there, I think, has been more special than anything.
Okay, don't eat it all at one time.
I was working on prefixes and suffixes.
So how much did
That's how you can tell.
$7, and how much did...
That's how you can tell these motherfucking kids these days are growing totally differently. Cause they don't even look like 8-year-olds, man. They they're like 6.
Booker is an amazing
real life.
He's so playful with the kids.
Come on!
My son Kendrick is now really into wrestling.
I got it now, baby.
A lot of times I catch just spontaneous moments between the two of them.
Hey, come on. Oh my God.
I'm very fortunate for the way our kids are growing up, and we're just afforded this family that Booker unfortunately didn't have when he was growing up. Of course, Booker cooks really well. He can cook better than me. That's the only time I'll admit that. So I'll tell you what I can do. I can turn the oven on for the French fries.
I get anxiety maybe 3 days before I have to leave on a one-day trip. I'll be sitting here and I go, man, I can't wait to get back. And I
haven't even left yet. Yeah.
So,
every time.
Because I do love being a dad. I do love being at home. That's what's cool about, this stage of life. And I can honestly say, it's the best stage. I do want the memories that my son and my daughter have of their dad is something that's going to catapult them throughout life. They're going to know exactly what it means to be a dad. They're going to know exactly what it means to be a mom. And that right there, at the end of the day, we've done our job.
Do you want to see me or be me? Dun, 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 dun.
They said it would take me years to earn a respected MBA. WGU said I could graduate in as little as 12 months. With WGU's 100% online program, I set my own schedule and use my existing knowledge to move through courses faster. The Wall Street Journal even listed WGU's MBA program as a top return on investment because grads see an average salary increase of $16,200 just a year after completing their degree. I feel on track to step forward in the business world. Learn more at WGU.edu.
Let's bring in now our two-time WWE Hall of Famer, our good friend, of course, Booker T to the panel. Let's see those rings, baby. Right there. Look at all that. Congratulations, sir. Last night for a Harley.
If you know Booker,
I've never seen a guy in a bad mood.
That feels good right there.
Sports entertainment is in his blood.
Coming to the final chapter of WrestleMania.
To see the guy that I first met in the 90s and to know Booker now, his legacy just continues to grow because he's one of the guys that wants to give back, that is giving back.
And I understand exactly what you're talking about. People will eat you all week thinking about that. I swear.
I appreciate the words of wisdom.
Stay up. I love being around the events and be a mentor.
Off the European sword?
Shine some knowledge, let these guys sit under the learning tree.
An African-American kid coming up, wanting to do what you were doing, it was always a sense of motivation. So I'm just trying to pay it forward.
You gotta be champion in the ring as well as out of the ring all the time. It doesn't cost you anything to be nice to people, man. It'll take you so far in life, so definitely, man. Just keep doing what you do, bro. I love the business. The business have given me so much.
So much.
It starts right here. I had a dream back in 2005. I said, one day I'm going to open up my own wrestling school. I'm going to teach kids the proper way. Good job, Kelly. Good job. We come here Monday through Friday. The gym's open from normally around 6 p.m. Goes to the last man leaves. Dang, all right, it's got to be that big. That's the thinking part, guys. We're trying to think. Storytelling. This is my life. This is what I do. This is my trade.
11.
Knowledge. It's never gonna go away. Indeed.
Well,
I think 12. I love doing that spot right there. Almost more than any spot that I ever did in professional wrestling. I swear to God. Pop the crowd to where they go, wow. That was awesome. Add a little bit more.
I know damn well I ain't get on this bitch at 6 o'clock.
I want my youngsters to be able to create their own stories. Hey, man. That's what it all started out as, and then it manifested into us having our own wrestling promotion.
This is really exciting. We have a huge crowd tonight, and all of our hard work, I know, is going to pay off. We're going to have a great show.
And our fans coming to see our own homegrown talent. They are the stars of the show. We got something here, and we can take this thing to the next level. And we're on our way.
He had all the odds against him. If you were to pick out the kid that was going to end up dead by the time he was 30, you would probably pick Booker T. Huffman. He grew up, he experienced life, good, bad, ugly. Book did what it took. He never went and said, well, here's a shortcut over here I can take. And the rewards matched the hard work that he put in. He is a real life success story.
You ain't never coming back. You going down with a 1, 2, 3, because I got all my people standing behind me 110%. Ah!
People thought that he couldn't do something because of either his race or where he was from, or how he looked, or the fact that he didn't have a formal education. That's what drove him. Booker is just a survivor. When you see Booker T, you take people at face value and you believe in redemption stories.
Those kids who told me I wasn't going to be anything, and I look back on them now, and I say, how you like me now? Guys, all of you listening to make me do that. Don't let anyone stop you.
Statistically, he wasn't supposed to be on that stage at Madison Square Garden and being inducted into the Hall of Fame. That made it all the more special because he made it. He made it.
why me? You know, always ask God, you know, why me? 30 years later, it's really, really hard to explain. The safest place that I could ever be was in the middle of the ring, painting my Picasso. I always wanted to perform at the highest level, and I want to be remembered making people feel a certain way when they watch me. And if you guys, fans, are enjoying it and having a good time, we're doing something right. That's what it's always been about with me.
His stupid ass doing the "you can't see me." Supposed to shake your head, knock your hand.
I'm gonna put you in the pot like I do neck bone. I'm gonna stand up and it's gonna be on, daddy. We're gonna turn the thing up to 1,000 degrees and we're gonna burn everybody. Baton, 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 WCW champion. Now can't do dick back. Sucker!
It is. All right, y'all ready to smoke some crack? We got some good old crack rocks ready to be smoked. Oh, yes, we do. Oh, yes. I just fucking heard it. Wait, man. You can tell where it's at, but you don't see no wetness though. You feel softness, but don't feel no wetness. I don't understand.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, brother. Oh yeah.
When you hit them with the dun 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 dun. But you gotta hit them with the dun 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Do you want to play this video? The following content may contain suicide or self-harm topics. Yes.
And now to the murder-suicide involving pro wrestler Chris Benoit.
Chris Benoit murdered his wife, 7-year-old son earlier this week in suburban Atlanta. Benoit then hanged himself.
Police now treating the discovery as a double murder-suicide.
Georgia authorities say they found a lot of prescription medication in the Benoit home.
Speculation is running wild. Did steroids play a role, or is there another explanation?
World Wrestling Entertainment, Benoit's employer, says it's wrong to speculate that steroid use was responsible for this tragedy.
And obviously this is not an act of rage, it's an act of deliberation. When you do something like this over 3 days, it's not an act of rage, be it steroid rage or roid rage, whatever it's called.
Now, police must wait weeks for toxicology reports to determine if steroids were in the blood of the man known as the Canadian Crippler.
The Canadian Crippler?
On June 25th, 2007, the professional wrestling business changed forever when news broke that the bodies of Chris Benoit, his wife Nancy, and their son Daniel had all been found in the family home. Wrestling had seen its share of tragedy and premature death, but this was different. Active major WWE stars had been found dead before their time in the past, such as Chris Benoit's best friend Eddie Guerrero, but never alongside their loved ones. The news led to widespread disbelief, confusion, and grief before those feelings turned to horror. Chris Benoit was respected by all and widely considered one of the greatest wrestlers of all time. He was thought to be a humble and hard-working man who, to the public's knowledge, had never put a foot wrong in either his professional or personal life. This was the person responsible for all 3 of their deaths. It was a revelation that shook the industry to its core. How did this happen? How could this happen? The investigation into the deaths revealed the grisly facts about the double murder-suicide and the tempestuous life that Chris and Nancy led. Each revelation brought with it a heightened sense of shock, as well as scrutiny from the public, fans, and even government agencies. As well as shattering the lives of those affected, the Benoit family tragedy almost destroyed the wrestling business. Even now, some 15 years after the fact, questions remain. Christopher Michael Benoit was born on May 21st, 1967 in Montreal, Quebec, Canada. Growing up in Edmonton, Alberta, the young Benoit was described as quiet, soft-spoken, and easygoing by those who knew him best. Something of a loner who enjoyed spending time by himself, his first love was professional wrestling, specifically the Calgary-based Stampede Pro Wrestling territory. After attending one of the promotion shows at the Victoria Pavilion in his early teens, Benoit was hooked. He knew what he wanted to do with his life, and he knew exactly who he wanted to be. The Dynamite Kid. Tom Billington was a compact, explosive performer who was light years ahead of the vast majority of his peers when it came to his style in the ring. He was also a troubled and cruel man who was prone to playing sadistic practical jokes and intimidating people through threats of violence. Benoit was drawn to Dynamite's in-ring intensity and believability, and soon began to idolize him. Part of this involved emulating Dynamite's physical appearance, and before too long, Benoit was pumping iron in order to achieve the chiseled physique required for a career in the business. Though he was still in high school, Benoit was dedicated to his vision and prioritized his training ahead of a social life. After being a regular at shows and then helping out as a member of the ring crew, Benoit began his training in earnest, first in the ring before Stampede events, and then eventually at the legendary Hart family mansion. He would take a Greyhound bus from Edmonton to Calgary every Friday after school and stay for the weekend, learning the tricks of the trade from one of wrestling's most famous families. Benoit would later say that he owed everything he accomplished in his career to Stu Hart, who gave him his first opportunities and helped train him in the infamous Dungeon Basement Gym. Though this line about Stu Hart and dungeon training made for a great soundbite on television and gave Benoit credibility, it's likely not grounded in reality. According to Benoit Benoit's father, Michael, Chris was predominantly trained by Mike Hammer while in Edmonton, as well as one of Stampede's referees. In Calgary, the two people most responsible for his training were Jerry Morrow and Angel Acevedo, aka the Cuban Assassin, who both worked for Stu at the time. Over time, Benoit became something of an adopted member of the Hart family. Once his training had been deemed sufficient, Chris Benoit made his professional wrestling debut on November 22nd, 1985 on a Stampede wrestling show in Calgary. He teamed with Rick Patterson to defeat Carl Butch Moffat and Mike Hammer in the second match on the card. It was an inauspicious debut for a performer who would rather quickly establish himself as one of the top in-ring talents in the entire industry. The 18-year-old, who very much resembled the young Dynamite Kid, would continue wrestling for Stampede, gaining a cult following until the promotion closed its doors in 1989. One of the highlights of his time in Stu Hart's company was undoubtedly getting the opportunity to face his idol. Prior to retiring and going back home to England, Billington gifted Benoit a pair of his wrestling boots. The torch had been passed. By the time the Stampede promotion shut up shop, however, it was no longer Benoit's main priority. On the recommendation of Stampede regular Bad News Brown, Benoit had begun working for New Japan Pro Wrestling. He first spent a year refining his skills and paying his dues in the company's notoriously tough dojo, where he was expected to not only push himself physically during the brutal conditioning drills, but also act as a young boy. This involved running errands for the roster's veterans, as well as doing menial tasks like sweeping the gym floor and cleaning the toilets. It was an eye-opening, formative experience for him. In these early years, stationed overseas, Benoit began to solidify his reputation as one of the top prospects in the business, refining and perfecting his Dynamite Kid-esque moves and mannerisms. Put under a mask as the Pegasus Kid, he routinely had the best match on the show alongside similarly hungry and revolutionary peers like Jushin Liger. It was while working for New Japan in the early 90s that Benoit met and formed a strong bond with two fellow Gaijin workers, Dean Malenko and Eddie Guerrero. The trio, dubbed the Three Amigos, would go on to follow each other professionally from Japan to ECW to WCW and eventually to WWE. During these early globe-trotting days, Chris Benoit was married to a Canadian woman named Martina, with whom he would have two children, a daughter named Megan and a son called David. That marriage would eventually deteriorate and end in divorce after Benoit fell in love with Nancy Sullivan. Nancy Elizabeth Toffaloni was born in Boston, Massachusetts on May 17, 1964. Her family settled in Florida, where Nancy got work as a model, as well as selling event programs at local wrestling shows. A fan of wrestling from an early age, she came to the attention of wrestler Kevin Sullivan after he spotted her during an apartment wrestling photo shoot where Nancy performed under the name Para. It took several months for Sullivan to convince Nancy to join his act, but she eventually agreed to join his oddball crew alongside the likes of Luna Vachon. She did so under the guise of Fallen Angel. While on the road as one of his kayfabe Satanists, Nancy fell in love with Sullivan and ended up divorcing her first husband, a man named Jim Dowse, who had been her high school sweetheart. After being together for 7 or 8 years, Nancy married Kevin in 1992, taking his surname. A tremendous valet who was always utterly convincing in her psycho shtick, Nancy accompanied her husband from territory to territory, which included a stint in WCW between 1989 and 1990. Rechristened Woman, Nancy first managed Sullivan and then the tag team Doom. Before long, the couple left WCW and continued to journey around the independent scene for outfits like Smoky Mountain Wrestling and ECW, where Nancy led her managerial expertise to the Sandman and Chris Benoit's good friend from New Japan, Too Cold Scorpio. It was in ECW where the pair would likely have first met. Before long, Benoit would make his way to WCW. Not far behind him was Nancy, following her husband back south, as he was now both a wrestler and a member of the WCW booking team. Though Kevin would help his wife get a job with Ted Turner's organization, things were not exactly peachy between the Sullivans at home. In fact, things hadn't been stable for some time. Their marriage was on the rocks, and working together in the wrestling business would only speed up its disintegration. In later years, Nancy's sister Sandra Toffaloni claimed that the relationship between Kevin and Nancy was, at best, volatile. This included accusations of domestic abuse, with Sandra saying that incidents between the pair took place often, and that on one occasion in the mid-90s, a fight had left Nancy with a black eye. Kevin Sullivan, for his part, has repeatedly refuted those allegations and counterclaimed that Nancy had in fact stabbed him during one of their arguments. According to him, the incident landed Nancy in a Florida prison for 3 days before Kevin bailed her out and neglected to press charges. However, police investigating the Benoit tragedy found that Nancy had kept records of abuse she had suffered, which, they ascertained, took place during the relationship with Sullivan. By the time Nancy came back to WCW, the couple had noticeably drifted apart. Kevin was 11 years her senior, which he cited as a possible reason they grew more distant as time went on. Come 1996, they weren't spending as much time with one another. He was mainly staying in the Florida Keys, while Nancy opted to spend her time at their house in Daytona. Their problems certainly predated Benoit's arrival in WCW, but the crippler would play an integral part in their union ending for good. Benoit's career trajectory in WCW looked promising, erasing any doubts he may have had following a disappointing spell there a few years earlier. He quickly went from cruiserweight fodder to Four Horsemen member before Sullivan booked him in a feud against himself. It started off simply enough, but the waters got murky fast. In his pursuit to blur the lines between fact and fiction, Sullivan added his wife into the mix. Nancy was a valet for the Horsemen at the time, and per Kevin's storyline, Benoit stole Nancy away from him. Benoit and Nancy were shown on television cozying up to one another in intimate scenes, and Chris made several shoot-style comments about Nancy's marriage to Kevin. To convince the fans that this was at least somewhat real, Sullivan instructed Nancy and Benoit to travel together, eat together at restaurants on the road, stay at the same hotels, and even hold hands in public. Chris had expressed reservations about the storyline with Sullivan and Bischoff because his then-wife Martina had just given birth to their daughter, and things were already tense between the pair at home. Benoit didn't want his wife becoming paranoid while she was at home looking after their newborn daughter, as well as son David, who was just a few years old at the time. In a perhaps not-so-shocking twist, fantasy soon became reality as Chris and Nancy developed genuine feelings for each other and began having an affair. Chris divorced his wife and Nancy divorced her husband, making them officially an item. All while this was going on, Benoit and Sullivan still had to work with each other in the ring, their matches taking on an air of heightened realism due to the circumstances. However, although Kevin partly blamed Chris for the breakup of his marriage, Benoit later attested that Sullivan was always professional and never took liberties with him in the ring. At the 1997 Bash at the Beach, after about a year of butting heads on screen, Benoit beat Sullivan in a retirement match. Kevin then quit being an active in-ring performer and began to focus his responsibilities as a backstage creative force. Nancy left WCW after the retirement match, while Chris stayed on and fought an uphill battle. Despite being widely regarded as a phenomenal talent with enormous untapped potential, the undersized Benoit was never hugely in favour with the decision-makers and continually hit his head on the glass ceiling. He certainly achieved some success in WCW, but he, along with the likes of Eddie Guerrero and Dean Malenko, knew that success had a cap placed on it, regardless of how many great matches they had or how consistently they performed. When Sullivan was given the head booker role in early 2000, following the departure of Vince Russo, Benoit and his cohorts wanted out of WCW, especially Chris, because he was fearful of retaliation for the situation with Nancy. In a bid to show that there were no hard feelings and that he was willing to put business ahead of personal feelings, Sullivan booked Benoit to win his first World Heavyweight title, beating Sid at the sold-out pay-per-view. But it was too little too late for the rabid Wolverine, whose mind was, by at that point, made up. He, along with Guerrero, Malenko and Perry Saturn, left WCW the day after the pay-per-view, with Benoit handing back the title belt and heading to WWE. Benoit was granted his release unconditionally after road agent Mike Graham had apparently thrown violent threats at he and his fellow radicals. At the time, Nancy was at home, heavily pregnant with the couple's first child. Daniel Christopher Benoit was born on February 25th, 2000. With a new baby at home and his career looking on the up, especially now that he was getting a push under Vince McMahon, life seemed good for Chris Benoit. By all accounts, at this time he was a dedicated father and husband who doted on his wife and son. Professionally, things continued to go from strength to strength. Benoit was always involved in a storyline and even got the chance to headline a pay-per-view opposite The Rock in a world title match. He was having great matches and making great money. His downside guarantee was $400,000 a year, but with bonuses, merchandise and other compensation factored in, he made significantly more. And he was doing it all alongside his best friends too. Capping off a great year, Chris and Nancy tied the knot on November 23rd, 2000. On the surface, it seemed as though everything was great for the couple. Nancy was retired and looking after Daniel, as well as managing her husband's business affairs. Chris's career continued its upward path, save for a year spent on the sidelines while he recovered from neck surgery. That path led all the way to the main event of WrestleMania 20. In front of a sold-out Madison Square Garden crowd, Chris Benoit reached the summit of the industry he had dedicated his life to, winning WWE's World Heavyweight title for the first and only time in his career. As confetti rained down inside the world's most famous arena and Benoit celebrated his triumph, Eddie Guerrero spontaneously joined him in the ring. The two best friends shared an embrace that remains, in retrospect, one of the saddest images in professional wrestling history. Earlier in the night, Guerrero had retained his WWE title in the show's other main event. For two men who had been continuously told that they were too small or not flamboyant enough to make it to the top, it was vindication. And for two friends who had travelled the roads together for so many years, it was a truly special moment. It was justification for all their hard work, and an especially spiritual moment for Eddie, who had not long ago battled back from substance abuse issues that had temporarily cost him his WWE career and almost his life. When the show went off the air, Nancy and Daniel joined Chris in the ring. Judging by that storybook scene, you would have no reason to assume there were any issues in Chris and Nancy's marriage at the time. However, after the tragedy, it came to light that Nancy had in fact filed for divorce less than a year earlier. She had done so on May 12, 2003, alleging cruel treatment and citing the marriage as irrevocably broken. She also filed for a temporary protective order on May 15th, which prevented Chris from contacting her or Daniel, while he was also ordered to pay $5,000 a month in child support. Nancy told her attorney that Chris would often fly into a rage for no particular reason, and that he had destroyed furniture in the house. She was seeking sole custody of Daniel. This was not the first incident between the couple either. It also transpired later that in September of 1998, Chris and Nancy had an argument that led to Benoit leaving the house. Hours later, police officers found him drunk in his car, parked outside of another person's home. Benoit told the officers that he used to live in the house, presumably with first wife Martina, and that he was just reminiscing. He was booked on charges of DUI. Other reports from after the tragedy noted that Chris and Nancy had minor periods of separation while Chris was recovering from his neck surgery in 2001. Nancy had become alarmed that her husband was continuing to use anabolic steroids while in recovery, since, in her opinion, he had no justifiable reason to do so. Chris, worried about losing size during his long recuperation, felt as though he didn't have a choice. His uptake in pain pill usage around that time was also a contentious issue between the two. When she later filed for divorce in 2003, Nancy said she was genuinely fearful for her and Daniel's safety and had fled the home during one of Benoit's outbursts. The divorce petition also claimed that Chris had threatened to strike her. The 6-month protective order was granted, and for the next 2 months, Chris and Nancy were separated. But on the day of a hearing to determine a longer protective order, they showed up to the court holding hands and told their attorneys that they had patched things up. On August 19th, Nancy dropped the divorce petition and had the protective order lifted. Their attorneys, for what it's worth, made the Benoits promise to undergo professional counselling. is unknown, though Nancy would regularly confide in Julie Malenko, wife of Dean, who was Nancy's therapist. It's not unreasonable to imagine that Chris might have confided in Eddie Guerrero. It was said that Eddie knew Chris's temperament better than anyone and could talk him out of doing things that he may go on to regret. However, on November 13th, 2005, in another of wrestling's greatest tragedies, Benoit lost that support system. Eddie lost his life in a Minneapolis hotel room just hours before he had been due to perform at a combined Raw and SmackDown TV taping. He had been discovered by his nephew Chavo, passing away in his arms at the age of just 38. His cause of death was listed as acute heart failure from cardiovascular disease. Past steroid, prescription pill, and alcohol abuse were listed as contributing factors. When Chavo informed Benoit of Eddie's passing over the phone, he recalls that he was met with a guttural wail of pure grief, an outpouring of unfiltered emotion that was uncharacteristic of the outwardly stoic Benoit. In the Raw tribute episode that aired the following night, Benoit was clearly inconsolable while stood on the stage during Eddie's 10-bell salute and broke down while giving his video testimonial. The widely held belief by those in the inner circle of Chris Benoit is that Eddie's death affected him so deeply he was never quite the same afterwards. Falling into a severe depression, Benoit would write to Eddie in his journal as a means of coping, but close friends and family could see that he wasn't taking it well at all. It probably didn't help that he wasn't given adequate time to process his grief. The day after Guerrero's funeral, during which Chris Jericho recalled Benoit hugging him with incredible force before completely breaking down, he hopped on a plane and flew to Europe to meet up with WWE's ongoing tour. While Chris undoubtedly grew more withdrawn following the death of Eddie, he was no stranger to mourning. He and Nancy had both lost countless friends from the business over the years, several passing away young and in tragic circumstances. In October of 1997, Benoit's former Four Horsemen stablemate Brian Pillman died at the age of 35. In May of 1999, Owen Hart fell from the catwalk of the Kemper Arena during WWE's Over the Edge pay-per-view when his planned entrance went awry. He was 34. Just a few months later, Brian Hildebrand, a beloved figure in the business who worked as a referee for WCW under the name Mark Curtis, passed away from cancer, aged 37. In May of 2002, the British Bulldog Davey Boy Smith died of a heart attack at the age of 39. Kurt Hennig and Road Warrior Hawk both passed away in 2003, as did Stu Hart, and in particularly sad circumstances, Nancy's close friend, Miss Elizabeth. In September of 2004, Ray Traylor, aka the Big Boss Man, died at 41. This painful cycle didn't stop with Eddie either. On the contrary, Chris and Nancy continued to lose those who were close to them at an unrelentingly quick rate. In January of 2006, Victor Black Cat Ma passed away of a heart attack at the age of 51. Ma had worked as a wrestler and foreign liaison for New Japan in the 90s and was someone Chris considered his best friend in the Far East. Then, just a few weeks later, Mike Johnny Grunge Durham died at the age of 39. The former member of the Public Enemy tag team lived in the same area as the Benoits and had apparently played an important peacekeeping role in their rocky relationship. Whenever the couple would argue, Durham would be called in to act as a buffer, talking to them and making them laugh long enough that they would inevitably move beyond whatever it was they were fighting about. It was clear that Chris Benoit desperately needed some time away from the wrestling business, not just to rest his battered body, but to properly process the huge amount of grief he was trying to cope with. In May of 2006, he finally left the road and went home for 4 months for what was referred to as a sabbatical. Nancy had recently had major neck surgery performed by Dr. Jay Youngblood, the same person who had fused Chris's neck in 2001, so having Chris around the house to help was considered a blessing by her. Chris took the time to heal from some nagging injuries and also underwent a minor procedure to repair a hernia. There was also speculation at the time that Benoit had requested the sabbatical so that he could wean himself off the steroids and painkillers that he'd grown to depend on, since WWE had recently introduced their wellness policy. However, that is now thought to be hearsay, and future evidence would seem to contradict any intention Benoit might have had of getting clean. The steroid and painkiller issue would become a much bigger one following the a year later. Though the sabbatical apparently did both Chris and Nancy well, with Chris remarking to friends that he felt recharged afterwards, Benoit was by no means fully recovered, and there appeared to be something darker beneath this renewed energy. In the months before the tragedy, Benoit began displaying signs of paranoia. He talked to his friends and family about some unknown entity being out to get him and claimed that he and his family were being stalked. He started to take different routes to routine destinations like his local gym and airport, feeling as though he was being followed. He changed cars frequently and would constantly check the home security system. He also didn't let his son Daniel play outside unsupervised and asked that Nancy not leave the house alone after 6 p.m. The issue of where Daniel would go to school was also raised, with Chris hesitant to enroll him until he was absolutely assured of his safety. He had spoken to a fellow wrestler whose family had been threatened with a kidnapping plot and was spooked. The family even moved house from the Peachtree City area of Georgia to nearby Fayetteville, moving into a $900,000 gated mansion in a quiet suburb with a very low crime rate. 2 large German Shepherd guard dogs named Carney and Highspot patrolled the residence. In terms of his work, the 40-year-old Benoit was by this point in the autumn of his career. He was one of the most respected wrestlers in the world and was still capable of performing at a very high level, but a new generation of stars was ready to take the spot he had worked so hard to occupy. He was enlisted to help facilitate their rise up the card. Drafted to ECW in June of 2007, which some viewed as a demotion since it was WWE's least watched brand, Benoit was to undertake a player coach role. Here he would help out the brand's newer talents who were often placed on the show to get exposure before being promoted to Raw or SmackDown. The plan was for Benoit to represent ECW as its champion who never missed a match. Not showing up to such a major event was a red flag to many, and panic set in. The reason why he didn't make the show or the non-televised live events the night before was beyond comprehension. On June 25th, 2007, Chris Benoit, his wife Nancy, and their son Daniel were all found dead in their home. Chris Benoit's last match took place on June 19, 2007 at an ECW TV taping. Afterwards, he flew home and did what he usually did during his downtime, working out, tanning, catching up on sleep.
Ah, that is fake!
On the morning of
that is fake!
22nd, Chris drove his son Daniel the whole
Oh, that is fake!
He then drove 40 miles to visit his physician, Dr. Phil Astin. Benoit would see Astin every couple of months for routine checkups and to replenish a long list of...
So fucking fake.
During their meeting, he complained about Nancy's moodiness and wondered aloud if she was experiencing early onset menopause. Unlikely, but Astin, who was also Nancy's physician, said that he would look into it. Astin later commented that Benoit showed no signs of rage or increased aggression, but complained of increased feelings of depression and was prescribed the antidepressant Zoloft, which would take a few weeks to fully kick in. On his way out, Benoit signed autographs and took pictures with waiting patients and staff members. After he had left the doctor's office, he spoke with frequent travel partner and close friend Bob Holly. Holly asked how Chris and Nancy were getting on, to which Benoit replied that she was acting like Hitler, but that they were trying to work things out. Holly was in nearby Atlanta for a meeting with an attorney, and Chris had asked him to come and visit at his home half an hour away. Bob had declined, saying that it was rare time off for Chris and that he figured that he would want to spend it with his wife and son. Holly later wondered, had he gone to the Benoit residence a couple of days earlier as planned, if things would have gone differently. After speaking with Holly, Benoit met up with Ray Rouge, a previous WWE developmental prospect who worked as Rick Michaels. He was hired by WWE in 2004 on the recommendation of Benoit, not as a wrestler, but as a tailor. Rouge had been fired by WWE in late 2005 after he was convicted of exposing himself in front of a minor, something Rouge admitted to. He thought that he retained a friendship with Benoit and made the tights that Chris wore for his matches, as well as gear for other WWE stars. stars. Guerrero, whom he had grown increasingly close to following Eddie's passing. He also spoke on the phone to Nancy, who was food shopping for that night's cookout at a local supermarket. He then called a local car dealership to discuss selling one of his vehicles and ordered a call-out from a pool service company. When the pool workers arrived later that afternoon, they observed Chris outside with Daniel grilling food. The day to that point had been unremarkable as the Benoit family went about their business, but later that evening, things would take a drastic number of the Fayetteville Police Department. The number given was an obsolete non-emergency one, and no attempt was made to call it regardless. 7 minutes later at 9:32 p.m, the Benoit home called next-door neighbor Holly Schroepfer did so again a minute later, and once more at 10 p.m. The calls went unanswered and no voice messages were left, but the generally held assumption is that they were made by Nancy, fearing that something bad was about to happen. After getting into a fight with Chris in an upstairs room where Nancy liked to watch television, her hands and feet were bound by tape and an electrical cord was wrapped around her neck. Chris placed a knee onto her back and pulled back hard on the cord, choking his wife to death. The scene indicated that there had been a struggle and that Nancy had fought back, while blood on her head suggested that Chris may have struck it into the floor while she was bound. There were also signs of trauma to Nancy's body, including bruising. Nancy's sister Sandra later said that Benoit had brutalized his wife in the process of killing her. Afterwards, Chris wrapped her body in a blanket and placed a Bible next to it. Nancy was 43 years old. The morning after, at 8:30 a.m, Chris called Holly Schroepfer and left a voice message wondering if Daniel was due in for horse camp that day. If he was, he couldn't attend, Benoit said, because he wasn't feeling well. At some point in the hours after killing Nancy, Chris Benoit did the unthinkable and murdered his own son with some form of chokehold while he lay in his bed. Chillingly, investigators found a butcher knife under it, though this hadn't been used in either incident. Toxicology results showed that the 7-year-old had been sedated with Xanax, a drug not meant for child consumption, prior to the murder, and that he was likely unconscious when it happened. Chris placed another Bible next to the body of Daniel as well. Benoit then called and left a voicemail on the phone of wrestler Michael Parker at 1:57 p.m. Parker had just been released by WWE following a tryout, and Benoit was returning his call to talk about office politics. The message was preserved, and listening to it back, Benoit is clearly rambling and some of his words are slurred. Over an hour later, at around 3 p.m, Holly Schroepfer called Chris back and they spoke for approximately 10 minutes. During the call, Chris told his neighbor about how Daniel was suffering from very bad food poisoning and that he felt bad that he could do nothing for him. He also told her that Nancy had it too, although hers was milder, and that the pair wanted to lay low for a couple of days in order to recover. Holly would later reflect after the fact that Chris was subtly trying to dissuade her from visiting the house and trying to see Nancy or Daniel. About an hour after that call, at 4:02 p.m, Benoit clicked on a Wikipedia entry of the Old Testament prophet Elijah after conducting a Google search. The story of the prophet Elijah, in short, concerns him pleading with God to restore the soul to a young boy's dead body. Throughout the day, Chris Benoit was also in contact with his colleagues in WWE. He had been scheduled to perform at that night's live event in Beaumont, Texas. Chavo Guerrero had agreed to pick Benoit up from the airport that afternoon and then drive him to the arena. Benoit spoke with Chavo by phone and told him that he wouldn't be able to make the show due to Nancy and Daniel being sick with suspected food poisoning. During the call, Benoit told Chavo, "I love you," which struck Guerrero as odd. Chavo then called back and asked his friend if everything was okay before telling Benoit to make sure that he made it for the pay-per-view the next day. At 6:10 p.m, Chris called a member of WWE's talent relations team and informed them that he would be unable to attend that night's house show due to a family emergency. He told them that Nancy and Daniel were in the hospital throwing up blood. He was assured not to worry about missing the house show, but to make sure that he made it to the pay-per-view the next day. This is believed to have been the last voice communication anyone had with Chris Benoit. Unbelievably, Benoit had actually changed his flight for the house show to a later one that day before conceding that he wouldn't be able to make it on time. Was he actually considering making his obligation and wrestling in Beaumont, or was this done simply to buy himself some more time and avert suspicion? Between 3:51 and 3:58 a.m. on Sunday, Chavo and referee Scott Armstrong, another member of Benoit's travel crew, received a series of strange text messages from the phones of both Chris and Nancy. One read, "My physical address is 130 Green Meadow Lane, Fayetteville, Georgia, 30215. The other read, "The dogs are in the enclosed pool area. Garage side door is open." He was, in essence, trying to get word out that somebody needed to check on the house. It's believed that in the immediate aftermath of sending these messages, Chris Benoit hanged himself by the cord of his lat pull-down weight machine in the home's basement gym, releasing a significant amount of weight, around 240 pounds, which hoisted him off the ground. He had previously Googled methods of breaking a person's neck. Chris Benoit was 40 years old. WWE rearranged Benoit's flight for Sunday morning so that he could make the pay-per-view and attempted to contact him throughout the day. They also called various hospitals in the Atlanta area in order to pin him down, to no avail. The pay-per-view went ahead as scheduled, with ECW announcer Joey Styles explaining to viewers at home that Chris Benoit would not be involved in his title match due to an unspecified family emergency. By 11 p.m. on Sunday night, nobody in WWE had been able to get in touch with their former World Heavyweight Champion. The following day, with concern for Benoit increasing, Head of Talent Relations John Laurinaitis became aware of the text messages that were sent to Guerrero and Armstrong, and a welfare check was requested at the Benoit residence at around 12:45 p.m. The Fayetteville County Sheriff's Department called WWE back a couple of hours later and informed them that they had found the bodies of Chris, Nancy, and Daniel Benoit. The entire WWE roster, as well as some special guests flown in for the occasion, were at the arena in Corpus Christi, Texas that evening. Some were dressed for a funeral, since that night's episode was supposed to be a special memorial one for the Mr. McMahon character who had met his untimely demise a couple of weeks earlier. A wreath stood in the ring and a casket sat on the arena's stage. Gathering his roster and crew around the ring at around 4 p.m. that afternoon, Vince McMahon informed them of the tragedy. They were also told that they were free to leave the arena if they wished, and that while matches would be taped at the next day's show, nobody was obligated to work if they didn't want to. The planned show for that night was cancelled, and in its place, WWE instead ran a tribute to Chris Benoit. This was complete with Vince McMahon addressing the global audience, a commemorative music video, colleague testimonials, and some of the most significant matches and moments from Chris's career. At the time, it was rationalized that WWE didn't know the horrific circumstances of the tragedy, though Dave Meltzer of the Wrestling Observer newsletter has insinuated that some in upper management must have been aware with the theory investigators were working with. To the majority of those in WWE who only knew that 3 bodies were found and not much else, the Chris Benoit they knew wasn't capable of murder. Surely the explanation was something far less sinister, like a carbon monoxide leak. However, the testimonial given by William Rouge during the tribute show struck some people as odd and hinted that there may be more to the tragedy than meets the eye. Rather than gush about Benoit, who he had known and worked with closely for over a decade, Regal simply said that he was one of the best and most hard-working professional wrestlers ever, and would refrain from commenting on anything else at that time. It was short, detached, and somewhat eerie, especially in hindsight. Industry insiders suspected that Regal, who didn't live too far away from the Benoits and could have been privy to at least some of their marital issues, knew more than others. However, Regal himself explained on his podcast in 2022 that he and Chris had not been close since the late 90s. Moreover, Regal's wife was good friends with Benoit's ex-wife Martina and flat out did not like Chris, making it known to her husband that she didn't want him near their house. Regal looked spooked on the night because, as well as being generally shocked from the news of the deaths, while he was on his way to record his video tributes, he had crossed paths with JBL, who had said something to Regal along the lines of, "You don't think he had anything to do with it, do you?" It clearly unnerved Regal, who realised that he didn't know what had happened in that house and decided to cover his tracks by simply talking about Benoit as a professional. Others backstage that night also discussed the possible theory that Chris was responsible, as rumours of strange text messages began to filter through the locker room. As Raw went off the air that night, everyone would know that the police were investigating the incident as a double murder and suicide, and that Chris Benoit was their only suspect. When the horrible facts emerged, and once the initial shock had worn off, Chris Benoit's fans, friends, colleagues, and family members all wanted to know one thing. Why?
Oh, I don't have a Discord, I'm sorry.
Murder his wife and his son before taking his own life. The rush to find that out, as more and more of the harrowing details of the case were made public, resulted in a media frenzy, the likes of which professional wrestling had never seen before. A double murder and suicide featuring a famous person was always going to be big news, but the bizarre nature of the tragedy only sought to amplify the attention that it was receiving. For media outlets covering the tragedy, the first thing that was jumped on was the fact that large quantities of anabolic steroids were found in the Benoit residence. Chris Benoit had first started using anabolic steroids back in high school, and his usage intensified throughout his professional career. There is no doubt that Benoit used the drugs to attain the size and definition favoured by the promotions he worked for. Sources who knew Chris said that he was constantly taking steroids and later human growth hormone without any sort of prolonged break. As mentioned earlier in this video, he refused to stop using steroids even when he was recovering from major neck surgery, and was thus unable to work out as normal, believing that kicking them cold turkey would cause his muscles to shrink. Investigators found various types of steroids and HGH in the Benoit house, while the family of Nancy, who was staying at the residence for a brief period after the tragedy, also found more vials, needles, and prescriptions hidden in a suitcase and a walk-in closet. The media, quick to sensationalise, speculated that the act was a result of roid rage and that Chris had flown off the handle and killed Nancy in a frenzy. Chris's autopsy revealed that he had 10 times the amount of testosterone as a normal healthy male of his age at the time of his death, indicating that he had taken them within a reasonably short period of time before he died. Benoit was receiving excessive quantities of steroids, mainly from prescriptions written by Dr. A. Create Testosterone. At the time of his death, Chris Benoit was also suffering from testicular failure. Astin prescribed Benoit a 10-month supply of steroids every 3 to 4 weeks between May 2006 and May 2007. Obviously, this was done so that Chris Benoit could maintain his hulking physique and not strictly as any part of TRT, which would only replace testosterone to normal levels, not to boost those levels up to superhuman numbers. Astin was subsequently indicted and charged for overprescribing controlled substances to not only Benoit, but others too, like Johnny Grunge, who was prescribed large amounts of painkillers and muscle relaxers. It's believed that the drugs were a significant contributing factor toward Grunge's death. In a strange coincidence, Dr. Astin passed away of a heart attack on June 24, 2022, exactly 15 years to the day since the tragedy. The doctor, who had been sentenced to 10 years in prison in 2009, was 67 years old. Benoit and Grunge were not Astin's only famous patients, and many of the old WCW roster, including Lex Luger, used him to easily obtain the drugs. Some wrestlers would travel significant distances in order to see Astin, which included flying from out of state. Chris Benoit was also ordering steroids illegally online from a company called MedX Life, whose orders were filled through the Florida-based Signature Pharmacy. From Signature Pharmacy, he received nandrolone, a steroid better known as Decadurabolin, and anastrozole, an anti-estrogen drug used to combat steroid side effects like gynecomastia, in February of 2006. FedEx records show that he also had their products sent to an address in Walton Beach, Florida that July, as well as a hotel in San Antonio, Texas in late 2005, around the time he was touring the state with WWE. An answering machine tape confiscated from the Benoit residence showed that investigators looking into MedX Life and Signature Pharmacy had contacted contacted Chris about his business with them. Once WWE's wellness policy was instituted in early 2006, Benoit was randomly tested along with the rest of the roster. He was tested 4 times between then and April 10th, 2007, the date of his last test. His test results came back negative. WWE would withhold the results of Benoit's previous 3 tests, which were administered by Aegis Labs and overseen by Dr. David Black. It was theorized by some that when Benoit was tested in April that he was, in fact, clean of the muscle-enhancing drugs and was attempting to get them out of his system, but that the physical and psychological effects of withdrawal prompted him to quickly get back on them. Others claimed that he must have cheated the test in some way. When it came to cause or motive, a medical examiner was unable to say conclusively whether steroids played a role in the killings. What investigators did find during the course of their investigation is that steroid use was a major bone of contention between Chris and Nancy. Records of text messages that Nancy had sent Chris in the weeks leading up to the tragedy show her repeatedly asking her husband to get off the juice. On May 9th, 2007, she wrote, "Get off the crap you're on. It's making you passive-aggressive, and I don't need the abuse." Later that month, she texted, "Get off the stuff. It's obvious. I'm probably not the only one who can see, and we both know the wellness program is a joke." At least once, in January of 2007, Nancy had taken matters into her own hands and thrown out his stash, resulting in Chris leaving the home for a fortnight and staying in a hotel. As well as altering Chris's mood, the drugs also hampered his ability to perform in the bedroom, something Nancy complained about to Pam Clark, the wife of the late Brian Hildebrand, just days before the tragedy occurred. That 2-hour phone call, which took place on June 18th, revealed a lot about the problems the Benoits were going through. Nancy spoke with Clark about not only Chris's worsening mood swings, but also her suspicions that Chris was having an affair with a WWE diva, citing the discovery of a second cell phone and her husband having phone conversations outside, something he had never done before, as evidence. She detailed visiting backstage at a WWE house show 2 days earlier in Dothan, Alabama, and felt as though people were walking on eggshells around her and knew something that she didn't. Nancy had also told her mother-in-law, Margaret Benoit, that Chris wasn't doing the right thing while he was out on the road, intimating that he was cheating on her. Nancy told Pam Clark that she had planned to bring up the suspected infidelity to Chris sooner rather than later. During the call, Nancy also claimed that Chris had been physically abusive towards her.
I miss my nails.
Taking some time away
I
from him.
need my nails
Chris
back.
and moving to Florida with Daniel. Family. Dr. Askin would also disclose that Nancy asked him questions about raising Daniel by herself when she visited his office the day before the murder. Nancy told Pam Clark that she had kept evidence of her husband's alleged abuse and that if anything ever happened to her, she wanted people to know that he did it. A search of a safety deposit box in Nancy Benoit's name did not reveal any evidence that Chris had been physically abusive towards her. The couple did argue frequently and would on occasion blow up in front of close friends in public. The list of things they fought about was long and varied. Nancy wanted her husband, if not to quit wrestling altogether, then to at least consider spending more time at home away from the road. After Eddie Guerrero died, they had discussed Chris leaving WWE and starting his own wrestling school, drawing up a business plan, and even going so far as to have t-shirts made. Rob Van Dam would remark in a blog post after the tragedy that Benoit had told him how much he respected Van Dam's decision not to re-sign with WWE when his contract expired, telling him, "Some of us don't know when to get out." Perhaps Chris too was feeling trapped by the business, since wrestling was the only thing he really knew how to do. He had never had another job in his life. He certainly would be unlikely to find a form of environment that paid him so handsomely, to the tune of around $1 million per year, once royalties and things like pay-per-view bonuses had been added to his not insubstantial $500,000 downside. Nancy would also criticize him for not spending enough time with his 2 other children from his first marriage, outside of sending for them to come and stay with them at their house twice a year. During one of those visits in March of 2007, Nancy and Chris fought loudly on several several occasions, which included Nancy pushing and hitting him, upset that, among other things, her husband had failed to prepare for the visit and make any plans with the kids. There was also an issue over a $250,000 life insurance policy that Chris had taken out, not in the name of Nancy and Daniel, but with his ex-wife and other children listed as the beneficiaries. On May 26, 2007, Nancy texted the following to Chris: "If you wanted your ex-wife to have your retirement fund, you would have given it to her 10 years ago at the divorce. If you wanted her to have more, you wouldn't have tried to hide your money. Now it's the point, we are married, I come first." When Nancy asked Chris to change the policy so that she and Daniel would be listed as the beneficiaries instead, he refused. To cope with all the stress caused by her failing marriage, Nancy had also begun abusing prescription medication and alcohol, though she had tried to cut back on her consumption in the final weeks of her life. Evidently, the domestic situation in the Benoit house was declining rapidly. Around this time of increasing animosity, the Benoits also suffered further losses, adding to their perpetual state of bereavement. On March 6, 2007, Bad News Brown, the man who got Chris Benoit to Japan in the mid-80s, passed away at the age of 63. On June 15th, just a week before the tragedy, Sherry Martell, a close friend of Nancy's in particular, also passed away from a drug overdose at the age of 49. One theory that investigators posited was that on the night of her murder, Nancy had told Chris that she was going to leave him and take Daniel with her, causing him to finally snap. Alcohol and the cocktail of prescription meds at play could have also contributed to the heightened tensions in the house. Empty beer cans and a half-drunk bottle of wine were found in the home, though due to the stage of decomposition the bodies were in, it was hard to get a reliable blood alcohol content reading. Benoit tested negative for alcohol, but any alcohol he consumed on the Friday night would not have shown up by the time his autopsy was performed. It was further theorized that Chris had possibly killed Daniel as he knew he was going to commit suicide or else spend the rest of his life in prison, and didn't want his son growing up knowing that his father had murdered his mother. These are, of course, just theories. The truth is, we will never know for sure why Chris Benoit did what he did, and there are multiple factors at play. One note that the media picked up and ran with in their coverage of the tragedy was Daniel supposedly having the rare condition Fragile X syndrome, which some speculated put even more pressure on an already strained marriage. It later transpired that Daniel did not have the condition, as confirmed by Sandra Toffaloni, who was given a copy of his medical records after his death. Teachers at Daniel's school also stressed that his physical and mental development was not slow and that he was a happy and healthy child. Assistant DA Scott Ballard was also forced to make an apology for indicating that Daniel had track marks from needles on his arms, a false piece of information that caused some to ascertain that Chris had injected him with growth hormone. To inventory every drug found in the residence would simply take too much time. Suffice to say, they basically have the equivalent of a small pharmacy's worth of painkillers, antidepressants, and muscle relaxers scattered throughout the property. Toxicology reports showed that Nancy had hydrocodone and alprazolam in her system at the time of her death, though the levels were said to be in line with what could be considered therapeutic and not excessive use. Toxicology reports for Chris Benoit showed that he had the same drugs in his body, also at therapeutic levels. Sandra Toffaloni noted while speaking on Talk is Jericho in 2016 that she had observed firsthand excessive drug use from both her sister and brother-in-law. In his discussions with investigators, Bob Holly revealed that he knew Chris drank and was taking Lawsett and Somers, and discussed how Chris and Nancy had fought in the weeks prior to the tragedy, leading Chris to once again seek solace in a nearby hotel where, he told Holly, he had gotten effed up on a combination of pills and booze. Alongside roid rage, a broken marriage, and drug and alcohol abuse, the issue of concussions and the state that Chris Benoit's brain may have been in at the time of the tragedy was also brought up in the conversation when seeking an explanation for his actions. As someone who not only hit his head for a living, but also wrestled a high-octane, often risky style, it was no shock to learn that Chris Benoit had suffered an uncountable number of concussions, both diagnosed and undiagnosed, during his 2-decade career. At the behest of former WWE WWE star Christopher Nowinski, whose own in-ring career was shortened due to the effects of post-concussion syndrome, Chris Benoit's brain was examined. Post-wrestling, Nowinski had founded and headed up the Sports Legacy Institute, later renamed the Concussion Legacy Foundation, which was doing research on chronic traumatic encephalopathy, CTE, and the long-term effects of head trauma on professional athletes. Unsurprisingly, the results of the tests on Benoit's brain showed that it had sustained damage severe enough to potentially cause early-onset dementia. How much the head trauma played a role in altering Chris Benoit's moods in the weeks and months leading to the tragedy is up for debate. What isn't up for debate is that the CTE discovered had to have changed his personality and behaviour in some way. Chris Benoit's autopsy also revealed that he had enlarged organs, including a very enlarged heart. Sandra Topolini claimed that the medical examiner told her family that, had the tragedy not occurred, that Chris was on his way to death within 10 months anyway. In February of 2008, the Fayetteville County Sheriff's Department released their report on the Benoit family tragedy. They concluded that Chris Benoit, acting alone, had murdered his wife Nancy on the evening of Friday, June 22nd, before killing his son Daniel hours later, and then finally killing himself in the early hours of Sunday morning. Their case was closed, but the tragedy would have long-lasting implications beyond the search for insight or answers. Immediately after the tragedy, WWE went on the defensive, entering self-preservation mode. As Chris Benoit's employer, they were instantly put under the microscope and bombarded with questions, usually about steroids and the role they may have played in the murders, and how he was able to have the steroids, which resulted in his testosterone levels being 10 times the normal level, when the company had a wellness program in place. Among the first things WWE did once the facts of the tragedy became apparent was to erase Chris Benoit. All mentions of his name were taken off the company website, merchandise was cancelled, recalled, or destroyed, employees were instructed to never speak his name again. Opening the episode of ECW the day after the regrettable Raw tribute show had taken place, Vince McMahon issued a statement saying that outside of his comments, there would be no mention of Chris Benoit's name on that night's show, and dedicated it to everyone who had been affected by the tragedy. Vince, Linda McMahon, and members of the WWE roster went on various programs as a means of damage control or to combat critics, including ex-wrestlers like Mark Merrow, but the scrutiny was unrelenting, and public perception of professional wrestling, long thought of as the red-headed stepchild of mainstream entertainment, had taken a huge hit. Things would not get better when investigations into MedX Life and Signature Pharmacy revealed a host of other talent on the active roster had been buying performance-enhancing drugs online, often long after the wellness policy had been instituted. The resultant suspensions and firings played havoc with WWE's on-screen storylines, but really, that was not the big issue at stake. The wellness policy had been criticised in the past for being too lenient and featuring loopholes that allowed talent like Chris Benoit to continue using and, in some cases, abusing drugs. With the spotlight shining on its shortcomings and a congressional investigation into WWE's business practices looming, the company were forced to make changes to their drug testing program, tightening it up. Once the hoopla over the Benoit tragedy had passed, Congress lost interest. The results of the testing on Chris Benoit's brain, coupled with the increased awareness around the effects of CTE in general, played a significant role in WWE banning the use of props such as chair strikes directly to the head. In general, the overall health of the roster and the backstage culture improved in the wake of the tragedy, which was viewed as a wake-up call. Wrestlers would still pass away prematurely, but not on WWE's watch, and not in such horrific circumstances. On July 22nd, 2008, WWE officially became a TVPG company, removing not just much of the violence from their content, but also things like blood and foul language. The move, made in large part to appeal to a broader range of advertisers and with bolstering revenue as the driving force, also helped to soften the company's image and rehabilitate their reputation as family-friendly entertainment. To this day, the company refuses to acknowledge or actively promote Chris Benoit.
Chop, 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 chop. Upper Daniel.
A WWE superstar for 7 years and a major name in the industry before signing with Titan Sports, Chris Benoit's legacy is a complicated one. But his horrific actions during the last weekend of his life preclude him from being celebrated by the publicly traded company. This policy will likely never change, and Chris Benoit, as far as WWE are concerned, is persona non grata. As WWE washed their hands of it all, the friends and family of Chris, Nancy, and Daniel were left to pick up the pieces and try to make sense of the nonsensical and forgive the unforgivable. Nancy's family set up the Nancy and Daniel Benoit Foundation for battered women and abused children in their honor. They, along with everyone else, will no doubt continue to wonder what went on in that house on that fateful weekend in June and ask the question, why? Some 15 years after the tragedy, we still don't have those answers. Chris Benoit took them to the grave with him. It is bitterly ironic that the person who perhaps loved professional wrestling like no other, the person who at an early age decided to emulate his hero, the Dynamite Kid, trained hard to get into the business and then worked his entire life to create a legacy in it, was almost responsible for its downfall. As respected as Benoit was for his work inside the squared circle and commitment to his craft, the last weekend of his life overshadows 2 decades of titles won, great matches, and memorable moments, all of which now come attached with an asterisk. The darkest days in professional wrestling history, we can only hope that nothing like the Benoit family tragedy ever happens again.
Pick up the pieces. We going on 6 hours in this bitch. Well, we in 6 hours, you know, 6:17. And I was gonna watch something else before I went to the ups and downs video. I was gonna watch something else before I went to the ups and downs video. What else gonna watch? So like, I'm gonna go back down. I want to pick up the pieces. It's all good. Androids versus Apple. Who you think gonna win? Androids or Apple? I'm going Apple.
What do you have?
Two Bud Lights, please. Actually, make it around to the bottom.
6.
Welcome to Watch Mojo, and in this installment of Versus, it's a big one, as we're pitting iPhone against Android. Which platform has the best apps, tech support, accessories, and ease of use? And which reigns supreme overall? Well, stay tuned to find out. Round 1. Price and availability. We're going to be honest right off the bat with this one. In terms of overall price and availability, Android devices from brands like Samsung and Google usually offer much more flexible packages than Apple. Take Samsung for example. The brand offers a phone for every user, of all technical abilities at every price point, from your technical grandfather to your hotshot business executive.
I'm not an idiot. Double click!
You can't possibly think that's the same thing!
It's the exact same thing!
And although Google's range of phones tend to be a bit more specialized and expensive, the brand still offers a wide range of devices at different price points. Compare that to Apple's limited iPhone
Don't
range,
you wanna
which
go?
is quick to retire aging models, and you've got quite the contrast. And even when comparing flagship devices, Android phones usually come out cheaper. You'll usually find the latest brand new shiny iPhone is more expensive than pretty much any other top-of-the-range Android device, with the exception of some of the very expensive Google Pixel devices. When it comes to actually buying an Android or iPhone device, the former is usually more widely available from a variety of retailers, opening up the possibility of getting a better deal.
Yeah, boy!
For all the reasons we just mentioned,
Yeah, boy!
Round 2. Apps.
What's an app? They're little programs you use on your phone while driving.
Okay, this is
while driving.
I
hate him, bro. That's just not funny.
Usability and availability are constantly a topic of debate in the smartphone world, especially in the iPhone versus Android debate. It's no secret that Apple has more apps than iOS, about 1 million more in fact.
Free apps. I got free apps.
But does that mean Android is the superior app platform? Well, not quite. The Google Play Store, where Android apps can be downloaded from, is more relaxed when it comes to what apps it allows on its storefront. This means laxer vetting when it comes to app compatibility with various devices and potential app malware. So you could argue there are far more Android apps available, but many of them may be duds for one reason or another.
Poor Android. Whose behavior do you find more perplexing?
Apple's iOS apps, however, have a reputation for being, well, better overall. Apps developed specifically for the iOS platform have a better track record for compatibility and security, and general user-friendliness too. Users who frequently jump between iOS and Android devices know the difference between the quality of apps is palpable. You might even find the exact same app from a developer just works better on iOS, no doubt due to the fact that said developer has a brand-wide, cookie-cutter iOS framework to work with, rather than a mishmash of different frameworks offered by various Android devices. With quality over quantity, this round goes to the iPhone. Round 3. Multi-device integration. Android used to be miles behind its Apple counterpart when it came to offering seamless connectivity throughout an ecosystem of products. However, brands like Samsung have come a long way, and for every Apple Watch and iPad that exists, Samsung pretty much has a wearable or tablet that goes up against it, and links up effortlessly with your smartphone, allowing you to work, play, stream, and browse between devices without missing a beat. In fact, you could argue that with Samsung offering a wider variety of products equipped with smartphone-enabled technology, from TVs to refrigerators, the scope of Samsung's multi-device ecosystem is far greater.
Refrigeration. Are you talking about refrigeration?
No.
But the proof is indeed in the pudding. I mean, Android devices struggling to connect, dropping out, or having compatibility issues between different devices is a very common occurrence. In a similar way to Android apps, the Android ecosystem has plenty to offer, it's just lacking finesse. Apple, on the other hand, is the poster boy for seamless connectivity, and it's a big part of their marketing for a reason. If you buy multiple Apple products, they will connect to each other without you having to even think about it, whether that's snapping your iPhone onto your MacBook and using it as a webcam, or connecting a new pair of AirPods. And of course, there are plenty of Apple products out there designed specifically to work alongside the iPhone. For its set it and forget it split-second connectivity between multiple devices, we're giving this round to the iPhone. Round 4. Everyday practicality. Practicality might not be the sexiest word when it comes to discussing tech, but for a lot of us, it's huge. For example, seamless multi-device integration between iOS devices is awesome. What's not so awesome, however, is that the iOS operating system is an entirely closed network. In other words, as a general rule, Apple products only work with other Apple.
You have to have an iPhone to track an iPhone.
Apple likes to keep its customers firmly in the Appleverse, and if you have pretty much any repair requirement with your iPhone, you're going to have to go to Apple directly to fix it. In fact, it was only with the iPhone 15 that the brand finally let go of its Lightning connector obsession and introduced USB-C charging ports. But what about Android? Well, we've already discussed the possible issues with compatibility and security with Android's more relaxed way of doing things. But the fact is, that does make Android devices generally easier to use. You can plug an Android device into pretty much any computer, and boom, you can drag and drop any files to your heart's content. You can also self-repair some issues with Android devices. USB-C has been the norm for a while now. Expandable microSD card storage is pretty much a prerequisite with Android phones, and in our opinion, Google Assistant blows Siri out of the water.
I'm an Android guy. Hate Apple. Think your phones are pussies.
Because of a lot of little things, and of course iOS's network being closed, this round goes to Android. Before we continue, be sure to subscribe to our channel and ring the bell to get notified about our latest videos. You have the option to be notified for occasional videos or all of them. If you're on your phone, make sure you go into your settings and switch on notifications.
Yes, I can use your code.
Mr. Miller, this is Mia Harper. I'd like to meet with you.
The fact that you said not a bot makes me think that you're a bot. Why would you clarify that you're a bot? Why would you specify that you're a bot?
User experience isn't the same as everyday practicality. It's less about charging cables and file transfers, and more about what the device is like to use and how it makes you feel. We mentioned that brands like Samsung offer entry-level models for inexperienced, infrequent, and budget-conscious smartphone users. But that doesn't mean that these Samsung devices are necessarily easier or more enjoyable to use. In fact, we'd argue to the contrary. Android devices can change massively from device to device, generation to generation, making it tough for even ardent Android fans to feel comfortable and instantly at home with their new device. Android devices also famously have tons of bloatware readily installed on them, which not only takes up memory and slows down your device, but can easily confuse users.
What is that about Samsung?
In stark contrast, iPhones are designed to be as streamlined, uncluttered, and easy to use as possible. Apple has kept the feel of its iPhones, big and small, pretty much the same from the get-go, making the user experience easy and familiar each time. For added peace of mind, Apple also has enhanced protection with end-to-end encryption, and their software updates are far more frequent than Android devices. There are also Apple stores everywhere with Genius bars, and iOS boasts things like FaceTime and iMessage, the latter giving Android users seamless through envy. Android devices have their own unique perks too, but the aforementioned iPhone perks are a big part of what makes the user experience fun. And you can't deny the fact that brandishing the Apple logo on your device carries with it a sense of tech superiority, something you just don't get with an Android device. It's not lost on us that Android devices are more customizable than iPhones, and they typically get bigger tech advancements way before equivalent iPhones do. But for ease of use, sleekness, and that inexplicable sense of X factor, this round goes to the iPhone. And after taking 3 of the 5 rounds, the iPhone gets the win.
Told you.
What do you think? Did we pick the right winner? Let us know in the comments section below.
I like these colors myself.
Did you enjoy this video? Check out these other clips from this video, and be sure to subscribe and ring the bell to be notified about our latest videos.
Whether you're curling or
A lot of people kind of divided on this. A lot of people are saying that Dave is not really understanding what Cat is saying, and other people are saying, no, it's about time that people held Cat accountable for this, especially for going out and putting all black people on blast when we should be supporting each other. And this has been a long argument. Why are we always fighting each other in every form of entertainment? You know, it happens in hip-hop. You know, we got reality TVs, we're going at each other and acting a fool. Now, why are we doing this in comedy where everybody's supposed to be having a good time? Oz, I'm going to ask you how you feel about this situation. Join me for a night of sit-down comedy over at the Broadway Comedy Club March 15th. That's in New York, of course. We're going to be back in the Red Room, and tickets are on sale right now. Double Toasted Live in Los Angeles is going to be Saturday, April 27th for a night of comedy games and that after party. Press that banner right there, and it will take you to x1entertainment.com where you can see the tickets are available. You can also get your tickets over at doubletoasted.com. So, I don't know, 3 weeks and 100 million views later, you know, something like that. I think it's like 50-something million views on YouTube. People are still talking about the Cat Williams, Shannon Sharp interview on the Shay Shay Show. If you don't know anything about this interview, and I don't know how you don't, I mean, everybody's talking about this. People who don't even know Cat Williams. You know,
let me know what a Cat Williams is.
Yeah, people. It's very Cat Williams. They thought he was a country singer. People don't even know Cat Williams. You got
You got 65-year-old white women talking about Cat Williams. Who is this Cat Williams? And oh, what did he do? Yeah, this is the one where Cat Williams came in and just exposed a lot of business of a lot of people. Mainly comedians out there, but also talked a lot about the entertainment industry. And as much as we're not surprised by what Hollywood says and does, somehow Cat Williams made it sound interesting and made it sound shocking. if he was telling the truth. After all, you're talking about a guy who read, what, about 800 books a year at the age of 7? So...
2,000, not just
2,000.
3,000.
2,000 books a year at the age of 5.
Three.
Oh my, don't me. I'm sorry. 3.
Don't forget the extra G plate.
I mean, shit. He had a. I mean, to do that, you had to have read some books up in the vagina before you came out, man. You got to get a head start.
Goddamn vagina.
Yeah, that baby came out with a book. Everybody's had their opinions about this, especially the people that were targeted by Cat Williams. You know, people like Steve Harvey and Cedric the Entertainer, a few other folks out there, man. Ricky Smiley, Ice Cube, you know, anybody who had any kind of interaction, good or bad, with Cat Williams came out and kind of said a little something about this interview right here.
You can't forget about Ludacris.
Oh, and Ludacris wrote a song and made a video. Old Cat over here, man. Yeah, exactly. Old Luda came out and had something to say because Cat Williams talking about all these people. Now, one of the people that I believe, I don't know, the interview was like almost 3 hours, and I can't remember if he talked about Dave Chappelle or not, but if he did, I think he talked about him favorably.
He started to, but then it turned into something else because he was going to go into the reason why Dave Chappelle left again. But he didn't get into it. He got sidetracked. So Shannon Sharp said something and threw him off. I was like, oh man, shut up, Shannon Sharp.
Oh yeah, that's the part where Shannon Sharp came in and said, "Come on, Cat." Come on, Cat.
Come on, Cat.
Oh, you ain't Cat.
Look, be quiet, Shay.
Those deep journalistic questions. Come on, Cat. I like Shannon Sharp, man, so I'm not trying to, you know, throw no shit on man.
That's what he was doing, though. That's what he's doing, though. Come on now. No, we can't. No, come on, Cat. You can't. Come on.
That's what they should call that. They should name that episode of that show, man. Come on, Cat. But I think he has respect for Dave Chappelle, and Dave Chappelle has respect for him. But Dave Chappelle, he did think that Cat Williams was out of line for a certain thing, and that's because he felt like he said Cat Williams was mostly talking about, or completely talking about, black comedians, and he thought that was not something to do because we, you know, like a lot of people make these arguments. No surprise, you know, we need to support each other. Everybody's trying to be able to come up. You know, why are you messing with these guys and their careers by doing this? And he's saying, why are you doing this to black people? Now, Oz, have you heard this?
Yeah, I heard some of it.
Okay. So I'm going to play this unedited for the people out there. And I have to say, when you hear this, there's only one source that I found that I could get this from. And believe me, you don't know it because the person's going to keep saying it through the whole thing. It's almost like when you download a sample of a song and or a piece of audio, and it has like the name of the company that keeps repeating so you can't steal the audio.
Right. That's what he's doing.
Pond 5 audio. You know, something like that. So this dude is, or it's like a mixtape or something. So this dude is saying the name of his show throughout the whole thing.
I am Aquaman, warrior, his father, and the king of Atlantis. Digital.
So, you know, just something you got to deal with. I guess it's okay. He gave it to us. And also, you know, there's a lot of choice language in here, which No surprise, we do the same thing, but just letting you know, just in case. So this is what Dave Chappelle had to say about Cat Williams and his comments about all these comedians that he was talking about.
You didn't do nothing wrong. Cat didn't do nothing wrong. And wreck TV. I'm gonna bring
He's got people so divided in the audience that people even coming up on stage, hey, come on, Dave, man, that ain't right. So, yeah, so, you know, again, are you able to see this, by the way? You see?
Yeah. Okay. It froze a little bit.
I can't believe me. If I told my story, it would break your heart. I lost everything.
He does an annual thing, and Dave Chappelle came down and performed. So that's the comedian who actually hosted this whole event, going up on stage. It's not like a random dude, just, you know, like a big Cavs fan came out from the audience. It's like, hey, you can't talk to Cat like that. Yeah, that's the host. And I don't know if the host is objecting to what Dave Chappelle is saying, but as you can hear, the audience is kind of like, whoa, hold on now, Dave, wait a minute.
And wreck. But, because all of us are trying to be in a better situation. Can we get over it?
So there you go. That's how Dave feels about the situation. A lot of people are kind of divided on this. A lot of people are saying that Dave is not really understanding what Cat is saying, and other people are saying, no, it's about time that people held Cat accountable for this, especially for going out and putting all black people on blast, when we should be supporting each other. And this has been a long argument. Why are we always fighting each other in every form of entertainment? You know, it happens in hip-hop. You know, we got reality TVs, we're going at each other and acting a fool. Now, why are we doing this in comedy where everybody's supposed to be having a good time? Oz, I'm going to ask you how you feel about this situation.
Well, again, it's one of those things where it's a misconception just because you're a comedian, you're supposed to be happy all the time. You know what I mean? It's just like everything else, right? They got their lives, they got their feelings and all this stuff as well. They got their inner workings and their comedy work as well. From what I understand is that the only reason why Cat Williams came at a lot of these people, or at least, you know, the main three, the kings of comedy, but because he was on that Shannon, they were all of them on that Shannon Sharp show. I guess they were telling some sort of falsehood, you know, whether it was on him or just in general. And, you know, he felt like he needed to come to clarify a lot of that stuff up, you know, and have the back of the late Bernie Mac for whatever reason he feels he needed to do that.
Yeah.
Me personally, I feel like when it's all said and done, Cat Williams just gave everybody a new platform and a new life right now. Right there. You know what I mean? Because I see now I'm seeing ticket sales for Faison Love. I'm seeing tickets for like Centric Entertainment popping up now. Yeah, you're seeing all these things. So no matter what's happening, he has given all of these comedians a new shelf life now. Whether you're looking at them to look up what Centric Entertainment stole, or what Steve Harvey has to say, or you're waiting for the next stand-up from somebody else. He gave comedy a boost, I think, by doing it. Because everybody wants to hear, okay, what is this comedian going to say about this person? Or what are they going to say about Cat? What are they going to say about Cat? You know what I mean? Cat's show is sold out already, I believe.
Man, his show was selling slow here in Austin. I mean, it's selling. Don't get me wrong. Cat sells. He sells shows, man. So don't think I'm talking trash about him. No, Cat sells shows, but the speed of the ticket sales. They sold out the next day after this interview right here.
Yeah. So he's right. So again, he's giving life to a lot, and whoever he talked about, he gave some life to. You know, whether it was, you know, hate watching or just like, you know, watching, you know, these people are now becoming relevant again. Everybody wants to hear what this next person has to say. So good or bad, I think, you know, Cat Williams, you know, did a service to the comedy world by doing this.
He did, man.
Right? I think that's what I think happens. And, you know, again, as comedians, you're going to take this material and turn it to your advantage somehow. If you're a good comedian, anyway.
Yeah. If you're a good comedian, you're a smart business person.
Yeah, exactly. So, you know, Dave Chappelle saying, why he going after all black people? I don't know about that. Again, it was a case where he came after people that came after his friend or came after him somehow. You know, there's people that caught the strings like Tiffany Haddish and, you know, Kevin Hart and whoever else. I don't know why they got the strings, but
because they've been beefing for years, that's why.
Right, well, there it is, you know, so I guess he took it as a shot to say, and another thing, and this person over here, you know, he took it as a platform for him to get whatever else was on his chest out, right? Yeah. Because everybody else came on Shay show and was able to talk how they wanted to talk.
Yeah,
so, so that's what I thought.
I got a thing about Dave Chappelle, you know, in his stand-up today. You and I were talking about this because I think Dave Chappelle's hilarious. I saw him live recently. I thought the show was funny. I mean, it was one of his best. No, but I mean, it was up there. One of his best is going to be better than most people. Or one of his shows that is not the best is going to be better than a lot of shows out there. So, but still, though, you know, Dave Chappelle, for me, he's doing this thing now where he's just kind of.
We deserve a real king. Because if he cannot protect his own family, how is he supposed to protect us?
I'm gonna do this, Cecil. Come get it.
Home now on digital. Complaining and getting on stage and ranting, and I don't think he has all the facts all the time. That's why I'm saying with this particular thing right here, I'm with you, I don't think this was completely a black thing. You know, he called out people that were on this show, and he called out people that he felt slighted him. And I would say this too, before even go into that. I'm not sitting up here defending Cat 100%. Maybe I am. You know, because let me just say, I probably wouldn't have done what Cat would, and that's why Cat Williams is Cat Williams. Because nobody would actually go out there and be that bold like he is. You know?
Yeah.
You know, I know somebody. I'm probably not one to talk because I blow up on air all the time. But you know, I don't know. Nobody knows what's in his mind and what's going on. He's speaking his piece. Like I said, I don't know if I go out there and use some of the language that he showed because I don't know. Just me, I think about professionalism and burning bridges and I don't know. It's just sometimes I just don't want to talk down on people like that. Like I don't know if I would have used words like this with people.
You having an unnatural allegiance to losers is not like you.
No, Cat, come on, Cat, no, Cat. I like you too, Cat. But
I like everybody, Cat. Come on now.
But man, I think that if Cat Williams feels like somebody stole his joke. I mean, what comedian would not want to go out and call somebody out on that? Maybe he won't be bold enough. Maybe he won't have the same platform that Cat Williams did, and Cat Williams is bold enough to go out and do it if he felt like you directly stole from him.
How it don't line up that I did it on TV in 2018? You came to see me at the Comedy Store do it in 2019, and then did it on the Kings of Comedy. Like, what doesn't line up?
You know, somebody said comedians steal jokes all the time. All right, be a comedian, steal somebody's joke, and get caught. And see what happens.
Yeah, I mean, just because it happens doesn't mean it should happen. You know what I mean?
Right. Believe me, just because you go by that mentality, comedians steal jokes all the time. Steal a joke and see, and you know, maybe you'll get by, but you better not hope you get caught for it. Put your ass on blast for that.
Put your ass on blast.
Yeah, put your ass on blast. He also called out you know, like we're talking about he's against black comedians. You already said it. Let's not forget, and let's point out the fact that in that very interview, he was doing a lot of this in defense of some black comedians, mainly Bernie Mac. I mean, you know, he didn't see this as a black thing. You know, he saw it as something like, you know, where's the credibility in this? Where's the respect? He felt like he didn't want to do the Kings of Comedy tour, which he said he was invited on. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but he said he was invited on it, and he quit because he felt like the rest of everybody was, they were disrespecting Bernie Mac.
They came to me. I was supposed to be the fourth king. I got the offer, but I turned it down. Why? Because you shit on Bernie.
Defending not only state of entertainment, but also D.L. Hughley and people later in the interview, people pointed out in the chat, he was defending Mr. Cooper, Mark Curry.
Yeah, Mark Curry, yeah.
He was all up on Mark Curry, man, talking about how, you know, Mark Curry had helped him write jokes. He defended it, and it's not a black thing. He felt like Steve Harvey stole from Mark Curry. It's his show. You know, his concept for his show. 2 years after it was done, he defended him. So this is not a black on black thing. This is like, listen, you know, I don't think that just because, you know, race is involved or we're the same race, we can't call people out on bullshit. You know what I mean?
Right. And again, I mean, somebody else had that same argument that Dave Chappelle said. I think it was another comedian. What's his name? Ari Spears. That was his whole thing. He was talking about Why we gotta tear each other down? Why can't we lift each other up? Whatever. And he breaks off and talks about what's her name? Oh, Therese Henson.
Taraji Henson.
Taraji, yeah, how, she's not getting, what she's worth as an actress to get paid. How can we get together and make sure she gets paid? I'm like, well, where did that come from?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Everybody's tirade is weird when it comes to this thing.
And meanwhile, his black ass didn't want to give me a proper interview. Another brother. I don't want to hear nothing about Eric Spears. Don't bring up Eric Spears around me. I went on an hour-long rant longer than the time I talked to Eric Spears, man. So, he did mention white comedians. He actually talked trash. I mean, he didn't go. He didn't talk that long about these other comedians that are not black because he don't run in their circles. He was talking about people he was affiliated with. He has a connection, a relationship with these people, or some past association with these people. That's why he was talking about it. He wasn't coming out talking about, I'm just going to bring it down. It wasn't what he was doing at all, man.
Exactly.
Dave is really kind of wrong on this, man. My man, he went over here and talked about Joe Rogan. And he talked about Joe Rogan. I didn't even have him been on his show. He said, Joe don't want me on his show. Got a little clip right here. Ignored George Costanza in the corner. It's the only clip I could find right here.
I remember this part, man.
I remember George.
He looked into it, too.
Yeah, hope you don't call my name. But my man just chilling. It was a good interview. I'm here all day. He got crumbs on his chest. But yeah, here he is talking about Joe Rogan.
A comedian that cuss. Joe don't want me on there. I need to be on Shannon. Joe got 6 comedians that never been funny. He want to push out.
So he even he threw a little shade at Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
But,
King of Atlantis. Now on digital.
I don't think it's. I think Dave is kind of he's
misspoke.
He misspoke. Yeah, he's misspoke a little bit here when it comes to Cat Williams. And finally, I played this clip when we were talking about the interview when it came out, but let's not forget that there are comedians out there who they can testify that personally that Cat Williams, he supports comedians all the time. A lot of black comedians. He supports and he supports it humbly. He gives them money, lets them know they're doing a great job, puts them on, but sometimes he'll just be at a show and he'll just give you money just for doing a good having a good set. He'll give you $1,000 just for having a good set and won't even tell you that he gave it to you. Deion Cole was one of those people that he did have a good set one night, and Cat Williams sent one of his assistants and said, "Hey, rewards this man."
Some girl came and put something on my hand that said "good set," but I didn't see her. You can't get $1,000. He did that to me, man.
So, I'm not saying that Cat is the only one that does it, but he does support. You can't say that it's just, that he's going out trying to bring black comedians down. Cat is just doing what he does. He's just being honest. He says, "I never sold my soul to the business. I never sold my soul to Hollywood. I am who I am. And I'm just calling people out that I think need to be called out." Now, whether he should do it or not, that's another thing. But I don't think there's an argument to be made for that, sure. But I don't think it's a black thing,
No, I don't think so. But what Deion Cole described is like a goddamn horror movie. So he
looks scared.
I looked at it was $1,000 in my hand. And I looked around, I didn't know who it was. Yeah. And a month later, somebody had the same story.
Yeah. Shit, if you don't give that $1,000 away in 7 days, Cat Williams crawls out of your TV.
Hey, man. You spend that money again, man?
I need that back, man.
He was worried. I couldn't say like a horror movie.
The way he explained it, I'm like, Jesus.
Shit, Cat Williams is smaller than video TV, so So yeah, I don't know, man. Like I said, I ain't trying to hate on Dave either, but I think, like I said, this has been my opinion that Dave has just been ranting a lot lately, and I was just like, man, I'm not saying that you have to be, like I said, you don't have to be happy all the time, but when you're doing your show, I don't know.
It'd be nice to be happy you tell a joke, but you're right though. Dave Chappelle, at least in my opinion, he's changed his, I guess, comedic style. Because before, he was like hitting you with jokes, but now he's more hitting you with slice of life, personal stories of him with kind of jokes peppered in. So he's telling a lot of stories now, engaging stories. So it's not so much comedy per se, but more of his interactions and dealings with a comedic twist to it.
Yeah, which I like. I like stories, man. Sometimes I prefer stories instead of jokes, you know?
Right, yeah, me too. I mean, I still enjoy old Dave Chappelle.
Yeah, I do too. I mean, I'm just saying, you know.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Some people so goddamn angry, that's all.
Yeah. Wow, man, it's all right. The more money you get, the angrier you get, man. Come on.
Yes, man. Kids trying to take that from you, too. Your soul, I guess. I did like that interview, man. It's still one of my favorite interviews to watch. And I think it's, it speaks to different people. You get out of it what you want to get out of it. If you like the conspiracy shit, that's all there for you.
Yeah.
If you like the messy shit he's talking about, that's there for you, too.
Yeah, no, I love that interview, too, man. I love that. I love hearing Cat Williams talk, too, man. It was an amazing interview. It was an amazing interview.
Yeah.
It was like watching it wasn't watching an interview, it was like watching him perform a set himself, man. I'll tell you something else about Dave, man. One of the things that bothers me with Dave Chappelle right now, like I feel like somebody mentioned in the chat, I think there's like some weird conservative side that's creeping up on him. He's hanging out with Elon Musk. Elon Musk that dude's been proven to be a racist over and over again. I'm sorry if you can sit up here and gloss over that all you want to, y'all. Say, no, the man's just speaking his mind. I was like, yeah, he's speaking a lot of racist shit. He's kind of sliding it in a little bit, but man, come on.
Yeah, dog whistling, definitely. Yeah, I don't know what that's about with old Dave Chappelle, what he got going on, or who he's hanging with. You know what I mean? But the combinations of people he's hanging with, hang with you hang with. But optically, I'm like, that's a little weird. But I guess y'all got something in common. I don't know.
Well, if you want to talk about supporting black people and talk about empowering black people, you hanging around this dude who's saying obvious racist shit. He's like, it's not. Listen, this ain't no conspiracy thing with Elon Musk, man. He's putting it out there. Like, Elon Musk is putting crazy things out there. When, I forgot what airline it was for, but the airplane door, it malfunctioned and opened. And thank God nobody was blowing out the airplane. But immediately these right-wing nuts got online and started saying, see what happens when you have diversity and inclusiveness and all these political moves that force it upon us. And they're saying, and that's what they were saying. They were saying they had uneducated brown and black people working at these companies, and that's why this door.
No, really?
Yeah. Meanwhile, there's been so many disasters, and with so many cars and planes and everything else in between. So before all of that, with hardly any diversity was going on with that.
Yeah, what was happening there?
What was happening with that? Yeah, and Elon Musk, you kind of agree with that. So Dave Chappelle, if you want to know the truth of me, Dave Chappelle, now that I'm really kind of wired about it and thinking about it.
I'm going to destroy Aquaman's kingdom. I'm coming for you. Never draw this blade unless it's going to taste blood. Wouldn't have it any other way.
And the Lost Kingdom, own now on digital.
You need to be saying shit about Cat Williams and talking about black people when you hanging around with a guy who's saying racist shit and calling us pretty much ignorant. And the only reason why he's not saying anything about you is because he likes you. Oh, you're one of the funny ones and you got money.
Not even the good ones, one of the funny ones.
Yeah. You're not even good, but you're one of the funny ones. You entertain me, so you good for something. I would never hire you at Tesla, but you make me laugh there.
It makes you laugh. Keep it up.
Yeah, I don't want to hear that shit, man. Get out of here with that. No, I'm thinking about it. It's kind of hypocritical for him to come out and talk about Cat Williams. Anyway, I'm going off.
Yeah. It's all good.
Yeah.
Not this time, Dave. Oh, real quick, in that crazy Cat Williams thing, he talked about how if you go to their plan to give you a weird, light-skinned, weird-faced woman, Now there was a picture on online, of course, and it had 7 people with descriptions, you know, that had these women with them. Have you seen it?
Somebody put that up. I have not. I have not seen it.
I will send it to you. If you want to show it later, you can.
Can you send it to me now?
I'll send you that. Yeah.
I mean, since we're on the subject, I want to. Please.
Please. The chat may find it before me.
So the Illuminati is real.
Hey, I don't know.
I mean, that was. Oh, there it is. I knew Skull was gonna find it.
Okay.
The moment you mentioned it, Skull found it, man.
Yeah, that's it. Way faster than me.
Yeah, man. The moment you said, "Have you seen?" He was on it. Let me see here. Yeah. Let me go and pull it up. I just copied it over. Hold on.
All right. Thank you, Skull.
Yeah, Skull's on it, man. Always and forever. Let me see. Let me sign my Makusai. Let me see. Here it is.
I'm gonna say it one time, I'm not gonna stop.
I'm gonna say it one time, I'm not gonna stop. That's not one of my proudest moments, man.
That's all I hear now. Cracks me up every time.
Well, damn. There it is.
If you believe in that sort of stuff.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna say I don't. It's just, a lot of brothers like light-skinned women. They know that.
Listen, that's a thing.
They didn't want to get criticized for getting a white woman, so they chose the lightest black woman they could find. I think that's just something black dudes do, man. They just find light-skinned women. I'm not ready to believe in the Illuminati yet.
Not just yet.
Not just yet. I never doubt anything, but I'm not ready to go down that rabbit hole just yet.
Yeah, I can never prove anything. So. The truth is out there somewhere. No, I ain't gonna find it, but it's out there.
That chicken wing. What you saying, man? What you saying? Thought Dave went full mask off already when he called the audience poor for booing Elon Musk on stage. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. There it is. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. You should always be wary of any name that sounds like it come out of a George Orwell book. And let me see here. That's Elon Musk and Ben Shapiro. They discussed the dangers of DEI. Man, y'all can say what you want to, man. I mean, goddamn, the evidence is there. Elon Musk, man, the dude's racist. I mean, he's putting out all this ignorance out there. He's always about that replacement theory shit. He's against diversity. He's not against it because of any other reason other than he thinks we're not smart enough to do anything, and we're prone to violence and crime and poverty. We're just not up on the level. If you put us in too many positions, we're going to bring it down. And plus he's from South Africa. What more do you need?
True.
I'm not. You sit up here and call me unfair, or no, that's not Elon. He's just speaking his mouth. Whatever, man. I know what I see.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Truth is out there.
Yeah. That's some truth for your ass right there. The Illuminati. Illuminati, y'all been worried about that. We got the richest man in the world, one of the richest people in the world, going out there openly saying racist shit, and we just like, cool. Come on, y'all. Cool. Shit right in front of your face. You believe in some goddamn make-believe cabal over here. Come on, y'all. Come on, y'all.
You want to destroy Aquaman's kingdom. I'm coming for you. Never draw this blade unless it's gonna taste blood. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, own now on digital.
I'm looking at this, and he really does. He looks like a video game character. Yeah. And he looks like one of those deformed ass henchmen you see in a Bond movie or any other kind of thing. Yeah. Put him in a Marvel movie at this point. Look at this, man. His head, he doesn't even look like himself anymore.
Maybe it's still swollen.
I hope not.
You hope he does.
I hope this man. I mean, if he's gonna be crazy, he gotta get the look and stick with it, join me for a night of sit-down comedy over at the Broadway Comedy Club March 15th. That's in New York, of course. We're going to be back in the Red Room, and tickets are on sale right now. Double Toasted Live in Los Angeles is going to be Saturday, April 27th for a night of comedy games and that after party. Press that banner right there, and it'll take you to x1entertainment.com where you can see the tickets are available. You can also get your tickets over at doubletoasted.com. God damn. Creature, man.
Yeah, you got metal teeth.
Yikes. Kanye's looking like a villain in a Bond movie.
Costs, yeah, $850,000 to have his teeth removed and turned into like this weird, like slanted metal. Like it's like two pieces.
But it made his head bigger.
Yeah, his whole bottom jaw.
Yeah,
just put all that metal in there.
Kanye looked like a damn character out of Street Fighter or some shit. Look at this, man.
Underbite.
Yeah,
you're right. Yeah, like a Bond villain's henchman, like Jaws.
Yeah, exactly. Black Jaws.
He posted on his Instagram after he did. He posted pictures of Jaws smiling. Oh, okay.
Yeah. Kanye,
that was the goal.
Yeah.
850,000. That's what it says.
850,000 to make you look like a goddamn creature. Okay. I'm fine. That's fine.
There's no better way to use that money than
I wouldn't need that. I like the way Kanye is using his money for everything but buying some goddamn common sense.
You can buy that.
You can buy that. You can buy this shit right. You can buy some sense.
Everybody around him is encouraging him to do it, or at least enabling the step out of the way. Yeah, man, that's a great idea.
Maybe he's just trying to change his image that much because he's put out one apology after another recently. He even apologized recently in Hebrew.
Yeah,
I was like, all right.
Yeah. But I don't see where this helps any of this.
No, I'm looking at this right here. Kanye.
Well, it helps him eat the flesh better.
Kanye's looking. Look at this, man. Kanye doesn't. I mean, I'm looking at this, and he really does. He looks like a video game character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And he looks like one of those deformed ass henchmen you see in a Bond movie or any other kind of thing.
Yeah.
Put him in a Marvel movie at this point. Look at this, man. His head. He doesn't even look like himself anymore.
Maybe it's still swollen.
I hope not.
You hope he does.
I hope this I mean, if he's gonna be crazy, he gotta get the look and stick with it, you know.
I mean, this way you know right off the bat.
He is turning into what he is, you know.
If he looks like that, he said something crazy, you go like, yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course, yeah. You know, before he attacks.
It's just crazy that it's not a grill. He had his teeth removed and put that in.
Oh. So all the teeth are metal.
It's one big thing. I mean, you can kind of see it in the picture.
It's like a boxing mouth guard.
A mouth guard?
Yeah, it looks like it's a big old gold mouth guard he got in his mouth right there.
Jesus.
No, he's lost.
Yeah.
He's further losing his mind even more.
Right.
Yeah,
and everybody's just watching it.
Yeah. I love the way he got that damn puka shell. He looks like he looks like a villain in a Black Panther movie. He's even hanging around other characters that look like cartoon characters. Look at this.
He looks like cyberpunk.
Yeah, look, this dude over here look like Static Shock or some shit. Wow, he is so insane now that he's deforming himself.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I shouldn't be surprised, but I am. Like, I mean, and the woman that he's with is losing a lot. Like, she's about as crazy as he is.
Who's he with now?
I forgot, with some model. The other day she went out with she wore a bathing suit, but it barely covered her nipples. It was all up in her. It was almost like something like
Borat.
Borat would wear, yeah, except way skimpy.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, shit, you know. Maybe there's a supervillain out there that needs
You will destroy Aquaman's kingdom. I'm coming for you. Never draw this blade unless it's gonna taste blood. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom. Oh, now on digital. He's a henchman. Always work for henchmen.
Yeah, man. I think my man is becoming. He's either becoming a supervillain or a henchman for a supervillain. Look at this shit. He's got the villainous coat. He's got the deformed mouth, that crazy ass grill.
Well, just wait till he builds a lair on top of that volcano.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Or a base on the moon.
And look, he's even look at the guy like, he got a good ass laugh. Look at him.
No, Mr. Bond, I expect you to die.
There's clips of him talking with that thing in his mouth, and it's giving him a crazy lisp, as you can imagine.
Oh, you can't find any of those clips.
Let me see if I can find this. Let me see if Kanye's new grill talking. Let me see here. I don't know. I want to hear that. All of a sudden, he's talking with a Russian accent. Yeah, they call that. And it is the referee will. They call it Jesus. Jesus is a villain's name too, man. I mean, can you imagine? He's straight up a Bond villain. Jesus. That's something with Scaramanga.
And Blowfield. Yeah. Man with the golden gun.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hey, look at Mr. Bond. I am Jesus. Please enter. Oh, let me see here. See if I can find a picture of this. Kanye shows off.
What would that do to the taste of your food?
He doesn't care at this point. He probably even taste food no more. Like he said, he probably eating human flesh now and shit. It's probably him and Artie Hammer out there eating homeless people. Bring me the human flesh, please. Look at this. Yes, I require the taste of human flesh. Jesus the cannibal. Jesus the cannibal, yo. This guy's saying. Let me see here. See if I can find a video.
Surprised TMZ there didn't have a clip just lined up.
Kanye West got a
Okay.
$850,000 makeover on his teeth. Hey, it's Asia Sky for Hip Hop DX. And check this out. Kanye West has remodeled his teeth with titanium, and apparently it cost him
titanium. He is a straight up comic character right now. Titanium. He trying to turn the Wolverine-ish. Yeah. Starting with his mouth, working his way down.
That'd be hilarious if he came up with claws next.
Yeah. Don't put it past him, man.
I know. With diamonds.
Yeah, exactly. Diamond encrusted claws.
God, it's so obnoxious just thinking about it.
On Wednesday, January 17th, the rapper and producer shared a series of Instagram.
Look, he got fangs on it and everything. Look at this.
This looks like Tim, man. Go big or go home.
I'm going home. I'm going home and locking the door. Is Kanye still up there?
I see you from
record it come out. Jesus records your flesh.
Jesus the guy, yes. In one of the slides, he even compared himself to James Bond bad guy Jaws, the Daily Mail original.
Why would you want to compare yourself to that?
I know. Hey man, finally somebody looked at Jaws and went, see, goals right there.
Yeah.
That's the look. That's the look. That's what I want.
No, that's when you know Jaws is like, God damn, the one person likes me is Kanye. Jesus, now I know I look bad. Yeah, this dude didn't even like his teeth.
I know.
Kanye trying to replicate somebody didn't even like their own look. You remember when he fell in love? Like this dude did. He was mad because with his grill he couldn't find love, and then all of a sudden he found this old desperate ass chick who wore braces. You remember this?
Is that right?
Yeah, like in Moonraker or something.
Oh, in the movie. Oh,
yeah, the movie. Moonraker. I don't know in real life.
I remember seeing a little mini biography about Richard Kiel. I don't remember all that.
Yeah, nah.
Spy Who Loved Me. The Daily Mail originally reported that Ye had all of his teeth removed and replaced with titanium. Ye was a pleasure to work with every step of the process.
Yeah, because you got paid.
Yeah, that's why. If I got paid over $250,000 to put in false teeth, you goddamn right. They're the best patient I ever had.
Hell yeah. Yeah, what else you expect me to say? I guarantee you, he didn't consult him or anything. No. He didn't put him aside. You sure you want to do this? He didn't do none of that shit. Hell yeah, we can start today. Come on. You got the grill? Bring it on in. I'll do this shit.
Yeah, the pliers. Open your mouth.
Yeah. Put a goddamn carp up in his mouth.
Looks like the back of a Jeep in his mouth.
Yeah, look at this. Looking like part of Tony's...
I'm gonna destroy Aquaman's kingdom. I'm coming for you. Never draw this blade unless it's gonna taste blood. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom, own now on digital.
Dark helmet up here and shit. This is stupid. This is, boy, that's the thing about Kanye, man. I mean, I agree with those people. We need to be feeling sorry for this man, but he's got enablers around here that lets him do crazy shit like this, and I'm sorry, I enjoy it. I mean, you remember back in the day I used to be anti-Kanye? Now I'm pro all the way, man. If he's doing shit like this, I don't want no more music. I want shit like this. I want the Kanye Free Show.
There you go.
Yeah. I don't care. You don't have to make another album. Keep doing crazy shit like this. I want to get Android by the end of the year.
And then Taylor coming out the back of his head.
Yeah. Oh, you're right. I want his ass look like the Tin Man by the end of this shit.
Never mind. Here with me.
Yeah. Next time you come out on stage, I want to be walking like RoboCop.
You're like Kanye in the rain. He's gonna be like, oil can.
All you Jews, you're coming with me. I know you did it.
You know he's a Nazi, right?
Yeah.
I want his ass to be a metal-ass robot Nazi, a black robot Nazi by the end of this whole thing, man. Kanye, boy, man, that fool just, I'm sorry, man. He's got more hits for me doing this shit than he did when he made albums. I love this new Kanye right here. I'll take it all, man. You keep doing you, man. Keep being you, Yeezy. Oh man, I do. I'm at that point now.
Yeah, I know you're not feel bad for him.
No, I do, man. No, y'all don't better let this man go out and do this shit. I know. Listen, I know he pays y'all. I know he'll jump on y'all. Shit, at this point, he might attack you and eat you.
I mean, but you gotta figure there's people getting paid who do feel bad about it and have tried to stop him and realized they couldn't.
Oh, yeah.
He's a force of nature. Like he's not gonna stop. Man. So I might as well get my check.
Let me tell you something. At this point, the way he looks, anybody tries to go in and say something to him, he probably got a trap door that leads to like a pool full of sharks, piranhas and shit. Yeah. He probably got all kind of ways to kill people now. I understand why y'all don't want to say nothing, but y'all know this man is. Y'all know he's not right. And if he wasn't, a millionaire and a super villain, y'all know. Y'all would be saying something. People would be saying something. They be trying to do something, but it's beyond that now. You can't do nothing.
He's almost got that Dr. Evil haircut.
Yeah. No, I'm telling you, man, he's got a lair. Yeah. Shit, he's probably got.
It's under a volcano.
Yeah, he's probably got a dungeon full of people who tried to talk sense to him. They chained up and shit.
Man, somebody's got to say something. You don't want to end up in the room, though.
She didn't believe there's a room full of people who said something.
All his old managers chained up.
Yeah, the Kanye lair, man. No, that's. I understand, man. Y'all better get out for this, man. Before he reaches his final form, you better get out. Yeah, I can't find something where he's talking though.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. I can't find it. I saw it like on TikTok or something. Someone had a clip of him talking.
Man, for Martin, y'all, can anybody find a clip back there where he's talking with this shit in his mouth? It looked like somebody took some hillbilly teeth and put gold on that shit, or chromed it, and then put it in his mouth.
Which they might have.
That doctor went out there with a vending machine. I'll be right in a minute.
Yeah, the vending machine. It sent his dental assistant, listen, run the Spencer's just real quick.
Get some more Dracula hillbilly teeth.
And cover them in tin foil.
Yeah, put some titanium on there.
And a tube of crazy.
And just shove that shit in his mouth. He ain't gonna know no better. Yeah, that look good, doctor. What'd you do? Oh, don't worry about it, man. It was a process.
It's crazy. You gonna put me on the wall?
Put you on the wall, all right. The wall of shame.
And when you go out there, don't tell anybody it was me.
Don't tell any. I keep quiet. Easy, keep quiet for you. Man, could nobody have the link to where his voice sound like that? We don't.
That's all right.
Yeah, it's cool. But hey, thank you for that's Ryan Hamilton. Thank you for this treat right here, man.
Well, shit, man. It's like Britney Spears. Everybody campaigned for her to get emancipated. Free Britney, free Britney. And now that she's free, she's posting nudes every other day.
Boy, the moment they freed her, the first thing she did was go find some knives and put this shit up and start dancing around, eating dogs. They had dogs in the background like this. Yeah, put this shit back.
What's your dad?
Yeah, the dog's like, put this bitch back in the cage. She's crazy.
Looking like she's rehearsing to be a hibachi chef.
Yeah. The first thing she got a mess, but the first thing she did was go find the.
We deserve a real king. Because if he cannot protect his own family, how is he supposed to protect us?
I'm gonna do this to some. Come get it.
Oh, now on digital.
Sharpest object she can find, though. Somebody knew what they were doing before.
I always wondered that. I was like, I think they got her conservatorship for a reason.
Yeah.
Y'all like just going with all this, but I don't know.
Them dogs are like, come get, not her, come get us. The dog's like, please, somebody find us a new home. She's lost control. Yeah, free Britney.
Yeah, no, I one of the guys I work with, he's the biggest Britney Spears fan in the world, but even he said, like, yeah, I think she was better off when they were watching her.
Man, freeing Britney is like letting a chimpanzee out of his cage. There's some shit you just don't need to do. All right, now I'm gonna get help with that. I know. Hey, as long as I say nothing about Taylor Swift.
Yeah, there you go.
Hey, she's still cool. She ain't lost her shit yet.
Yet. Uh-oh. You said yet.
Yet.
Implying that it's coming. That wasn't that to me.
Boy, I cannot wait because this shit gonna come full circle. Now what's gonna happen is you're gonna get Kanye looking like this and looking crazy, and standing by his side is gonna be the chick that was his nemesis at one time. It's gonna be Taylor Swift, just like Harley Quinn and shit. They gonna hit it up, but she gonna come full circle. She gonna lose her body to become his girl, and then the world will be complete. Yeah, man. Anyway, hey, good luck to you, man. You do you, as they say. Yeah, the words of Chappelle should have gave you money. I don't need no money, man. I'm good right where I am. If I had this much, let me just say, man, I'm being a hypocrite big as hell right now. If I had enough money, I'd probably be going out doing crazy shit like this too. I probably have bat wings sewed to my back or some shit.
Covered in face tattoos.
Yeah. If I had money, I'd lose my goddamn mind too. I don't even talk shit about nobody.
Got a little piece of toast tattooed right there. Right?
Yeah, the reason why I ain't lost my goddamn mind because I ain't got the budget for it. That's why.
Being crazy is expensive.
It is, man. As we can see. That's an expensive ass hobby, man. All right, I'm gonna leave Kanye alone, man. Get somebody help this man. I mean, I know you probably get the flesh ripped off your bones. I'm trying to help him out, but man, somebody do something.
Just get a big magnet and he'll be forced to come right on over.
I'll get you. You'll want it this time.
Rookie mistake, Evan. See, humans have this awesome thing called peripheral vision. Could have stared straight ahead, just moved your eyeball all the way to the right, and stared to your furry heart's content. Women never spot that, right? Watching porn with your friends and acting like no one has a boner is kind of similar to wine tasting. In the movie, you missed the opportunity to coin the terms connoisseur and sommelier. Some students are just walking into class now, and some have already started cooking. What the f*** is up with this school? What are the rules? There's more disorder here than there was in the faculty. Making an alcohol-free Sauvignon. Come on, Mrs. Hayward, go hard or go home. Or as the French always tell me, pas de favor.
And I just think that I don't ever need to cook tiramisu.
No one cooks tiramisu. You just fail to make it properly.
Jules' partner isn't here today either. Pair up with her.
Yes! Seth just happens to be paired with the girl he was just objectifying, and upon that coincidence, an idea slips through the contraceptive dome of creation, fertilizes the unassuming egg of cinema, and the parturition of a movie is forced upon an unwilling world. Making these turd-shaped cookies did not require 4 hands. It's funny because he's pretending it's his penis. It's weird because it's so long and thin. Also, none of the students in and around or behind Seth call him out for being a creepy creepo.
We cover with chocolate. The whole thing. Just tell me I'm serious.
American.
Making faves with bistro favorites.
Pretzel roll is how I roll.
A little bit of pesto, and it can't be a fave without my favorite.
And yo, we like to load up on the turkey.
This looks phenomenal. Bistro favorites. Find it in the lunch meat aisle.
Right now, there's just so much happening in our world. So much at stake at the start of every morning.
Making sense of it all, that's not always so easy.
And that's where we come in.
Good Morning America. We want you to know every morning.
We're right here. And we got you.
Cuisine.
Gangsters, what's up, guys?
Fogel will be thrown out eventually, but he's still barred in like a Steve Urkel cliche.
Well, you guys are at Dartmouth. I'll be over at State where the girls are half as smart and thus twice as likely to fillet me.
Citation needed?
Like as the f***ing anti-poon.
If that were the case, the opposite of Fogel would be poon. And by the movie's own logic, that would also be an insult.
I would do terrible, disgusting things to hook up with Jules. Unforgivable things.
And you will!
Get my middle nut to start dating Becca.
Seems in the Superbad universe, all men have 3 nuts, which is reminiscent of the woman with the 3 boobs in Total Recall, which starred Michael Ironside, who had a role in X-Men First Class, which starred Kevin Bacon.
For some reason, I don't know why, just kinda sit around all day, draw pictures of like a man.
No, I'm sure he means Dick Turpin, or Dick Whittington, or Dick Van Dyke. Wait, why are all the best Dicks British?
I just sit there for hours on end drawing. I don't know what it was.
It's called a flow state. You had found a medium and subject that spoke to your soul. But because they were too narrow-minded to understand it, the adults in your life snuffed out your creative flame, forcing you to try and fill the gaping hole left behind with alcohol and meaningless sex. It's tales old as time. Judging by this outline, this is not the image that this little girl is looking at. Now, I'm glad about that, but it's still a continuity error. We're going to have to blur quite a bit of this, but take our word for it that the sins are as follows. Roebuck. Donkey Dong, Sienna Bean Square, Pippi Longcocking, Dr. Loveglove.
You know how many people are shaped like dicks? The best kinds.
That was not a number, so I have to penalize you for incorrectly answering your own question.
She wants to f*** me. She wants my in or around her mouth.
Seth.
Mama's making a pubic salad, and I need some Seth's own dressing.
Seth.
P and G. She wants to man.
Seth.
Oh, I was so faced last night. I shouldn't have f***ed that guy. We could be that mistake.
Wanting to be that mistake, especially when that mistake can easily lead to the pitter-patter of another much more life-burdening mistake.
I'm sitting here with my thumb on my ass.
You're not sitting at all, and even if you were, the thumb part would have been entirely your choice.
Now I'm never gonna bone because of that used tampon Fogel.
Calling Fogel a used tampon is not the insult you think it is. It would actually imply that he has completed his assigned task successfully.
Why the f*** would it be between that or Muhammad? Why don't you just pick a common name like a normal person?
Muhammad is the most commonly used name on Earth. Read a f***ing book.
McLevin would be excellent, and Americans need to realize there's a world beyond America's sins.
What? One name? One name? Who are you, Seal?
Exposing your lack of knowledge about the legend that is Seal, Henry, Olusegun, Olamide, Adiola, Samuel, baby!
I know that! Oh, I know that!
Jesus Christ, does he need to be yelling all the time? Why is Evan friends with Seth? 30 minutes in and I can't stand it.
Why do they make that if you can't even win? Then why am I...
Assuming there's something wrong with the game instead of resigning yourself to the fact that you're just not good enough, and maybe you just don't have the mental fortitude to complete every level of Super Mario Brothers, and that summer you spent trying to is just a summer you need to write off to experience and isn't necessarily the reason you can't complete anything. Or whatever Evan was saying. I'm not projecting, you're projecting. Of all the drinks, why would he prioritize the vodka that is apparently going to get Evan some action instead of anything from Jules' list?
Ouzo, bourbon, spiced rum.
Wait, Ouzo? What fucking teenager is asking for Ouzo? This sign makes it look like this ATM only dispenses cash as opposed to other things. And do people really get confused about which of these items is the trash bin?
How about a little bottle of spermicidal lube, too?
Ew, not even flavored?
You know, I heard they recently decided to add more to it.
People who drink IPAs.
She had the biggest tits I've ever seen, I think. I gotta catch a glimpse of these warlocks.
I know that teenagers in particular get distracted by boobs every other minute, but still some bullshit that this particular testicular detour happens at the perfect time for Evan and Seth to miss the shoplifter running into the store, and the police arriving to create the whole Fogel getting arrested misunderstanding. Jonah Hill is only 2 years younger than Seth Rogen, and no amount of handlebar mustaching is going to fix that.
Fogel! He got arrested, okay? We're on our own.
Yelling.
Fogel! We need a new way to get liquor, which is impossible because we don't have any money!
Still yelling.
Thinking we need to act!
Seth survives this and forces us to hear him yelling even more.
He arrested a man lady who is legally named.
What? An Baton movie from the aughts saying something that hasn't aged well? What is this madness? Never have I seen such a thing as what my eyes have just perceived.
Why the wouldn't I report you? Just hit me with your car! Because I'll do anything. Please, okay? Anything. Like, literally? Anything.
Despite this golden shower of an opportunity to get all the booze and porn they could hope for, Seth and Evan eventually walk away from this guy with nothing. Instead of dragging his ass to an ATM, they drive away with him to what may very well be his dungeon, as if that's never gotten anyone killed before.
You guys know a guy named Jimmy? He totally looked like his brother.
This foreshadowing of Evan's uncanny resemblance to Jimmy's brother, whoever the that is, won't even be necessary when we get the call back, because we won't remember or care.
You guys...
Living with opioid addiction can be a struggle, trapped in a cycle of opioid use, withdrawal, and cravings. For adults with moderate to severe opioid addiction, whose withdrawal symptoms are controlled by oral buprenorphine for at least 7 days, Sublocade may help them keep moving towards recovery. In a study, people treated with once-monthly Sublocade plus counseling were 14 times more likely to have treatment success versus placebo. Sublocade continuously releases the medicine buprenorphine all month, with no real daily ups and downs. Buprenorphine is known to reduce cravings and blunt the rewarding effects of opioids.
Sublocade can cause serious life-threatening reactions and death if injected in a vein or if taken with certain other medicines or illicit drugs. Do not take Sublocade with other opioid medicines, benzodiazepines, alcohol, or other depressants without your doctor's approval. Ask your doctor about naloxone for emergency treatment of opioid overdose. Get emergency help if naloxone is given or if you feel faint, dizzy,
To MySpace, or...
For the kids out there, MySpace was kind of like TikTok, but there was no dancing or sea shanties, and you weren't cool unless you knew HTML.
I often go to sleep and dream of waking up in a world where everything is covered in semen.
Even if you're into it, a little goes a long way.
It goes with Eddie Von Grail, Warp 10. Engage.
You dick, the Enterprise never goes warp 10. That way lies madness and salamanders. Is this the accurate depiction of a party, or do parties look like this because this is how movies depict them? Did art mimic life into a cliche, or did life mimic art into a cliche? Okay, if they truly believe this is their best route to getting booze, fine. But why are they doing all the legwork? Why don't they just force creepy Boyle to do the thieving? He hit Seth with a car, and his only punishment was to Uber them to a place he was already going.
We should grab one of these buckets and get out of here.
Other than the fact that that random bucket doesn't have any of the Jules ask you to get, yes, great idea.
You want to get killed for liquor? No, but I would get killed for no questions asked.
Yeah, but if you get killed before your noble sacrifice gets rewarded, then the is about as much use to you as a bucket full of alcohol no one asked for.
Sounds like a piece of shit fucking phone. She's a son of a fucking bitch. Phone company.
That's rude. Hello?
This accurate depiction of cell phone reception, if you didn't have Verizon during this time period, sets up an unnecessary drama caused by a misunderstanding storyline that is almost immediately abandoned.
Is that blood?
Like my college girlfriend used to say, if you have to ask the question, don't touch it.
Someone period on my fucking leg.
Being more grossed out by period blood than just blood. Also, you know, sometimes things can happen in life, and sometimes you just don't commit them to film. That is a choice you have.
Looks like we got a call. You can't pay for these.
It's bad enough that they think they can get away with hanging out at a bar while on duty, but now they're not paying either? Way to incentivize the barman to tell on your ass.
It's like having two
Yeah.
If one of your could kill someone.
I'm pretty sure your actual could kill someone too. I just don't want to specifically imagine how that would work when Scary Movie already did that work for me.
These eyes are crying.
These eyes have seen a lot of loves, but they're never gonna see another one like that with you. Sorry, but this slaps. He full arm threw that bottle from like 4 feet away. This should either be impossible or deadly.
I should kill you, you mother.
What? You bled on him.
We were supposed to go to college together, Evan. Since we were little kids, since elementary school, that's all we've ever talked about.
I'm going to need a recording, a transcript, and an affidavit because I do not believe you.
Instead of chasing girls and making friends, I've just sat around wasting all my time with you. And now because of you, I'm going to college, a fucking friendless virgin.
Everything they're saying here feels like it all got reversed. Evan was the one being super chill about the girls and the whole getting laid thing, but now that's all he cares about?
Is this about Becca? Is this about some girl, man?
Seriously, Seth was throwing all about sex parties before, and now he cares more about friendship. Are we in a new timeline?
You have to touch me.
That car snuck up on them even though it was traveling slow enough to not send Seth to the hospital.
We're gonna arrest these two little dipshits, okay? We're gonna pin it on them.
This nearly works. Probably more often than we should be okay with.
Stop the bus! Stop it! Stop it!
This might be the most ridiculous part of the whole movie. The bus actually stopped for them.
Hey! It's you!
Oh, and now they've managed to find themselves on the same bus as the abusive bar guy from earlier. Jesus, this movie should be called Super Unlikely String of Coincidences That Managed to Turn Out Basically Okay in the End. Bad.
You two femmes can talk about it next year at your little slumber party.
Oh, you told him.
Told me what?
Yeah. An idiot phone.
He's not an idiot. That statement sounds very much like Seth knew they were going to be roommates. That is only not true because of the script. Slow motion walk of victory cliche. Please believe me when I say that I'm using victory in the absolute loosest of possible terms.
She told you that she thinks I'm a good guy?
No. She said something more like, I will fully blow him tonight.
With lines like these, it's hard to believe that this movie passed the Bechdel test.
But she's totally hammered, and if I get with her and I'm not drunk, isn't that, like, unethical?
Yes, one might say it would be a super bad idea and a crime.
Vogel. So.
This works. All the people at this party survived the precursor to the Tide Pod Challenge.
Just be careful, because it's a meaningful sweater that means vintage.
The movie robs Evan of the rite of passage that is the loss or irreparable damage of your favorite sweater by a love interest.
Uncle Evan. I've never been with another guy before.
How does she not know who he is? They go to the same school, and she literally looked at him in the hall today.
I know, we read some kick-ass tiramisu earlier.
You did not.
What's wrong?
Well, it's mainly that your mouth tastes like beer mixed with detergent and your legs smell...
Every time I'm in the kitchen, you in the kitchen. This is my house too. I pay for a fourth of the bills.
It's like menstruation.
I would prefer if we would just do that at some other time.
No, there's no other time. School is up.
Yeah, because there's no possible way two people could meet up with each other outside of a school. If you don't find your soulmate at school, you're basically screwed. Or not. I empathize with the teenage boy's condition, having suffered through the embarrassment of being one, but still, Seth. Movie made him a total ass for an hour and a half, and it thinks this rejection sending him on the road to redemption is enough to chalk it all up to lessons learned. Movies in the 2000s certainly had some balls on them.
You're such a smooth. Thank you. You would too if you were me.
Is any of this a compliment?
I got a booter.
Good.
See, what happened here is that Vogel became more than just a man. He devoted himself to the ideal of McLovin, an ideal that puts sheer badassery before everything else. And that, ladies and germs, is why he is the only one who wins the day in a consensual and mostly non-problematic way. He truly is the hero this movie deserved, but not the one it needs right now. So we'll hunt him. Wait, what am I talking about?
I think maybe.
What the?
Honestly, Jules takes that full frontal Sethaning like a champ, but she should have really tried blocking him with her hands instead of her eye socket.
You're back there. Get out. Everyone.
The worst cops in America, well, the worst cops on this block at least, still somehow managed to deduce that this party is the party that Seth, Evan, and Vogel are at.
I assume you all have guns and crack.
Officer Michaels' voice is doing that weird thing that happens in movies where it only seems to be heard by the people within a 2-foot radius of him, considering none of the kids in this room appear to be running away or panicking.
Prepare to be by the law of the law.
If you told me this entire thing was written by two 13-year-olds, and that those two 13-year-olds would grow up to be very proud of themselves, I would believe you. Just a whole ton of lamped bukkake lampening all over this room.
Gordon Glover.
For obvious reasons, that is a sin.
We should be guiding his
For obvious reasons, that is a sin.
Holy Stone's a badass.
I'll be damned. They brought that kid that almost got on in sex drive into this.
Oh, we caught the infamous logo!
Wait for me, Nicola. We're gonna go to Hawaii.
Nicola doesn't at all seem to be alarmed that McLovin isn't McLovin and is in fact Fogel.
So by signing this, you are officially saying that as we stopped you from being mugged, a crackhead stole our cruiser and did God knows what with it.
Don't they also have to explain why their guns have been fired? Please let that be a thing that has to be tracked. Also, that doesn't explain how unlikely it is that the guy who witnessed a robbery earlier was also rescued from a mugging on the same day by the same two cops. It's too bad the movie is only now realizing that Fogel was the main character all along.
I love you. I'm not even embarrassed to say it. I love you.
To be fair, your metric for being embarrassed has likely been radically altered by tonight's events.
When you went away for Easter on your vacation, I missed you.
Skip!
I should be getting a move on for show.
He slept in the bloody pants. I mean, the pants with blood on them. I'm not very British, I promise.
Yeah, but I'm doing college poses. Like,
This movie could have wrapped up in 90 minutes if it wasn't wasting time on like this.
yeah, man. Taking nuts for that male camel toe.
I reiterate, this movie could have wrapped in 90 minutes if it wasn't wasting time on like this.
And I'm gonna get Jules a new comforter.
Oh, I have to get a comforter too.
Look at that! A completely seamless way for these two people to spend time together seamlessly. Hooray for convenient third act meet cutes. Evan and Becca may deserve another shot. I'm pretty sure Jules deserves some sort of legal restitution, but Seth deserves nothing. The store clearly has enough room.
Alcohol is very, very bad. For children.
Gangsters.
Yo, what's up with my niggas, man?
Thanks for taking them, Seth.
Nipply out. I mean nippy out. What did I say? Nipple?
Where's all the stolen liquor?
Seconds of logos.
Before Rome. Before Babylon.
Who gives a preparation?
Before the pyramids. There was Kandak.
I see this movie went to the famous Kardashian school of ancient kernel of truth, but overwhelmingly fake places.
Baton's real goal was to forge the crown of Sabat.
You would be forgiven for thinking this is a sequel, and the movie is just catching you up to speed on the previous film, but no. This is just an insane wall of narration flashback-ation assaulting you in the first 2 minutes.
If infused with the powers of the 6 demons of the ancient world, it would make Baton invincible.
God damn it, I'm already exhausted. Get another f***ing piece of goddamn artifact in a movie that needs the 14 blues of the Monkey Spank squeeze box to work.
To make the crown, he needed Eternium.
But to get Eternium, he needed to locate unobtainium, an element only found in the seas of Your Mother Junction near Tickle Lake Baton. You guys are living in an oppressive regime. In what world do you think this guy is getting rewarded? This kid, who just reminded everyone who the real enemy is, really thinks this guy is going to get rewarded and is shocked, I say, when this guy gets killed. This movie is trying so hard to be 300 that I can practically hear unwarranted demands for a Snyder cut. This kid steals the Eternium from the dude who just killed the guy who brought it to him. Then he runs over to the quarry and holds the Eternium up in some sort of victory formation. Somehow all the miners down on the ground know what that means and start cheering, like they just heard the 5 tones of the ship from Close Encounters.
The Council of Wizards, the magical guardians of the earth.
That seems super glossed over.
Entered a boy into a champion, but the crown had already been completed.
In what? How the did the crown get completed in that time? We were told that the king needed Eternium to complete the crown, and they just found it a minute ago. How much time passed? Because it feels like it was a minute or two, and not forged a crown infused with 6 demons of the ancient world amount of time.
In the ensuing battle, the palace was destroyed, but the champion was victorious.
Sounds like a hell of a battle. Too bad we didn't see any of it, because the movie thinks the surprise is more important in this case than telling the story.
The wizards hid the crown of Sabat so that it would never again fall into the hands of men.
You parallax the crown, which means someone is definitely going to find it. Can't figure out why the crown wasn't destroyed instead of hidden, but I guess you needed a plot, and this was the best you could do, copying the many films that have used this exact premise 100 times in the last 20 years.
Today, Kandak is occupied by international mercenaries.
Are you still talking? God damn! I feel like Tim Allen in a limo in Galaxy Quest. I'm gonna just shut my eyes, but I promise I'm still listening to everything you say. And then Black Adam continues, in the 5 million years following the Great Nebula Burst,
our people were one people, but then came the Sector migration, and then the Melosian shift.
But legend says whenever Kondak needs him most.
Legends, curses, fables, magic, tunes, limericks, spoken word. This movie has it all. The text here says Interdang Checkpoint Sector 5 North Shiruta. And even after nearly 7 minutes of foie gras levels of force-feeding exposition, I still have no idea what any of this means. This text might as well read Celibate Warehouse, Region Milk, North Feelings. When the kid gets up off the ground, a sudden flash comet shows up in the middle of the pile that was clearly not there a few seconds ago. Also, when the perimeter guard hits this kid, the kid goes to the ground, the skateboard takes a bit of a tumble, and is that a fucking gun? Whose gun is it? Nobody even addresses it. These guns are so common, they're like tumbleweeds.
If it's got wheels, it's a vehicle. Back to the line, mate.
Considering skateboards, cars. So wait, is the guard getting a notice about Adriana right now? Or is he just reminding himself who he's looking for? I feel like the scene would be 100 times better if he gets this notification before the vehicle inspection, and we see Adriana hiding in the car while it's stopped at the checkpoint. But because surprises once again beat out actual storytelling, we get an image of a woman we haven't even met yet, followed by the reveal that she was in the car the whole time, and that's supposed to hit my movie-watching G-spot. With nothing happening, movie resorts to showing us people sleeping, which is what you were doing if you saw this in the theater.
Is that really Daniel? Show us a little magic.
Here, let me take a look at this necklace for no reason. It'll be a good conversation piece, an exposition starter.
Are you sure about this? The inscriptions we found are clear.
So wait, the wizards hid the crown so that no one could find it, but left inscriptions that give people an idea of where to find it? This movie is like a dumber Sonic the Hedgehog 2.
Men were given the gift of magic.
Why did you start reading in the middle of the wall when there's etched writing all around, above, and before what you were reading?
The ultimate power was banished from the earth and hidden here.
Congratulations on finding the secret hideout of the terrible power we don't want you to use. If you want to find it and keep it for yourself, go ahead. You've earned it.
Turn back. That's what it says, no?
Yes.
Other things it could have said include nothing. Just nothing. Everyone who walked into this mountain would have been like Sergeant Al Powell in Die Hard, and about 10 steps into the place would have been like, ah, the hell with this.
Speak not his power.
Again, she has just started in the middle of the ancient text, like a mad person. What about the context regarding Speak Not His Power that lies in the dozen lines above this that you chose not to read?
The slave who became champion and defeated the king. The legend was true.
Just because someone etched a thing in a stone doesn't mean it was true. Haven't you ever read the Bible? So they came down here to find a crown that was hidden for all eternity. Not pictured. A crown that is in any way hiding. If she falls, she dies, and she has no idea how or why the crown is floating in the air, or if it can even be grabbed and removed from its floating position. And she still risks her whole ass life with this really stupid jump. Doesn't matter she succeeded, that was a really stupid jump. Oh great, a superhero who already seems way too strong from the very start. Superman on steroids. Also, the movie rips off the shower of bullets scene from Superman Returns. Imagine shooting this guy ineffectively for a full minute, then reloading because you think more bullets will do the trick. As the Rock destroys all the fools one by one, I have to ask why he's doing it one by one, given what we see him do later. Black Adam uses his lightning power to create a tunnel so that he can get out of here, but didn't he just fly out of the opening at the top of this mountain to kill a bunch of bad guys? Why the f*** did he need to do it? It's at this point the movie whips out the Rolling Stones' Paint It Black, which is the song that makes everything seem great no matter what. It's basically cheating. Other choices include Peter Gabriel's Solitary Hill, Queen and David Bowie's Under Pressure, Sonic Youth's cover of Superstar, and giving Matt Damon a cameo. This section where Rock slowly flies through all the military mayhem and deflects all munitions that threaten him personally, that reminds me how much influence a single star can have over a film and how bad that often ends up working out for the average viewer. Oh, so we're about to find out that Eternium can hurt Black Adam, so it's basically kryptonite. The question now becomes, why didn't this...
They say the aches and veins are enough, but it's all downhill from 40. Well, I'm just getting started.
Trust your family's comfort to America's most trusted water heater brand. Get an A.O. Smith Signature Series water heater exclusively at Lowe's. Call 866-422-1414 by noon, Monday through Friday, to get your A.O. Smith water heater installed the same day by Lowe's.
This army had more Eternium weapons that are only just using them at the very end of the battle when nearly all of them are dead.
I told you to make it look real, not to punch me in the face.
Why did Ishmael need to bring all the mercenaries in? As soon as Adriana secured the crown, he could have shot her immediately and taken off with it. For the scriptwriters, the mercenaries were brought in so that Adriana... And that would be held at gunpoint and say the words to summon Black Adam. And we know Ishmael...
This shit here is crazy.
needs Black Adam for his plan, but there's no way he knew that would happen, and there's no indication it was even on his radar. So why didn't he just put a couple slugs in Adriana and run off with the crowd?
Sounds delightful. But please tell me you found someone who can pack a punch.
Every time Carter tells Waller about one character, she's like, yeah, that's great, but you know what? You really need someone who has such and such power. And Carter's like, I haven't finished telling you the team yet. For the love of God, let me finish. All in service of the full character bio sequence that adds nothing to these movies.
It takes magic to fight magic, and the man's got nearly god-level powers.
As we hear this said about Kent, we see Kent wave his hand and a gold helmet appears. And that does not say god-level powers to me, personally.
Are you sure they can take him?
Waller, you find us a cell that can hold him, we'll take care of the rest.
Except you can't and you won't. Black Adam, as built by this very movie, is too powerful for you to capture and too strong for any cell to hold him. This movie is just over 2 hours, and it's because of stupid-ass dialogue like this. I gotta be honest here. I'm only barely aware of Hawkman as a character. I'm certainly not ready to just accept that he has a mansion 5 times taller than Professor X.
Different.
The Justice Society.
Am I supposed to get goosebumps now? Feels like the movie wants me to get all goosebumpy right here, because they said the name of the thing. But in reality, I'm just very exhausted by this film. Sad that we're only just now barely 1/4 of the way through.
Is this entirely made out of bent metal?
Everything down to the screws.
So, bent metal is now a thing? Is it shorthand for turning less for epicus?
It takes a lot of energy to smash atoms.
This movie is called Black Adam, and we know more about these chodes than him at this point.
Hey, bro.
You know, like Ant-Man and Captain America Civil War, but it's completely unique and unheard of. So, how about giving me those digits? I really started taking this movie seriously once they ripped off the X-Men jet taking off from the grounds of Professor X's mansion. They put this guy, who is definitely over 6 feet tall, in a child's bed to recover from his injuries. Also, how did they drive Adam back to his house? That should be known to the bad guys at this point? How did they get past the checkpoints and shit? I was so worried about Black Adam's injury until I found out he could simply patch himself up with his own lightning. Why the f did he do that back at the mountain?
Life is the only path to death.
It's total bullshit. This is the first time she's translating this. Why the f did Black Adam decide to sit down on this kid's bed and chat with him a bit? This asshole has a copy of 3 Ninjas and f***ing Left Behind in his VHS collection. Somehow, this guy with terrible taste also has Casablanca.
Prove your strength. Destroy your enemy and all he cares about.
Are you unaware of the concept of people being enslaved or oppressed by a stronger power? I know you aren't, because you're either the kid we saw get the powers at the beginning of the movie, or you're someone else who's part of that society back in the day. Why do you think these people can take care of their own problems? I want to know how this asshole dug a fucking tunnel through the floor down into what looks like an air conditioning vent. Is the movie saying the air vent in Amon's room is in the floor that leads down to the floor below? Or was this made?
You definitely need a catchphrase. Something blackout badass to say right before you absolutely cook some dude.
Oh, so I guess this movie is like a remake of T2, with this kid playing John Connor, teaching the Terminator how to say, "I was gonna be stuff, baby," and
My point is, you could be famous. Magazines, lunchboxes, video games.
Are lunchboxes still a thing? This is the 80s? Didn't everyone's mom sell these off to yard sale barons who are probably rich now?
It's still motherfucking raining.
I guess the part of DC's Doctor Strange will be played by Pierce Brosnan in this movie. And look, I know Dr. Fate predates Doctor Strange. The point is not who came first, but how tired I am of all these characters from 2 large comic book universes that overlap so much. I can't get excited about any of them anymore.
I'm getting tired of this shit.
You sound like Michael Bear from a rich history. You don't have to hear about their relationship.
Get tired of this shit.
Bad plan is better than no
The shit.
Actually, this is patently false.
The shit.
No plan at all is how to get the David Tyree Super Bowl kick. A bad plan is the Colts suspecting the Saints might do an onside kick and sending out 4th-string wide receiver Hank Basket as part of the hands team.
But Kent is literally possessed because of.
Is this supposed to be a Black Adam movie or a new Suicide Squad disguised as a Justice Society film? This is like watching that Batman Assault on Arkham movie all over again.
If he's so powerful, how are we supposed to stop him?
You didn't get him to say the word Shazam. Fifth Adam removes his power.
Jesus Christ, this is like those Super Friends cartoons from when I was a kid, where they had to get Mitchell to say his name backwards in order to defeat him. And now he did. I see that every time Adam has a flashback, it's just going to tell us the exact same thing over and over again until it's ready to reveal the truth just at the right moment. This kid steals a military radio and sends a false message and then gets chased around the city by inept dickheads. And this is Aladdin, only updated a bit for technology's sake. Gotta stay one jump ahead of the narcos, one leap ahead of the badge. These guys don't appreciate our brand.
Hey, hey, hey!
Stop your kid from being slapped in the face.
It's fine.
What you do when you keep the pace?
It's fine.
And it's as cool as Black Adam stopping all these moves with his hand. Stop the moves. Waste time with
Civilian snowball experts want to demonstrate just how much visibility red cars headlight bulbs can lose with their burning, so we've taken away 50 of visibility from this last one. With millions of burning, let auto parts professional at these retailers find when you surrender bulbs today and see better tonight. Something's not right. What is refreshing is just
I don't see what this is supposed to accomplish for us.
I don't like that shit. How does nigga get up there so fast, bro? Ain't no fucking way. That's bullshit.
This might kill them all, but you don't have the ground down and just let go of your only leverage in the situation.
What bikes?
This entire sequence reeks of Endor and the speeder bikes and rebellion, but also seems to be a lazy copy of the alien attack vehicles that Marvel's The Avengers. And I think the sin is ultimately the derivativeness of this schlocky bullshit.
Smasher, Cyclone, what are you waiting for?
Probably for your signals, that the last mission required them to sit on the ship with their thumbs up their asses until you told them otherwise. Then the Rainbow Tornado Girl dropped up Thingamabob, and that made all the difference.
Hey, careful, dude. I will see you.
I guess we can blame Atom Smasher for not keeping his hand gestures to a minimum here. Why is Hawkman flying directly over his shoulders in the first place? The thing running from Black Adam uses alien NOS, and that has to be a nod to the Rock's appearance in the rundown. For no good reason at all, he makes it seem like Black Adam finally caught up to and saved him all. Pulled the rug out and show you that he didn't, for no good reason.
The chaplain's coming for you. You know that, right?
You are, but for him to follow you, it would require him to smack through this building. Just happened to see a flyby slipping through the buildings at a perfect moment.
That is to say, the nanobots did most of the work.
Casual nanobot surgery is casual.
Well, the wind thing is called aerokinesis, and the nanobots were injected into my bloodstream by this really messed-up scientist who kidnapped me when I was 15.
Jesus. I mean, damn. Anyway, so the nanobots inside Cyclone that turn her into wind can also take care of bullet wounds and save Adriana's brother? Amazing that the evil scientist injected you with the multi-purpose nanobots that can do anything the script tells them to do.
Suppose they didn't have doors in your day? Well, of course we did. That's how we entered rooms.
God damn it, then why is it? God damn it!
He is not our money. In the desert, like you saw.
true form, 10th Adam doesn't even get the location of the mine before trying to kill the prisoner. But luckily, when he goes back to tell Adriana about it, she knows where it is. Then the problem is solved without him realizing what a horrible error that is, so that he can keep doing Black Adam stuff without thinking of the consequences. Why does Hawkman bring the prisoners back to Adriana's apartment after 10th Adam nearly killed them a minute ago? Put them on the ship. Besides, I thought the Justice Society's main goal was taking 10th Adam.
Oh, fuck that. I was about to save it, but fuck that.
Oh, I know.
Last little bit of weed.
And then finding the ground in Adam's room. Great.
Heroes don't kill people. What'll I do?
Yeah, I'm gonna check out this movie for a while. But I'm gonna go with Hot Man Black Adam stop fighting. Well,
This fight is edited in a weird manner, where the emphasis and focus is on what the fight does to the walls and the shelves full of TC references. We're not seeing much at all what this fight is doing to the two combatants.
It's not far from what we had in mind for you when this is over. What can bury you with it?
I care as much about these two better as I do.
Yeah!
You should what? Adam and Hawkman end up working together because they get moral shamed.
There's still time to change the future.
Earlier, you were telling the comic relief dude that he wasn't going to die today, but by electricity. But you didn't tell him he could change the future. In fact, you acted like it was set in stone.
We will line inch by inch until we find Alpha.
So, you guys are really going to take a civilian, Adriana, into this fucking operation? I know she's a mom's mom that's insisting to go, but you just say no, right? Whoa, how did Adriana and the Justice Society get down here so quickly? Black Adam just crashed through here seconds ago. He had a huge head start.
Yeah, huge head start.
Assumed he could lure Black Adam here, and somehow the crown would go on too, and that's exactly what happens. The Fishman got back here, and he did kill the biker, but told him where the mine was. The Fishman would have been able to leverage 10th Adam and find the crown. Now so, kid is the only one who knew where it was. This is a classic case of a movie arranging its plot to fit what it wants to do rather than anything that is remotely logical.
Believe me, nothing good will come from that crown.
That's what the doctor told my mother just as I was being born.
And you have just given me everything I need to become the next king of Kandak.
Hey, young Black McGee, if you have everything you need, then stop talking and go be evil.
That's well.
Family passed the knowledge on, One to the next. The crown crafted by our ancestors.
Skip!
How long we gonna keep doing this?
If the answer is anything except 0 more seconds, I'm adding 5,000 sins. One for every year this story took to get told. Round it up to the nearest thousand.
It's a bitch.
He was also my son.
He didn't toe up, man.
This will be better now. Does this make all the difference? Holy something better CGI Dwayne Johnson. And Chris Evans' his ass.
And Chris Evans' ass.
But after the champion's many victories, the kid went after what who he loved the most.
Wait, what victories? Victories over who or what? Or was the king even still around after the champion was created? Did they have more combat battles? Or was the champion picking people off Braveheart style in the middle of the night? Look at this whatever power. Why would the wizards create a champion who could just give his powers to anyone who pleased? I thought there was a vetting process involved. But why would you just be able to do this by saying one fucking word?
The powers were not a gift from the wizards, but a curse.
Is 10th Adam saying that it's a curse because of what happened? Or is it an actual curse and the wizards are just dicks? Either way, I hate it. So the black suit just formed on its own? Because he was sad, angry? His kid was a champion, no black suit. Kid gets the powers to 10th Adam, no black suit. 10th Adam's kid is killed and he gets sad. Sudden venom suit forms of its own volition. That's weird.
My son dreamt of a better world. That's why he saved me.
And that's why I kill indiscriminately.
I will speak the word my son gave me, and I will give up my power. And when I do, you must ensure I never speak it again.
The ease at which this power can be relinquished and summoned is really dumb. Why would you be able to call it back whenever you want once you give it up? Also, movie Superman 2 is the title character, so that a powerful villain can show up to wreak havoc for, maybe 10 minutes? Don't black site and secret location basically mean the same thing? As the plane rapidly nosedives into the water, Dr. Fate seems startled. No one seems bothered by basic gravity, which would slam all of them forward suddenly, perhaps into the windshield even.
Yeah, they say the gods created us, but we're the ones who always wind up burying them.
What does that even mean? How many gods have you personally buried, lady? This is some true-ish dialogue.
If they'll know how to deal with him, to keep him from regaining his powers, they'll keep him in suspended animation.
And he'll be in a state of bliss. And I keep my mind from the circling sky. Tongue-tied and twisted, just to earth down misted eye. Somehow the Task Force X has dozens of people that need to be in no coffee water cells, but they keep them widely spread out in a super warehouse the size of Oklahoma that has too many huge-ass support beams and a floor that is covered in water for some reason. This is actually the stupidest set I've ever seen in movie history. You want to build this black site underwater in Arctic temperatures so you can demonstrate the absolute worst use of space in the history of mankind?
In Kanaki mythology, the souls of the damned are sent to the rock of finality.
Do they know what the rock is?
This is the only path to life.
You flip the crown upside down, and the only thing that changed in the message of the symbols is the position of the words life and death? Please go back to preschool story hour, you f***ers.
He kidnapped Amon on purpose because he knew that Teth Adam would kill him.
I certainly hope he kidnapped Amon on purpose, because if he did it accidentally, this is a completely different movie. Maybe I do want that.
And he believed the champion's magic would send him to the rock of finality.
What was Ishmael's plan from the beginning, though? Only one was the crown. The only reason Teth Adam showed up was because Adriana summoned the champion when she was held at gunpoint. Was Ishmael planning for this to happen? Was his original plan to maybe steal the crown and summon the champion himself? If that's the case, was he sure that the champion would use the blue lightning on it? Because he could have just been one of those dudes who got slammed up against a rock or dropped from the sky. There's no way that Ishmael knew any of the shit he did was going to happen. The movie cleared the path for him.
What the bloody hell is that?
Can't you see the future?
Readout says it's a demon. Sabak.
Excuse me, what? Did you say the readout told you that this was the demon that has never ever showed his face in the history of man until now? The readout? You're telling me a computer got a bunch of data points from a satellite, spat out a readout that said, shush, that's the goddamn demon Sabak.
We done did a 9 to 5 on this bitch. Fuck you mean? Not on Twitch because Twitch been tripping, so I'm behind 10 minutes. But we did a motherfucking 9 to 5 on this bitch, bro. We did a motherfucking 9 to 5 on this bitch, man. First time ever shit. First time ever shit. We gotta celebrate. We gotta celebrate.
So Fate Dude sacrifices himself while calling Black Adam to recruit him to kill Devil May Carrier. Instead of just calling Black Adam,
we gotta celebrate.
Sacrificing no one points on this
round. We did a 9 to 5 on this bitch. We did a 9 to 5 on this bitch. Stop playing with a real nigga. Stop playing with a real nigga. We did a 9 to 5 on this bitch. Whole 8 hours. Whoever watched the whole thing, I fuck with you forever, ever. And don't let nobody tell you that I never. You feel me? Alright. But we did a 9 to 5 on this bitch, man. We did a whole 8. Yeah, it was boring, but we made it though. We had to do it, man. We fucking reined in shit, you know. So yeah, we gotta celebrate. We did a 9 to 5 on this bitch. Fuck you mean, man. Real niggas always live the longest. You feel me? Oh yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, 9 to 5 on this bitch, man.
With multi-choice power bowls.
Fuck what your mama tell you. We did a 9 to 5 on this
Sure, it's a
bitch.
good thing that Teth Adam knew exactly where he was in the ocean to zip over to Comdock in time to save all these people from the giant statue. Gotta hand it to him. He's got tremendous GPS. I'm glad Black Adam taught himself to begin for the big finale, but where did the fuck he came from? Hal has a more intimidating voice than this team. I do have to ding DC here for copying the MCU with the same versus same finale battle situation. Okay, slow motion skateboard kid in his own cape with a legion of Norman behind him is my most hilarious film scene of all time. I'm going to add 5 scenes 6 feet time to recover from the laughter. This is utterly stupidly hilarious.
Yeah.
You can control it. I know Black Adam has learned some lessons and shit, but I don't know what it means to control this power. We don't know enough about his rage to really know one way or another what kind of Herculean effort this might be. The movie is basically just going to say, yeah, you figured it out, and we're just supposed to be fine with it. After Black Adam tears Sabak in half, of course, all the underlings fade into nothingness, and immediately renders the Kondaki fight meaningless. Be excited all you want, guys, but you didn't do shit. In fact, it was for Hawkman and Black Adam, it wouldn't have mattered if you killed every last skeleton in the place.
See you around, old friend.
Why does the helmet just leave? Why was he able to use it one last time before piecing out?
It's his darkness that lets him do what heroes like you cannot.
Also, wizard power. Darkness, sure, but in the end, wizard power. Black Adam sits on the throne, but then destroys the throne, and I have no feelings here at all.
So what should we call you?
That old nugget. Yo, what should we call you?
Carried out for a little couple minutes, but yeah, we did a 9 to 5 on this bitch, man. Fuck you mean, man? We did a 9 to 5 on this bitch, man. And like I said, man, if you made it to the end, man, you the realest motherfucker of all time, and the realest motherfuckers live forever. The longest. You feel me? Fuck. We ain't even hit that bitch on Twitch yet, and I started Twitch before YouTube, but YouTube, you got it. We fucking in this bitch, man. Fuck. Man, we did a 9 to 5 on this bitch, man. We did a 9 to fucking 5 on this bitch, man. I wanted to get off so many fucking times, bro. Y'all just don't understand. Y'all just don't fucking understand, bro. I wanted to get off so many times, but I had to stay on. I don't care how boring it got. We was in this bitch. Fuck you, man. We did a whole 9 to 5, man. Clap it up. Clap it up. Clap it up, guys. Clap it up. Yes. Woo. Pat myself on the back, pat yourself on the back, you know. Yeah.
That was a great game, Dad. I'm cold.
Okay, I'll turn the heat on. Control your climate remotely with complimentary class-leading Blue Link Plus, available on the new Hyundai Tucson.
T-Mobile 5G home internet slowing me down when everyone's connected. Why deal with that? Switch to Cox Internet and power 4 times more connected devices than T-Mobile 5G home internet. Cox Internet. Switch today.
Quick thanks to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video. We understand the importance of mental health and are glad to continue to encourage our viewers to find time to connect with a licensed therapist that will work with you. BetterHelp.com/SodaSoup will guide you through questions that will help you connect to a great therapeutic match. You can be matched with a therapist in as little as 48 hours.
Alright, that's the first one.
One more time, all from the company with 10% off this first month with our link below.
Leave the door a couple times.
34 seconds ago. Behold, American viewing public, this star on the back of America's jacket. Something I'm supposed to be excited about? But in fact, no, just makes me feel like I've been voted an exam and studied for a class I didn't know I was taking for school I didn't realize I was attending.
But yeah, man, we did a 9 to 5 on this motherfucking bitch. That's what I stepped in. I'm not stepping in.
Well, then, instead of you watching it for the rest of your life, why don't you try doing whatever it is you came here to? Why are we? I'm assuming it has more function than just fitting my eyes. Amethyst CGI suit. Oh, sure, you can suck out the multi-dimensional powers of this world with your right hand while trying to keep a barrier around the demon with your left hand. But for some reason, you can't just use that right hand to strengthen the barrier or throw lollipops at it or whatever it is you dirty sorcerers do with that right hand. Steven turns his head to his left, and the next shot
But yeah.
has lost, despite it being on the table. He's right. Either someone in charge of continuity is something, or we missed an epic jump tape. Snapped straight his neck. I suppose this was in case you forgot he was natural.
Fuck
You guys might be
it.
upset.
Watch these fucking dishes right quick, man. Cook some shit.
Tony Stark straight. So make that all the way to Sherlock and Quadro. Only gone to 6 years. I wouldn't be above letting Everett K. Ross in on the phone as well. I wish it had been there. I wish to skip. Remember the day all emergency services instead of using them for people in trouble. At times, the actual flight is strange doing here. He sees this car hurtling forward with mother and child, and he thinks his best option is to summon a giant fucking Zulu head and hope that it beat the car and fly away instead of beating the car and the mother and child he's trying to save. Again, why the this strange figure one of the most complicated ways to deal with these odds? It's stopping them from slingering connection to the Antarctic. The carnage is created behind it. We're only 9 minutes in, we're already...
Why it gotta rain so much? I don't understand why it gotta rain so much. Why it gotta rain so much? I don't understand why it gotta rain so much. Bars, man.
flying straight up in the air so a control motorcycle at. And now they're using magic chains to try to restrain the aqua monster, which has shot the effect on it. So I don't use all the sources before they are deliberately flipping around and ignoring any inconvenience. Doc Octopus fighting sword in this in Spider-Man 2. I can't figure out what connects these two movies. It took me less than 5 minutes to play Portal to realize how momentum works, so I can confidently say this is the dumbest way to save yourself, Paul. But you should know is make the exit portal fire enough so that gravity can slow his second descent back to Earth, and then rinse and repeat until the same planet. Why would you choose to fire yourself into a fucking car?
Do you want to see me or be me? Because you can do both. Hit her with the foe. Knock him out, ho. Dun 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 dun. Hey! Dun 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 dun. Hey! Cat daddy. Let me do this.
Previously on WandaVision. What's WandaVision? Oh, it's just a 6-hour TV show that you need to watch to appreciate what's happening. Well, that's about making it redundant. Anytime.
I made mistakes, and people learn.
All true, but the main thing is that you learn from those mistakes. And if you're wrong, there's no way this movie would undo an entire season of character growth in 90 minutes, right? Right? Jesus, Wanda, how the fuck did you make this rookie mistake of saying that maybe we should be television, all DVDs, they're all sitcoms, but that someone made this exact mistake, and one of them, and believe this is what makes Dr. Strange realize Wanda is Dr. Strange.
Yeah, can I have the dark?
I know it's the book of the damned, and that it corrupts everything and everyone that it touches.
And we're expected to buy a discount book of the dead, suing them for making Wanda evil. Means the movie can make her do many things and pleases, and you don't have to care. Not really want to do it.
I'm going to leave this reality and go to one where I can be with my children.
Well, great. The movie is stealing from goddamn Cloverfield Paradox.
Is it the one you used when you gave Thanos the time stuff?
Even Martha Marcy May Marlene has a point. Infinity War was forcing straight to pass. And the time stone with Thanos. That's okay. After all, there's 14 million different futures. It's the only scenario that came back positive. It seems it's come after that. I feel like 14 million possibilities actually more than nothing.
The real-life reality is the truth. Prophesied to either bull or either conscience.
So this is definitely something you should be worried about, then? Like something that might bring Spider-Man or Falcon or Ant-Man, right? No? No.
Whatever the sorcerer's supreme art shall be done.
As long as it can be done by 6 people or less.
Many of those creatures after her started to be self-goods. Mercy.
No, it was just a waste of goddamn time. Something a villain does. Try to keep those too brooding in the room when all they had to do was show up and get what they wanted in the first 5 minutes. Also, what we have done differently that would not have been mercy of America anyway. Are you going to waterboard her or something? The movie's going to run with this speech twice, as if the movie wasn't to cover up the fact that she's the antagonist of the movie. I think this is supposed to make us believe that Wanda has deliberately nuclear powers or something. Instead of tearing apart the fabric of reality, it's America, as we all know, what the Scarlet Witch absolutely could, should, and would.
New speaker sparks disagreements over $6,400 stimulus health subsidy. This is Sarah from CNN News with an urgent alert for all Americans under 65 who have yet to claim the new $6,400 subsidy. They have just announced that the deadline for the Affordable Care Act subsidy program is tomorrow. Take immediate action as this is free financial relief for health plans available to you just by making a quick phone call. Click the link below to secure your $6,400 subsidy and comprehensive health coverage before time runs out. Here's a few words regarding the ACA subsidy.
We're entering the final phase of the $6,400 health subsidy program under the ACA. We created this program to provide assistance in these challenging times. We're here to support you, and a dedicated team is ready to guide you through the registration process.
Indeed, this is the kind of support many have been waiting for. Only hours remain to secure your $6,400 by signing up for the health subsidy. Don't miss out on this significant financial assistance opportunity. Follow the provided link below and make your call today.
Oh, bitch.
go. Whoa. You'll have to go with me this time.
I got the books.
Don't forget about the Grizzlies.
Yeah. Movement that inspires.
Nice. Premature source creation. I'm not saying it would have made a single bit of difference, but I'm surprised that the greatest sources on the planet are showing an extreme lack of imagination in the variety of their attacks. They basically have magic arrows and magic bullets and stuff. Where are the floating monster hands or the blips that we saw earlier? So that's it for Wanda then. Sure to have cremated a bunch of sorcerers here, and as much as I'd love to see the attempt, I don't see how season 2 of WandaVision is going to bring her back from that.
You want the girl, you don't have to go through me.
Hi.
Well then, why didn't we open with this? Did we really have to sacrifice all these people? It's not like he used that time to get America to safety. He waited until the last possible second to start playing House of Mirrors.
Reflections. She's using the reflections.
She's what? She's what? What does that even mean? So because you trapped her in a hall of mirrors, she's able to things? You can count on me, Steven. I'm going to cover up all the reflections. Well, except this one that I'm going to inexplicably stare directly into.
Wanda, you have no children. They don't exist.
Oh, but they do. In every other universe.
In every other universe? I thought the idea of a multiverse was that every possible outcome and every decision possible exists somewhere. There be countless universes with countless Wandas all pissed off and trying for the same thing. A minute ago, Strange couldn't open a portal because something Wanda reflections, but now he's able to shoot magic serpents out of his hands. So I'm wondering if the portal is off the table now, or did he just forget that he could do that? Or is some magic available, just not anything that counts? As Americans, Strange stumbled through the multiverses, I'm not convinced that he fully understands the implications of showing this animated one. I mean, we may never see that universe again, but now we all know it exists. What the hell does that even mean? Why would an artistic medium from our universe exist as its own distinct universe?
This universe doesn't have a me.
Well, how do you know that?
Because I've looked, and because I never dream.
A lot of people can't even remember their dreams. Why is this a measuring stick? And you can't possibly check every nook of every universe for another version of you.
Let's stay in most universes, actually.
Hey, you didn't pay for that. How the f*** did 838 ads not know that America had walked off with a pizza bowl without paying for it? Does he just have a bunch of pizza bowls lying around for people to pick up? Or he prepared them for each customer like a normal vendor?
Stop it.
The guy asked America to pay for her pizza balls because he insulted a little bit. He cursed him, bumped himself 3 weeks. This vendor out of business. Glad to think this is what it is. Replay significant memories. This really isn't how memories work. Each time we recall something, we're literally recreating the events in our head. It isn't like tradition is just like we build in our own biases and false recollections, and if anything, we'll just end up compounding. Also, I feel like this technology would be way too easy to abuse and misuse. For example, you just know movies would immediately adopt it as a lazy way to give us exposition about where's this.
Call me.
God damn it!
We don't have time for this.
Doctor Strange would be amazing at citizens. Why is a portal open up behind American parents and in front of America in this night? Every other portal that's open in this movie is open behind it. Convenient superhero loses their parents' storyline is convenient. Now the memory stopped playing. Why would it show us what happens after America comes through the portal? So this universe the dress is monotone, the cities are decorated with an abundance of foliage, and the traffic light colors are flipped. Imagination, man. How does it work?
Our Wanda has the ability to conjure demons and monsters to attack America and other universes.
On the surface, this is one of the most worthless powers I can think of. Writing the script of Doctor Strange 2, he needed a hero who conveniently doesn't know how to use their multiversal powers to drive plot.
The dream-walking source projects their own consciousness from their universe into another. They may puppeteer this unholy doppelganger and pursue their enemies from afar.
You know, just in case their enemies can travel between multiverses. Candles all this time. These rituals that only work if you're sitting in the middle of approximately 7,000 candles. It's a goddamn miracle that Wanda survived more than 5 seconds without immediately catching fire.
So it may not be a demon that you face. It may be the Scarlet Witch.
The dream-walking explanation is useful. Mordo talks about the Scarlet Witch possessing demons in other universes. That tracks. We've seen 2 demons attacking America in this movie, but the movie's ultimate rule is that the Dreamwalker can only possess the alternate versions of himself. So how is she possessing demons? Conjuring. Why isn't there a spell where she can just go to another universe by herself?
What do you know of the Book of the Shadow? It can give a sorcerer whatever power they need to vanquish their enemy.
Seriously, if you're not even going to try to describe it in a way that doesn't seem immensely inconvenient, just call it MacGuffin's Big Book of Sorcerer MacGuffinry by M.M. MacGuffin. Just own that. That is not one
AK-47.
It's the 2 of you.
except you literally just explained the very specific ways that Wanda could become this reality.
Who was in that team?
I actually blamed Doctor Strange quite a bit for trusting this team. Is there a need for team? Couldn't you just decline the team? If you don't know who to trust, didn't you learn anything from the Wanda encounter? Are you ever aware of the situation? Harry, sure, it's creepy. How is Harry Potter in a photograph and creating an ocean and a coffee mug have anything to do with possessing an alternate version of yourself? Tommy or Billy says this instead of asking, hey, why are the lights flickering? Why did you smash those two bowls? And why did you just stare at the camera that you shouldn't know is there? So wait, a couple of minutes ago.
I just mean, you can do that thing. But can you do that thing?
So you were arguing about the 2003 Tigers calling each other doofuses, various Googleplex multipliers. In a short time it took Wanda to get this ass to come up with this lame song about ice cream. What an amazing moment for the Scarlet Witch to get in some mom time almost immediately.
And if we get some ice cream, we promise to be good.
Nice emotional blackmail. The dog don't want the coffee! Wong getting in here is a massive feud to the dozens of sorcerers who have already died in the attempt to stop Wanda. Isn't the whole point to put their lives on the line and make sure she can't cut the multiverse?
Our universe is 838, and we designated yours 616.
I'm not going to pretend I didn't have to go to the internet for this one, but outright saying that the MCU takes place on Earth 616 is such an odd choice. It makes it the same universe that the most well-established Marvel comics are set in, instead of making it its own distinct universe. The perfect way to maybe satisfy some fans who wonder why so many events play out differently compared to the comics they love. You guys are going to this cold place and you don't want to bring warmer clothing? No, I get it. Your costumes are rad and all. You provide that much protection against extreme weather.
You couldn't portal us up there?
My magic can only take us so far. Masters of the mystic arts weren't meant to tread upon the forbidden grounds of Wonderborn.
No, but they sure take you right to their doorstep, so what's the fucking difference? Also, Wanda complains about not being able to portal straight to the place, but then simply flies there, so there's no reason for her to be upset about this, and absolutely no reason to preempt our probable sin about it. Why would some ancient demon around to the point of not allowing sorcerers to teleport up here, still allow them to use spells like whatever this shield is? I need to think either Wong or the movie is just making this up as they go.
Here, borrow.
Why the f was that necessary?
Captain Carter, Black Agar, Balthazar, Captain Marvel, Reed Richards of the Fantastic Four, Professor Charles Xavier.
I can still hear the cheers in the theater. I honestly think this scene will come to be seen as the worst Christmas ever. Imagine you get every single present on your list, even the limited edition ones, the ones that no one else liked, or the ones that were murdered by Fonka Johnson and resurrected by Bryan Singer. All of them. You can play them for a while, but the next day your parents hide all the presents in the basement. Don't tell you when you're next able to play with them dead. Instead of hiding all the presents in the basement, the parents burn them all in front of their sobbing kids.
Black Agar, Balthazar. Get a guy in there. Fantastic work. You guys charming.
The strangest choice the MCU ever made was to bury that post-Endgame movie which explained how the spirit of Tony Stark transferred itself into Doctor Strange's body. Really would help to explain why he's suddenly full of one-liners and quippy insults.
Captain Marvel, Defender of the Cosmos.
Thinking we 007, but it's possible that in a multiverse that Lashana Lynch is just playing multiple alternate versions of characters who will only have that title briefly before it's taken away. I'm sure Black Bolt's need for silence is a big part of his character, but shouldn't it be Reed Richards who desires this to be a quiet place?
An incursion occurs, and the boundary between two universes erodes, and they collide, destroying one or both entirely.
Yeah, but as long as we get to see Wolverine again, it's totally worth it.
Your alternate self created the Illuminati to make difficult decisions that no one else could.
So the Illuminati was created to prevent threats to the multiverse, but how the hell are they achieving that if there are only 6 of them? 5 of them are largely based on Earth. No one behind this movie seems to be comprehending how big one universe is, let alone multiplying that by infinity. Yes, I know the comics claim there are 161 universes. That is never mentioned in this movie. You just keep throwing around the word infinite. It should be a nearly countless number of strangers, wanderers, and hey, maybe some non-humans attempting to put it to their own end. Why the f is every futuristic high court set up this way? Practically expecting the multi-faced judge from Transformers the movie to render a verdict in this scene. Wanda does some Scarlet Witch, who tries to turn this wall into a white. Dude, can you not portal? I don't remember Wanda taking her sling ring after you portaled to this place earlier. Still had it when the 4 demons awoke to worship Wanda when she arrived. And I know you said some bullshit about not being able to portal directly to Wanda portal because of some rule. That doesn't mean you can't actually use magic, right? Look away from this place, or else you wouldn't be able to do the other magic you've been doing. This Bruce Almighty moon is so big, I wouldn't be surprised if in this universe the Earth orbits the moon.
Strange did not die, defeating Thanos.
You know, just in case you forgot that I said that just before we cut away to the Wanda Wong show.
Stephen, as always, chose to go it alone.
He turned to the Darkhold, began dreamwalking, in hopes that our salvation might lie in the multiverse.
And guess what?
Jesus, does everyone get a chance to tell a piece of this story? They coordinate this over a Zoom meeting before they brought Strange in here? Put telling the story of our Strange, but let's make sure everyone gets a line, you know, to be fair. Also, let's rewind this a bit.
In hopes that our salvation might lie in the multiverse.
And guess what? They did.
Wait, what? Okay, maybe he didn't find the answer, but the solution absolutely exists in the multiverse, because this Strange found that bullshit on a 14 million chance. Also, back in Infinity War, when Dr. Strange was running all those calculations, did crossing multiverses not pop up as one of the possible options? Is that not better than losing half the universe for 5 years?
You never told us the details of what had happened, only that you had inadvertently triggered an incursion.
Oh, we all know the 838 Strange caused an incursion when he tried to help Peter Parker forget he got a B in gym class, but that's why he didn't tell his buddies what happened.
Stephen denounced the Darkhold's evil and helped us find the Book of the Shanty, a weapon we did use together to defeat Thanos.
Wait, Strange searched the multiverse for an answer before exploring the idea of using an artifact from his own universe that he definitely knew about? Also, why didn't our Strange think of using the Book of the Shanty? Okay, maybe it was one of the 14 million scenarios that didn't work out, but an artifact that gives you exactly what you need to defeat your enemy seems like the perfect place to start, unless, of course, it didn't exist except this movie. The movie sadistically shows us a multi-version of Avengers, the Age of Ultron. Why does Wanda even entertain the idea of stopping her rampage? America is one move away. Do you think she has this kind of patience at this point in the game?
Haven't you had enough? Oh, I could do this all day.
And then one of the handcuffs got loose. When we were told they were created using the sands of Baton or something. But with good hard whack losing some up in no time. To be clear, we're now making the choice to create a movie where magic and sorcery exist, but then literally handcuffing the 2 most powerful sorcerers alive, so they have to resort to a fist fight instead of all the awesome magic. Christine knows exactly how strong these cages are. She's seriously trying to smash them with a fire extinguisher.
Wanda Maximoff, your mind is being held hostage by your alternate self.
Oh, is that what this white boy is with the blown-out building and rebar everywhere? I know we're creating physical objects to represent abstract concepts. I just thought it would look cooler in a witch's brain. Oh no! Professor X is dead yet again! Where will be a wound from the meter? Wanda chases everybody down this tunnel while Christine blows into a bunch of hatches. And why are there so many hatches in this tunnel anyway? I get the immediate sense that if the movie wanted to, Wanda could conjure a spell to end this right now. But it doesn't. They close the last hatch and just stand there for some reason, even though they just saw Wanda blast every door on the way here.
Did it kill her?
No, just bought us some time. All you've done is buy the time back that you wasted staring at the door a minute ago.
Chapman, this specific to these people on the island now.
Specific to a you that has been raised and lived in a different universe and could have had any number of different... You know what? As tempting as it is to make this video a 2-parter, I'm just going to add 100 cents here for all the ways this movie wants to play in a multiverse without being limited by what that actually means.
This is the gap junction, the space between universes.
What kills me during all this is how Strange said he bought them some time, and they waste every second of it admiring the gap junction instead of grabbing the book and looking for spells. It's like they totally forgot Wanda's behind the man who exists. Why send Dr. Strange and Christine to another universe when you could just kill them?
Oh no. Oh crap.
Look, Wanda seems to be able to pick whatever universe she wants, so count yourself lucky that you aren't floating in space, living as Paint, or part of the DCEU.
America doesn't have luck.
Hey, character or the United States? Works for either, I guess. Jesus Christ, I guess the day after tomorrow I forgot to take the morning after pill and had a conception with Inception.
Prove it. We had a sister. Done.
You had a sister. You! For all you know, this guy lived on a farm and was raised by an alpaca. This scene is great. I mean, it's a lot like the scene with the Harpus and Kung Fu Hustle, but this is great samurai madness here. It's worth the cinema. What the... Why does this one heart note break this entire ball of magic conflict? Somehow, Wong survived the fall after Wanda blasted him out of the temple. Even better, he didn't seem to get any frostbite or have any ill effects from the cold whatsoever.
What are you doing with the Darkhold? All
tell you, strangers, you're the same.
What was she expecting here? Why is Strange using the Darkhold to get back to his universal scrub? How the f*** else was he gonna pull it off?
Well, Mother, I needed to protect my body in case they attacked me for trespassing.
Who's they?
The souls of the damned.
Pronoun game aside, this movie just invented a whole ass reason out of thin air and made Strange seem like a better version of all the other Stranges by asking for help from Christine. But besides, how the f*** does he know that's going to happen when he just heard about dreamwalking like an hour ago? You're bringing in the candles, sure, but how can you be sure this is enough?
See, Strange. Possessing a dead body. It's forbidden.
So that's where you assholes draw the line? This works.
Presume I'm alive.
That must be ancient sorcerer speak for the tube of exactly the thing I need, exactly when I need it.
Go back to hell.
Fortunately, the discount goblet of fire doesn't need a special enchantment or any kind of magical abilities to use it. Plain will do the trick. This is basically a very fancy lighter and deodorant can. I feel like the first draft of this movie went to Marvel and they said, we like it, but it needs more Raimi. And Raimi was like, well, I'm flattered. I've injected about as much Raimi into this as I can without breaking some MCU fundamentals. And then Marvel was like, look, buddy, if you don't get your ass back in there and give us a scene where Strange possesses his own dead body and flies into battle with a cape made of damn spirits from the underworld or some shit, so help us, Feige, we will give this gig to Edgar fucking Wright. Also, he's using a whole bunch of demons as a flying cloak. Every single one of these assholes focused their attention on Wong when there was a zombie sorcerer flying towards them just a second ago. I guess that type of thing is easy to forget. Now they'll throw rocks at Wong one by one instead of throwing multiple rocks. Where the fuck is Scarlet Witch? She's at home, washing her tots. Scarlet Witch throws her red energy at Zombie Strange and the demons suck it all up. Congrats! I believe the synthesis, and I understood why they were able to do this rather than just get demolished trying.
I come here to tell you to trust yourself. Trust your power.
I wish they had found some sort of way other than believing herself for America to use her power. Considering how long she's been wandering around the multiverse, I think she would have practiced it a bit, learned a couple things, but never mastered it. So when it came to this scene, it would sound like a commercial for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
Every time you open your portal, you sent us exactly where we needed to go.
If that's true, there must have been an easier way to do this. Sending you both to the Fox universe got a lot of people killed. Wanda was the one who sent you to the Dead universe to the Dark one. Here. And even if America is innately controlling where you ended up, that means she's controlling the portals and can tell the future, because how else would she know the perfect ground to defeat it? Why does America's star-white bunch open up a portal behind Scarlet Witch because it sucked her to a new universe? Every single portal has been a hoovered back to a new universe. It's the chief reason why America thoughtlessly killed her parents when that beast stole her. Look, I know they're just kids, but why did they think running just behind the banister of the stairs is going to protect them? And because Wanda has been shown to go to the Christmas multiverse, she will now suddenly see the light and stop her crusade. The multiple characters have raised this exact point that it isn't fair to take the place of a Wanda that already has kids. I was willing to buy her ignoring that logic because of the Darkhold being all evil. The fact that she's listening to reason now makes me wonder why the Darkhold's influence has suddenly stopped, or how much impact it was even having in the first place. I am stunned at how systematically this movie is mangling any reason we could possibly still find a way to move along.
No one will ever be tempted by the Darkhold again.
Until they are, or when Batman puts the rebel of the Scarlet Witch Kingdom back together through his computer and is able to read all the symbols carved in the rock.
So she destroyed the Darkhold in every universe.
How did she do that? It's nice of America to wait long enough for 616 Strange and 838 Christine to have their moment before extracting them from this universe. But also, why are they still in the frozen tundra of Lambeau Field? America's star portal out of that universe back to the 616 Common Cause a minute ago.
Your parents will be proud. I hope you'll get to show them one day.
Great point! Now that she can control her powers, why isn't she not universe hopping and trying to find them again?
I'm glad I fell into your universe.
Even though it resulted in the destruction of several New York City blocks, the death of multiple sorcerers, and the very real possibility of an evil witch dominating the multiverse.
You caused an incursion.
Jesus Christ, it is an impressive feat to undermine the dramatic ending of your movie before the credits have even finished rolling. You just skip right over Strange freaking out about the sudden third eye and jump straight to, yeah, let's go universe hopping with Sudden Cypher from Reindeer Games fame. Get oculating! This is funny, but why hasn't anybody tried to help this poor bastard yet? Or arrested him? I feel like the 838 Rachel McAdams would have found this guy by now and fixed that shit.
TaxAct doesn't care which tax filing software you've used in the past. TaxAct just wants you to be done.
I called my friend in and I said, come here, look at this stuff. It's all an exact replica. What do you think? He said, do I know you?
Thanks again to BetterHelp for sponsoring this video and offering 10% off to the Cinema Sins community. If you're feeling like you need to speak to someone or just need a mental health check-in, BetterHelp is an amazing online resource that allows you to do just that at BetterHelp.com/CinemaSins. There are many things that we like about BetterHelp's services online. Not only is it easy to talk to a licensed therapist, easy to change therapists, easy to shift your schedule, BetterHelp makes it easy to remember how important your mental health truly is. No matter what kind of day, week, month, or even year you're having, BetterHelp can, well, help. BetterHelp is dedicated to making your connection to mental health simple so that you can have one less hurdle to jump through. Life is full of difficulties of all kinds. Right now, don't be yours. In a time it takes you to watch one of our videos, you can fill out their questionnaire and be on your way to talking to someone who will help you at BetterHelp.com/CinemaSins. Click the link below for 10% off and start your journey today. Again, that's BetterHelp.com/CinemaSins.
And I do what you should have did 10 minutes ago. I love you. Let's talk about what's up.
And what are you here for?
I told you we were putting it together. What do you know about the multiverse?
The multiverse.
Stack it. Stack it.
You have to kill me, witch.
Not you. Ben.
Those strings hold me down to make me cry or make me frown.
The Muffin Man. This isn't a tune.
It's a space station.
Welcome to the class number 908. You have joined the Sacred Order of the Stonecutters, who since ancient of ignorance and obscure the light of knowledge and truth. Now let's all get drunk and play ping pong.
Not like
You like the same things I do. Wax papers, boiled football leather, dog breath. We're not hitchhiking anymore. We're riding.
This time it's gonna take more than killing me to kill me.
Yes, that's what killing you means.
Want to see the people who wrote The Sims? Click the link in the description. Want to watch them talk about this video as they watch it? Click the link in the description. Want to make your own choices and not be controlled by blatant self-promotion? That's fine. As long as the choices to click the link in the description. Join the Sim Club for monthly cemeteries and more. And click the link.
Popeye's Big Box is back until February 11th for just $6.99.
This is a Tesseract, and that's pretty much all you'll ever know for sure about it. Secret military research facility on a brightly lit exposed mesa. Helicopters do not need to follow roadways. Coulson wears sunglasses at night. Nick Fury's character development literally begins and ends with eye patch. Exciting superhero movie starts with plot and exposition. Possibly racist movie kills 2 Asian extras in a row. Tesseract powers allow for mind control by tapping the center of the chest. Dangerous energy source, space doorway with gamma radiation. Screw it. Transport by hand. The bulletproof vest fake out. First action piece of major superhero film is a boring car chase. The scene does not contain a lap dance. Bruce Banner is hiding out where only little girls and S.H.I.E.L.D. can find him. S.H.I.E.L.D. answers to 4 people on vertical plasma screens. Bad guy henchmen run laps. Loki's scepter is also a space phone. The helicarrier is hella stupid. Cloaking device is dumb, but I also don't know why they're hiding. Cat pays off the bet he never technically accepted. We're sweeping every wirelessly accessible camera on the planet. Loki makes grand appearance changes that barely pays his appearance. Attacks Germans, but lectures them in English. Did he just jump off a plane? You know, the Nazis had pieces of flair that they leave the Jews with. Late night kidnap, brotherly argument on a mountain. Superhero pissing contest. Supervillain prisoner left unattended. Superhero pissing contest number 2. Cap and Iron Man almost kissed. Mighty helicarrier basically muted by one freaking arrow. Clearly a radio in his ear, but he pretends to have one. Computer violence delivered by arrow. With Super Soldier, Captain America is a terrible shot. Loki fixed the war with the old Lucy Charlie Brown football part. So Loki's plan was to get captured on purpose and then have Hawkeye bring him out. But no real objective? Long, boring fights in between characters we are already trying not to hate. Tesseract mind control power is erased with a simple blow to the head. Harry gives intimidating death stare to a computer.
A dying person can't finish their last profound statement before dying cliché. Bad news negates the need for medical care. Theory motivates the team by lying about the location of baseball cards. Cap gets AIDS from handling bloody baseball cards. Basically, indestructible heroes still need literally pep talk to get up to the big challenge. Thor has trouble picking up his hammer, but it's never explained. Every gadget in this movie has to glow with a blue light. Loki patiently waits for Iron Man to remove the damaged suit, grab a drink, banter a bit, and then put on a new suit instead of just killing him. Too bad Loki's mind control powers only work if the scepter touches the exact center of a person's chest. Generic bad guy soldiers whose abilities and shortcomings are never explained. Why they even try to stop an army that we never want to see kill or injure a human being? Captain America's really more of a super gymnast than a superhero. Black Widow knows exactly how to handle and fire an alien weapon seconds after picking it up. And suddenly, there was Bruce Banner on a motorcycle. Production design 101. Don't imitate anything from Transformers. Hulk can suddenly control his powers because the story demands. Thor's lightning turns out to be really, really effective against the aliens, but he only uses it once. The Council would rather definitely kill everyone in New York with a nuclear weapon than maybe have some dying in alien invasion. Loki gets caught monologue here. Nick Fury fires a missile with an American to stop him from firing a missile with Americans. All the enemy soldiers die like hell once the mothership is exploded. There's no gravity in space, but Iron Man falls back to Earth anyway. Are Banner and Stark dating now? Credits scene to tease the next movie turns out to be homework assignment. Trauma scene missed by any moviegoer who didn't realize there would be 2 end credit scenes. So basically, everyone. Marvel's officially full of themselves, subjects audience to 30-second logo. In order for you to know why the Avengers are here, you needed to watch Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., which I have neither the time nor the patience to sit through so I can understand the movie. Also, the movie makes me do research so that I can figure out Agent Coulson is behind this Avengers arc, which is confusing, because he died in the last Avengers movie. Or did he? Here's Thor doing what he does best, punching and kicking dudes. Glorious shot of all the Avengers in one frame is absolutely ruined by the complete and total pointlessness of this opening battle.
Language.
Swear police. 6 seconds of Black Widow doing incomprehensible action things.
No one else is going to deal with the fact that Cap just said language.
Just goes to show how horrible Hydra is, or how good the heroes are, that they can endlessly crack jokes during these battles.
Concentrate, fire on the weak ones.
This is precisely why the Avengers shouldn't have any weak ones, a.k.a. Black Widow and Hawkeye.
Send in the Iron Legion.
What? You were attacking this pivotal enemy base without 5 autonomous Iron Man robots assisting you before now? What the hell for? Do any of the Avengers even need to be here right now? This movie should have been subtitled The Age of Wasted Resources.
The squadron is unsafe.
Something you Sokovians can totally understand in English.
We have enhanced in the field.
And then that's all we ever see of Quicksilver during the entire battle. If he's simply trying to escape, why bother showing himself? If he's fighting, then why does he completely disappear from the action? Yay! Indeed, yay. And all you have to do is randomly push some part of the wall and it opens.
Hey, big guy.
This movie suggests that between the last film and this one, Black Widow figured out some magical interpersonal hand-wiping connection with the Hulk she could exploit to get Hulk back to Banner status, which is some bull. And he used yet another scene that makes no sense. Scarlet Witch shows up, hits Cap with red CGI, then leaves to allow Cap to simply beat Strucker. What's the main point? Also, a girl who's been experimented on and held captive decides to defend those who experimented on her and held her captive. Sure, we have time for visions of the future. There was a time when those were called previews, and they came before the movie, not during. Also, Scarlet Witch freaks out Iron Man with a vision of dead Avengers, instead of just, killing it. Does anyone else find it unnerving that these two played husband and wife the last time we saw them? Now they're twins? That's kind of creepy, right?
Delicious taste and vibrant color you don't get with cans. From farmer to freezer. Bird's eye.
Well, damn, Beats is even showing up in the Maria Callas music videos.
We've been after this thing since S.H.I.E.L.D. collapsed.
But why? Wasn't Loki's scepter on top of the Stark Tower at the end of the last movie? Did none of you go and get it? I don't watch your damn TV shows, so why can't you at least explain how the scepter got into the wrong hands again for us movie fans, huh? I will never see this building as anything other than a Blue Jay.
She's gone since she's here.
Movie thinks a throwaway punchline only means Brigida does nothing to explain Scarlet Witch's abilities. But Loki is wrong. That dagger was the end of Iron Man 3 and it promised to destroy all the suits. I guess since Pepper isn't in this movie, she can't eject.
What if next time aliens roll up to the club and they couldn't get past the bouncer?
Well, do they have suitable fake IDs?
We can only do it while we have the scepter here. That's 3 days. Give it 3 days.
Thor decided that 3 days of revelry was in order after a battle that took like 10 minutes. One of this movie's biggest flaws is having Tony Stark behaving as though he can create artificial intelligence without it instantly going rogue against humanity. So, Tony has never seen Terminator? Or The Matrix? That's the end of Jarvis. I think. I don't know.
So, no Pepper? She's not coming?
What about James?
This is the only world in which party guests were too expensive to show up.
You found a place in Brooklyn yet? I don't think I can afford a place in Brooklyn.
Wait, you're a celebrity working in a highly funded secret government agency, and you can't afford a place in Brooklyn? Are they paying you in 1940s money?
Neither was Omaha Beach, wasn't he?
Stop trying to scare us.
In this movie's unwarranted Stan Lee cameo, Stan Lee will play one of the guys that stormed Normandy, because of course he will. Hey, just what this story needed. A romantic angle involving Romanov and Bruce Banner. The plot thickens? Hammer measuring contest? Also, why does it take 3 hours for an AI like Ultron to fully realize itself, take control of the robot, and attack the party? Movie gets a laugh out of Banner trying to lift Thor's hammer, but dodges deep orgasm question of what would happen if Banner were in full Hulk mode while trying to lift it. And widow? Oh, no, that's not a question I should answer. Thank God. My sexual fantasies would have taken a huge hit if she did. Ultron is polite enough to wait until the non-important party guests have left the building to start his attack. Also, why did he pick the damage suit to download into when there were plenty of perfectly good suits to do that? Romanov thinks that mere guns can shoot down these indestructible iron suits. These iron suits are Tony's suits, right? Did they suddenly forget how to aim when they become bad guys? Wait, so one went off from Cap Shield and these Iron Legion bots explode into bits? Are you telling me Tony Stark built a fleet of bitch bots?
There are no strings on.
Ultron is in the cloud. Also, an evil robot in a Marvel movie? I honestly thought I'd never see the day.
Ultron cleared up, used the internet as an escape hatch.
He used the what to what now? You may have forgotten during that confusing battle that Rhodes was hit with Ultron's pulse bolt, crashed through a window, and fell about 50 feet into a metal walkway down below. But sure, he's just got an ouchie on his shoulder.
Trail went cold about 100 miles out.
You mean an Iron Man suit trail? What kind of trail do those lead? Do you look for broken twigs and footprints? And if it's that easy, how'd you lose it?
You know this church is in the exact center of the city.
Villain gives us some sort of history lesson to appear more interesting and smart cliche.
But sooner or later, every man shows himself.
This accent.
Like I saw Stark's sphere. I knew it would control him, make him self-destruct.
It might have been easier to just kill it, but the psychology experiment is a lot more fun.
Smaller people, children. I lost the word there.
Right, because an AI robot would somehow forget the word children in the midst of planning a worldwide annihilation.
It makes a hole in the floor. It's big. Our parents go in.
Wait, so Magneto went out like a bitch in this timeline?
We wait for 2 days for Tony Stark to kill us.
During which time we filmed our love scene for Godzilla. Ultron really should be good enough on his own to do whatever plan he's dreaming up with the multiple robots and full-range access to the internet. But how could Marvel pass up yet another villainous team? They work so well.
Do you want to say? Do you want to bait?
One time out of 1,000 connected discoveries, they managed to turn this one lead into the exact lead they need to find Ultron.
Cuttlefish.
I ain't even get to celebrate with Twitch doing a 9 to 5. Well, fuck it, they get it.
With the man in charge.
Why did Ultron bother sending the human mutants first if he himself was there? Was it just for the Wendy visual? Because I think it was. The guy with this gun clearly has no chance to kill Ultron, but Scarlet Witch is there to stop him just so it seems she's not completely useless.
I need crack.
Send in a bunch of evil demon soldiers right now. Avengers 2 steals the suspended animation Quicksilver scene from X-Men Days of Future Dawn. Wait, does Thor see Quicksilver? Is that why he throws the hammer here? Also, the one guy with superpowers who clearly doesn't need any help decides, yeah, I need Thor's hammer. Let's do this.
Stay down.
Yeah, stay down. And I trust you'll just stay there while we go kick some more ass.
It's time for some mind games.
Only now? Why not earlier? Why even play physical games at all? Huzzah! More dream sequences!
Then the whole mind control thing.
Mind control simply because the filmmakers wanted to tell a joke. Comic book hero movie splices frames from center stage into the final print. Captain America's Scarlet Witch-induced flashback will consist of recreating a scene from Swing Kids.
Are you ready for a dance?
Well, this is a fun cameo, but why is Scarlet Witch giving the Avengers happy memories?
I want the big one.
Luckily, the Avengers park their plane in an easily viewable area so that Scarlet Witch can control Hulk, which is just an excuse for the Hulkbuster scene, which this movie clearly needed. Oh yeah, Iron Man and Ultron have totally been fighting the last 5 minutes while I watch fictional mind flashbacks.
I'm calling Veronica.
This is the second time in this movie that Tony has called in some previously unknown support part of his arsenal for dramatic effect. Tony Stark designed a Hulk cage that only lasts 30 seconds. So Tony has a suit that helps him defeat Hulk, the most undefeatable guy in all of Marvel lore, but somehow doesn't deem that superior suit worthy of wearing during normal Ultra.
Oh well. It's over. It's over.
Ground warfare. Why isn't the Hulkbuster armor the default armor? Hulkbuster armor is clearly badass, but if Black Widow could solve Hulk with a couple of arm touches and a hypno phrase, then why didn't everyone learn that? Never mind these innocent people here. Pay attention to this.
Accountability.
Spectacle, damn it. I mean, we're trying to out Transformers 3 Man of Steel here. Movie suggests that even in Hulk mode, Banner is somehow able to see and feel sorrow for his terrible Hulk actions. So that punch knocked him out? This is what we all paid for, right? The Avengers of Madison County. Luckily for Hawkeye, the Avengers are disgraced, and now his house functions as a means to make him matter more.
Yeah, Fury helped me set this up when I joined.
And even though Captain America Winter Soldier established that Fury and all of S.H.I.E.L.D. were compromised, somehow this little farmer's paradise still went unnoticed. Pretty sweet, right?
I saw something in that dream.
What dream?
I need answers.
To what?
I will find it here.
Wait, what? I'm so confused.
What about Matt, Dr. Banner? How long has that been going on?
Too long. And also about half a movie, to be precise.
I totally support your avenging.
Movie teases potentially contentious discussion between Rogers and Stark, but erroneously thinks we'd rather spend time with Hawkeye's Mary.
Just don't mind that.
But why? The second Avengers film suddenly decides Hawkeye is somehow the moral center of this group of crime fighters, which is stupid, rushed, forced, and stupid. Just in case you confused it with Soul in Norway.
You still think you're the old monster on the team?
Damn,
Some people
man.
know she's talking about being an efficient killer, not that she can't have beings. However, should we accept the fact that coming right on the heels of a revelation that she's sterile, this script was a little tone deaf about that?
Every time someone tries to win a war before it starts, innocent people die.
Wait, but why not when people try to win a war after it starts? Do innocent people still die then? Because I think they do.
Smith Baylor.
Jesus, is there any reason for this guy to pop out of nowhere in this scene? Who's here that he'd be hiding from in a barn?
Ultron says the Avengers are the only thing between him and his mission.
Yet he decided not to kill them while they were all confined on a boat and confused by Scarlet Witch.
Ultron's going to evolve. How? Has anyone been in contact with Helen Cho?
Who?
Order of Science.
Remember when the individual movies got you excited about the Avengers? Now it's the Avengers' job to get you excited about individual movies, which in turn will preview the next ones. Coming soon, Marvel previews the movie.
If the water spirits accept me, I can return to my dream and find what I missed.
Of course, it's almost too easy. In case you confused it, Oslo, Korea. Attacking Avengers jet drops off Cap, and only Cap, about a half mile from where he ultimately needs to be. Mostly just so the film can have a cool establishing shot.
That's true.
Why is she not dead? She's got a huge gash in her chest.
The real power is inside the cradle. The gem.
Oh, Jesus. More things I'm going to have to remember now. With all the artifacts, sectors, gems, minerals, and inventions in these movies, takes things right in the ear. Thankfully, since thawing out, Cap has seen Matrix Reloaded. First off, these people are dead, knowing what we know about Captain America and his unbelievable strength. Second off, why the fuck are these people driving behind this van where they see Cap dangling out the back door and obvious don't drive behind this is going on?
Oh, it's picking up after you, boys.
How stupid is it that with all the Avengers, the best plan here is for a jet to trail Cap in case he gets into trouble so that he can drop a powerless Black Widow down in a motorcycle to pick up his shield? First off, no. Second off, your idea is to shoot the road instead of her. What the hell for?
Honey, you draw out the guards?
Find out.
This does absolutely nothing to Ultron, but sure enough, the guards come out of the truck exactly as the Avengers need them to.
I'm sending the package to you.
How do you want me to take it?
Well, me and everyone else who just thought of a sex joke is going to hell. Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch show up on this train out of nowhere. They completely abandoned Ultron earlier, so where the hell were they hiding when they said, alright, this train is where we'll finally get that rat bastard? Well, someone saw Spider-Man too. I know Tony was at the Internet Hub place in Norway, but he can't Iron Man over here after that and help out. And wasn't that like last night? Yeah.
What makes a carnival vacation fun? A little bit of everything for everyone. Like being this far above sea level, this deep in relaxation, dishing up the delicious food. No matter what you choose. No one does fun like carnival.
And everybody on this train, except those with superpowers, should be totally dead. Unlike Richard Price will be very interested to know this, but in this movie he's Nick Fury, so I could be confusing my movies. Korean Air would like to take this subway tragedy excuse to remind you how awesome their air travel service is.
Cradle.
you get to it?
Stark will take care of it.
No, you won't.
I still just want to know where he is.
Scattered,
I just want to know who he is.
but not his protocols.
Whatever helps you sleep at night when you ex machina a character back to life.
We're mad scientists. We're monsters, buddy. Okay,
Do you ever want to dunk that out?
One man of science gives another man of science to convince him to repeat a horribly failed previous experiment. Painting all real scientists. How pissed off does this make you? Oh, he also kept Black Widow alive instead of killing her. Ultron is full of bizarre and dumb moves. God, he's gonna keep her alive even longer? It's not like the Avengers need a reason to attack it. Screw that evil robot. I'm going Dolphin. Wait, he's got Black Widow? Okay, it's on now. If Quicksilver isn't doing any Quicksilvering right now, then why is he seeing the bullet at Quicksilver speed? Sudden forward. Forward does some bullet and gets worth the vision. But I'm not sure I believe my eyes, because this is the same guy John Nash hallucinated in A Beautiful Mind. Artificial intelligence created by a combination of Ultron, Banner, and Stark knowledge with a little bit of Thor liking comes with a free cape.
What's he waiting for?
You? Jesus. I mean, why? What's the friggin' point?
The Cobia. He's got that there too.
Because Ultron keeps you prisoners and stuff. Also, if you really think about it, Ultron woke up, then disappeared for a few days to build an even more better robot. So the age of Ultron is at least 80% the age of Vision. You're speaking technically.
Every form he's built, every trace of his presence on the net.
The net? The net? Every trace? This is some 1990s internet dialogue if I've ever heard it. That was awesome. I'll remove a sin for that. Why not? When going into battle, the Avengers only trust Adidas. Ultron knows you're coming. Does he know when? Well, of course Ultron knows you're coming to attack if you do a pre-attack Maverick-style flyby of his base like this. I mean, Jesus. Movie glosses over how Banner is able to infiltrate Ultron's compound and find the prison sector undetected. Oh, good. The Avengers are now going to war with a bunch of robot clones. This is sort of like the ending of the first Avengers. Only this time they bothered to evacuate a city before destroying it. And also it's like Attack of the Clones, so there's that. Again, it's just too bad for this movie that X-Men Days of Future Past Quicksilver came first, because it makes this a lot less awesome. Sorry, Joss. This scene of Ultron's machine lifting a chunk of the city up into the air is awesome. It's just too bad for this movie that X-Men Days of Future Past Magneto lifts up the stadium scene came first, because it makes this a lot less awesome. Sorry again, Joss.
Friday.
Sokovia is going for a ride.
And Tony's backup Jarvis software is super poetic and vague, and maybe on drugs. So the reason Ultron is doing this is because Jarvis stopped him from accessing nuclear launch codes, stuff that would make ending the world a lot easier. But why not just build your own bombs? Ultron clearly has all the knowledge he needs to do something way easier than something out of the Lex Luthor handbook. The action in the finale of Age of Ultron is ridiculously confusing and ultimately boring, as they fight tons of robot clones, all of whom appear to have no fight in them whatsoever.
The city is flying. We're fighting an army of robots. And I have a bow and arrow. None of this makes sense.
Look, I'm laughing my ass off. Of course, just because you joke about your ridiculous plot making no sense doesn't exactly excuse it either. Also, Hawkeye would be excellent at CinemaSins. Also, having your most useless superhero joke about his uselessness does not excuse his inclusion in the Avengers over other heroes with real actual powers. Instead of fighting Ultron, Captain America goes about saving one or two of the 20,000 endangered citizens. Makes sense. It's amazing with all these robots everyone has to fight. Thor just happens to be flying by when these cars go into free fall. He's going to save them, but guess what? Many, many more are getting murdered by robots right now while you could save these two people.
You'll never.
I never wanted.
Wait, what? Cap can now somehow call his vibranium shield back to his arm via telepathy? In this sequence, Black Widow will use taser knives to kill Ultron bots at the rate of an actual superpowered individual.
Thor, you were bothering me.
Yeah, he's the only one bothering you, but whatever. Oh, see, if you never explain a hero's powers, like even a tiny bit, then you can get away with having them mind explode a bunch of enemies in the finale.
How else am I going to get away with this?
An airplane? A mountain? A ride on Iron Man's back? This is a very stupid line written by a very lost screenwriter. It's kind of amazing that when all this shit went down, Fury was able to find this in a matter of, I'm guessing, an hour, and was able to fly it over here just when the heroes needed it most.
Sir, we have multiple bogies converging on our starboard flank.
Show them what we got.
And what we got turned out to be discount Iron Man, as opposed to some kind of badass anti-aircraft guns you might expect on an airship like this. Oh, right, another character I can confuse with all the other metal men flying around right now. Furthermore, if Rouge decides to land anywhere near the Avengers below, don't they accidentally try and kill him since he looks like all the other silver bots flying around? Marina still thinks this is an appropriate weapon in battles like this.
That's the right thing to do!
Come on.
This is the best I can do. This is exactly what I wanted. All of you against all of me.
One thing, the screenwriter, this shot pretty much sums up the entire movie right here. Useless robots doing useless things while the Avengers pick them off. You get a feeling Iron Man could have done this job himself? The scene isn't so much a battle as it is a modeling session for Avengers baseball cards. In fact, I heard if you cut fast enough, the viewer won't be able to truly settle in and establish on any one shot of the action, thereby confusing them into thinking it all flows and makes sense. Brilliant. How do the Avengers even keep track of who's kicking whose ass? I mean, I got dizzy and threw up just trying to keep track of one of Ultron's soldiers in this scene.
With the benefit of hindsight.
Remember how you liked it when Hulk did that in the first movie, you whores? Lap it up.
Put in the market.
Oh no, a woman we've randomly been seeing a couple of times during this battle lost her son. Damn. Well, there's no way anyone's ever gonna find. Oh, twins can always tell when they're twins to be killed by a terrible screenwriter. Also, silent note. Every time Ultron dies in this movie, it's a bunch of nonsense. Isn't he still wandering around the internet?
Now I need you to turn this boat around, okay?
Is Hulk a fucking pilot all of a sudden? So that was the last Ultron, apparently, even though I still have my doubts about that. But what exactly made this the age of Ultron anyway? Aren't ages a period of many, many years? Hey, you remember me? I was in both Thor movies and the last Avengers movie, and yet am somehow still the most forgettable character Marvel ever put to film.
Wilhelmina, you can keep the wine still.
Well, as long as there's a good reason for Tony to be here right now, but not be part of the new Avengers.
Did you find out what's coming? I do.
It'll probably take at least 3 more movies or so before we can, but sure. What the hell is this place? Black Widow's been thinking about Hulk for a long time in this thinking chamber of some sort. Avengers team that has an seconds for one goddamn CD. Thanos supposedly kills half of the people he encounters. So is this half of what was left of Asgard? I'm also wondering, since Asgard lost so many at the hands of Kate Blanchett in World War III, does Thanos update what constitutes 50% population of a planet? Or should we give him a pass since he couldn't possibly know the devastation Asgard just went through?
The Tesseract, or your brother's dead.
This 2-hour and 30-minute incomplete movie where Thanos locates all the Infinity Stones is only necessary so that Thanos can snap half the universe's population to death, just so he can be lazy. All this trouble to find Infinity Stones. Could travel planet to planet and his job faster. 6 years ago, when we were introduced to him in the first Avengers.
I'm the Tesseract.
That shit going dumb over there. Going dumb.
Thor doesn't send Loki down in Odin's program at the end of the third. Does the Tesseract survive it and float around in space? Does Thanos' quest end and realizes he can't possess the space stone? Does the snap only produce infinite sparks at that point? It's a hypothetical like that, but I'm sending it anyway. We have the Hulk. Why does Hulk hold back during the battle while Thanos destroys the Asgardian ship? To the end, when Loki says, we have a Hulk. Thanos destroys Hulk with only one stone in his glove. Later, with many stones in his glove, his hunt will be held by super angry Captain America. After going toe-to-toe with Iron Man on Titan for a good bit. And the power distribution / comparisons in the MCU have never felt more squirrely than in this movie. Also, where's Valkyrie? Valkyrie should have at least been shouted out this movie. Thank God Valkyrie got out my people away to safety is all Phil had to say later. Just who the f*** is this guy? Except for 18 goddamn films. And if I'm remembering correctly, 75% of the MCU has been Thanos bitching about traffic on the freeway. We haven't once been introduced to these powerful that follow him around or why he needs them.
Why would you bring them to me?
Sure, put Infinity Stone or people in the hands of your henchmen. That worked so well in the 39 other movies. Then you literally grumble, fine, I'll do it myself.
Hey, gone, huh?
Oh!
I forgot about the fucking race, bro.
Oh, no. Tony Stark, famous Avenger, running around Central Park. Hey, most famous than any president or celebrity in history. Tony Stark. The million people see this? Well, I know New Yorkers are all their offensive hours. That's why they hear that they came into the masters of Mr. Trump. Big bangs, 6 elemental crystals. I like the process of virtue. The deed of virtue has to be close. And so, some directors that will guarantee no one can ever define them all. Based on the sheer man. Also, what's 6? Really? That letter kept sending you at the end of some of the ones that specifically said you need to I'll be there. All these user superheroes, and they all said something sinister happening outside. Instead of instantly leaving the battle, it takes several seconds. It's like children at a strange door, like tic-tac. Alien ship copies to your spidey sense to go off. Incoming couldn't give us any indication spidey sense existed. And now this move is rusting on all the alike. Well, almost like they brought a new thing and are only now implementing it. Or a trigger. Maybe not as class things on the bus see Peter people. Only with the drivers and passengers on the street. In the age of smartphones and dash cams and government surveillance, transition is definitely seen to capture on film, your powers will forever. It doesn't matter what you think you haven't seen it. Yeah, sure. spaceship and used to eat that thing. I've seen a tornado. What doesn't mean it would happen, but it's still all reading that and both reading. Dude, a minute ago you were reading Metal Fly with flipping your wrist. I don't even need a futuristic space tax to do this for you.
I did not forget for a second.
Which is all transformation models become an instance metaphor. And especially when he's successful with like he's the new motive, you know what I'm saying about his character? He's going to correct his anger for the most embarrassing one of those citizens in the cup. Very like the nanobots or the other in world science. To a degree, but some students applying it in ways that make it utterly unbelievable. Here's the we've got one of these later, which is sway the fate of the universe. I mean, if you want to be major fans, this could be used for to cut off the unlock 17K. Hey, God, Stargate pre-designed and built and voice programmed to the point of the space-worthy Iron Spider-Man suit in the, taking a few months since Spider-Man Homecoming. Try it, that's all. This is just flying back to where the 21 was kept. You're telling me that the suit doesn't fly, then my cousin. If it does fly, then there's no need for the parents to set it off. You've got Friday control. Somehow after that massive battle that ended in that one Clark banner retraced his steps to show Tony's phone in the mobile place, dealing with a haystack call and things are basically trash. Well, this is 100% definitely not a reaction to CinemaSins complaining about text place names and movies being used when they're unnecessary. This is 100% definitely not a reaction to CinemaSins complaining about text place names and movies being used when they're unnecessary. Of all the retro references to make, Rouge is playing Defender, a fucking infuriating video game. Why is he even playing ancient Earth games anyway? Aren't there modern alien games to download from the Nebula? That phone is convenient and illogical, but I do love Big Newtons. After that encounter with a sudden new alien being, Rouge is still playing handheld video games. There comes a point when a parent's got a parent, and clearly no one aboard this ship ever did that. So Rouge ends up like that affluenza kid in Texas, and everyone around him acts like, oh snap, he took a bad seed, why didn't anyone do anything?
He's angry. He feels tremendous loss and guilt.
So basically every single American then, even every human, aren't we all anxious, angry, and feeling lost these days? Mantis' empath revelations are more obvious than Forrest Whitaker's in Species.
Who the hell are you guys?
That's an awfully rude way to greet people you don't know. I once woke up in this room and this dude tried to do all this gnarly to me with these strange tools, and I was like, who the hell are you? And he said, I'm your dentist, asshole. Dr. James Packard EDS was tough, but fair.
Thanos retrieves another stone. He'll be too powerful to stop.
He already is.
How exactly did they expect to stop Thanos, who doesn't even need Infinity Stones to be powerful, but already has two of them? Plus, Thanos needs Gamora to get the Soul Stone. Keeping Gamora away from Thanos is strategy 101, but because there's no time, they hastily conjure up some no-ass plan. Vision and Wanda are supposedly on the run and hiding out from, I guess, the government. But this apartment or hotel room is large as... This looks like a honeymoon, not a couple on the land. Romancing the stone. Also, they went from kind of maybe flirty to kissy-face hotel buddies and deeply in love. Entirely off-screen. Look, this is the fucking MCU. I refuse to believe anything is an accident, and I'm losing sleep trying to unravel the meaning of we will deep fry your kebab. Is it a promise? A threat? Guarantee? A cipher key? The sign is taking up way more screen space than Wanda's space. It has to mean something. No. Did that alien assassin sneak up on an android without being heard or seen or sensed?
Stop me from facing.
That's literally the only explanation this movie's gonna give for why the two most powerful Avengers end up needing help from some punchy fools like Black Widow and no longer Captain America. Wanda is hand-to-handing this henchman. She's a magic witch that fooled all the minds of the Avengers with false visions of awful futures at once. Why does she have to throw her mind powers at people? Why did Cap need to make a dramatic entrance into this scene? And why on the other side of the tracks? Why isn't he helping already? And in the time it took both Scarlet Witch and Proxima to figure out who it was, either of them could have potentially won the fight while the other was distracted. Audience applause break. Guns. These henchmen failed to get the stone they were sent after, and they peace out to save their own skin. And I'm pretty sure even they know that Thanos values the stones over his henchmen. So what the fuck are these minions thinking, bailing out like this?
Stay close, check in, don't take any chances. We just wanted time.
You know, to figure out the whole having sex with a synthetic vibranium body thing. It's a lot tougher than you think. I hope Thanos is keeping count during all this disorder and chaos, because I can't figure out how many are dying at first glance. But I'm sure he knows how to keep the death at halfsies.
What's wrong, little one?
The fact that Thanos would ever have stopped on his kill quest for even a moment because of a cute kid is a big pill to swallow.
You're quite the fighter, Gamora.
She asked a question. That's it. She's displayed zero fighter characteristics. She's inquisitive, confused, scared, guileless, but a fighter she is not. This half-genocide scene illustrates a curious character detail in Guardians of the Galaxy, when they told us Gamora was the only survivor.
If Thanos gets me, I want you to promise me you'll kill me.
One other thing you could do, just find a distant planet to live on, lay low, find a cave, maybe find Spock, and don't allow Thanos to ever get near you.
Swear to me and your mother
Movie characters think that a promise will be a bond if they swear on a loved one, but of course it doesn't work that way, cliche. I realize she has a hate boner of justice, but goddamn, what was she thinking? She's the one that's been reminding others how Thanos is. After his own reprobation. So he assumed that the Guardian ship would get the distress signal from the statesman. They follow it. They just so happen to run into Thor. He'd tell them about the reality stone, and she would agree to come. This is impossibly brilliant. He didn't even tell Thor he'd be coming here. He just told his minions to get the 2 stones on Earth and meet him at Titan. The only reason he pulls the trigger here is because the movie knows it's going to undo the act and keep Gamora alive for now. His love for her and dopey puppy dog nature 100% does not jive with his willfully pulling the trigger here. Why do Drax and Mantis go back to normal with Thanos leaves? The stone powers aren't proximity-based, but somehow the damage he did was only temporary. This is a hologram of Ross, whose physical body is in a completely different room somewhere in the country, and yet he's able to walk around this room, like he's physically in this one. Is he in a replica room with a virtual reality display? And if so, there should be a camera somewhere in here tracking his eye movements, so he can face the right way when he's talking to people. Right? No one in this movie should own a Rickenbacker bass and have it displayed on a floor stand in some kind of library. This guitar is the biggest lie the MCU ever told. I've played one of these. Tell me, Congressman, have you ever played a Rickenbacker bass? Or is it fine? Hey, Bucky, are we just going to gloss over the fact that a Stark shoulder missile from Earth easily blasts a hole in the hull of this alien spaceship? The hell is this spray stuff Tony's using here to seal the breach of the ship's hull? Nano magic? Canned convenience? It's magic whiz and it's cheesing me off. Way to introduce a new character in the movie in the 19th film of a franchise and completely kill him off an hour. Darth Maul and Ebony Maul are now in some 7th circle of movie franchise hell, where they were told they were special and mold their fates with Maul Flanders at the Hades Ball.
So I say we take the
Granted, the ship you're on is going to it, and you haven't stated declaratively that you can turn the ship around, despite being asked twice by Strange. Maybe this is less of a choice than the movie or Tony wants to make it seem.
The planet was on the brink of collapse. I'm the one who stopped that. You know what's happened since then?
I don't know. Has 50% of the planet multiplied and brought it back to pre-Thanos population numbers? I guess you plan on snapping the universe back to half its people every 20 years or so? This seems so pointless.
Don't do this.
Ultimately, sisterly love is what causes her to give up the location of the Soul Stone, and therefore the fate of the entire universe. She begged her boyfriend to kill her, rather than let Thanos win.
Getting you hammer.
In Thor 33 3, Odin told him his hammer was just something that focused his power. Now that's been forgotten, and a hammer is important again.
You're gonna need more than one stupid eyeball.
But you're handing him a fake eyeball, so he still only has one stupid eyeball, right? Some random computerized alien eyeball has a connection port that matches Thor's flesh-based eye socket connection port?
Oh?
This is the second Marvel movie to waste Peter Dinklage.
Any children from anywhere would accept me.
Let me do some math here. 300 dwarves were here, 1 is left. Carry the 9, multiplied by pi r squared. That's 99.67% of the dwarf population, which means he must have let 299 other dwarves on some other hammer building station live. That's all well and good, but how did she get out of the mid-air suspension thing that she was in? Doesn't that thing make you, for all intents and purposes, immobile? In fact, I'm kind of wondering how she was even able to kill that guy.
Wind up implanting eggs in my chest or something, and I eat one of you, I'm sorry.
I do not want another single pop culture reference on you.
I'm trying to say that something is coming.
Really? Because there was absolutely nothing urgent about what you were saying at all.
In theory, you could even summon the Bifrost.
Because why not? Thor's gonna have to get to Earth faster than a ship can take them somehow. So bake in the Bifrost into this baby and we're set. What are the odds a far-flung planet moon like Titan would have air breathable by humans? So wait, at the end of Captain America, Red Skull touches the Space Stone and is sent into space to be a sort of keeper of the Soul Stone? It really just seems like a reason to shoehorn Red Skull back into the story more than anything that makes sense.
Guiding others to a treasure I cannot possess.
Are you saying you had a lot of people looking for the Soul Stone since you got sent here in 1945? What happened before you were here? Weren't you already guiding people back then?
Soul holds a special place among the Infinity Stones.
Why?
I'd say it is a certain wisdom.
But why?
The stone demands a sacrifice.
Why does the Soul Stone require so many more parameters to acquire it than any other stone? It's like the original creators of the stones themselves said, okay, if you're powerful enough to hold the other 5 gems, we'll let you change reality, move across space at will, increase your strength, and harness the most powerful energy in the universe, go into the past and the future, and access other people's minds. But when it comes to controlling all life in the universe, that's where we draw the line.
dude's got kind of a thing for bubbles, I see. I feel like the sacrifice of Gamora would have played a lot better if Thanos had been given his own proper origin film, and if we'd had more reason to suspect his love for her. This death is sad, until you realize that A, the Time Stone will end up figuring into her coming back to life anyway, and B, that despite all the problems since the firing of James Gunn, Guardians of the Galaxy 3 was ready to go into production after this movie. What the hell happens here? He kills her, the weather gets weird, a flash, and suddenly he's in a pool of water with a stone? How and where is there any water here anyway? It's like an ice dimension with snow. Is he not on Vormir anymore? I'm actually so confused by this cut, I suspect the next movie might hinge in some small way on it. But whatever. It's still a weird cut location change in the movie, and I shall sit it.
Something's entered the atmosphere.
Just one line about how Thanos or something with the stones tells him exactly where each one is would be fucking terrific. It didn't help him at all with the Soul Stone. He needed Gamora to tell him that. So why the precision knowledge with the others? These ships hit the Earth at massive speed. I don't understand why they don't do to the planet what meteors that large would do, like in Deep Impact or in Age of Ultron. And yet, they don't. They just cause little fire ripples and loud noises. This battle at Wakanda doesn't make a whole lot of strategical sense. Thanos already has enough stones to wreck these Earthlings on his own. He needs Vision Stone. That's basically the only reason he sends this army. Feels like we needed something actiony to do with a bunch of our characters that didn't make the trip to Titan, and we came up with this.
I'm gonna hold it open. That's suicide.
So who's facing Thanos without that axe?
Okay, dude, you had a magical hammer made by this guy at this place, and your sister smashed it like it was chocolate. I take offense to the idea that an axe from here could defeat Thanos, and the fact that it nearly does. These Star Wars-esque skid-style troop transports are super inefficient in that only 20% of their surface area can hold troops. Look at that distance between the shield and the Wakandan troops that everybody, including Natasha, just traversed in 3 seconds. And that pissing match confrontation at the shield was 100% unnecessary to the story and the battle. Oh, good! That's what I wanted to see in this giant Marvel movie. Swarms of easily killable CGI monster clones. Thanos could easily just do the job right now, but why do that when you can reenact Braveheart? They went to the trouble of showing him getting a Wakandan-made vibranium arm, and in battle all we really see him do is fire a machine gun. I'm no War Machine fan. This looks hella useful, and he should just do that all battle long.
You're not in the barrier.
In order to keep the aliens from going around and flanking them, they opened a f***ing shield barrier directly in front of them. And honestly, it's one of the most baffling military decisions on film since Denzel started firing on friendly tanks and birds under fire. Why not leave Cap and you and Falcon and War Machine here to get the stragglers getting through one at a time and send the entire rest of the army to the back to fight the alien foot soldiers? I love how they both leave in here punching, like they somehow know these aren't aliens with poison skin or acid blood. There are frogs here on Earth that have poison skin. Also, say, why didn't Thanos stab his army with aliens that have poison skin or acid blood? A bunch of whatever. If Thor can withstand the energy of a star, then what can kill him? It's almost like this movie is saying all that stuff that could have killed Thor in the other movies. Well, forget all that, because he can take the brunt of a star's energy, because the movie really needs it to. Groot finally looks up from his video game. Don't tell me it's because he cares about Thor. The movie just needs him to get involved here in a second. Teenagers do not act moody for a long time and then suddenly sacrifice a limb for a creepy stranger they bumped into a couple days earlier.
I think he's dying.
We need the axe.
Why? Not the god of axes, is he? So now he and the weapon are one because he helped create it? Thought he and the hammer were one. But ultimately that hammer didn't matter. And he didn't help make the hammer either. My point is these movies give zero fucks about how the magic space weapons wielded by gods work or don't work. Audience applause break. How the f*** did Thor know where to go once he got his new axe? Why'd he go to Earth instead of Titan? Why not New York? Or Norway? Thor doesn't even know Wakanda exists, does it? That CGI floating head Bruce gives me nightmares.
When we faced extinction, I offered a solution.
Genocide.
But random. Dispassionate, fair to rich and poor alike.
You know what would be awesome, since the Death Snap doesn't discriminate? If it killed Thanos, too. Imagine Thanos actually deciding for the greater good that he could even die with such a snap. But guess what? You don't have the balls for that.
With all 6 stones, I could simply snap my fingers. They would all cease to exist.
Why though? Why a snap and not an okay sign, or salute, or a middle finger, or the shocker? I feel like with just the 4 stones he currently possesses, he could easily end this fight right now. The guy can currently manipulate all the energy in the world, reality itself, and let's not forget control all life in the universe with 3 of those stones.
Don't want to close his fist.
What? You can't use the stones if he doesn't close his fist? It's a fucking when movie, and fucking why movie? Honestly, for a bunch of all-powerful when they're combined together magic space gems, the Infinity Stones are super restricted. That punch somehow doesn't kill Peter. God damn, that was a punch. This fucking guy. How can all these superheroes be so emotionally wound up to make the same fatal mistake when they hear about losing their loved ones? Yeah, sure, it's within his character to do this, but I'm saying to the movie that this is the reason why Thanos escapes. Mantis is thrown several hundred feet away from Thanos. Spidey reacts to this, and apparently can jump said amount of feet before Mantis lands. Movie finally answers the question I've never asked about what happens when a film character uses a Bruce Almighty moon as a projectile. And I've got to say, I should have asked this question years ago. But also, everybody survives the moon's meteor shower, so you can see the vibe of it. I know we like him, and she loves him, but honestly, kill his ass and destroy the stone, you idiots. The universe is at stake. Not once during this battle do we see if they're making any real progress against these CGI nothings. Just a bunch of quickly edited fights that act as filler until Thanos gets here. Sure, it's kind of cool to see Bucky pick up Rocket and perform a 360 death ballet, but in the end, who cares about this stupid army? It's like watching the Harlem Globetrotters beat the Washington Generals while Michael Bay coaches both teams. After Thor's arrival where he thundered Rudax everyone, seeing him punch foes one at a time here makes me wonder why he doesn't just keep doing that first thing.
Your haircut? Notice you're copying my beard?
Good thing there's no one to fight for a few seconds so we can have a humorous exchange about hair. You dicks.
Why was she up there all this time?
Because Scarlet Witch was there to destroy the Mind Stone and sure got it out of Vision. Jeez, lady, who do you think you are? You're worse than CinemaSids. I'm not saying I like the Wakandan battle rhinos. I'm just saying they would have been super useful in this battle. Vision, Ex Machina. He should be vomiting magenta computer code at this point. And somehow he has the strength to stand, grab a weapon, and kill a fool? Come on, movie. Have just 25% more consistency, damn it. Holy sh**. This fight between Strange and Thanos is, first of all, amazing as... Take off 2 cents for it. But also, it's so evenly matched for so long that it makes the
4 o'clock, man.
that came before it seems silly.
Fucking 4 o'clock.
Look at those stones. Don't want to close his fist. What? You can't use the stones if he doesn't close his fist? It's a fucking when movie. And why movie? Honestly, for a bunch of all-powerful when they're combined together magic space gems, the Infinity Stones are super restricted. That punch somehow doesn't kill Peter. God damn, that was a punch. This fucking guy. How can all these superheroes be so emotionally wound up to make this same fatal mistake when they hear about losing their loved ones? Yeah, sure, it's within his character to do this, but I'm saying to the movie that this is the reason why Thanos escapes. Mantis is thrown several hundred feet away from Thanos. Spidey reacts to this, and apparently can jump said amount of feet before Mantis lands. Movie finally answers the question I've never asked about what happens when a film character uses a Bruce Almighty moon as a projectile. And I've got to say, I should have asked this question years ago. But also, everybody survives the moon's meteor shower. First of all, amazing as... Take off 2 sins for it. But also, it's so evenly matched for so long that it makes the group fight against Thanos that came before it seem silly and wimpy and underwritten. So Iron Man's shield can apparently withstand that. Good to know. It's not like these stones are the most powerful cooking objects in the universe or anything.
What are you waiting for? Try Little Caesar's stuffed crazy crust with a buttery garlic-flavored crust.
Pizza, pizza. With a Planet Fitness Black Card, you don't just get a great workout, you get a great workout. Because your membership is packed with perks. Get access to over 2,400 clubs. Bring a friend anytime.
We doing overtime, baby.
Workout with the PF Black Card. Join today.
We doing overtime.
What kind of man wields power in a man like this? Death is the only punishment here.
Cap.
That's it.
Like that arrival needed some kind of narration or verbal confirmation.
I understand my child better than anyone.
You could never.
If we're about to see a reenactment of Spike Lee's Old Boy here, I'd only like to see one specific scene. The Soul Stone is the only one to demand a sacrifice so you understand its power. But the Mind Stone is the largest one and takes up the leader position of all the stones in the glove. Honestly, should anything be able to defeat that glove right now, let alone a new axe that we only just learned about? We now interrupt this Avengers movie to bring you a special presentation with Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows, starring Josh Brolin as Dumbledore. Here comes the part of the movie where the snap of death plays a game. Who's gonna live and who's gonna die? And apparently, it takes its time picking and choosing, because all the dramatically relevant deaths wait for each other so we can see them all, rather than happening at the same time. Also, his gun stays solid, but the new vibranium arm turns to dust. While it's distressing to see your favorite characters wasting away, don't we just know they're all going to be bad? This kind of death scene is reminiscent of Twilight Breaking Dawn Part 2, where the movie stages a free-for-all with death galore, only to show us that it was a vision. like a new chapter of Final Destination with sexy vampires. It has emotional impact as an idea, but absolutely none because
no more weed. Tragic.
I should mention this before you waste away on nothing. You're gonna snap lock running through the final words before they go. Thanos move out, the cameras up, sir. That long for the wrinkle in time. You know what that means? Chris Pine is going to complete the Chris Trifecta in Avengers 4. Woohoo! I guess it's a good thing that Fury always carries around his Captain Marvel X-Lookout pager with him wherever he goes. And that the snap waited for him to use it. Hawkeye's entire goddamn family was snapped away. Wife and 2 children. And Ant-Man 2 more Ant-Man, we saw Scott lose everyone around him when he went into the quantum realm. We saw both Fury and Maria Hill disappear, and meanwhile, Craig and his family are completely okay. Yeah, Craig, you and your stupid family, Craig. The Marvel thank God it finally showed up. I was going to pass out. I feel like Ethan Hunt getting a hit of oxygen after that free dive in Rogue Nation.
So the fuel cells were cracked during battle, and we figured out a way to reverse the ion charge. Daughter says it's about 48 hours by time.
Why the did they take off in this ship without inspecting every last detail? I know the urge to go home is strong, but they could have stayed on Titan for a while to potentially find supplies, fix whatever needed to be fixed, and find fuel from at least 2 ships that crash-landed during that fight, Nebula's Necrocraft and the Q ship. I feel like this whole thing was made up just to get Captain Marvel involved. Wait, each of these sinks in this bathroom have individual shading mirrors? Is that really necessary? Sounds like the Avengers could divert their interior design budget to, like, I don't know, alien missile defense, which would come in very handy later in the movie. But if Paltrow doesn't know what movie she's in this scene.
He did exactly what he said he was going to do. Thanos wiped out 50% of all living creatures.
Even though the world governments are in pieces, they were able to take not only an impromptu census, but also a cat and dog census. And who cares if it was 50% or not? You wiped out 10%. The situation is still...
Honestly, into this exact second, I thought you were building a man.
Har, Tones. This falls just as flat as when he called Ebony Maw Squidward in Infinity War. Random pop culture references don't always equate to comedy, movie.
With the Avengers, not the Kree-Vengers, right?
You made your point. Just sit down, okay?
No, here's my point. Tony, just sit down.
Pick a lane, movie. Either Tony is so upset that he can't think straight, or he's just lighthearted enough to make...
This chicken is definitely way better than the chicken I made the first time.
Can't be both.
Looked way better, too.
Where has she been this whole time? Did they not allow her in the meeting? Geez, so much of that previous scene could have been totally avoided.
That's cute. Thanos has a retirement plan.
Did the Avengers have a quota of snarky wisecracks that have to be inserted within certain intervals? That's annoying. I'm built on snarky movie wisecracks, and I don't even have a quota.
Until 2 days ago, on this planet.
Wait, did you figure this out because Nebula said she knew where Thanos was? Or did you just run a diagnostic on power surge? Why didn't you do that before? All Nebula knew was the garden, so that didn't help you with your power surge report.
And where the hell have you been all this time?
There are a lot of other planets in the universe. But unfortunately, they didn't have you guys.
How did the story of Thanos looking for the Infinity Stones elude you in your travels?
This is going to work, Steve.
I know it will, because I don't know what I'm going to do if it doesn't.
Go back to the Fantastic Four?
After that, the stones serve no purpose beyond temptation.
You murdered Trillion!
Has anyone in this universe learned not to shove somebody who's being held in place for a good goddamn reason? Why did Captain Marvel even let go of Thanos anyway? It doesn't matter in the end, but Jesus!
I used the stones to destroy the stones.
Weird. I used my farts to cover for other farts, but there were still farts left over, so what gives? Lizzie Thornton. Movie gives us the actual time it takes for this text to show up on screen. So nearly 4 billion people are left on the planet and nobody's good enough to play baseball? Or good for getting us off the group. What is this group? Is he leader? Did he form it? Did he print all those flyers? Did he do a Facebook post? Is there free coffee? Is there still Facebook? I mean, is it? God damn it, this group has never mentioned again, and I'm furiously curious about it. I think the thing that's most infuriating about this rap is the simple stroke of a button gets Scott back. At the end of Ant-Man 2, Die Antwoord, Films had initiated a return sequence that they weren't able to finish because they were snapped away. But this button turns everything back on, and the computers just bookmark they were doing 5 years ago. I guess it's possible a good number of waste management employees were dusted, causing trash to pile up temporarily, but it's in 5 years. And that's 5 years of the population creating only half the trash that they previously produced. So why is it dumping on the streets like this is the road or something? This list of managed people has the order I described as super alphabetical. It's got a lot of names that start with LAB, but a few LAM and LAZ and LAM. Well, this is the wild and wonderful person of attention efficiency. Scott is a focus stone with these names here, but will eventually be the one where he uses his own name at eye level. That flag is nowhere in the middle of this tablet until the movie comes. And neither are the other people. Once again, holograms will have a normal conversation with each other like they're friends, standing in a room like this. When in fact, they're all by themselves in some sort of hollow booth. But I would just once like to see it. Panoramic video screen around them that is tied to a certain damn right.
time in this very long 5 years. That's just it. It wasn't. For the next 5 hours.
Directors accidentally filmed Paul Rudd talking about his real life and put it in the movie. Also, the one world makes years seem like hours. Why did Michelle Pfeiffer look 30 years older when she got rescued? And if there's a relative time difference, why were Hank and Scott able to talk over a radio in real time at the end of Ant-Man 2, Antebellum and Parabellum?
Well, I get it. There wasn't a way that we could enter the quantum realm at a certain point in time and exit the quantum realm at another point in time.
So you spent 5 hours in the quantum realm because of relativity. That was 5 years later. The problem is, in both the quantum realm and in the outside world, time is moving forward. So why do you think there are points that you can go to just because of your 5-hour experience with relativity?
So who we talk to about this?
How about a quantum physicist? Look, I don't tell you it's brilliant. This has never been his forte. If anything, Scott himself should know more about appropriate sciences through his associations with Hank. Why not see if Larry Fishburne is still alive?
We can go back, we can get it.
Sure, getting your friends and loved ones back is a noble idea, but it's also morally murky. Remember, life has been going on for 5 years now. People have moved on. People are in new marriages. Some dangerous people who used to torment others are out of picture. This would cause even more chaos and be like Castaway times 3.5 billion.
Lot of anger.
Holy, Tony solves the eternal question of time travel in less time than it took to actually write the scene. What?
This week only, large 2-topping pizzas at Domino's are just $6.99 each when you carry out. Like melty pepperoni and green peppers. Or
Does Pepper need 5 lamps and 1 lit candle to read a book about composting?
Trying to get me to stop has been one of the few failures of my entire life.
51-liner aside, he totally stopped. He's out here raising a family in a goddamn cabin in the woods, washing his own dishes and tucking his kid into bed at night. He's not out there Iron Manning anymore, so this line is a big old sack of...
Okay, here we go. Time travel test number 1.
This test is not successful, but it's also not unsuccessful, in that they do actually transport Scott over time. So this means that 2 scientists have made giant breakthroughs in time travel over the same roughly 12-hour period.
Fully functioning time-space GPS.
It's clear to me that Tony knew enough of Hank Pym's work to properly make a device that would help people travel through time in the quantum realm, a place where only 2 people have ever been, with one of those people evaporated by the snap, and the other being lovable dude with Scott. I thought the first Ant-Man was about how Hank took his work and hid it from everyone, including Tony's staff. And the evil Darren Cross tried to make his own tech that ended up liquefying a baby lamb. And they ended up blowing up Dude's lab. I'm pretty sure they didn't give this tech to Tony. So the result is Tony's a genius, don't make time travel possible. By rule, I think the movie has to do this because the how isn't all that explainable. And the movie is 3 hours. But Jesus, it took Doc Brown 30 years to perfect time travel, and it didn't even require that much explanation because we trusted the amount of time that went into it. This is 100% on Scott here. How did he not notice a motherfucking spaceship about to land a few yards away before he opened the talker?
he won't see you.
Huh. Seems a little weird to reduce a badass character like Valkyrie into a glorified gatekeeper with little agency otherwise. I'm sure this gets rectified later in the movie. Let's see. Scrolling, looking. Oh yeah, she takes out one of those Jatari whale things and gets a half-assed offer to run Asgard now that it's a fishing village. And not the landmark for civilization known across the universe. Thor's fat. Get it? It's a joke. For almost the whole movie, except when the movie wants you to take it seriously. And back to joke. Get it? Of all the bullshit this movie did not need, it's Hawkeye's career as a vigilante. But even more, I can't believe Hawkeye is the kind of guy who can take on a board of Yakuza on his own. You might say Hawkeye has fought tons of enemies stronger than this, and I say with help.
One side there, Lebowski.
Hilarious reference, but this is a reference to a movie that starred Jeff Bridges, who was in the original Iron Man. Stop with the constant references, especially when they make no goddamn sense. Ah!
Changing the past doesn't change the future.
You see, we needed a way to do time travel where we didn't put the present. So now we're doing the kind of time travel where we create alternate time lines. I'm sure it won't be just as confusing as all the other time travel movies, and there will be no debate about this at all by the time it's over.
Think about it. If you travel to the past, that past becomes your future. And your former present becomes the past, which can't now be changed by your new future.
Are we really just going to leave out the alternative timeline explanation here? Because this reason focuses on the effects of time travel on one individual. It basically says all those new timeline people can go for themselves.
The Back to the Future's a bunch of bullshit.
I'll have you know Alan Silvestri scored that movie and this one. So you owe an apology to Alan Silvestri and the entire goddamn world who loves that movie.
We only have enough pin particles for 1 round trip each. And these stones have been in a lot of different places.
They later accidentally themselves into Hank's lab in 1970 and grabbed some pin juice then, but why wouldn't they just start by going back to a time when Hank was alive and grab a bunch of them then, so that they'd have almost unlimited chances at this? I'm not just throwing out a crazy amateur theory. This makes all the sense, and there are at least 2 super geniuses on this team.
He stuck her hand inside a rock this one time. And then the ether stuck itself inside her.
As cringy and silly as this description is, still beats watching the entirety of Thor: The Dark World. It's almost like you guys were blocked perfectly to get this one shot. I'm sure it was a fluke, and it definitely won't happen again to, like, all your female characters in a lame attempt to get a girl power splash page later in the movie. I like the Avengers theme a lot. Like, it's one of the most recognizable themes in modern movies. But they lean hard into that in this movie. This would be like Star Wars playing the opening fanfare during all your favorite moments in Return of the Jedi. The movie gives me another chance to send this stupid gun cocking that Black Widow does during a hero shot. Hordes of aliens are raining down on New York, but sure, the fate of the world might end up resting on that cloud. Oh, thanks for the rooftop assist, Ancient One. You ever think of maybe sending some of the Masters, out to the battle, since this directly threatens Earth? Does the threat only have to be mystical before you get off your ass?
You just wait around for this Quill guy to show up.
Why would the Nebula footage start right here, at the most expositional part of Rhodey's dialogue? Why didn't it start, like, when she was peeing? Not that I want to see that or anything. I'm just saying that would happen more frequently than, damn it, you perverts, let's just move on.
As far as I'm concerned, that's America's ass.
This ass play, wordplay, is funny. Really funny, actually. And even though this movie is overly quippy, I gotta get this one to send back.
Maximum occupancy has been reached.
And this tiny detail directly leads to the cluster that takes Tony and Cap back to the 70s. It's like the butterfly effect, only hulkier.
I'm gonna have to call the director.
That's okay. Trust me. Yeah, I know.
Look, this is a great scene. It's even a fun throwback to Winter Soldier in the middle of the 2012 Avengers timeline. But this asshole decides, we don't have to call the director about this, even though he's never been told that Cap's on board with Hydra. I mean, he doesn't even think it might be a trick or something.
Sorry, stairs!
I know, and what's really tough is how you could just jump down that open part in the middle and not have to mess with them at all.
Now you need that case.
The movie makes it seem like ownership of the Tesseract was hotly contested right after the battle in New York, and I'm sorry. If you listen to Nick Fury talking to Shadowy Powers Booth at the end of the Avengers, it sounded like it was up to Fury whether Thor took the Tesseract back, not Alexander Pierce. And Fury thought it was a good thing Thor was taking it away. Also, this is all happening like minutes after the Council decided to nuke Manhattan in the original Avengers, mind you. But the Secretary himself was here in no time? Was he seriously not outside the blast radius when they gave the order? This supposedly secure top-secret government case opens in midair after Hulk crashes through the door. Yes, Hulk is strong. The case was not touched by the door or Hulk as he came crashing through. If the sheer whiplash of this violence opened the case, then Tony should be dead. This scene brought to you by a future TV series on Disney+.
The Infinity Stones create what you experience as the flow of time. Remove one of the stones, and that flow splits.
Oh, is that so? So in 2023 present day, with the stones destroyed, what did that do with the flow of time? Or do the atoms still count?
In this new branch reality, without our chief weapon against the forces of darkness, our world will be overrun.
The branch reality discussion confuses this movie a little bit because, according to the rules of time travel in this film, this reality is already different from the main timeline. For instance, in this reality, Loki has the Tesseract after the Battle of New York. So it seems like the main issue isn't so much branch realities, but the fact that this timeline wouldn't have a time stone anymore.
I can't risk this reality on a promise.
I'll also require a hunch about what Doctor Strange is going to do in a few years. I have that. Reality risk.
There's another consciousness sharing her network.
Wait, Nebula is on a network? So you're saying that when Thanos was systematically replacing Nebula's human parts with machine parts, he decided to include a modem?
Where is this other Nebula?
In our services.
Of course she is. Does it matter anyway, considering portals and jumps and Bifrost and Captain Marvel assists and all that bull? Seems like pretty much anyone can get from one end of the universe to the other lickety-split.
Totally from the future.
It is awesome in a multi-layered way how the time travel gambit not only allows for this movie to correct a wrong, but to also allow some key characters to see their loved ones once more in a completely natural and unplanned way. It's an unexpected bonus, and it deserves a send-off. Natalie Portman's in this movie so briefly that I'm convinced the director broke into her apartment and just took footage of her waking up in the morning without telling her. Thor, don't leave the Dark World store. There's a battle about to take place here.
Literally.
Sure, Steve brings the hammer back. Or doesn't know that someone's going to make a return trip until later when Bruce finds out about the brand realities from the Ancient One. Oh, cute. Thanos and Mom have been fooling around with 2014 Nebula a bunch already. And this is the time you start to glitch.
I am.
Step up. Prep up. With Descovy for PrEP. Descovy for PrEP is a once daily prescription medicine that helps protect against HIV. It's not for everyone. Descovy for PrEP.
Inevitable.
Damn, Nebula's got some sick editing software in her memory banks, considering she was all the way over here, but the camera's fixed on Thanos' left side.
You're repeating yourself, you know that?
You're repeating yourself. I want to believe that this movie, which has literally been replaying scenes from that movie with the same characters, has some sense of this ironic dialogue. I send Mark and Hart won't let it happen.
Let me improvise. Scott, get this back to the compound. Shoot up. What's in New Jersey?
Okay, there's no rush to do this. There's no reason not to tell Scott where they're going and why, other than to be dicks. Guys, I got it. Since we lost the wonderful Stan Lee, let's just cast Mark Barron to stand in for his cameos in future MCU movies. Look at him. It's perfect.
You knew here.
Not exactly.
Oh no, this is a real problem for our heroes. This lady's gonna alert the authorities and it's gonna be a huge impediment to them getting back in the future. Look, I know Marvel has an excellent track record with their de-aging tech, but this job of Michael Douglas is straight out of Tronics. Tell me he's going to fit this Tesseract in this briefcase? I don't think so.
Just to say that the greater good is rarely outweighed my own self-interest.
This whole sequence is emotional, very emotional indeed, with Howard spilling his guts to an ostensible stranger, along with Cap accidentally into the office adjacent to Peggy, is so forcibly contrived it might as well be from a standard-ass rom-com.
That doesn't mean you're useless.
2014 Nebula goes through the trouble of removing 2023 Nebula's orange headpiece to fool the other Avengers when she takes her place, but she's not going to bother replicating the burned metal Terminator hand that 2023 Nebula has after grabbing the Power Stone. Christian Bale from The Prestige would not be impressed.
But the raccoon didn't have to climb a mountain.
But how do they know to climb this mountain, or any mountain at all? There's an entire planet to explore, but they're positive the Soul Stone is right here?
Natasha, daughter of Ivan, son of Edith.
Here are the parents, they don't matter.
In order to take the stone, you must lose that which you love.
Well, good thing they just happened to send these two bosom buddies up here, and not like Brody and Scott.
Come with them, your mother.
You tell me yourself.
Sacrificing. This being the second time we've seen a successful acquisition of the Soul Stone, I'm wondering, what the fuck does Red Skull do after this? Does he wait until someone brings it back? And remember, Steve is supposed to come back here later and replace the stone like this never happened. Where does he put it? The fact that this stone is acquired by a sacrifice rather than stolen makes it a problematic stone to return, no?
You're done.
Well, yeah, it can actually. If you guys obviously don't give a fuck about other timelines, you can just go back to a time where she's lived and just take her with you. Since you can't change the past, you could just go back to before you did this and take her from there. The other timelines can go f themselves. They hate you because they ain't you.
What do you think is through my veins right now?
Jeez Whiz. This is an emotional scene. Natasha is dead. They're about to bring back their loved one's Thor, who's been racked with guilt and is depressed over his failure to kill Thanos, is pleading seriously with his team to do the unsnap, and Jeez Whiz somehow enters this script right now.
I remember, everyone Thanos snapped away 5 years ago. We're just bringing them back to now, today. Don't change anything from the last 5 years.
This sounds like a thought that's so complex that nobody could possibly do it right. How do they even know how this snap works? Hooray! Hulk snap brought back all the dead folks to life. But let's think about the practicalities here. What happened to people who were like on a flight when Thanos did his? Do they appear in midair and do a Wile E. Coyote shrug before falling to their deaths? Or did Hulk guide them to safety? And how unfair is it with the people who were snapped away off an airplane get to live, but the people who crashed in an airplane just stay dead? And the people who died were brought back, then check the cemeteries because we have a zombie apocalypse on our hands.
With the stones you've collected for me, create a new one, teeming with life. That knows not what it has lost, but only what it has been given.
So with the stones, he could have literally done anything he wanted, and he chose option Z, cut the population of the universe in half. What a dick. I was on board with Thanos' thoughtful madness because it made a certain sense for a villain to exercise a cruel intelligence on life in his quest for balance. But now that we know he could create a whole universe, that whole balance thing that he once espoused and I believed in no longer works. He could have created two Earths connected by an accordion tunnel and told astrophysics to go south while half the population moved to the literal new world. Source material doesn't matter in the CinemaSins universe, but the word on the street is that the comic book Thanos did all this to impress a lady named Death. That's right, the power of boners made Thanos do this, and his actions make way more sense under that context than this does. Iron Man has a clear headshot, and his coldly calculating billion-dollar suit misses like a dick. Okay, fine. Now to sit back. Wait, twice the whole army showing up here. And now, they know there are only a few of them left, right? So what are they advancing on? Hell, I can't even see that Thanos has essentially won. On your left. This is the moment that got me. You can have your Avengers assemble and your Cap hammer beats, and they're great, but nothing brings the goosebumps like this subtle, humble callback that indicates the mother cavalry's coming. This is the entire movie, right here. 5 cents up. Having said that, this is what you've earned after being subjected to 2.5 hours of fuzzy time logic, overdramatic talky-talk, ham-handed quips, and way too many side stories, presumably intended to set up multiple properties that can live on Disney+. This is like sitting through a concert where Hanson plays their entire back catalog, but finally pays it off by playing Bebop as the first encore. I would love to be in the planning meeting with Dr. Strange where he's arranging these entrances like he's the stage manager of a Broadway show. Okay, T'Challa, you're up, baby. Energy! Play to the back row. Now, where's Falcon? Pepper, I'm glad you're here, but you look kind of fake in that suit.
Is that everyone? I keep wanting more.
That's hilarious, but the question was, is that everyone? Not, is this the best you could do? And honestly, yes, I'd want as many as I can get. Avengers!
Assemble.
Yes! Although, this means we're going to get a stupid jumble of effects-driven fan service for the next several minutes before there are actual stakes involved, aren't we?
You will not believe what's been going on.
There's probably a better time to explain everything later because we're in the middle of a goddamn battle, but I wanted to make sure you didn't think...
Goddamn!
We didn't get it back where they came from.
This might be the dumbest part of the movie, because Cap and Hulk's orders are not mutually explicit. They should be getting the stones as far away as possible so that Thanos can't get them. And they can always take the stones back after they beat Thanos anytime they want to solve the great reality problem.
Anyone see an ugly brown man out there?
Yes! Turn off their light for Bob!
Really, Valkyrie? You can see the ugly brown van in the middle of this dark wasteland called New Jersey. Also, I understand the Avengers have little calm things constantly in their ears. How is Valkyrie on this frequency? And if all of them have that, how can they hear any one person talking?
If I tell you what happens, it won't happen.
This is absolutely telling him what happens. As I see Ant-Man and the Wasp smiling at each other and shrinking down, I'm once again compelled to ask why they can't fly into Thanos' ear canal or nostril, re-empiggen themselves, and explode Thanos into 100 million balanced chunks of meat. Well, is there a spare rat around you could use to fire that? No.
I don't even know who I'm looking at right now.
I've been the happiest I've ever been in my life.
What did you just say?
Get it, gotta, when you eat it up, you gotta beat it up. Dun 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 dun.
Really? Did you not see her pile drive a giant spaceship a minute ago? The real question is, I don't know how all of that is going to get through her.
She's got help.
Some of it comes from a good place, but this shot is patronizing in so many ways. It's like after years of not creating action figures for their characters and not making solo female-driven stories, here's our acknowledgement of their importance. And as if all the women would... suddenly show up all at once with no man. That's insulting. Come on. Of all the scenes in the Marvel movies that don't make the power differential clear between two opponents, it's this one. Captain Marvel is worlds stronger than Thanos. Thanos has taken a beating so far. See what I mean? Now he's got the glove with the stones, and Marvel is doing some shield thing, and somehow he's getting owned in this battle now. And I don't know what to think anymore. During the struggle, Iron Man is able to remove the stones from the nanotech gauntlet. There was an ejector button, or he pried them off. I don't know what the hell happened. It looks like the stones may have fallen off and landed on the ground. That could just be pieces of Tony's suit for all I know. But somehow, this turns into Tony having possession of the stones, no question asked. Do they have to turn to dust if you kill a bunch of fools with the Infinity Gauntlet? Like, can you ask them to turn into something a little jazzier? Like confetti, or dippin' dots, or play slime, or something, I don't know. Gets Tony ordered up to make all the Thanos army disappear in front of Thanos before Thanos disappears, snap. If you're the Avengers, don't you get a little worried that Thanos isn't going away during all this? Whoa, how did they know to call Insidious out here? Random kid Tony ran into an Iron Man drink, got an invite to the funeral?
Now wish there was a way that could let her know.
The Lord of the Rings, Return of the King was like no one would dare do many endings without it. We tested the fuck out of our audience with patience. Then Avengers Endgame came along and was like, what was my pin particle?
Remember, you have to return the stone to the exact moment you got them. You can open up a bunch of nasty alternative realities.
Which is totally impossible. Not to inject the ether back in a chain and store it in that world. It's in stone form now. It doesn't even have to. Can you just lay it on our end table?
That Rouge is busy right now. You can have to dash. Simply open the app and hit dash now.
Or does he go up to the mountain and hope that skull is there? What kind of reunion would that be? When he goes back to these realities, is he coming a split second to take? Does he have to interact with the Avengers trying to see it? And if you stole the stones, aren't there, then the stones disappear in the first place. Also, this is beginning to sound like you could change the past if you wanted. This movie is propped up on creating alternate timelines in the back of the past. That's the rule. Doesn't the quantum tunnel bar you from going back to your own timeline?
And returning in 5, 4.
Why are they trying to bring him back? Isn't the important thing that they just keep the quantum tunnel open? Because as was shown in the 2012 to 1970 jump, they don't even need this platform when they travel through time. I guess old Steve's a mystery, right? Like, did he transport here when they weren't looking? This whole time he's been living in an alternate reality where he marries Peggy, so he had to transport to get here. Or did he transport to and hide in the woods, knowing this was the day they were sending him back to replace the stones, and snuck over to the bench for a big surprise? Yeah, I'd say they set the landing on this. That's a good ending. I'm not made of stone.
No, still rally, although I can't imagine how they Worse.
Let's see what's inside peanut butter. It starts with roasted peanuts, sugar, and I'm not sure why, hydrogenated vegetable oil, which is a combination of cottonseed, soybean, and rapeseed oil, and salt. All you really need is peanuts and maybe some salt. That's it.
The Vision could immediately disguise himself as a regular husband, as easy as he could try to hide under his hat, right? And then he continues the indecent exposure by walking around unprotected outside in complete view. Also, yes, I understand that there's surely some element of magic / wackiness / dream world / spoilers going on here, so anything could not be what it seems. But you know what is as it seems? Me giving Sims whenever the hell I want to. Dropping your wife. Taking Dick Van Dyke's name in vain, or really taking the name Dick Van Dyke at all. Also, how is Wanda's dress able to pass through the chair as well? That's not part of Vision's body. Also, this chair has no business being in the middle of the room like this. Later we see it doesn't live there, so who dragged this chair out here in the first place? Taking time to dance while the door is still wide open. Do you want the neighbors to see you? In the 50s, this is basically the equivalent to having sex in your driveway. I see someone went to the Mary Poppins School of Cleaning Things, but if you can control reality, why are you even floating things around or messing with towels and such? Why mess with telekinesis when you can just change actual reality? Also, this is a neat trick and all, but you also need to dry out the inside of the glass, which you do not appear to be doing, and that will be a glass of bacteria before long. Do you want herpes, Wanda? Because this is how you get ants. I mean, also, considering they make such a big deal about her hiding her powers from everyone else, maybe you don't do this in front of an open window where any passing neighbor can see. Even if you're making fun of laugh tracks, it's still a laugh track, which means it's still a sin. Oh, thank you.
I say, oh, I don't need food.
That explains the empty refrigerator.
But Wanda eats, so that refrigerator should have a few things in it, right?
Well, then tell me what's so important about today's date.
Can we have a sitcom plot involving main character forgetting an important date cliche in a satire / parody? Making fun of the sitcom plot involves the main character forgetting an important date cliche? And if we do, doesn't that just make us a YouTube channel that pokes fun at TV shows making a cliche out of a cliche? And if so, what even am I? Do I exist? Am I a cliche? Why is my narration?
Hello, dear. I'm Agnes, your neighbor to the right. My right, not yours.
He will then say, my right, not yours, instead of just saying to the left.
Golly, you settled in fast. Did you use a moving company?
Agnes just apologized for not visiting sooner, which means it's been at least a few days since Wanda moved in. So what is Agnes shocked about? The living room consists of a few pieces of furniture, a coat rack by the front door, and some nicks and a few knacks.
No, it's not a holiday. An anniversary then? Yes! It's our anniversary!
Sitcom tone in this, but I have to give her a send off for it. In fact, there's so much that's amazing about this recreation, from the sets to the camera style to the laugh tracks, that I should probably go ahead and give several sends off. But honestly, you made me think of laugh tracks as a positive thing, so just be happy with the one removal show.
The only way Rouge would remember our anniversary is if there was a beer named June 2nd.
And how would that help him remember? He might remember the beer was named June 2nd, but that wouldn't guarantee the significance of dawn on him. But if you're remembering important things like anniversary while consuming alcohol, you're not hearing right.
And let me tell you, what Rouge really uses how to goose your wife so you don't lose your wife.
Pretending goose rhymes with lose.
The music is bothering you, is it now?
In terms of constructive work, or the largely nonsensical nature of the lyrics?
Nonsensical? What's so nonsensical about take out the papers or the trash so you don't get no spending cash? Yakety Yak is a pretty straightforward song about parents ordering around their kids. It's not like someone's asking who put the bomb in the bomb, but also who did put the bomb in the bomb. And which bomb of the 3 bombs are they even responsible for? Also, this is music. Maybe you should make a YouTube channel that does that. Also, playing music of any kind at your desk in a shared office.
What is it with choosing? Computational forms.
Then when Vision asked Norm what they did there, why did he reply with this? Norm even said they didn't make anything, but clearly they're making computational forms.
Those skeletons in your closet, eh, Vision?
If he goes to the trouble of creating a false identity, why wouldn't he just give himself a more normal name? Like Carl.
Well, darling, you still got a little tongue-tied.
Yes. After all this time.
Couple thinks they're talking about 2 different things, but the conversation still somehow works to maintain the miscommunication cliche. And yes, that's likely the point, but consider it a sin for the cliche even existing in the first place.
Is your husband tired of you burning his toast?
Commercials. Seriously, someone should make a YouTube channel that sends those. Also, this lobster looks like it. And with this chicken hanging above it, it's clear that this room goes by the 1950s 2 to the clock standard of interior design. Also, parody of the commercial within the parody of the sitcom. And I'm sure when this is all said and done, we'll be wowed by the ingenious nature of the whole thing. But right now, my brain is over-parodied. And an over-parodied brain leads to horrible things, like watching 2.5 Men marathons. Struggles are real, people. Oh, and now you're using color in a black and white world is an indicator that something is different. Like someone saw Pleasantville too many times. And if I remember my Pleasantville incorrectly, this means the toaster has recently masturbated.
How very active spirit.
And fire hazardy.
Guess who?
Look, mistakes happen. I once had as a butt of a woman because she looked like my wife from behind, but there are so many context clues that this isn't vision that this makes absolutely no sense, including, oh, I don't know, the other human woman in the room?
We don't break bread with bullshit.
That's Bolshevist. And Marxist. And communist.
That man from there is my boss, Mr. Hart.
And since you're keeping your voice at top volume, he can hear all of this explanation. And I'm sure everything will be resolved, and there will be no more hijinks to maneuver.
The heart on the calendar was an abbreviation.
You move at the speed of sound, and I can make a pencil through the air. Who needs to abbreviate?
Wanda would be excellent at TV sins.
I
understand vision is some sort of fleshy android AI thing, and there's probably some way you can simulate sexual desires, but it doesn't make me any less weirded out by it. Although, it's still less odd than the sweater he wore in Captain America Civil War.
I might have a better idea.
Oh, sure. When you need to change out of your clothes, you make it happen with a snap. But when you need to cook dinner, you'll go back to pretending you have to do things telekinetically. Just asking for some consistency here.
Take out the papers and the trash.
Even if Mrs. Hart turned around in time before seeing any of Wanda's powers, Mr. Hart would still be able to see the display from his position in the living room.
Well, why don't we have a nice sing-along all together then, shall we?
A convenient ukulele is convenient.
Oh no, too much. Oh no, not enough!
Is the opposite of an overcooked chicken a couple dozen eggs? Even if it's not an undercooked chicken, shouldn't it just be one egg?
Wouldn't you know it? Good news is more expensive.
24-hour cable news networks. It might be breakfast for dinner, but drinking wine with any kind of breakfast serving is gross. And also a sin.
Where did you two move from? What brought you here? How long have you been married? And why don't you have children yet?
Nosy neighbors. I will now be Googling the name Babs Digby for the next hour or so, trying to figure out if it's a clue as to where the show is headed. So, am I setting a show for inspiring me to do some research? Yeah, I am. Plot tease cliffhangers. Tease hangers? Having a personal radio speaker facing away from you. Phew, missed that one last time, so thank goodness for the previously on segment. Spoiler logos, or splogos, if you will. As in, yes, Marvel continues to use a full 35 seconds each episode to participate in a masturbatory cacophony of visuals for logoing. Separate beds without a shared nightstand between them? It's almost like the show leaves the space empty for a bed combining joke later.
Are you using your powers to turn on the light?
Better question. Why haven't we blocked the light streaming into the window that's forced me to wear an eye pillow? Pulling the blankets all the way over your head to have sex. Because when you need more than one person at a time everywhere. See, the problem with this is that it probably
ain't no fucking way.
This isn't a single star in the news moment. This is a hint to a deeper lore that only the bravest of Marvel nerds will know. I want to know too. I don't want to Google every damn thing. Like this. Or this. Or this. Or this. I continue to be bewitched by how perfectly these episodes imitate the opening titles of the era it's set in. But I can't just be taking sins off willy-nilly, so, scene does not contain an Elizabeth Montgomery nose wiggle? Letting the water run after you're out of the shower.
Fred and Linda are building a moat in a fully functioning portcullis and no one even knows why.
But then the show never lets us see Fred and Linda's moat and portcullis. Oh, was that a metaphor? Ruining the mystery of magic. The way these first episodes layer in the mystery while creating such a perfect recreation of the sitcoms of the past is not only quite a balancing act to pull off, it's honestly a pretty bold and strange choice. Props to Marvel for not taking the weird out of comic book storytelling. Take your shit back, you.
DiloStackx just loves his cherries. He played baby Jesus in last year's Christmas pattern.
Isn't having a rabbit play Jesus just a hair sacrilegious? Also, naming your rabbit Senior Scratchy.
Good is the key to everything in this town.
So help me if this doesn't turn out to be true and I'm obsessing over far too many details, I will never take this sin back.
Just mind your P's and Q's and you're going to do just fine.
I was 8 years old when I realized P's and Q's stands for pleases and thank yous. And this is a sin for an educational system that failed me. Leaving your baseball bat outside. How are you going to defend yourself from a burglar now?
I'm sorry, Dottie. I didn't ask about the cherries.
So you better not ask me if you can chair any committees in the future.
Overselling your blunts. I love seed-based blunts too, but you gotta count that stuff in slowly to cushion the blow. Anything else is just lazy, boy.
Devil in the details, Bev.
Like the tea glass that was clearly on the table behind Bev, but when she walks away from the table, it's missing. If it is, and it is, it shouldn't be. A meeting where nearly 10 people are discussing how events should not be happening in the middle of the library where silence is expected. Move that meeting to a private room.
Not new business actually means another round of Danish.
It does not, in any context, mean this.
Typically red.
Oh, well, hold on there a second. Did you hear the man? He doesn't eat food.
But then he clarified, and then the laugh track laughed. And this is a dumb thing to say.
What I'm understanding is that it's purely for mastication.
Oh, no, I don't do that.
Confuse mastication with masturbation, which honestly leads to very uncomfortable sexual experiences. So I've heard. This guy looks way too happy to have been chewed up and swallowed. Why are you so happy, Big Red? Why? Okay, I'm digging the mystery, I really am, but when do we start getting some answers? Oh, I know, I'll just binge the rest of the season now so I can get some relief. Let's see, where is this? Is it plus? Wait, is this not? No! Also, no. Wait.
How does a housewife get a blood stain out of white linen? By doing it herself.
Forgetting the same way she climaxes part of the joke. Stretch watch bands mixed with arm hair. Ouch! Oh, like Strucker from the comics. And it says Hydra. And it's set to 242. And the shape of the board looks like a knife. And it says 1,000 meters. And I for sure know what all of this means, but I totally don't want to spoil it for you guys. But also, doesn't the more change the U to more of the E sound? So should this be like Strucker or something? My point is you can't add fancy dots to the U and not change the pronunciation. Whoa. Vision's intestinal issues are far worse than expected. His ears have swapped sides from earlier.
I give you Wanda and Vision.
Roll commercials. Tired. Whoa. That's never happened before. I didn't even know I had those powers. Yeah, anyway, they said the title of the show, so, do the thing.
I was just playing with his shoes!
Paul Bettany is absolutely slaying this.
Illusion.
Ah.
Master of Enigma. Allow me.
This piano is clearly still three-dimensional after she does her finger wiggle, even though later we see it's not.
Is this stuck? Is this stuck? Is this stuck?
This is Mr. Car gone for some time.
I'm doing it! Oh!
Sharita from Donnie Darko would be excellent at TV scenes.
What's in the box? What's in the box? What's in the box?
I swear to TV gods, if they open that box and Pepper Potts comes out, I'm getting that every single athlete.
What's the matter?
I've been feeling wheezy all day.
Except he knows exactly what happened. He wasn't asleep when he swallowed the gum, and he searched his mouth for it immediately.
It wasn't so hard to fit in after all.
Title of my sex tape?
No.
Hijacking the remote. Spending 37 seconds on a recap of 2 episodes that hit barely an hour between them. We don't have to be spoon-fed our television, especially when it would take about 2 seconds to research anything we have a question on. You would think at this point they would know how to spell DC correctly. I mean, it's 2 letters. This guy has terrible hand-to-cone placement. A bite or 2 of that ice cream...
There's a way to cut your dishwashing time by 50%. Try Dawn Power Wash Dish Spray. It removes 99% of grease and grime in half the time. It cleans so well, you can replace multiple cleaning products. Try Dawn Power Wash.
A fancy beast. Chef-inspired, cat-adored.
These circumstances will rise above them. Will play by the book or change the way it's played. Pause for hydration. Stop for nothing.
He's going to have this dude's finger sweat all over it. He's not. Also, we should absolutely say anytime someone hastily assembles a swing set. Sure, Vision is incredibly fast and powerful, but look, if you rush these things, then kids get hurt. Being this excited about spending your day with your bros, basking in books. That really is service-related material where you should be watching when you're watching.
We like the little ladies keep tabs on their growing babies with fruit.
And we'll let Danae take this one.
You, Dr. Dude.
At 5 months, papaya, 6 grapefruit, 7 pineapple, 8 honeydew.
And before I go, get the fuck out of here with that excitement about anything the size of anything taking up space in the body and eventually popping out. Especially when it's the size of a honey-dew melon. Shove that in your hole, dickhole.
So you will keep years wonders around just between us.
If they're keeping this a secret, then what was up with all the flaunting in the opening credits? In fact, how did those opening credits events even occur, considering she's pregnant for less than a day before the babies are delivered? Slicing through concrete with an electric hedge trimmer. Even in a heightened crazy scenario such as this, I feel like it's still inappropriate to ask a woman this question.
I can't wait to be a proud papaya.
Dad jokes. Vision insinuated when the doctor was there, they just found out Wanda was pregnant 12 hours prior. So when did they go buy all the baby furniture? Having a pregnant woman around paint fumes, no matter how wonderful the family-owned company might be. Also, not sure why, but this paint really makes me think about how much I prefer Last Crusade over Raiders.
Well, I guess there's only one solution to this debate. Hope for a girl.
Thinking that having a girl will solve parental debates. If you're keeping the doll clothes on while practicing diaper-changing skills, why take off the shoes at all?
Do these earrings make me look fat?
Oh, thank God. Asking if earrings make you look fat.
Something's wrong here, Wanda.
I think something is wrong here, cliche.
Yes, dear?
I can't imagine being under the ring.
Metaphorical amniotic showers. Do you need a break? I mean, I feel like I also need to house train that dog, but you do you. I rolled my eyes when I saw this 4 ounces on the luxury bath powder box because ounces is most
Chop it down, chop it down. Ooh, we getting overtime.
I looked up 4OCS and that led me to this page of scientific mumbo jumbo. Check it out. 4OCS has synthetic construct listed here, and so help me, I can't help but wonder if this is purposeful. This show, man. This show.
It's 75 degrees out. You making a fashion statement?
Says the woman wearing long sleeves and a very fashionable vest.
Somehow, all the pipes in my ceiling burst at once.
Pretty sure that requires a lot more assistance than a single bucket could provide.
Thank you.
As if Geraldine wasn't acting fishy enough with her fishy pants, they go ahead and give her an apple to be sure we know she's an asshole. Here's the thing, maybe Geraldine does see the story, and it's going to be revealed later why she's not bringing attention to it, but all I have to go on is the present, and I'm sitting the out of Geraldine's peripheral vision, because it is non-existent. If she's already seen the nursery, is there really a reason to still be covering the baby bump?
When you awaits in my car, decides to poop out right at this moment.
But you can't drive to Bermuda, and you could get back to the airport or cruise ship, so not sure why this is a huge issue. Before you get comfortable sitting in the car waiting for Stan to fix it, you can hop to it and finish the packing job. So this is all that happens when she actually gives birth. When she had a contraction, she calls all the power to go out in the neighborhood. And when she broke her water, everyone's house flooded. But when she gives birth, a vacuum turns on and the fireplace lights up for a second. And I'm certain there should be lava erupting and flowing in the streets.
Hey, Doc, could you help me out in the kitchen there?
Or, you know, stitch up the vaginal tearing and check to be sure the placenta comes out without issue. Oh, we're going to continue to gloss over the burial parts of birth. It's really clean. Have you seen a baby right after it's born? There's more bodily fluid on newborn babies than on even the most active participants in most exorcism orgies. You said knocked you out oddly, and considering this doctor represents some triggering chauvinistic behavior, I think you should speak very clearly.
Well, I'll go back to Wanda.
I know there's a strange vibe in the air, but cheese and crackers, you just saw your wife give birth to twin boys a day after showing signs of pregnancy. Let's have some priorities, Vision. Geraldine survives this. This slow-motion undusting scene is so very cool, but again brings up so many questions. And since the Sins channels have already had a few swings at this, let's just focus instead on the story of 44-year-old Ronald J. Tesh of Republic, Missouri. On the day of the snap, Ronald was walking his farm with his wife when he disintegrated right in front of her eyes. A year later, the still grieving widow had to sell the land to Amazon for a distribution center and take a job there as a line supervisor. 4 years after that, on the day of the reverse snap, she was doing her daily checks just as her late husband reappeared, standing in the midst of the mechanical jungle. His confused look didn't last long, as his upper torso was split by the assembly belt now occupying that space, and his wife watched his now bisected, lifeless corpse slowly proceed through the now gruesome assembly line. So, great job, Avengers! This subtitle implies that Monica Rambeau is, in fact, Maria Rambeau's daughter, who is a character from Captain Marvel. But it's hard to make out what the off-screen voice is saying, and if you don't have the subtitles on, you're more likely to miss that Captain Marvel is the one that's talking. If the reveal is supposed to be a surprise down the road, then a sin for secret-spoiling subtitles. And if this is supposed to be pertinent information, then a sin for needing the subtitles on. Yes, I know I'm complicated. Not watching where you're blipping.
Was at the house. I think I believe it. Where did you go?
One of the brilliant things about the connectedness of the MCU is the ripples of reveals like this. Now that we know Monica got dusted, when you watch in-game Captain Marvel stuff becomes even more personal. It's honestly an incredible tool in the belt, and talks to Marvel for understanding the power of complex canon building. Wait, what? This is a Marvel property I'm watching? It's bad enough I have to remember what SHIELD means, which, for the record, I do not. Now you're throwing sword at me? Too many acronyms, Marvel. I'm over acronym. Also, Sentient Weapon Observation Response Division may be the dumbest acronym ever. A full division dedicated to the response to observing sentient weapons. How many sentient weapons are we dealing with here? Also, if I'm understanding the people who would prefer I pronounce GIF, then this should actually be pronounced SWARD. SWARD. Observation. Good to know. I'll make sure I do that from here on out.
I work here.
You get your badge for what?
I know there are applicants out there working reception desks, but considering billions of people just reappeared on the Earth a couple weeks ago, this kind of response seems like it's more set up to be,
You know what this is?
cliche, rather than anything approaching reality.
You gotta make it a day.
It was 5 years, not 50. Unless she was 7, expecting someone to have aged visibly in 5 years is just silly. And if it's just some lame attempt at blip humor, well, I'm sitting here delivering, getting stuck with the nickname Photon.
It also says observation and response on that door. It's not creation.
The world's not the same as you left it.
There is nothing more exciting in a superhero series than a discussion about corporate prioritization.
The FBI is in a tizzy over a missing persons case up in Jersey.
Missing persons?
I know. They've requested use of one of our imaging drones,
but wouldn't a request like that require more information? SWARD is an organization that has to deal with situations on a galactic level. Why would they be interested in helping out the FBI in this capacity with this little knowledge going in? New Jersey.
James E. Wu, FBI.
Did you see that? He did the card trick Ant-Man showed him. Man, can't keep taking sins off for these Marvel weeks, so here's a sin for show-taking 3 full episodes to Randall Park and Kat Dennings, I guess?
Pardon me, Sheriff. Would you mind repeating your claim about Westview to my colleague here?
No such place. Many mysteries from the previous 3 episodes get solved over the next half hour. Still, one puzzle not pieced together is how the local law enforcement would be under Wanda's spell, but Lou and Rambeau aren't. They're standing in front of the same sign the police officers are. Also, no one else driven into Westview before now. Maybe the tower's on a major road, but still on a road could be a shortcut for someone looking to shave off a few minutes of their commute. Did all those people get a makeover and a new identity? These reveals are exciting, but they also make one wonder if Wanda's plan isn't terrible. I think Wanda's plan might be terrible.
I haven't done time to investigate.
The walls, but I had Elliot Ness.
Where would you even find an Elliot Ness poster pre-internet? And yes, I know The Untouchables was a popular movie in the late 80s, but those would be Kevin Costner posters. Scene only contains one broke girl. Also, how many MCU movies do we have to remember to keep the names and connections of the supporting characters straight? At least the Avengers movies stuck mainly with the big guns. If you immediately recall who Darcy Lewis or Jimmy Lewis, I still would too, but my community needs to understand the show SWARD response base. Is it response already in the acronym? Why not just call it the SWARD Divisional Base for Observation and Response? This is truly some top-notch, terrible acronyming.
What kind of dinner is it?
Beginning of this episode, Annihilation is so hard that if Hackins doesn't eventually find some sort of nightmare bear roar screaming the word drone, I'm going to be severely disappointed. Also, drones.
You guys look like you might get down with those little pod things. Horrendous for the environment.
Technically, this is a true statement, but K-pods are also recyclable, so this is more about laziness than environmental concern, Darcy.
I got it.
While the crew cut does seem like an asshole, you didn't actually ask for assistance.
There's no reason to suspect the perimeter doesn't extend subterraneously.
Jimmy would be fresh off the boat at TV sins.
So you're saying the universe created a sitcom starring 2 Avengers?
Show includes confused fan ramblings, frustrated at not being able to binge the whole season of WandaVision. Have some patience, you spoiled streamer babies. Wait, It's ending? I mean, I know you wanted to wink back at the mid-credit Easter egg of the first episode, but when we first see the show, they're at the start of the boss visits for dinner scene, which was a good 10 minutes before the show's credits. And considering this entire real-time conversation lasts less than 3 minutes, I think you may have fudged on the show timeline quite a bit there. Whiteboard from the Sin's writing room, desperately trying to figure out how to send a mystery in real time, is somehow transported onto the show. Wait a second, have we even seen this? I don't think it's in the first two, so does this mean there might be another episode of the Bewitched or Dick Van Dyke style shows? Are you holding out on us, C+? Release the dick cut! What? It's honestly not the worst way that could have gone.
Wanda, can you read me? Over.
This kind of works. But then in the episode, she somehow rewound out of this moment. So what happened to this guy when she did that? If real objects and people get integrated into the time period, fine. But I'm pre-setting that we will likely never get an explanation to the paradox of the timing of all this. And if we do, then I'll be happy to take a sin back. Okay, I'll begrudgingly take a sin back. Okay, fine, I'll pretend to take a sin back and then make some snarky comment and actually add a sin instead. Happy now? Seriously, a whole staff set up to painstakingly watch episodes of television to break them down looking for meaning and minutia? Are we really supposed to believe such a place would exist?
Twins.
But they shouldn't know that yet. In the previous episode, Rambo delivered the one baby, and then they discovered a second one was coming after Vision came in with the doctor.
But where's Rambo?
Not answering this question was some variation of probably in a headband off brutally killing some people in a jungle somewhere in the name of justice. Once again, I have to ask how Wanda's powers work. At times she can make something with a snap of her fingers. So why can't she simply make Monica disappear? Now Wanda has more unnecessary cleanup. Just snap your fingers. You've done it several times so far. Why would Wanda see this version of Vision? This would mean he's dead. And he isn't dead. He is perfectly fine and everyone will be happy, and how dare they try to make any of us believe otherwise? There hasn't been a Route 2 in New Jersey since 1942.
It's, Wanda.
Repeating your misdirection from the previous episode, hoping it will stick. Logo is one of the most orgasmic moments in MCU history. Orgasming? Much of this episode, especially those stairs and the opening credits running through the park, have super duper Full House vibes, which is honestly a dick move by Elizabeth here. It wasn't enough she had to usurp her twin sister's fame, and she has to own the only thing they had left.
If you go to sleep, I promise you will be good.
Sibling favoritism. Whether joking or not, this can really f*** up a kid's identity. I mean, probably not more than skipping entire developmental stages, but still. Getting my leg over. Also, Horny Viz continues to be horny. And look, we're totally sex positive around here, but I'm also 100% sex positive. You should probably put the infants down first.
Look, I think it's worked out.
Expecting a baby to suck on a binky coated in synthetic earwax.
I guess I was just fucking this pillow with my face.
Seriously, Viz, enough with the sexual euphemisms.
You're gonna take that again?
Breaking character. You're better than that, Catherine. Honestly, I can't believe they left that in.
But the babies eat bugs still. We dare you to stay away.
For the life of me, I can't think of a way her Bugs of Steel will play into quieting these babies that isn't making me extremely uncomfortable.
Let out the door. It's supposed to have a calming effect.
Spraying anything onto an infant without researching first to be sure that the supposed to will. Looking at the fruit bowls here, I'm reminded of how often fruit goes bad in my house. And before you head to the comments to complain about that not being a sin on this show, it absolutely is. Look at all those apples. Vision and Wanda are the only apple-eating assholes in this house. Anything over 5 is just over-fruiting. The more you look at this picture, the more it seems like her head was photoshopped onto the wrong part of someone else's body. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. I mean, it's probably a real picture, but weren't there better pictures to choose? Baby Vision! I'm only human, guys. But also, this is giving me serious enemy mine vibes, and I'm not okay with that. Oh, sure, Tommy's name has nothing, but Billy's name gets the exclamation point? This is clearly more favoritism and ultimately just creates poor family ties. This random tiger on the table, combined with Agnes bragging,
"There's no taming this tiger,"
is 2 Bengal references in less than 10 minutes, and this is exactly the kind of show that makes me spend 20 minutes thinking about what it means. And that's 20 minutes I could have been mining Bitcoin, damn it.
There's a briefing in 10. Pants are encouraged.
But not mandatory? What sort of operation is this? People can just freeball or go to...
Rain is pissing me off.
Yeah, because we aren't supposed to know about Monica's abnormalities yet, this works. Translucent privacy curtains. That used to be okay, but you can't OP.
Oversimplification of events, but yes.
What? In a TV show? You don't say.
Monica should blast you halfway across New Jersey.
Hyperbole.
Bring up the visual.
This entire conversation has been the typical MCU convenient self-advancing PowerPoint presentation. But suddenly somebody needs to be instructed to pull something up and they have it ready with a few clicks. Why wasn't that in the original file? Also, it's a good thing that this console self-orients so that wherever the camera is, we aren't looking at it upside down.
But that's in direct violation of Section 36B of the Sokovia Accords.
Just imagine being this guy in the background. Your only job as an extra is to stare at the back of Deputy Derpy's head and look like you're desperately trying to hold in a fart.
Alright, that's it for now.
Wow, what a waste of a debrief. This reminds me of attending staff meetings where 98% of what is being covered doesn't concern you at all. Great, you informed everyone who Wanda is, why she's dangerous, and that she stole a carcass. I mean, the carcass part is new, but is it all so exciting that literally everyone had to stop their important work to listen?
You know, I don't miss the crime, but geez Louise, did you have to learn to walk? You two never stay put.
But there are kid crafts on the fridge, so clearly they can sit still long enough to make all this, art. Oh look, the lobster penis is back, and now it has more friends. This fish looks like another penis, and I'm not even sure what this is. A dragon, maybe? Anyhow, it's clear this room goes by the 1980s too. Sadak abstract art and a heart standard of interior design.
My kitchen window told me someone got a new Rouge.
Windows can't talk.
Punch someone like pop over with exactly the item we require.
This talking toaster would be excellent at TV sins. Vision gets on to Wanda for being careless with her powers, but earlier we saw him dressed for Family Portrait Day at Sears as a turkey, the Easter Bunny, and Santa, while still looking very much android. Rambo is trying to figure out how to get back into Westview via some complex thingamajig, and honestly, I'm not sure why she's concerned. Clearly, Swart has many amazing things at their disposal. They can pop up a sweet tent city at a moment's notice, and their standard issue uniforms include neat little thumb cutouts. If you can do thumb cutouts, what can't you do? This wall has turned from useful way to track information on who's in town to why is there a whole row of Wanda and Vision at the top when they're already in the center? Someone's padding their serial killer board.
Well, she could have taken out Thanos on her own if he hadn't initiated a blitz. Nobody else came close.
Well, I argue that Captain Marvel came close.
Reddit.
You know that feeling of having to rewatch this? That didn't get cleaned. I don't.
Platinum Plus is Cascade's best clean ever. With double the Dawn and double the scrubbers, it removes the toughest grease and residue for an irresistible clean and shine. Cascade Platinum Plus. Dare to dish differently.
Check out these deals of the week at Walgreens. Save on essentials and more only at Walgreens.
What are we looking for?
That.
You're looking for the thing that just happens to be set up on display in this room right where you need it for storytelling purposes? Cool. Checks out.
Are we being mind controlled to see that right now?
I mean, she was wearing them when she exited, so this is a question you may have wanted to ask when Rambo was found in the field, not naked.
Nervous.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
This is a beyond reprehensible act by a character we're supposed to love. It needlessly puts equipment and even lives at risk for a display that is already confirmed by test anyway. This is both reckless and pointless, and the only sane resolution to this choice involves Monica in handcuffs and immediately removed from the case and the agency. Also, no one hears the shots that are fired, despite this being a bustling base. Nobody comes running to see what shenanigans are afoot, despite being on high alert. Honestly, this may be the most unbelievable part of
that girl crazy. Oh man, I love that girl.
Don't forget that it's also a place to
that
discover
girl is crazy.
pornographic images.
Who that girl is crazy?
Their sexual insatiability in this series, you know that's the first place you would go.
What else would it do? Find me a wife?
Eventually, yes.
So Vision knows the future? And if so, how does he not know he's dead? I mean, mostly dead, or temporarily dead, but in no way dead forever and ever.
You have to stop her.
Don't move.
She's in my head.
Look, Marvel, we can stop pronoun gaming a mile away. Our city senses are all over this use of her and she. So take your side for pronoun gaming, and for teasing us with this Wanda or Agnes conundrum when we might have to wait weeks for the answer. Also, this guy is briefly outside the Puppet Master's control. And my question is, Does that mean he can see he's talking to a walkie android corpse?
Something's scaring him.
Assuming you can understand a dog whimper.
Stay here. Walkie!
Disobedience.
Can't see the drone on the broadcast. Wanda's framing it out of the shot.
Since when are the broadcasts you're watching happening in concurrent real time?
Disregard. Take the shot.
Take the shot. Attached to a drone.
Fuck, man. This shit
Was the
is
missile from the 80s too?
aggravating.
And if so, what sort of magical mumbo jumbo had to happen for Swart to find a drone from the 80s just lying around in a nearby New Jersey warehouse? Wait, is it night outside the dome, but day inside? We see earlier that it's clearly bright out, but out here it's pitch black. I get that Wanda, or whoever, could do this, but we've seen it be night on the show before, and later it's clearly night in the town behind her.
The missile was just a precaution.
This guy. Is it just me, or are these shots targeting her cleavage a bit more than her heart? Geez, even the laser sights are a bit male-gazy.
Lagos. But when you make a mess, you didn't mean to.
That slogan second only to Lagos. So strong, even overly metaphorical bloodstains don't even stand a chance.
Don't worry, he's sure to turn up. Your mom won't let him get far. Ma'am?
Unimportant unknown character has an unnecessary speaking line to set up their existence for later cliche. By the way, you could use this casual superfluous introduction theory to spot the killer in almost every single one of the over 1,000 various CSI episodes. What I'm saying is watch out for the mailman. He's obviously the killer.
Don't age yourself out.
Why would this be a response from the kids? What would growing up do to fix the dead dog?
You can't control me the way you do that.
Can't I?
The way Wanda in this show uses this roll credits moment to play into both the story and themes of denial and grief that are prevalent throughout this whole episode is such brilliant work that I have to give another sin off. Keep it up, Marvel. The MTU may rival the MCU.
Wanda, who is this?
Asks the man who, despite being adamant about it the entire episode, is suddenly completely unconcerned about revealing his identity to strangers. What the This masturbatory logo spewing keeps going on and on week after week. Most shows cut down their opening credits after a few episodes, but this is just the f***ing logo crawl. This kind of display is the equivalent of the Ubu dog barking at us every week for 30 full seconds. Make it stop! If you end up with this much toothpaste sauce outside your mouth, you're simply toothpasting wrong. Oh yes, I remember all those early aught family sitcoms that had a close-up of the neighbor's ass in the opening credits.
Always a magical holiday.
Halloween episodes in February.
Where's your costume, Tommy? This is my costume. And the cool twin?
Costume slackers.
A Dorkosaurus Rex. Not a real dinosaur.
The Dorkosaurus Rex would fit right in the middle of TV sins. Mixing your Rubik's with your Jenga. Everyone knows competitive Jingix wasn't invented until 2014.
He's your uncle. Why would I be scared? Because it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon and you're secretly afraid he's a vampire.
But why would they think that Pietro's a vampire if he's able to sleep in a room full of sunshine unharmed? Big kids. To be fair, I'll take a fish over a toothbrush or those weird brown and orange wrapped candies.
That's not exactly how I remember it.
Except, according to your own look before cutting to it, you are the one remembering it. If this was Pietro's memory, why did we cut from your blatant memory face?
He probably suppressed a lot of the drama.
We've already mentioned the fun Marvel wings, the Easter egg teasing, the incredible design work, and the acting that make these homages such a success. But have we talked about how incredibly they continue to layer in the themes of trauma and denial? It allows the show to maintain both surface frivolity and meaningful depth, and damn it, I'm about to give another sin back, aren't I?
And he's what you call a man-child.
Finger quoting words that don't need them. Also, licking your fingers. Never again. Ever.
You are incorrigible, darling. I know you have a secret thing for Mexican wrestlers.
Me gusta mucho.
This sexual tension is leading somewhere, right? Like, they certainly wouldn't build this up every single episode and then not give us some sort of payoff. Wait, is the final episode an homage to Californication? Is it?
Where do you keep your water balloons?
Who asked the question this way? Wouldn't you just simply ask, where do you keep your balloons? Who stores balloons with water already in them? Pietro's tattoo looks like it says Mom, but I think it says HOM, which we all know stands for House of M, which is, of course, a reference to House of Mouse in the Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. So hot dog, here's a hot diggity sin for yet more pointless Disney synergy.
And which one of you is the sassy best friend?
It's funny because it's true. I haven't seen Disney self-own this hard since Cars 3 ended up trying to teach a lesson about crass commercialism. God help me, I'm going to talk about the timing again because this TV shows the first portion of the episode we are currently watching, even though in the real world this meeting appears to be the same night as the drone attack. So is this episode happening now for the first time? And if so, why aren't they all watching it for clues? And if not, how are the events intersecting when it's mid-afternoon on TV and still night here? feel like you just want the episode playing on the random TVs as filler, but no one has given a single consideration to the process of how and when these episodes air.
Well, you people who left still have the luxury of optimism. You have no idea what it was like. What it took to keep the lights on.
Then maybe you should have told her all about this instead of just sending her on a mission her first day back.
Maybe it's a good thing you weren't here when your mother died. Because clearly you don't have a stomach for this job.
Here's the thing. I'm okay with Hayward turning out to be a bad guy, but this is the guy who was doing everything he could just a few episodes ago to get Rambeau out of the Wanda sitcom world, and is now willing to shuck her aside so he can play war. I'm just saying a little growth of the character would have been excellent.
Why didn't anyone tell me the plan?
The better question is, how did anyone have time to tell anyone the plan? Convenient sword ponchos are convenient. Look, I know you want me to pronounce it differently, but you're not the boss of me now, and you're not so big. Life isn't fair. Trick-or-treating in the daytime.
Kick-ass.
Yeah, you know, yet another Marvel movie property that has both Aaron Taylor Johnson and Evan Peters. What does it all mean?
All the candy has disappeared.
Stealing.
And now the jack-o'-lanterns have been smashed.
Vandalism.
Now everyone's covered in silly string.
And bullying. It's the rare how to turn your characters from likable to assholes trifecta.
Sorry, what I got about.
To where exactly? At least some of that went down right where Herb is standing. This show got intensely dark. It's like they took the dread of Get Out, but took the laser-accurate social commentary about racism in America and replaced it with, sitcom superhero stuff. So, yay? I've seen plenty of creepy things in this job, but this kid's left thumbnail is flat out the most horrific thing in the history of human existence. It hurts to even look at it. Make it go away! Pretending that the face decomposes at a different rate than the rest of the body. Marquis refuses to indicate if we are Lindsay Lohaning or Haley Millsing. Also, in this universe, who even voices Frozo?
They've got full-size candy bars a few blocks up. Mom, can we go? Next stop, Cabin Town.
I mean, it's cool and all that Tommy has super speed, but he was only able to grab 2 candy bars? Lame. Aw, how cute! These kids went for Halloween as Ruth Bader Ginsburg in the current American justice system. Totes adored. This cul-de-sac has the most extended driveways in the history of sack bottoms. Not just for city planning. Why even have a cul-de-sac in the first place?
No. Wanda won't even let me.
But Wanda will let you think about thinking about leaving?
My way back into the hex will be here in an hour. Just gotta meet my guy over the ridge.
You know, at some point this tantric pronoun gaming could just be considered audience abuse. Just tell us it's Reed Richards so we can climax already.
Worst case scenario, Wanda removes my free will and puts me in ultra low-rise jeans.
Right. That's what I was thinking. Worst case scenario.
Hayward has your blood work.
There are 1,000 different files I could be looking at right now, but I happen to be looking at your blood work on the off chance you may make a declaration about wanting to travel into the Hex again.
The energy inside has rewritten your cells on a molecular level twice. It's changing you.
Like, I don't know, mutating them? Just say it, Marvel. Say it.
Hey, I'm not some stranger.
Obvious cover-up line is obvious.
Hayward, you sneaky bastard.
Giving your secret file the designation of eyes only and then attaching your name to it. We know that the city is several miles around, but thankfully for the plot, Vision decided to emerge right by the main outpost, and within short walking distance from the server farm where Darcy has been living dead in this town square. Sure, it's a great choice because it's public domain and all, but now I have to know who's controlling this, so I know why their movie choices are so on the nose. A metaphorical representation of Disney engulfing Fox somehow makes it into the show. Yeah, opening logos, blah, blah, blah. But can we talk about how, in addition to this 90 seconds of previously on and logo windows, also end with over 4 minutes of credits? That's almost 6 minutes of not WandaVisioning. Now I have to do math every time I look at the runtimes on D Plus and figure out if I actually do have time to squeeze an episode in before my Friday colonic. It's hard to work that out sometimes. Oh yes, let's pretend that last night Wanda would expand the boundaries of her hex to save Vision, but then not actually go find him and ensure that he's alive. Setting aside that Uno isn't even a video game, it was only invented about 5 years before the Atari. Why not go with Pong controllers? That had been around in some form since the 60s. Even if you don't do video games, go with a paddle ball or marbles or regular old playing cards. I'm just saying, when thinking about how many choices you had here, you certainly had more than Uno.
Mom, my head feels weird. It's like really noisy. I don't like it.
Resting her eyes.
ignoring a clear sign that your child is in need of supernatural medical attention.
I plan on taking quarantine styles to kitchen.
Sorry, Wanda, you don't get to call a pleasant break away from your kiddos a quarantine. Not in 2021, you don't. You never even put on a mask. Sure, jokes, hardy-har, but everyone else's clothes have changed, and even your hair is different. I get that someone is producing all this, but we've also been led to believe that the anomaly itself changes material things to match the era automatically. So we should clearly be in pajama territory here. Aha! Cane Cola, more clues. This is obviously a reference to Scrooge McDuck, who walks with a cane. Come on, Disney, these tie-ins are getting to be a bit much. On a completely unrelated note, I wonder if Cane Cola comes in a six-pack. Also, where's the food? There are 2 shelves here dedicated to beverages alone. Where are the leftover containers? And yes, I know Vision doesn't eat, but you had your bushels of fruit in the 80s, so at least throw some Lunchables in here. Listen, if you're going to use the box for clever metaphors like Vision starting at the edge of town at a circus and needing to get to the center of town to his wife, or calling it Sugar Snaps in reference to the Infinity Snaps, why not use all the box for cleverness? Unless, of course, repeating these nutrients 4 times in a row is a clue, which it isn't. Also, where's the riboflavin? A simple moment that is absolutely my favorite from this episode. With the milk changing from milk from 1950, I would have said it if you didn't give it the quick smell test. But you did, and I smiled. Dang it, Elizabeth, stop being so good at this. Lying. Setting unrealistic beauty standards. My God, who wakes up looking this good? No one. Okay? No one. And Mickey's.
Can I help you, Creeper?
You don't remember me from last night?
Who's the real creeper here? Vision's been passed out in the field all night. All you f***ers are just out here clowning around. What Wii game is this? And how is this interface even a 2-player game? Also, setting up your Wii without the sensor bar in place. Also, this is a terrible place for your TV. Who puts the TV in the middle of the room with 2 chairs facing away from the television? Also times 3. This is some of the worst cord management I've ever seen. Apparently this is plugged into the floor somehow, and then you just threw the mess of cords out in full view? Find a wicker basket for the cord jumbling chaos monsters?
Vision is made of vibranium. They literally inherited tough skin.
Assuming to understand the complexity of the genetics of your children when they were born in a fake sitcom in a fantasy universe. Agnes is in full stride here, meaning she knocked on the door and took about 6 steps back to strut on in. I'm a little impressed, but mostly annoyed.
I'll be fine. Just go with that.
Parenting. I mean, my parents once left me with a family of strangers in LA so they could attend a taping of The Price is Right, and I'm still here. And so very well adjusted. So.
I'm fine.
Our conversations with ourselves every day of the past pandemic year somehow make it into the script. The most unbelievable thing in this email from Darcy is that in the rushed moments to get this to them, she took the time to properly punctuate each letter in the terrible SWARD acronym. I didn't even do this in this subtitle, and I had plenty of time. It's just that, as any woman can attest to, having to deal with constant periods is extremely annoying.
Did we get your specs right?
Yes, and within 1 day, the well-known efficiency of governmental agencies comes through again. Fool the guesser games. Yes, please tell me how old you think I am and how much you think I weigh. Can we go to the would you like to get kicked in the balls or punched in the booth next, please?
Who is that imposter Pietro?
This is like the 3rd person already in this episode to plot tease us with this question, and we get it, Marvel. Another big reveal is coming. At this point, you're building it up so much I'd be disappointed if Pietro isn't revealed in the final shot as Hugh Jackman flipping the middle claw and dropping an F-bomb at a local Westview bar.
You're not supposed to talk.
Considering we never once hear the interviewers in Modern Family, the sitcom this episode is mostly based on, I think Wanda has a point here, and therefore would be excellent at TV sense.
A unique antidepressant that works to easily adapt to your reality. Or the reality of your choice.
Get it? Multiple reality? You could even call them virtual reality. It's clear now with this and the video games earlier that Wanda is going to create Nexus, which, as we all know, will be the name of a virtual reality headset where she and super horny Vision can have lots of sex. Guys, I'm getting super good at picking up on these Easter eggs.
She's gonna sail right through, unharmed.
Obvious overconfident premature celebration is premature. And obvious. And I won't be needing this anymore.
So, Wanda killed her?
A full minute rehashing a moment we already saw in the movie being referenced. I didn't realize the Infinity and Infinity War referred to how long Marvel would continue to refer back to it in these properties. Take a lesson from your own show, Marvel. Move on already.
Another red light? Not overkill on this 6 or anything.
Overkill, eh? Maybe a little insensitive to the guy who just learned he was killed twice? Superhero is an obvious superhero because they know how to land in a superhero pose, cliche.
All you do is lie!
But wouldn't Wanda be slightly interested in how Monica is showing up in Swart gear that hadn't been altered on its way through the Hex? Which reminds me, why weren't her clothes transported like everything else coming through? Monica herself is a superhuman now, but are her clothes?
What am I doing here? Sitting, talking to you.
Great question. And honestly, this has been building for a while, but how does the timing of any of this make any sense? Most of this stuff has been shown to be really happening. So when was this recorded, and why does it take place in sequence with him flying out of the truck? What is happening when and why and how and where, and when does Deathstroke finally show up? Nice! This show is super fun, and Catherine Hahn is a treasure, and I'm so glad she's getting to shine here. There are plenty of reasons I could remove another sin for WandaVision, but this one is for Hahn, solo. We did. Everyone did.
And I killed Sparky, too.
Bragging about dog murder. This screen, not only does it taunt me every week, it's taken me until this episode to finally realize it's not saying there will be a mid-credit scene. So this week, I'll finally turn off the show and not stick around hoping for a scene that never shows up. Can you imagine if they waited till the 7th episode to do any kind of mid-credit scene? Good thing that would never happen. This was not previously on WandaVision, it was previously on Infinity War. I'm way too lazy to go back and check if they've actually shown this in any previous episodes, but even if they have, they're still breaking the 1978 previously on accords. Set in motion when the show Alice petitioned and was denied use of an Alice Doesn't Live Here Anymore clip because Scorsese didn't consider it cinema. Also, I was going to stop sitting how long these previously on segments continue to be, but then you had to go and title this entire episode Previously On, which means this is essentially 40 full minutes of Previously On, and how did you ever think you'd get away with it? In case you confused it with the famous witch trials of Salem, Oregon.
Yet you have betrayed your covenant.
And we will all now take our hoods down dramatically and simultaneously for maximum creepiness.
I did not break your rules. They simply bent to my power.
The New England Patriots. Are they killing her? Taking away her powers? Giving her indigestion? You don't know, and the show isn't interested in telling you either. But those pretty blue lights sure are cool, huh? Ooh, now she's purpling their blue, and it's sucking the life out of them because purple.
Please.
Reese's and Hershey's Zero Sugar. New goals never tasted so good.
The ordinary good folks can use invisible goods behind. Only dark problem when you use tiny on the same place.
If you didn't know a travel credit and a reminder to take your PC out, add more to every getaway with Chase Sapphire Reserve.
Parents. Kids.
She does look shocked to meet the real us, doesn't she?
Oh good, we're back to the current day. I was beginning to fear this episode would be a never-ending parade of flashbacks with no real story momentum. Glad that will never happen.
That's adorable. My thoughts are not available to you, Toots. They never ever were.
Then how would Wanda not know that before now? And yes, I thought about the fact that Agatha could have been supplying Wanda with false thoughts, but then I also decided that if I keep filling in the blanks for this stuff, I'm doing Marvel's job for them. Despite the rumors, they don't pay me for this.
That accent really comes and goes, doesn't it?
Considering the show has already played around with this joke, Agatha would be excellent but repetitive at TV sins.
I was so patient, waiting for you to reveal your true self.
Pretending you have great patience because you waited a few days for the next episode. I mean, new information. Netflix has ruined us all. Also, Wanda's version of patience is apparently resurrecting a dead brother and killing a dog in an attempt to force Wanda to reveal her powers.
I got close with fake Pietro, if you will.
We'll handle the lazy nicknames around here, Agatha Snarkness.
But you're so crippled by your own self-doubt that you believed it.
Look, I'm sure there are more Pietro reveals coming, but the idea that Agatha would use a completely different person to imitate Wanda's brother on the off chance that she's so distraught that she wants to believe it is quite the stretch. Sure, it's fun for us, but I can think of at least 5 different ways Snooper could have snooped without relying on that long shot.
Of course, there's transmutation.
Show decides to pause for a few minutes to give us Agatha's witchcraft and forced exposition masterclass.
Magic on autopilot.
Disney's corporate slogan for its film division accidentally makes it into the script.
It's time to look at some real reruns.
In the end, Agatha was always going to have to do the Ghost of Christmas Past routine, right? So why did she wait? Agatha might enjoy getting to play in Wanda's Dick Van Dyke and Bewitched playground, but once it got to the Full House of Family Ties, I feel like Agatha should have made her move. And if you're calling Pietro a move, go back a few sins and see how we felt about that. Going with the colorized I Love Lucy set.
Jeez, Irina, maybe step away from the window? You got the big purge going on 2 stories down. This might be a better time to take shelter instead of immersing your world with Dick Van Dyke.
Dick Van Dyke again? Always sitcom.
Insta-sent haters. Also, what else could have been picked? Everything in the suitcase was a sitcom. Here's a sin for Disney Plus not releasing their own shows on physical media. Now how am I supposed to watch people watching DVD on DVD on DVD? Also, this episode is a straight classic, but it's not the one Wanda picked. Wanda said she wanted to watch episode 21 from the 2nd season, which is My Husband is a Check Grabber. It may look like a walnut, it's episode 20. The TV, DVD player, both power cords, and the AV connecting cord survived this.
Where'd you get the big guns, Wanda?
Puberty.
Don't be scared. You already lived it once.
You said board wrong. And we're focusing on an Infinity Stone again. I swear they should have just called them the Herpes Stones, because this shit is never going away. Do we have to see Wanda watching sitcoms in every scenario from the past? The show sets that aspect up well with the suitcase full of DVDs and the TV night with World War III happening outside the Maximoff residence. Unless, of course, this hospital uses the Brady Bunch as punishment of some kind, which makes sense, because that show is torture. Also, this seems like exactly the kind of room that wouldn't have anything included but a cold slab table, but would also have taken the time to integrate a color television with access to the Brady Bunch. Priorities!
Educate.
If we're accessing Wanda's memories from these scenes, then how are we seeing this? These moments would have been completely outside of Wanda's vision.
Broken pieces of you are adding up, Buttercup.
Are they though? Or are they being retrofitted? This must be that new math thing I've heard so much about. Breaking Dad.
I've never experienced loss because I've never had a loved one to lose. But what is grief, if not love, persevering?
Damn it, Marvel. Just as soon as I'm ready to write off this episode as a bunch of pointless backstory, you drop this vision soup for the soul bomb on me, and I realize how perfectly this episode represents the process of therapy and growth. Therapy rules, and so does this moment.
Yes, sir. Yeah, she's still here.
Hayward can see Wanda on the screen, so why would he ask the Apple leader at the desk if she's still there?
One moment. I have to buzz you in.
I got it. Thanks.
What is the process of buzzing someone in that you couldn't have done it in the time it took you to tell her you needed to buzz her in? Also, still a dick move by Wanda here either way. They said you could head back. It's not going to take long. You can hold a spell. I get that superheroes would have to drive their normal people Buick like a boring person from time to time, but it feels so wrong to me. It's like a werewolf holding a gun sort of wrong. Jeez, Westview, if you're going to take care of that pool, at least drain it. You want mosquitoes? Because this is how you get mosquitoes. I would have given all the sins back if we had one scene in the past of Vision being shown properties by a realtor. For all the pretense of this episode giving us explanations of how all this started, they really yada the hell out of it at the end. This outburst of powers is pure chaos and emotion. For Wanda to be able to keep up what she's doing would require a lot of control and planning. I don't see how this explains anything for Agatha that you probably didn't already know. Not giving your Blade Runner references time to register. Wait, where are we now? Did she create an actual home or create a broadcast studio? And if this is all in her mind space, then why would she be imagining a studio with Agatha in the audience seating? Why is camera?
This is chaos magic, Wanda. But that makes you the Scarlet Witch.
Dun, dun, dun! I'm bored. I see D Plus took my note from last week and removed the please stand by screen. Thank you! Now I know for sure there won't be a mid-credits scene. Always appreciate the help, Disney.
Tried every type of power supply under the sun. When all we needed was a little energy directly from source.
I love how simple Jay from her energy and how to capture it and transfer it to a Vision clone. Voila! If next week's episode isn't called Double Vision, we riot.
Previously on WandaVision.
Not saying previously on the episode previously on WandaVision. Also, play that again and tell me Elizabeth Olsen herself doesn't sound like she's bored with these tediously on WandaVision segments.
Previously on WandaVision.
She throws that voiceover away like it's a gum wrapper she found in an old jacket.
These are runes, Wanda. Only the witch that casts the runes can use her magic.
Spoiling your own show by what you put in the previously on segment. This backbreaking pose.
He was gonna burn Westview to the ground just to get what he wants.
Sure, so Hayward appears to not be that great, but he may have legitimate reasons for his actions. We don't know. I like that the show leaves his villainy a bit nuanced and doesn't feel the need for him to do something truly evil and drastic, like, oh, I don't know, attempted child murder.
This is chaos magic, Wanda.
See, we know that Agatha is bad because she has extensions, dark makeup, and this sock neck.
You take power from the undeserving. It's kind of my thing.
Yeah, kind of vague. What does undeserving even mean? On a scale of Super Bowl 41 Peyton Manning to Green Book, exactly how undeserving is Wanda, and why? Once you focus on Albino Vision's costume crotch floss, you really do feel bad for the undeniable chafing that must be taking place after each footfall. His poor underbits.
Is it really you?
Asks the mind reader easily capable of a quick scanneroo.
Wanda.
Why is Caucasian here pretending like he cares about Wanda at all instead of just sneaking up on her and taking her out?
And I was told you were powerful.
She is, which is why this damsel in distress setup is all the more infuriating. Deus Ex Machina?
I can fix it.
Can you?
Yes, she can! Wanda Builder. Jeez, Disney, you don't even own that property. There's nothing sacred. Like pretty much every villain before him, Robo Blanco just saunters out of a fire after hanging out there for a while and waiting for the conversation to end before attacking. You can almost make an excuse for humans who may want to showboat, but he's a computer with a directive, dang it. It wouldn't be a Marvel property without same fighting same in the finale, complete with quick cuts in CG. And with Wanda and Agatha later, it happens twice. Here I thought the show might escape those tropes, but nope, Proverbs 26:11 comes through again. And no, I'm not going to look it up for you. And yes, it does include a puke reference, because the Bible is hardcore like that.
He must be destroyed.
And so we watch Vision have his forehead bling yanked out again.
Man!
Viz? Now, why did you do that last time?
Hey, it's my favorite member of the Bureau.
Who I had brought here to mission control instead of locked in a room for some reason. No one sees this, including the security detail standing directly behind him. Are we sure Swart doesn't stand for some worthless, oblivious random dudes?
You could be a part of that victory, Jimmy. If only you had a little more vision.
I'll be the one to handle the terrible name-based puns around here. I'm betting he didn't put much thought at all into that one, and that's worth a wholesome. I said they were terrible. When in doubt, just break the fence for that perfect shot. No need to make it look like the fence has flaws in other places. Nope, just make your hero face hole and call it a day.
Did you know there's an entire chapter devoted to you in the dark hole?
Agatha slacks off on enunciating the D, and for a second I thought the Book of the Damned was called The Dark Hole, which, if it hadn't already been the name of my high school hyperpop band, might have actually been better. Oh good, I'm not the only person that keeps an 8.5 by 11 headshot of myself in my man cave. I was teased relentlessly by my dude bros, but honestly, you never know when you need one.
You're Ralph Boner?
Boner. No. 1,000 times no. First, if your name is Boner, you've heard this joke a million times and are not going to Beavis your response to your own name. Second, why does Ralph only have super speed in that necklace? If she was using him anyway, why didn't she give him other powers like super strength or even a smidgen of intelligence? Why not fully use the power of Boners to your advantage, Agatha? And finally, the fact that you look exactly like Pietro from another movie, that was all a coincidence? I'm a fan, and you must admit to all my theories on the multiverse and mutants, and I wrote a whole thesis already, and how dare you act like this is your story to tell when my mind was already made up?
My husband's on a business trip. Tell him I love him.
This brings up a good point. How are there not hundreds of loved ones outside this town that haven't been able to reach their children, spouses, parents, college buddies, etc.? Wouldn't those people have contacted the authorities?
Your grief is poisoning us.
Why trust your metaphor when you can just have your characters explicitly spell it out? Anyone else worried about Mr. Hart? He never shows up again after the first episode, and now I'm wondering if he tried to eat steak again when Vision wasn't around to do a metaphysical tracheotomy.
If you won't let us go, just let us die.
Wait, what?
I will leave you go.
Oh. I thought this was actually about to get fresh and interesting again. Head laser, head laser, head laser, head laser, head laser. Excitement.
You tied your family to this twisted world, and now one can't exist without the other.
Thanks for breaking this emotional moment up by having a character explicitly lay out what we already know. Why won't you trust me, Marvel? I've been watching the whole time. Look, I don't mind a bit of an homage, but this is so The Incredibles, they should have to pay whatever company owns Pixar some royalties for this. Not to beat a dead Vision here, but how does any of this fight make any sense? If they can phase through each other, why do any of their punches land ever? Why do super powerful beings always end up punching each other?
Why are you doing this? My programming directive is to destroy the Vision.
But my script directive is to pause for philosophical conversations occasionally as well.
I request elaboration.
Every f***ing fan's response after the end of this f***ing episode somehow makes it into the f***ing script. Ah yes, here's a wholesome MCU moment where a man decides to straight up murder some children. It's okay though, because we get to see Monica's sweet powers, so nobody really cares too much, but this is still an absolute sin. Also, that's right, Monica's entire storyline about getting her powers boils down to absorbing a few bullets that the kids could have taken care of themselves anyway. If you look up anticlimactic in the dictionary, it just says, we were going to put a picture of Monica Rambeau here, but we were too bored.
I've got in prison.
Ladies and gentlemen, the entirety of Darcy's finale story arc.
You are familiar with the thought experiment that shifted Theseus in the field of identity metaphysics?
No, but I am familiar with the philosophical bullshit of plot Theseus in the field of convenient and underwhelming story resolutions.
That was easy. I have vision.
And so, Visvino flies out of the hex without becoming damaged from the cell restructuring properties of said hex, and then finds a simple place to destroy himself as that is his directive. Speaking of directives, Vision also said he was going to destroy Wanda. Has that somehow changed now that he saw her in some memories? Memories which revealed that she had once murdered him?
The difference between you and me. So you did this on purpose.
How does Wanda know anything about this moment in Agatha's past? Did she watch that last episode too?
You are the Scarlet Witch.
I suppose now that we're seeing a long ago memory from Agatha's past turn into a zombie prophecy, we should all jump right in and believe whatever they say. I love you, so I hurt you. This rune reveal is clever, I guess? Except how and when did Wanda do this? How did she know how? Why did she play possum and pretend to be drained of her power? How did Agatha suck all the power in if she had no magic? How is she even flying with no magic? Once Wanda had the runes up there, why not just lock her down instead of letting her enemy and her own family think she was being destroyed first? And if she wasn't faking, how did she get her powers back? Even if you think you have answers to some of these questions, this scene is hella confusing. Honestly, nothing makes any sense now that the show has been completely ruined. And red beats purple because reasons, and I'm happy, I think.
Oh, God. You don't know what you've done.
Nope. It's almost like someone should have told her all about the pros and cons of coming into her power before provoking her to come into her power. But then where would we be for all the upcoming MCU content, eh? What? I assumed Agatha had been fighting barefoot this entire time. You know, considering she Wizard of Oz her battle boots back by the car.
I'll give you the role you chose. The nosy neighbor.
For how long? And on what show? Is Westview not going back to normal? What even is his punishment?
Should we head on?
Nope, because you can't go home until it's dark outside. It's far more dramatic that way. Ah, yes, there we go. Instant evening.
Your mother and I are very proud of you both.
Very proud.
And now we're going to release you to the existential nothingness, even though we could probably simply leave the bubble intact over just our house. Enjoy annihilation. Toodles! It's somewhat believable that the very logical Vision would embrace his impending death with a sort of casual will, but the kids, we're to believe they hunker down in bed after a mad rush of superpower adrenaline all day. Mom and Dad are like, well, we love you, good night, and the twins just close their eyes and ask zero questions about the collapsing glowing wall or why they were being disintegrated earlier. The MCU said skip.
You, Vision, are the piece of the Mind Stone that lives in me.
Oh.
That's what I might be next.
A plot convenience. I'm calling it.
So long, darling.
I'm not crying. You're crying. No, seriously, I'm not crying. Because despite this entire series supposedly being about grief and letting go, we end up with another Vision in the world with the memories of the real Vision, and there are never actual consequences for anything. For dramatic sake, it sure is good all these people just hung around out here instead of running to call loved ones or running away from the giant witch battle for shelter or any of a number of other things that actual humans would do in this situation. Also, fine, what Wanda did was super f***ed up, whether she meant to or not, but is anyone going to ask her for a new town pool before she goes?
They'll never know what you sacrificed for them.
Oh, come on. She didn't sacrifice anything for them. She created this whole thing and sunk and placed them into her fantasy having her nightmares, and her loss had already happened before they even entered the picture. Wanda is the villain, pure and simple. You know it. I know it. I'm just wondering if Marvel will ever know it.
Given the chance and given your power, I'd bring my mom back.
Then you've learned nothing, and none of us have learned anything, and why did we even all go through this?
The life scent that lasts with no heavy perfumes or dyes. Downy Light, the life scent that lasts.
That's it? That's it? What about all the winks at the multiverse, the Fox Universe X-Men, the aerospace engineer, Nexus? It's one thing to have reveals that may be a bit underwhelming, but it's another thing to leave every single loose thread that you specifically dangled hanging. There are so many unconsummated teases in this show that they should have just titled the final episode Plot Blocked. Also, what about the TV show concept? I may have been wrong about a couple things. The created by WandaVision sin and thinking the messenger was in on it come to mind, but the vast majority of the observations questions still ring true. How was she controlling the episodes? Were they airing in real time? Why did she even air them in the first place? Why didn't she do a Who's the Boss episode? What was up with those commercials? Who aired those? And were those people in the town? And what about Beekeeper Guy? For the love of God, how did she rewind time? And what does that mean happened to Beekeeper Guy? So fine, take a couple cents back for the times I was wrong. But I'm adding another 10 cents for the times I was right. And here's an extra 5 just for Beekeeper Guy.
You'd like to meet with you. Where?
The theater attic? Multitasking.
You naughty, naughty. You teasing me, you naughty, naughty.
I know the stereotype. I'm a woman, got a luscious body, provocative clothes, I'm gonna use sex to sell cars.
Oh, no, I'm not single.
Oh, I don't see a ring. Mind your own goddamn business, G.
Well, what is the purpose of this company? I don't want to sell anything, buy anything, or process anything as a career.
Hello, Peter. What's happening?
What about seduction techniques?
This is the essence of sex.
Been this danger too long. I'm gonna miss the farmer's market.
From meatloaf to cherry pie to open-faced cheese sandwiches.
Open-faced club sandwich.
When's our anniversary?
Anniversary what?
Oh, God.
All of this is for the children.
For the children.
You know, for kids.
You both have severe psychological problems. To be honest with you, I'm not for you.
How can anybody do this sober?
I too have some top secret gossip to share. I'm taking it in my heart.
I can't help but wonder if you and I haven't gotten off on the wrong foot, Dottie. And I would like to correct that if I can. Then how would you do that?
I just want to kick this shit off by saying, fuck y'all. I ain't gotta clear my name on the motherfucking thing. Every time I get mentioned, one of y'all bitch ass niggas get 24 hours of attention. I'm gonna get this shit off my chest and let the rest. Let's go.
So, do these earrings make me look fat?
You just answer. It's like a reflex. Do I look fat? No. Yes, I know what you mean.
If you judge your friends for passing judgment on you, you're not only judging yourself, you're judging your friends for judging you, and that would be using bad judgment.
Honeydew. Don't get a +1 cantaloupe.
Pregnancy sucks. Making a human being is really hard. I have no control over my body or my emotions. Dare Bear, I'm sorry. All I want to do is punch you in the face. But I love you so much.
I got a butthole and it's working overtime. This is first first nothing.
Listen, what's wrong? You have to go back, Kate.
You sure they go to AEW?
Cowabunga, dude.
Dad, I've never said cowabunga in my life. Your script sucks.
What happened there?
I didn't understand what it was showing. I never did see it. You could have find them until it was too late.
Serious. How do you perform CPR on a dog?
Always a magical holiday. All about family, friends, and for a girl and someone else for a date. Wrong. But you know what happens at home?
You are incorrigible, darling. I know the secret thing from Mexican wrestling. Sometimes you wear stretch pants in your room. It's for fun.
I smell Diane's success.
Really? Because I smell baked crotch. Can balls fart? Because I feel like I'm smelling that too.
Right on, little dude.
Whoa.
You must have been booking. How fast do you think you were going?
I am Locutus on board. Resistance is futile.
Only I didn't say fudge. I said the word.
I should say butter chickens.
You know the safest best.
I see dead people.
There's no earthly way of knowing which direction we are
Ooh, we are living in a day.
Bring back the balance brain, designed to between the nights.
And I killed your little dog, too. So what I see here is a baby witch obsessed with sitcoms and years of therapy ahead of her. You stay in this dimension too long, your body's going to disintegrate. And I, for one, can't wait to watch. The only way forward is bad.
That doesn't make sense.
He says it's going to be juice.
I watched the entire autopsy of this creature, pretty much, that the public has since come to know as the alien autopsy.
It's okay, baby. It's a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful pair of twins. Did you nurse children?
So you want to play rough, do you? But it really was no miracle. What happened was just this.
You're bluffing.
Mr. Son of a Beach, let's play some cards.
Nice tricks.
I'm led to understand that tricks are exclusively for children.
To the witch, witch.
Come on. And remember, don't get out. It was the one restaurant that we could afford on like our $3 per diem. Like you were living when you went to Taco Bell.
Declara en español con un experto de TurboTax con precisión garantizada del 100%.
We should have known that Star Wars would eventually result in the downfall of civilization through toxic fandom on social media the second we saw that opening of the first movie, and it had 4 dots in the ellipsis. The signs were all there from the beginning. Also, starting your Star Wars property with this line, but not going directly into John Williams' incredible opening theme in a nonsense positional text crawl, giving us this much of this lightsaber battle without even the slightest hint of any Fates dueling in the background score.
It's over, Anakin! I have the high ground!
Look, we all make mistakes, but including this in your previously on the prequel section really feels like doubling down on what is either a f*** to the abilities of the Jedi or a f*** to valid criticism. I actually kind of respect the latter, and there's nothing I like more than sinning things I respect. Also, I almost want to remove a sin for Disney giving us a 4-minute recap to save us from having to go back and rewatch 3 decidedly average movies. But it turns out even this small snippet of a compilation was enough to make me rageful about all the missed opportunities. And of course, Jar Jar Binks. Being a Jedi and only just now realizing your Jedi yoga class is under attack. Opening with the execution of Order 66 is a super bold and dark way to start the show, and I'm kind of here for it. Looks like this show's starting off strong and really setting the tone for what will surely be an action-packed and well-paced series. Somebody's about to add us in, aren't they?
What do we do now? We run.
Don't worry, you're safe. You've got plot armor. What else would explain why there are all of a sudden no backup troopers on this bridge and still dozens below? Also, if this is the entirety of the troop that stormed in here, how are these Jedi overrun? I put the average Jedi at least a 10-to-1 advantage on troopers whose defining characteristic is their incompetence. There are at least 10 Jedi in this giant room, and at most 30 Stormies. Star Wars show starts on Tatooine cliche. Honestly, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if we spend most of Andor here, too. Parking your ship in the middle of the road. Scene does not contain a Jason Isaacs.
You know who we are.
I only mention it so that you'll say it out loud, so the audience who didn't watch Star Wars Rebels will also know who we are. Oh, and by the way, I'm following it up with a question about what we do, just so we can squeeze as much forced exposition out of you as possible.
Now, if you were smart, he'd keep moving, but the Jedi code is like an itch.
I mean, sure, but you can hide an itch. Look, I'm just saying Jedi can still do good things under the radar and be careful enough not to get caught. You don't have to be my cousin Lance and splay your legs and go crotch digging every time you get an itch.
Wait.
Case in point, Uncut Gems here could have simply stopped that knife and let it fall. For some reason, decided to control hover it there for a good 4 seconds so that he didn't spot it. Here's an idea for sir. Instead of force pushing the person you aren't trying to apprehend and put them off balance, maybe force push the one that you are? Oh no, however will they chase him through these impenetrable rods and fabric? Are Jedi dumb now? I feel like Jedi are dumb now. Also, this somehow works to deter them from giving full chase. Is everyone dumb now? I feel like everyone's dumb now. If you really want to make the most of the shade provided by this dead sand thing, wouldn't building along its side as close as possible be a better option than building outwards? This makes even more sense as we learn they're scavenging food from it. The fact that this slacker still has a job. Look at him, he's barely moving the knife. Also, this is the most unsanitary meat processing plant to ever unsanitary. They're basically processing meat directly from this roadkill in the hot sun with sand everywhere. And this slacker isn't even wearing a hairnet. Considering we're about to find out this greedy corporation cut the workers' wages in half without even telling them, how does this asshole company pinching pennies that tightly let Obi-Wan just casually get away with pocketing a portion of their daily output in plain sight? Honestly, it's not just that I'm sick of this planet, I'm sick of the way every show on this planet thinks I want to see more grandiose Lawrence of Kenobia traveling sand porn. As a wise scholar once said, I don't like sand. It's coarse and rough and irritating, and Star Wars cinematographers use it everywhere. Ever since Ray Bubble Tum up a few years ago, I've lamented that magic stew isn't a real thing. And now this show continues that trauma by rubbing it in my face after I'd almost gotten over it. Either invent magic stew or take it out of your content. I could only handle so much disappointment.
You're late.
I've been waiting 17 years to hear Ewan McGregor as Obi-Wan again, and the first thing you have him say is a character tells another character they're late even though it doesn't impact the plot at all cliche? If his next line is, you better come take a look at this, I'm shutting this channel down.
Do you have it?
Whew, that was close. But it's still pronoun gaming, so I do need to add another sin. Here we see Obi-Wan buying the toy we'll see Luke playing with in the original Star Wars, which is cute and all, but this episode will pile on callback after callback after, wait, call forward? Call concurrent? Call it what you want when you're doing it this much you're getting a sin?
Tika, if you're going to steal my parts and then sell them back to me, could you at least clean them first, as a courtesy?
Jawas are deceitful little thieves? This is brand new information. I wonder if this is ground that's been covered before in the movies. The Mandalorian, the Book of Boba Fett, the video games, the novels, Star Wars Rebels, Star Wars Clone Wars. Dreaming in realistic and picture-perfect flashbacks. Dreams aren't usually replay videos, they're impressionistic surrealism sleep theater with vague plot points. At the very least, Anakin should have hot dog fingers. Just when you thought I might be kidding about the sand porn, the show goes hardcore with yet another desert travel montage. If you listen closely in the background, you can hear the DP moaning in ecstasy about grainy beige, saying things like, show me the vast expanse of your badlands, baby. Obi! How's the peeping? How's the peeping, Obi? Obi.
They're hunting me. You have to help me.
This whole interaction seems silly to me. Why would Nari seek out Obi-Wan like this if he knew he was being hunted? What did he honestly think Obi-Wan could do for him right now? Why would Obi-Wan even stick around for this conversation out in the open? Does no one on this Cloak and Saber show know how to clandestine correctly?
What about the people that need us? What about the fight? The fight is done. We lost.
As understandable as it is, I have to admit that Moody Mopey giving up on the galaxy Kenobi is my least favorite flavor of Kenobi. At least they're getting the retired hero its disillusioned stuff out of the way so we can see our beloved Obi-Wan swinging in full force from episode 2, right?
We're going to be late.
2 character accuses another character of being late cliches in the span of 20 minutes? That's actually kind of impressive. I hope the rest of the show is just a series of characters telling other characters they're late until it shows up precisely when he means.
She's either in the cellar, in the kitchen, or in the woods.
This must be the lamest palace ever if these are the 3 best options for a 10-year-old to run off to for fun. Also, if Leia's pulling this so often, wouldn't it be smart to put some sort of surreptitious tracking device inside of her Lola droid? Nah, who am I kidding? Who would be smart enough to do that?
Pleasure boring.
I think Star Wars may have learned the wrong lesson from The Mandalorian. Since Baby Yoda was such a hit, now they want to give us Baby Leia, and then also give Baby Leia a Baby R2. I guess if they think we overload on cute, we won't notice the terrible dialogue and plot progression of this forced narrative. Sorry, SW, we noticed.
Love can get a little messy. Good thing there's resolve. Love the love, resolve the mess. It is like raising a boy.
Star Wars character is insulted by being compared to a creature that I've never heard of, therefore giving me no context as to the nature of the insult. Cliché.
No Lola for the rest of the day.
But she didn't do anything.
Yeah, well, neither did my PC when I got stuck trying to beat Darth Maul on the Phantom Menace video games. So that didn't stop my mom from turning it off after 3 days of not seeing me and saying something about my night terrors keeping her up. I may have some unresolved issues there.
If you behaved as well as you climbed, you'd be a senator already.
Senators with the maturity of a 10-year-old. In other words, senators. You know, an episode of a sci-fi show is pays poorly when I have to wonder if I'm in a repeating time loop story.
When the time comes, he must be trained, like you trained his father.
Until this point, it was generally accepted that Anakin was the recipient of the worst burn in the franchise. Also, why is Obi-Wan so keen to train Luke but refuses to help the existing Jedi that are actually begging him for help?
No, while we are here.
But I'll restate it to you again in case the audience has forgotten in the last 20 minutes since we expositioned it to them the first time.
We're not under the Empire.
Hear that split-second scream? That's all we're going to hear from the now handless back-talker for the rest of the scene. We won't see her, hear her, or have any idea what happened after she got her entire hand lasered off. On one hand, you might think this is strange, considering most people who traumatically lose an extremity would still be screaming in severe pain somewhere. But on the other hand, there is no other hand. Moses Ingram is great in this episode, and I'm taking off 3 sins just to spite the racist, hateful morons who think that being a fan means aggressively bullying anyone who doesn't fit your shallow, insignificant definition of the thing you pretend to love. Grow up, live love, pursue healthy fandom. You troglodytes.
Save this thing.
This scene would feel far tenser, and Grievous threats would carry far more weight if I didn't already know that this character survives. Another show falls victim to a bad case of prequelitis.
We spent the last 10 years looking for him.
Maybe you've been looking in the wrong places.
Well, yes, as evidenced by the whole not finding him yet.
Be careful, third sister.
The plot summary of most of the episodes of the Brady Bunch somehow makes it into the episode.
Probably scouring for pirates.
That's what I said.
Don't encourage her.
There are some points in this episode where I swear the writer's goal was to sound like every trope from every bad sitcom in the history of the galaxy. We're really playing the kid acts out but the dad's into it and the mom has to play the happy and be the only adult in the room card right now.
You don't need manners when you're talking to a lower life form.
Then I guess I don't need manners when I'm talking to you.
Are we supposed to side with Leia here because we know she turns out to be Carrie Fisher someday? Because it could be argued she's being the bigger nerf herder here. He calls into question her kindness towards droids, and she immediately goes full force into a personal attack.
Not even a year ago.
Whoa, adult kneeling to be on the same level as a child for a heart-to-heart alert. Automatic skip commencing.
One day this planet will look to you, Leia.
And you will look back to it. Well, at least in the remaining pieces you can still see drifting off into space. Good talk.
Why are you here?
Disney's incessant need for extremely strange cameos.
Just waiting.
For what?
For you.
That would be the lamest attempt at making a chase seem real in the history of filmmaking. Run that back in slow motion, will you? Not only does Flea get caught needlessly monologuing, but watch this guy. He's there to catch this girl, and she gets a full 5 steps in before he starts half-heartedly jogging after her. You thought stormtroopers were idiots. And it just keeps getting worse. As if the slow escape wasn't enough, watch again as these mercenaries continue being bested by a 10-year-old running through some light foliage and pondering the complexities of navigating a small tree branch, accompanied, of course, by a force load of sins.
What about the Senate?
We cannot let this become
These categories are?
It would draw too much attention.
Well, then maybe leaving her with such an influential family wasn't the best idea to begin with. You can't hide your daughter as Vader as the princess of an entire planet. Also complaining that telling the Senate she's been kidnapped will draw too much attention to who she really is. You can't have it both ways, fictional TV show. I won't have it.
It's all or about
You know how important she really is, Obi-Wan.
Isn't that the beauty of bounty hunters? The whole point is that they care much more about the price attached to the bounty than the bounty itself. You pay them enough, and they bring you back Leia and a basis for your new Cantina band. You know, an episode of the sci-fi show is straightforward, and I have to wonder if I'm in a redeeming time of this story, and I find myself reusing the same jokes. Also, this is the third time for this, and yet the show refuses to play any Sonny and Cher or go full Womp Rat Day. Sorry, forgot. Here on Tatooine, the artist is Sonny and Sonny, of course. Children's toys that come equipped with buzzsaws. Honestly, at this point, just rename the franchise Star Traversing Slowly Through Deserts and the Occasional Wars. If you needed a shovel for something buried less than a foot deep in the loose sand, not only could you have just reached in there and grabbed that, you're lucky the wind didn't expose it within the first few days of being under there.
Well, you coming or not?
Title of my Star Wars sex tape? Casually flashing your lightsaber in public when it could get you arrested or even killed.
You know who we are.
A sentence immediately contradicted by making us sit through another previously on.
You're in Dayu. All signals in or out are blocked.
The well-traveled and experienced Jedi Knight does not already know this. Considering Obi-Wan should be trying to keep a low profile, I find his choice of slightly dusty Jedi Knight disguise disturbing. I absolutely love this shot and think everyone involved in the production design of this show deserves a ton of praise. If you do an image search on the interwebs for Sci-Fi City, about 90% of the results look something like this. Despite my personal feelings, I must award the appropriate number of sins for a Sci-Fi Cityscape looks like an urban neon dream cliche. Also, there may actually be a good chance this was pulled from Google Images, since this sign here is turned on inside and repeated here, and then this sign here seems to be a mirror image of this sign here. And don't tell me it doesn't matter and that I'm the only one lame enough to pay attention to this because that just might be true and I am not ready to reassess how I'm spending my life.
Any questions?
Okay, the fact that this retired clone trooper is played by Tamura Morrison is
Yes.
a very nice touch. What? I can say nice things.
Yes.
And trust me, for all its aspirations,
Yes.
the show will not be choking on sin removals.
Break it up. Very fast.
There are like 3 people here.
Yes.
I see nothing to break up, nor any instructions requiring the creation of said path.
Yes.
got Kessel Pure.
Oh man, I hear Kessel will get you f***ed up for like 12 parsecs.
I'm gonna get my daughter.
Directing this question to a spice dealer only makes sense if Leia's into underground raves. Listen, I get that the Star Wars franchise revolves around one family and the same like 10 people, but that doesn't excuse Obi-Wan
Yes.
from thinking that every criminal knows about all the types of crime. Of course, this overly dramatic de-hooding is entirely for the audience's benefit, but why is he revealing his face at all? Even if he's just pretending to be a Jedi Robin Hood, wouldn't he want to mask his identity as much as possible just in case these lovely people are caught and interrogated?
This is a Jedi mind trick. Do not be alarmed. I'm inside your mind.
This is one of the few times I wish Disney actually would get inside my mind, so they could hear me screaming, "Stop wasting Kumail Nanjiani!"
I'm Haji Astri, Jedi. I help all who are in need. In return, I ask only a few credits.
This must be the riskiest fucking hustle to ever hustle. What this scheme boils down to is Kumail non-Jediani here taking money from vulnerable people to secure them illegal passage off-world. So is painting a Force-shaped target on the back of this scheme while there's an active Jedi hunt going on the safest way to do business?
You're a bottom feeder. A rat who preys on weakness.
One of my biggest gripes with Star Wars is that some things get fun, fanciful names, like Jacobeast. And other times, the writers just settle for things we have on Earth, like rats. And don't give me some rationalization about rats being some kind of immutable universal constant, because I'll just start giving out sins for everyone speaking English.
If there's the food you want, there's only one place to go. But you'll never get it.
Astri has obviously never tried walking in.
What are you doing back here?
Darth Maul Cop. I know the whole point is that Obi-Wan's out of practice and not quite in tune with the Force anymore, but it just feels super jarring to see a Jedi in a fist fight. And I swear if a show called Kenobi takes more than 3 episodes to actually Kenobi, well, I guess I'll just have to rewatch the prequels. See what you did, Disney? Stop making me like things that I enjoy hating. I love this little detail of Obi-Wan hurting his hand when he slaps the Zabraki on his horns. But why is he slapping someone this high up on their head to begin with?
I'm surprised you fell for it.
Flea would be excellent at TV sins. Just a bizarre sentence all around.
Inquisitor, I really figured you out.
Bad guy exposits plot information to the protagonist because he's a staunch supporter of education. And yes, when the character motivations are thin, I'm just gonna have my own details.
Where is the girl? She must be close.
Doesn't matter. You're not getting out of here.
But Kenobi will, of course, get out of here, because rather than tie him, it's much more fun to exposit just long enough for him to come up with a way to escape.
Well, everybody believes.
All these fools let him reach into his pockets, hold this jar of spice in front of their faces, and deliver this line because the script told them their plan was foiled and they were to do nothing about it. Thinking any bounty is more important than finishing your barbecue, and that I'm not ready and willing to sin every single time a series has a character leave their meal completely untouched.
Yeah, put this on.
Can I try this one instead?
Half the city is looking for you. You don't need those. And the gloves.
Kids. Seriously, this is going to be the most kids-worthy scene in the entire history of television. And I've seen Stranger Things.
Don't smell anything. Don't look at anything. Don't touch anything.
The Kindergarten Jedi portion of the episode goes on for all the unoriginal who the f*** asked for this amount of some time.
I like that Jedi can make things float. Make me float.
What?
I want to float.
Foreshadowing.
I let your parents know you're safe.
So we're just going to forget about the whole...
You're in Die-U-9. All signals in or out are blocked.
Can't even blame it on the plot, because Obi-Wan updating Leia's parents doesn't really change a damn thing. Look, it's one thing to not be consistent with the wider Star Wars universe, but to contradict yourself inside your own 30-minute episode is downright impressive.
That's what you were hiding. You're the reason I'm here. They took me to get to you.
My goodness, in the name of Yoda, the Jedi, and Qui-Gon's Force Ghost, was that a leap? Why wouldn't Leia just assume that they'd been spotted escaping, and that's why his face was everywhere? How'd she manage to immediately jump to the plot synopsis? This is the second time in the series that Leia's eluded an adult using this unimpressive running pace. It's like the show wants us to believe that a long time ago in a galaxy far, far away, knees didn't evolve in a way that allowed grown-ups to use the maximum length of their stride. This Gorn trooper inexplicably does stop long enough to allow Leia to get out of the way, and then also manages to miss Obi-Wan despite him being in wide open air. This rooftop running sequence was actually pretty cool. The only thing cooler would have been if the writers let Reva actually catch up to Obi-Wan during the chase, so that all the gratuitous parkouring could have been relevant to the story. Dual-wielding blasters, but only shooting one at a time. Also, shooting your dual blasters in two very different directions when your target is remaining in the same spot. I'm not going to stand here and say this doesn't look cool, but I will stand here and ask why it was any better than just jumping over the damn thing. None of the 4 stormtroopers or dozens of passing people break a stride after this very loud pew-pew and the resulting noise made by the 6 feet of tumbling metal.
Since I met you, I've been chased, shot at, I almost fell to my death, and now there are inquisiting people after us. If somebody is offering us help, I think we should take it.
Most of this happened because of her unwillingness to trust Obi-Wan, who was also offering help at the time. So the sin is that Ben sees a leader instead of misguided optimism.
Was your friend a Jedi too?
No, she was a leader.
Leia's entire character being built off of who she will become and who Padme was may be in line with all the themes of destiny running through Star Wars, but it also eliminates pretty much any stakes for her story.
Obi-Wan.
Yes, here we go. Okay, I suppose 2 episodes isn't too long for me to see Obi-Wan rock that blue stick of Jedi justice. Let's go!
Watch and learn.
Having your GI in his GI. Writers think this is a good enough explanation for why Obi-Wan couldn't catch Leia earlier in the episode.
We will destroy you!
Since the time and place of said destruction are already known to most viewers, this threat carries very little weight. And if this is news to you, go watch the original trilogy, you heathen. The look on my face after realizing this season will not be an original story, but mostly tie-ins to the original trilogy, somehow makes it into the episode. Look, mock all you want, but no one wears 7 layers of cosmetic alterations like Hayden Christensen, and there's no one else in the entire world that would have been able to play the parts of Vader that matter most but also don't require James Earl Jones. Considering the huge amounts of all that happened in the first 2 episodes, filming a 1-minute and 30-second recap is actually quite impressive. Running between a giant polar sloth lakes without consent. Creating your vanity intro to only include helmets or droids, which means you end up including an NSC-6 repair droid instead of a Han Solo. This Darth Vader gets dressed while Obi-Wan prays to the cameo voices on high segment goes on for all the some time. Wait, I'm confused. Everything we've seen before shows the helmet and faceplate as 2 distinct parts that need to be placed on in order. Faceplate hinges on the mouthpiece, and then the helmet seals it all into the compression chamber. And don't give me any crap about them changing to a new suit, because they would have had it changed back by the time Luke removes it later in his death. This isn't a new Coke situation. It's a continuity error. Look, edging is great, or so I've been told, but there comes a point when heavy breathing alone loses its impact, and you just need to release the red stick of doom, modeling your evil lair after Mordor, Middle-earth.
I have been watching you, sister.
It's so great to have James Earl Jones back for this. Hang on, I need to adjust a few things here. Yep. Okay. It's so great to have the digitally recreated and disembodied voice harnessed outside of its original owner with no human performance and ruthlessly mined to generate dollars for a soulless corporation back for this.
Are we almost there?
Kid asks an adult, are we there yet in a transportation situation? Cliche.
Can't we use force on it or something?
That's not how it works.
I mean, it could though, right? If I know one thing about Star Wars, the Force can be used to do the exact things the story needs it to, but then also won't do the exact things the story needs it not to. So really, Obi-Wan, just use a Jedi mind trick on the writers and you should be good to go.
Have you ever been afraid of the dark? How does it feel when you turn on the light?
It's not safe.
Comparing the mystical galactic weave that provides superpowers to both good and evil to a nightlight.
Noah!
She was a show droid with red accents on her flare and 7 lives or so to spare. You hear that sound? It's as if millions of zippers simultaneously unzipped in ecstasy because yet another Star Wars spaceship takeoff or landing has been shown in its mind-meltingly slow entirety. Here, traded the sand deserts of Tatooine for something completely different. A dusty desert.
What is this place?
Rouge. It's a mining system.
Writing dialogue into your show for the sole purpose of Wikipedia. Look at all this headroom. This is a ton of wasted space. Why are there so many stormtroopers just aimlessly patrolling? Aimlessly.
He could be anywhere. I traced the manifest.
Oh, you traced the manifest, did you? Cool. So should I send this for such a generic tactic explanation, or send it for Obi-Wan being able to be followed because of such a generic tactic explanation? Just throw send on and let the comments fall where they may. And when the sea metronome is fully mature, it will spread its seed to the other planets so that a new generation of aquatic melodic timing devices can populate the galaxy. At least I assume that's what's happening here, considering we're spending all this time on it.
You don't talk.
I feel, rather frustratingly, that she will very quickly prove that she doesn't, in fact, got it.
Maybe they're just late?
Maybe it was a lie. I knew it. I never should have trusted him.
We don't know if maybe...
No one is coming here, Leia.
Man, Obi-Wan sure did turn into a condescending, cynical prick over the last 10 years, didn't he? He reprimands Leia's optimism so quickly and forcefully here that he might as well have threatened her with a timeout if she dared say anything else even the slightest bit hopeful. Also, as shown at the end of the episode, Obi-Wan gives up way too quickly on this meeting. I mean, it's not like they had a set time of departure from Space Vegas or a set arrival time on slightly greener Tatooine, so how does anyone know when the actual meeting time is supposed to be? And if it's a trap, wouldn't they have been caught as soon as they turned up?
What are you doing?
Maybe they can give us a ride to the spaceport.
But it's not safe.
Then stop her. Goodness, man, if you truly believe this is too dangerous, then stop letting the 10-year-old make all the decisions. Especially since what sounds like Zach Braff doing a Seth Rogen impersonation here does give them up to the stormtroopers.
Father, aren't you going to say hello?
Hello.
There. Come on, you were dying for him to say it too.
They're moving us around. Looking for a Jedi.
I can't believe that in the last 10 years, Obi-Wan, the most famous living Jedi, doesn't have one of the most recognizable faces in the galaxy. Especially the stormtroopers hunting a Jedi.
What are you doing out here?
That's a long story.
It's a long way.
The stormtrooper version of a long way is apparently a 1 minute and 15-second journey. Good to know.
They know what they're doing, Leia.
I could sort of go with Obi-Wan has lost touch with the Force, or Obi-Wan is getting older and his skills are diminishing. But I'm not sure I can get on board with Obi-Wan in a moment of crucial conversation when he should be on high alert, calls his undercover daughter by her actual name, as if he's some third-rate criminal in an episode of NCIS.
Do you remember your father?
I wish I could say I was.
Weird time to tell Leia he regrets missing the opportunity to bang her mom, but okay.
I remember a baby.
A baby?
Yes, I think I had a brother.
Coming soon to a Disney Plus near you. Obi-2 Kenobi. A story so important, you won't believe how little you care about Star Wars anymore.
A couple of strays I found. Thought you might want to check them out.
No! Not Frank! Betrayed by the only one! Betrayed by someone so... Betrayed by... Who is Frank again?
Mission Protocol 23.
No, not Protocol 23! How will they stop when the troopers do what will happen when... What was Protocol 23 again? Holy sh... That stormtrooper just got cut in half. Bisected stormtroopers, the new Titanic propeller guy, and I... This stormtrooper won't join in on the fight until all of his friends are dead. Surely shooting the control panel only works if the control panel is also the power source for the barrier. This is like me smashing my keyboard and expecting my PC to turn off. Also, would it have really been so hard to walk around it? Out of the way. He says to the person who is no longer in the way, so the audience will know he's a dick. You know, in case the fact that he's a stormtrooper didn't tip you off to that possibility. Quick, another adult is kneeling to talk with Leia. Emotional conversation is incoming. Skip now. It is not wise to upset a city.
Droid maintenance. Full automated. No one ever comes in here.
Which means that when anyone sees you go in there, it's probably suspicious, no? Next time pick a hideout where you won't be found out just by walking through the front door, maybe?
He's just a loader and they won't allow him to communicate.
But what if he has something to say?
Actions speak louder than words.
So that would be communicating, then.
Quinlan was here.
Quinlan, you say, as if I'm supposed to have watched every single Star Wars thing and know that name and be very excited. Which, of course, I have, because I'm totally as big of a Star Wars fan as you are, and I'm well aware of how that one time, when Quinlan did that one thing. Hey, question, why are the Jedi writing their names on the wall? Like some sort of Jedi database in case this room is ever discovered?
What is it from?
Only when the eyes are closed can you truly see.
That's actually only the first line. I've read this one on a bathroom stall before. The full poem is, only when the eyes are closed can you truly see, because that's when the sense of smell comes, to distinguish from pee. It really ruins the full impact when you cut it short like that, Obi.
Someone must have seen us. We're moving up the timeline.
Wait, if that was always an option, why wasn't it always the plan?
I can't imagine anyone could ever do anything wrong.
Showing a complete lack of imagination.
That? What is it?
He's sensing Darth Anakin, that's what. Because anytime the story needs it, Force users can sense another important Force user around them. But sometimes when it wouldn't make sense, they just completely miss it. Like, for instance, when you're within a few feet of your own Force-sensitive daughter. Just as one random example. Dude, Vader just Force-snapped a kid's neck for defending his father. I'm super glad this whole saga is about the redemption of this guy. Every move just makes the end of Episode 6 so much more jubilant. Okay, I'm only human, let's do this. Oh, okay, well, I'm sure they're saving the epic battle for the end of the episode. I just hope that it doesn't end up being Episode 4 A New Hope.
What have you become?
Mostly a villainous trump card for Disney to pull out every time they need to goose their IP interest a bit, if we're being honest. Reva checks the exact building she needs to check, and we're never told why, other than the inquisitive look she gave Discount Bumblebee.
The years have made you.
Wait until you see what the next years does to him. He'll almost look like another person. The thing is on wheels, Reva. There'll be plenty of opportunities to show your powers. You don't have to force it now.
Keep running to your support. A pilot will be there.
She leaves the 10-year-old princess alone. I know Vader's toying with an out-of-practice Obi-Wan, but I've seen more captivating lightsaber battles at the local swimming pool with foam water noodles.
Now you will suffer, Obi-Wan.
Anakin and Obi-Wan set each other on fire in Episode 3 of a Star Wars
It's finally dark, y'all.
Also, Obi-Wan survives this without needing a life support.
We made it to a point to where it was dark earlier. I mean, yeah, it was dark this morning. Now it's dark now.
For the several minutes Obi-Wan needs to be saved.
Are you the one I'm supposed to meet?
No, that's Reva, which makes no sense considering she was on the other side of those tunnels, and Leia's been clearly shown to be the fastest sprinter in the known galaxy and was running the entire way. Also, my favorite thing is that this show is now basically the shampoo of Star Wars shows. It just keeps wash, rinse, repeating. Episode 1, Leia kidnapped. Episode 2, Leia rescued. Episode 3, Leia kidnapped. And it just goes on like this for another 20 episodes. So we really hammer home the point that Leia's defining characteristic is just continuously being in peril. If Disney truly thinks we need almost 90 seconds of recapping at the beginning of every episode to help the new episode make sense, I really have to ask why they didn't just release this as a movie.
Get the back to tank.
The back to tank. I should have guessed. Does all the heavy lifting so the writers don't have to deal with the consequences of physically fucking up the protagonist. And the audience doesn't have to give a shit when they see someone injured. Also, this all seems a bit overdramatic. Doesn't this franchise usually just have people recuperating on an uncomfortable-looking bed in sickbay? Expecting someone who has just woken up in a vat of liquid not to freak out. TV show completely skips Obi-Wan losing his shit with Tala.
Boy, if they really put Rhea Ripley in that fucking Royal Rumble, boy, I'm gonna be pissed.
Force jokings.
Cause she gonna win. Cause she's mommy.
Writers think that the Leia we all know and love would be throwing around this "you know who my father is" cliche.
I am a princess of Alderaan.
Kids.
She knows everything.
Telling secrets to a child. Ever.
have no idea what the Empire is capable of.
Of course Rogan knows what the Empire is capable of. What does Obi-Wan think he's doing here? Digging for fossils? That could be the most ignorant shit I've heard out of anyone in the Star Wars universe. And it came from Obi-Wan. Now, unfortunately, Rogan sets him straight, but unfortunately, that just means this was a setup to force feed us Rogan's motivations. Great, but why at the expense of Obi-Wan? What the f*** is the show doing to Obi-Wan Kenobi?
I had a wife once.
But also, Skip?
If you want my help, you got it.
Obi-Wan being a dick works.
So that's it. Fortress Inquisitorius.
I don't care if it's pulled from a comic or video game or whatever. Fortress Inquisitorius still follows the make it sound vaguely loud song of naming things, and it sounds dumb as heck. There, I said it. Dumb as heck.
Put this phone on a charger.
Of course, proves to be extremely penetrable.
Truth is, nobody knows what it looks like.
So what is the point of this fancy hologram if it has zero information to share? It's not even red.
I don't see any shields.
That's because no one will be stupid enough to attack them.
Yes, but the only thing dumber than that is not equipping the place with shields because you assume no one is dumb enough to attack it.
I need to find a way inside.
Well, we're not soldiers. Those speeders are for hauling sewage.
She's 10 years old.
Thinking that the age of the child you're rescuing will change the core function of your speeders or the ability of those riding them. Also, we need a Dirty Jobs episode on how they're hauling sewage in these things, because right now I'm guessing the back seat, and that's definitely a sin.
I can get you inside and I can get you access.
Is your cover still intact?
We'll find out soon enough.
I know they have limited options, but this is not a plan. This is like me pulling out a 10-year-old condom and assuming it won't immediately explode. My best friend and I play a game of Kerspunk. Kerspunk is a game where we fill a condom with Jell-O and then throw it at each other until it bursts, and then the person who threw it gets to shout, Kerspunk! Wait, what do you use condoms for?
Wasting time.
Yep.
Past is a hard thing to forget. You just need time, that's all.
Yes, I hear the first 10 years post failing to prevent the murder of all your Jedi friends and younglings is all about denial, and it's the following 10 where the real healing starts.
Oh.
I need to find out where they are.
Well, I can't say for sure that the writers momentarily thought it would be awesome if this episode had Reva use her cool-looking lightsaber in a showdown with Obi-Wan. I can confirm they chose to have her character interrogate a child for most of the episode instead, thinking that this show needed the largest and coolest version of that thing at the airport that lets the TSA agent get a good look at your package. And yes, whichever package you're thinking of, I'm talking about the other one.
Perhaps I should just inform the Grand Inquisitor of your insolence.
Allowing your vigilance to be confused with insolence by an abundance of confidence.
What happened inside the system? Here we go.
Just to recap here, the impenetrable fortress consists of a wide-open hangar and one incompetent guard that doesn't feel the need to challenge a suspicious visitor. It's about as impenetrable as a 10-year-old condom filled with Jell-O being thrown. You get the idea. Obi-Wan Kenobi. Oh, at least it wasn't a freaking exhaust port this time. Nope, that's not a sin removal. That's me adding an extra sin for the original trilogy. Obi-Wan Episode 4, this is the opportunity to pull a Star Wars Episode 4 by not disguising Obi-Wan as a stormtrooper. Also, why doesn't he disguise himself as a stormtrooper? What the f*** is all this plan? Your adorable her to death?
What are they keeping down there?
Nobody within earshot, including this f***ing guy who we know heard her to all about this. Giving directions like this indoors. A galaxy far, far away with laser swords, faster than light travel, planet-killing space stations, but no concept of 360-degree cameras. Then why would the droid look through the windows and not just open the door? And how is its supervisor putting up with this kind of laziness? Either everyone stepped out for lunch while this was happening, or the evil
I don't know what just happened.
was
That's
a real
crazy.
dick to his employees, and they're all quite happy to go about their work to the tune of him getting his ass kicked.
Did you hear that? Over there. Let's go.
Good to know that the stormtroopers have a pre-agreed hierarchy when it comes to suspicious noises, and that generic thuds in the distance rank above unexplained radio comms.
I think I just found the secure sector.
Because the fucking door decals are red? Really dumber than Obi-Wan assuming this is the fact that he's right.
This place isn't a fortress. It's a tomb.
Thinking your Jedi will increase in value if you don't take them out of the packaging.
What are you doing?
The same thing I'd do to anyone who doesn't embrace the Empire.
Not giving the person you're about to encase in amber the courtesy of a clear and honest answer. Wait, no. Not giving the viewer the courtesy of a clear and honest answer, because I'm just assuming you're doing to her what we just saw Obi-Wan looking at. But for all we know, this device could be for root canals or making cotton candy.
This is your last chance.
Except we all know it isn't. Music, dialogue, the acting, everything is supposed to be some kind of suspense. But that's a tall order. I know Disney, thankfully, would never show a child being tortured. And we already know Leia survives this.
Tana, I need a distraction.
What's happened?
Just do it now.
This request is so vague that it raises a serious question about how Tala managed to come up with the appropriate distraction. She could have just stood on the desk and began singing Jiggle Jiggle, and I'm sure everyone in the room would have been distracted, but it would have been the least bit helpful for Leia's situation.
Unless, of course, you're lying.
Reva's rightfully skeptical, but wastes a bunch of time on questions instead of immediately doing the thing where she force pulls the information out of your mind. I guess it would have been convenient for her, but inconvenient for the plot. Yes! Finally, the kid is back! The return of the mother-forcing Jedi! But the writers made us wait till episode 4. So, apparently the secret droid's speed is set to slightly slower than a child, like most of the bad guys in the show. It's official. Stormtrooper helmets cause more harm than good. Tala slaps this guy in the head and it completely takes him out of the game. I'm beginning to wonder if they're actually just plastic shells with an array of spikes on the inside. It's not just that this works, it's also that despite his dip in the ocean earlier, he hasn't been tracking water all over the base. So the real thing is that none of the water in this episode is working properly.
I want to play now. Now!
I want your character to do more than just walk around being angry all the time, as we don't always get what we want. No! He is not! Oh my goodness, he's hiding her under a fucking overcoat? Look at the little red boots walking alongside him. Oh. My, she peeks out? And none of these dozens of people notice this discount Vincent Adultman just walking around. This is how Scooby-Doo would have escaped. What is going on here? Every stormtrooper in the hangar has their blaster trained on these three, and this guy just cuts through the situation like, "Pardon me, excuses me, late for a meeting." I'll admit it, I laughed when Tala shot the little mouse droid, but considering the tone of the rest of this episode, I have no idea if this was a joke or if the little guy actually posed a threat. So, pick a path. Destroy them! His brother says this while also not doing any destroying. Wait, Obi-Wan episode ends with Reva staring at Obi-Wan on an escaping ship cliché. Where's Wade? Okay, fine. I'll go watch all of Star Wars Clone Wars and Rebels so I can feel the impact of Wade's death better. I'm sure he appears somewhere in those 208 episodes, right? Right? Venus buildings. Are they training with actual lightsabers? Did they set sabers to stun? This just seems insanely dangerous. I get that the Empire's design philosophy is primarily based on intimidation, but how does intimidating your own workers with fall hazards and star destroying? We got her. The show has everyone waiting around with bated breath as if she's already a leader in the Rebel Alliance, so I'll remind you that the concern around Leia's fate has to do with her detailed knowledge of the path, and not necessarily her well-being. And I know this because not a single one of these assholes asks about Wade. Haja, what are you doing here? The writer's internal monologue regarding why Haja is in this episode somehow makes it into the show.
We used another trade route to get them out, but the window's closing. We held it to them to get the kid. We only have a few hours.
If this was such a timely need, then it seems like you could have explained this to Ben on the trip here. I haven't even been able to formulate some sort of plan, so once you landed, you were ready to get everyone off in that small window of time. But as Josh Mankiewicz would say, if he were writing for TV Sins, but you didn't do that, did you?
If we seal them in now, they can hold out for days.
Oh no, not days! And patience may be a virtue of the dark side, but it makes for a very dull character motivation. Obi-Wan has moved to action by this conveniently placed Jedi paraphernalia, instead of being suspicious about the owner of this extensive collection of lightsabers.
He hasn't the patience for siege. How do you know?
Whenever I run into my siblings, I also flash back to a fight to the almost death. But that doesn't excuse the absurd fact that this one singular sparring match somehow manages to be the perfect analogy for every event that occurs in this episode.
But we do not need to fight them. We just need to hold them off long enough to get you all out.
And by hold them off, you mean fight them, right?
Roken, how much time do you need to override the doors?
3-4 hours.
You have one.
Did Ben just pull a Captain Kirk on Roken? Did he just Scotty Roken? I think he just Scottied all over Roken. Show wastes over a minute of runtime on this rushing about and overly dramatic preparation in an attempt to get us invested in the standoff and hoping we wouldn't notice that the Rebels' plan hinges on the Empire with its endless supply of red shirts only attacking one of the two known doors. And spoiler alert, this works. The Empire sees a big-ass door on the roof that happens to be the size of a spaceship, and not even Vader himself thinks to send a ship, a stormtrooper, or even a droid to check it out and maybe wait there in
boy, Twitch wanna get off this bitch so fucking bad, boy, I ain't gonna lie.
That was underwhelming.
I'll have to be my Padawan at TV Sins.
I'm a little too big to be calling around in the base. Would you like to try?
I'm going to need them.
That only Leia could overcome doesn't change the fact that her character was the worst thing in the show had. And to be clear, the Empire player is very charming and makes her role work better than it should, but we're still stuck with an Obi-Wan to protect the key cliche. And that kind of sucks.
Rouge, yes. You trust me?
I trust her. Obi-Wan acts as if this is a matter of trust and not a question about whether Leia has the required electrical engineering knowledge to complete this task. I am not a babysitter, Beck. I have to go. Forcing someone to babysit your child, or any child you're in charge of looking after. Not cool, Ben. Not been cool. I'm not sure if 2 incidents make it cliche, but it's super fucking weird. Both this show and Mandalorian have a plotline that requires the smallest character to venture into a space full of wires that they have to fuck with. But once again, how does Vader not know about the children? One's living with his uncle without a name change, and one's in a royal family making daily public appearances. This show has made Darth Vader so much less intimidating and so much more stupid. Why did you do that, Obi-Wan? I can assure you, we no longer need your help. I'm surprised you're not already there. Based on the movies and all the shows so far, everyone hits up the Tatooine eventually.
I was following orders on Corral. 14 people died, 6 of them were children, and I couldn't do anything to help them. So now I do this.
You pull your gun out of your holster?
Something you can't forget.
Like this show? No, forget about the chosen as a head start.
This is just
So, if Reva could have done this the whole time, then what was she waiting for? You're telling me the standoff could have been over 5 minutes ago? You show and the horses you stop and look at for 10 minutes before riding in on. Looking at this wall of stormtroopers, I find it completely unbelievable that Odin and his band of misfits had missed a single shot. I thought the only place they taught this kind of marksmanship was the Stormtrooper Academy. But still, Rogan survives running around in the middle of the crossfire. Despite the interesting fight going on in the background, let's just focus on this guy swinging a pipe of blaster fire.
It's fine.
For all the never-ending, how are they going to get out of this one?
And I want to sing a song for you.
I will explain what the
We'll show you what thing that's
writers
true.
give the weight treatment. Allison at least happened. You said who? And the answer is yes.
We gonna have some fun now with me and all the gang. Learn from each other while we do our thing. Sing it! Nah, nah, nah. Gonna have a good time.
Obi-Wan tries to convince Rogan that he's not quitting, meaning they're on the same page the entire time, and the whole thing was unnecessary and overdramatic.
You want to tell me that you don't fight without a weapon? There are other ways to fight.
So, no then?
This isn't over yet.
What? The episode?
Yeah, we know.
Again, I have to point out that this lightsaber practice really feels like they're trying to lightly kill each other. So it'd go a long way if the show could indicate whether or not these things are Nerf, or if these two are oddly okay with being cut in half. I made a joke about this previously, so it's completely uncanny that Lola actually tries to adorable Leia to death here. Also, the show never acknowledges that Leia's the one that brought Lola along on this adventure, which makes it her fault all these people just died in that blaster fight. Seriously, lots of casualties on both sides. All Leia's fault. Well, that was anticlimactic. Also, if evil Lola planned to stop Leia from opening the roof, then why did it wait till she found the spot she needed to reopen the roof? The plan was to leave as soon as possible, right? So why are all these people not already on the transport? This is cool, but not as cool as Starkiller pulling down a Star Destroyer, so points will be deducted accordingly. Neat trick. But couldn't Vader just have easily stopped the second ship by using the Force as well? Was he too tired? Did he need some orange slices? Honestly, he could not stop this with some quick stabby stab action. Show wants me to believe that a weaponless Obi twice, armed with only breakdance moves, is a match for Darth Vader and his lightsaber. So, Bob, you tell me Vader's finally going to get to where Ben is in this episode? Man, that sounds exciting. What are you going to have him do? I don't know, Stan. I figured we'd have him stare a lot at the end. People really love to see other people behind masks staring into the distance. We've got focus groups on it and everything.
No matter what you need this Valentine's Day, Walgreens will have you ready for summer. Deals you can fall in love with, click on their favorite treat. And with 30-minute pickup, 1-hour delivery, we'll get it all done in a heartbeat.
Seems like Vader saw this coming for a while now, but still Reva certainly didn't help her cause by loudly grunting and deploying her saber at the moment of attack, completely undermining all her sneaking. There are two things I know for sure about this sequence. One is that Vader has his back to Reva twice and doesn't get stabbed. The other is that he frees the frame at exactly the right moment. It looks like Vader's penis and butthole both have lightsabers coming out of them.
Your rage was useful.
Was it though? Because they're so much closer to having Kenobi or Leia. I know they're saving the case for the next episode, but this transport ship flying off with no resistance from the Star Destroyer in orbit is all kinds of nonsense. Story got a story, even when it's a contrivance. Guess it wouldn't be a Star Wars series if we didn't go back to the fucking desert.
Revenge does wonders for the will to live, don't you think?
Yeah, it's crazy how successful it is at keeping people alive in this franchise. I hear in Star Wars Medical School they teach that for all terminal diagnoses, doctors should make a choice between killing one of the patient's family members or writing a prescription to have someone kick the patient's pet dog. You'd be surprised how many choose door number one. Show literally starts on just a picture of sand as if it's taunting me. I feel like the kid in Jurassic Park after the Jeep chasing down the tree. Except in this case, the Jeep is Tatooine. And we're back in the sand again. For a planet where water is a commodity, he sure is pouring that carelessly.
Something you want to fight?
Remember him? He's the bully from a few episodes back. The one that was a dick to that one guy when Obi-Wan did nothing about it. Bet you haven't been able to sleep at night wondering what happened to him and if he'll ever be brought to justice. Well, here you are, people. Don't ever say Star Wars isn't giving you what you want. I didn't have to do much research to figure out that Star Destroyers come equipped with a huge hangar filled with TIE fighters that Vader is inexplicably choosing to not utilize in this chase. Upon further research, I found out that Star Destroyers can actually carry a whopping 48 TIE fighters. So I think you can guess how many sins are about to be awarded.
Hyperdrive's almost ready.
Ah, yes, the non-functioning hyperdrive. Or as they call it in the Star Wars writers' room, the plot Jesus.
How much time do you need?
Oh, I think we have. Look, that's a non-answer, which I guess is fine, except that both parties just pretend the question is settled. Obi should have responded with, no, seriously, I'm brainstorming solutions here. Give me a ballpark figure so I can at least explore some options. But instead he's all, cool, bro, thanks for the witty retort. I'm just going to be over here aimlessly wandering around and wistfully looking at all these innocents if you want to follow up here, Scoosh. The doll kneels in front of Leia for a profound conversation, and we skip it because we hate sentimentality. Cliche.
But we're so close.
Then maybe you should have said that when Obi-Wan asked you about it 5 minutes ago.
You are all the future. You are the future.
Teach them well and let them lead the way. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I fail, if I succeed,
Here's my word. Although I know the word of a liar and a fake Jedi may not mean much to you.
Aja would be one with the Force at TV sins.
It's good enough for me.
Sadly, Obi-Wan's chief character trait in this series is a proclivity for leaving Leia with strangers and then wondering why she keeps going missing.
How did she know I was here?
No, all I know is she's coming.
Oh, I can help. See, the show needed something for Reva to do after the completion of her main story motivation, so it provided her with a convenient message leading her directly here for more Sandy hijinks, because they didn't think the episode could survive with just the single thread of the Vader Kenobi stuff. It's the whole modern thing where climaxes can't just be about one thing anymore. It has to intercut between at least 2 and as many as 5 things, because audiences are used to TikTok, where the attention spans don't just jiggle, they fold. So anyhow, what was the question again?
We're not. You and me.
They are not.
She'll come when the suns go down. Best we got position now.
Of course it will be after sundown because somehow Reeve was aware that all 21st century TV shows have to be set in the near-pitch dark. Joy. Why is everything so dark? I blame the clouds. Get off my lawn.
I have something.
The dog is going to lay up for a profound conversation and we skip it because we hate the mentality cliche.
Broken. She would have wanted you to have it.
Given the choice, I think what Tala would have actually wanted was a throwable grenade so that she didn't have to needlessly sacrifice herself. Also, wait, how the hell did Roku manage to find it intact? Wasn't Tala wearing it when she redecorated that cavern?
Well, I wasn't going to give you a blaster, Leia. You're 10 years old.
Don't you get all cocky, kid. You may think that's ridiculous, but this is like Big League Chew all over again. Give a kid shredded gum that looks like chewing tobacco and then pretend that doesn't have some sort of formative effect on them when they eventually decide to mainline nicotine through their gums. This would be like Obi-Wan giving Leia a bong and then getting all high and mighty about not giving her some OG kush to go with it. He sure does lounge around pondering things a lot for someone trying to save a shipload of people who somehow still haven't been blown apart by a freaking Star Destroyer.
Whether he dies or I do,
mishands today.
And I can say this without even seeing the rest of the episode, because guess what? We've known how this feud ends since 1977. Why are we trying to build any sort of tension for this battle? Let's enjoy it for what it is. A chance to see Ewan McGregor's Obi-Wan dueling fates with Darth Vader. Stop trying to trick us into believing there are any actual stakes here.
You don't have to do this, you know.
Poor Rogan. His character's defined by constantly trying to stop Obi-Wan from doing something he's already decided he's going to do, armed with nothing but the thinnest of overused platitudes.
People follow you. Don't stop.
Just getting started. This setup for a Disney Plus spinoff was so blatant they might as well just froze the frame on his smile and put the words "coming soon" to Disney Plus on the screen. Coming fall 2023. Rogan's an undercover mechanic secretly working for the rebellion in Rogan Hearted. You can't fix what isn't broken.
Now is our chance to wipe out this network in its entirety. We cannot prioritize one lone Jedi.
I mean, he makes an